Chapter 161. 7-Star Mountains. Rivers and Clouds. Meeting people from Demonic City. Inside the luxurious villa, 3 middle-aged men stood in front of the table, not daring to say a word. Sitting in front of him was a young man about the same age as Shinzao Yizhen. Shin Xiao and Yizhan have been fighting in the pioneer group all year round, and they have an inexplicable murderous aura in them. The young man in front of him did not have such murderous intent, but his eyes were like a venomous snake showing its ferocious fangs, ready to bite. One look at it would make people tremble with fear. The young man took a sip of coffee and then said leisurely, "Zhang Ming was killed? Were his subordinates also captured by the Black Armored Army? I'm curious. Who is so arrogant as to kill a third-level person in the main city? The Black Armored Army took away Zhang Ming's men, but not the person who killed Zhang Ming?" Zhang Ming was the third-level man who was stabbed to death by Chen Fan twice. One of the 3 people standing in front took a step forward and said respectfully, "Yes, we were puzzled, so we immediately found someone to check that person's information. But it's very strange. A lot of that guy's information has been blocked. Master Lin, look." As he spoke, he turned on the smart watch on his wrist. A screenshot immediately appeared on the screen. On the screenshot, there is Chen Fan's profile picture and some rough information, except for the name, gender, age and place from the imperial capital. All other information is a question mark. Seeing this information sheet, Mr. Lin frowned slightly. Coming from the imperial capital? The information is still sealed? This guy has a lot of background. The middle-aged man who turned on the smart watch immediately said, "After I received the news, I immediately sent someone to check the boy's information. He is currently studying in the 5th class of Beast Control at the God of War Academy and lives in the Beast Breeders Association." Living in the Beast Breeders Association? A glint flashed in Shaolin's eyes. A person from the imperial capital knows someone from the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association? The middle-aged man said. The time is too short, and no more information has been found. It seems to have something to do with Master Zhang Hai. Master Zhang Hai is also from the imperial capital. Mr. Lin was slightly startled. Something related to Master Zhang Hai? Sure enough, he has a lot of background. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Mr. Lin snorted again and continued. You are so young that you don't know the heights of the world. Don't you even understand the principle that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake? Anyone who dares to kill me. He, the middle-aged man whispered. Zhang Ming's men don't know how long they will be detained. Our people tried to contact the Black Armor Army, but the Black Armor Army was directly under the City Lord's palace. They were very arrogant and ignored us at all. Young Master Lin, do you want to contact Master Han to come forward? Lin Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man coldly. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the middle-aged man's forehead, and his head lowered. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaokai said, My master is a famous master of animal breeding. How can he have time to care about such trivial matters? Those losers didn't kill anyone or set fire to them. If the Black Armored Army detains them, it won't be a big deal. Let them stay in the dungeon for a while. It's this Chen Fan, the person who killed me in the main city, next to the Beast Breeders Association. If I don't settle the debt properly, will I, Lin Xiao, be able to hang out in Donghai City in the future? The middle-aged man became nervous. Young Master Lin, that man is from the imperial capital and has some relationship with Master Zhang Hai. So what? Lin Xiao said coldly. Can Zhang Hai protect him for a while? But can he protect him for a lifetime? Send a few people to keep an eye on him. Once he dares to leave the city, cut off his head in the wilderness. Isn't it normal to die in the wilderness and be buried in the belly of a demon? The middle-aged man bowed slightly. Yes. Animal Breeding Shop Number 9. Training Course. Chen Fan watched Wugui, Gongzi, and the others playing around with a smile on his face. Gongzi was very kind to Mo Qiuyu's fire turtle, and even pestered Uncle Dong to get a lot of spiritual fruits suitable for the attributes of the fire turtle from the warehouse. The other 2 beasts suffered a disaster. He had nothing to eat, and because he was disobedient, Gongzi held him down and beat him severely. Mo Qiuyu chatted with Chen Fan for a while, then played with Gongzi for a while, and then left. But the 3 of them kept their beasts in the breeding shop. After Chen Fan was ready to implement the plan to breed beasts, he wanted to breed all the beasts in the world. How could he let Mo Qiuyu and the other 3's beasts go? He gave Mo Qiuyu a friendly price, which was 1/3 lower than the market price. Mo Qiuyu and the others simply couldn't refuse. A level 4 fire turtle, a level 4 claw-bellied snake, a level 4 spirit with saber-toothed cat. Except for Mo Qiuyu's fire turtle, The other two beasts were not very obedient, so they were held down and beaten by Gongzi as soon as they came out. Later, Gongzi asked Uncle Dong to bring a lot of delicious food to the fire turtle. The claw-belly snake and the spirit with saber-toothed cat wanted to eat, but they were beaten again. After the beating, they all became honest. Now they are just like Gongzi's little brother. Wherever Gongzi goes, they follow him. But Chin Fan was quite depressed when he looked at the three beasts on the training ground. There are only a few beasts in such a huge training ground. A bit bleak. After watching Gongzi and Fire Turtle play for a while, Chin Fan walked back to the animal breeding shop. In the animal breeding shop, Mr. Zhao was concentrating on studying the information Chin Fan gave him. It was just some information about the three master beasts breaking through to the first level, which was enough to keep him busy for a while. Shuisheng and Zhang Wei followed Chin Fan respectfully. The two men looked at Chin Fan with eyes full of awe. The previous scene where Chin Fan stabbed to death in the third level with two knives, with no expression on his face, really scared them. After all, this is within the main city. Even though that third level man led a group of people and chased him Ochiyoyu and the others with swords, he certainly didn't dare to really kill him Ochiyoyu and the others. They chased her, which could be used as extortion. But it wasn't as if they were seeking money or killing someone. They didn't dare. At least, they didn't dare to do it so blatantly. But Chin Fan directly killed people in the main city. And he is a third-level person. The weirdest thing is that killing a third-level person in the main city doesn't cause any problems at all. And the strong man who appeared inexplicably and disappeared into smoke in the end could have such an escape technique. I'm afraid he must be at least level 5. Right? Such a strong man actually called Chin Fan Young Master Fan. And that young Master Fan can get rid of the Bless your beast breeding studio. Shuisheng and Zhang Wei looked at Chin Fan, both very nervous. Mr. Zhao was relatively relaxed. He just raised his head, said low to Chin Fan, and was immersed in research again. What are you all doing standing around? Chin Fan pointed to the stool next to him. Everyone, sit down. Shuisheng and Zhang Wei sat down a little nervously. Chin Fan then said, I heard you say before that the business of the animal breeding store is very poor. Shuisheng glanced at Mr. Zhao on the other side, who was concentrating on his research, and nodded slightly. Mr. Zhao's stubborn temper scared away many customers. The location of number 9 animal breeding shop is relatively remote. It's hard to have a good business. Nowadays, animal breeding stores can't even afford better ingredients. How can this business be good? Chin Fan pondered for a moment, looked at Mr. Zhao and said, Mr. Zhao, may I ask how the income of this animal breeding shop is distributed? How much money does a breeding shop that relies on the Breeders' Association pay to the Breeders' Association every year? Mr. Zhao and others were stunned for a moment. With Chin Fan's status and background, would he still care about the income of a small animal breeding shop? Mr. Zhao said, Our kind of animal breeding shop relies on the Animal Breeders' Association and is independent of the Animal Breeders' Association. All these animal breeding shops are located in the territory of the Animal Breeders' Association. Every year, in addition to the fixed rent, we need to hand over half of our income to the Breeders' Association. In addition to providing brand protection and venues, the Breeders' Association will neither interfere in the affairs of these breeding stores, nor provide help to the breeding stores. The only obligation of the animal breeding store is to accept a few animal breeding apprentices every year, and come to the animal breeding store for a few months to practice. To put it simply, this animal breeding shop is responsible for its own profits and losses. Chin Fan nodded and said, I understand. Mr. Zhao, I now want to invest in this animal breeding store. How much do you think it would be better for me to invest? Shuisheng and Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhao said with a dark expression, Xiao Fan, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I was suppressed by others in the Breeders' Association. And this breeding shop was disrupted by the Bless Your Breeding Studio. Now this breeding shop is just barely surviving. When I opened this animal breeding store, I invested 3 million. But now this animal breeding shop is a bit unsustainable. Shuisheng and Zhang Wei were both speechless. Chin Fan may not know how capable Mr. Zhao is. Mr. Zhao can actually get a senior animal breeder certificate. For such a breeder to open a breeding store and make it so miserable, who would believe it? Mr. Zhao added, with your ability, it is an honor for us to join this animal breeding shop. If you really want to join this animal breeding shop, there is no need for you to invest any more. In terms of shares, 9 of you and 1 of me. What? Shuisheng and Zhang Wei were shocked. Just seeing that Chin Fan had cultivated 3 beasts including the ice fox. Mr. Zhao actually gave up all his shares with just 1 word. What Mr. Zhao means? Doesn't it mean that he will also work for Chin Fan in the future? How about this? Chen Fan said. I invested 60 million in this animal breeding store. I will hold 45%. Mr. Zhao will hold 35%. And Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei will each hold 10%. Is that okay? Zhao and Lao were all stunned. Is Chen Fan here to do charity? Just take the money and throw it away. One loss is 60 million. Then Chen Fan said, I still have to go to school. So I can only come here once every afternoon. So most of the things in the breeding shop still have to be left to you. $60 million to expand the training ground 5 or 6 times. Then encircle the forest behind it. And update all the facilities. We also need to recruit a few star warriors with higher cultivation levels. Not only to prevent the beasts from causing trouble, but also to prevent other accidents. In the end, I don't care what kind of publicity method you use. You must advertise it. Standing in this store, with the attitude of Jiang Taigong fishes for those who wish to take the bait is definitely not going to work. Mr. Zhao said. Are you serious? Chen Fan was amused. Do you always think I'm joking? Mr. Zhao took a deep look at Chen Fan and then asked. Why? Chen Fan started telling lies. Breeding animals requires a lot of practical experience. And a lot of data is like the evolutionary path of a wild and violent ape. From a wild and violent ape to a stone-skinned demon ape. And then to an iron-skinned demon ape. This is the result of many seniors, who spent many years, and combined many data to arrive at this result. If I want to advance to a higher level in the way of raising beasts, I must come into contact with a large number of beast masters. Oh, I don't mean to use those beasts as guinea pigs. Just like before. I use 2 kilograms of level 5 ice and snowstorm bear meat, and 1 kilogram of level 5 snowwind wolf meat to cultivate ice foxes. Why not use level 4 snowwind wolf meat, and level 4 ice, and snowstorm bear meat? Why does one use 2 pounds, and the other one use 1 pound? Would it be better to use level 6 ice, and snow bear meat? All of these things need to pass tests, and pass countless tests. When cracks appeared in the sky and star power poured into the world, the mountains, rivers and vegetation began to evolve. And many strange monsters and races sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. It is impossible to cover all beast-controlling subjects through existing knowledge and theories. Only by constantly trying on beast masters of different races can I go further in the way of raising beasts. At the same time, as a beast master, I can also make my own beast master stronger. Exhausted? Why talk so much nonsense? A lie requires countless lies to cover up. But even though I was sending money, I still told so many lies. Chen Fan said a little helplessly. In a word, I want to start this animal breeding shop. I want to contact and cultivate a large number of various types of beasts within my control. So I don't care about the money invested. Mr. Zhao's eyes became brighter and brighter. Is this the secret that Master Zhang Hai used to become a master of beast breeding? Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei's eyes also lit up. Chen Fan's words seemed to let them see a treasure. They are ordinary people who have not awakened. That's why I finally became a breeder. But now, he is just an apprentice beast breeder. Chen Fan now revealed this secret and pulled them to do it together. Of course not, because these are all my temporary tricks. Chen Fan smiled like the Mona Lisa, neither denying nor admitting. Good. Mr. Zhao perked up and said, I will do as you say. Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei looked at each other and didn't say a word for a long time. All of a sudden, they're shareholders? 60 million. If it's 10% of the shares, wouldn't that be 6 million? 6 million may be nothing to those high-level beast masters. But for beast breeding apprentices like Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei, this is an unimaginable sum of money. After all, they are just ordinary people who have not awakened. What's more important is that from now on, Chen Fan will be in charge of the 9th store. Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei felt that a fire began to burn in their hearts. After Chen Fan transferred the money to Mr. Zhao's account, he left the number 9 store and walked to the gate of the Breeders' Association. All other matters were left to Mr. Zhao and the others. He just needs to come to the number 9 store every day and cultivate a few beasts. And that's it. It is estimated that it will take a few days to get the business of this number 9 animal breeding store up. Spend money on advertising in the early stage and attract as many customers as you can. Chen Fan didn't care at all how much money he spent on advertising. He has no intention of making money from this animal breeding shop. Although the business is doing well, he will definitely make money. And he will make a lot of money. But what Chen Fan wants more is the system energy after breeding the beast. Cultivate a beast once, and that beast will be bound to the system for life. In the future, any monster killed by that beast will increase the energy of the system. There is nothing Chen Fan looks forward to more than this kind of thing. On the edge of the square at the entrance of the Animal Breeders Association, there are many star warriors looking for jobs. There are also many large trucks and taxis parked nearby. Chen Fan walked to a taxi and lowered his head. Master, are you leaving the city? In the taxi, the driver, who was looking for something, raised his head. The two looked at each other and were both stunned for a moment. Chen Fan immediately grinned. This taxi driver was the bearded man who took him and the ice-white python to the 10,000 Beast Mountain in the truck. When the bearded man saw Chen Fan, he was stunned for a moment and then smiled bitterly. Young Master Fan, are you leaving the city? Chen Fan goes in and out of the Breeders Association every day, and once encountered a killer outside the Breeders Association. The bearded man had obviously asked someone about him a long time ago. Although not many people in the Breeders Association know about Chen Fan, everyone who has met Chen Fan knows that this kid has a lot of background. Chen Fan nodded and said with a smile, Master doesn't drive a truck now, but drives a taxi? Harm. The bearded man smiled bitterly again and said, the day before yesterday, a group of boys from Yanwu City rented my big truck and went out, saying they were going to the 10,000 Beast Mountain to hunt some monsters. They just want me to use a big truck to help them transport the monster corpse back. I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived at the foot of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, 3 high-level fire ants rushed out and collided with me, turning my large truck into scrap metal. Fortunately, I run fast. A boy from Yanwucheng? Chen Fan couldn't help laughing. The group of people Big Beard is talking about. Are they Jiang Yuanfan and Zhang Yufan? Did Jiang Yuanfan and the others have a grudge against the Skyfire ants in their previous life? On the way to Donghai City before, I was almost wiped out by level 10 Skyfire ants. Now when I go to a low-level area like 10,000 Beast Mountain, I encounter Skyfire ants again? The bearded man sighed and said, I really don't understand. It's been so long since the ant tide has passed. Why are there still fire ants everywhere? Speaking of which, the fire ant meat was really delicious that day and sold very well. But I went to the foot of 10,000 Beasts Mountain some time ago and wanted to kill some Skyfire ants. But in the whole day, I encountered only level 5 Skyfire ants. Alas, it would be great if I could kill 1 or 2 level 6 and 7 fire ants. Chen Fan opened the car door speechlessly and got in. This bearded guy is a talkative guy. Really. As soon as Chen Fan sat down, the guy started talking like a river. Fortunately, Gongzi and the others were in the beast control space. If they were in the car, they would probably be so angry that they would give the bearded man 2 claws. Master Fan, where do you want to go this time? The bearded man said. If you are going to hunt monsters, then this taxi is not suitable. Shall I get a big truck for you? When the time comes when you defeat a high-level monster, I can use a truck to pull it back for you. Where's that wild and violent ape of yours? That thing is so big, you don't even need a truck to carry it. If you hit a mountain, it can carry it back for you. Chen Fan's eyelids twitched. Uncle. Please shut up. Okay, Master Fan. Go to Qixing Mountain and Shuiyun Stream. Received, Master Fan. After passing 10,000 Beasts Mountain, more than 180 miles further is Qixing Mountain. Many of the monsters on Qixing Mountain are already at level 10 or even level 11. If the race level is not high, the level 10 monsters, Xiaobai and Gongzi, will not be too difficult even if they are 1 against 2. If it were level 12, Gongzi and the others might have a hard time. If the race level is higher than level 12, Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others will have to work together. Now, Gongzi and Xiaobai's race level is already a middle lord. Their combat power level is already level 7. And all skill proficiency points have been reached to 150 points by Chen Fan. Chen Fan wanted to see if hunting more monsters could help Xiaobai and the others break through the 150 points of proficiency. And he himself also wanted to fight more in actual combat to improve himself. Out of Donghai City. After a while. Master, can you drive faster? Feeling that the speed of the car was a bit slow, Chen Fan couldn't help but urge him. The bearded man said awkwardly. Young Master Fan, in order to rush for time, I have increased my speed to the limit. This is very fast. This is a car that uses crystal cores to drive it. It is not the energy car of the past. Chen Fan looked at the big trees passing by on both sides and frowned. This speed is already the fastest? Why do I feel like an ant is crawling? Master, if you go to Qixing Mountain at this speed, will you have to drive until the year of the monkey? Young Master Fan, it's already very fast. The bearded man pressed a button. The speed of the car increased again. It's still too slow. Like a snail. It's really fast. Quick ass. I can walk faster than this. The bearded man was also urged to get a little angry. Then take 2 steps and show me. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and threw a level 3 fire ant crystal core onto Big Beard. Then, without waiting for the car to slow down, he pushed the door open and jumped out with a bang. Bearded. Don't wait for the bearded man to react. Call out! Chen Fan, who was behind, scurried to the front and disappeared. The bearded man was stunned for a while, and then said to himself, Maid, it is indeed faster than my car. What level is this kid at now? Why is his speed so terrifying? The bearded man picked up the crystal core that Chen Fan threw over, looked at it, grinned, and then clicked a button. The top light of the taxi immediately displayed a line of large characters. Stop when you wave! For beauties only! His car turned a corner and drove back to Donghai City. On the other side, Chen Fan spread his legs and ran forward. He has indeed never run like this since he broke through to the 2nd level and 4th level. He neither knows his speed nor his endurance. As soon as he let go of his speed and ran, the strong wind hit his face, and the big trees quickly retreated. Chen Fan felt extremely happy and wanted to sing loudly. Unfortunately, when he opened his mouth, strong wind rushed in, almost causing him to choke. Although his current cultivation level is still at the 2nd level and 4th level, but his star power has reached 1650 calories, which is almost equivalent to the 3rd level and 4th level of heaven. Running like this at full speed is really lightning fast. At this speed, we can reach the Qixing Mountains, waters, and clouds in less than half an hour. Chen Fan increased his speed and ran faster. Right behind him, more than 400 meters away, a car stopped. 3 men got out of the car. One of them said, What's going on? I drove the car as fast as I could and I couldn't keep up. Boss Liu, what should we do now? Another person said, This is wrong. The information given to us by the above said that this kid is at the 1st level of the 2nd level. Right. His speed is probably a bit faster than Boss Liu. Right. Boss Liu is a 3rd grade and 3rd level heaven. Boss Liu glanced at the place where Chen Fan disappeared expressionlessly, and said in a deep voice, You 2 drive to follow. I will go first. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and rushed out. Dust is like a dragon, and its speed is about the same as Chen Fan. The dust choked the 2 people next to the car, and they kept coughing. So they quickly got into the car. In the car, the person who spoke first said hesitantly, This mission is not very easy. I feel like that guy is a little weird. Another person said coldly, Maybe he is gifted and has a better physique. The information we received before is not wrong. He must be the 2nd grade and 1st level. I checked that data. It happened a few days ago. It's impossible to say that in the past few days, this kid has gone from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Right. Chu Xian of the Chu family is known as the top genius of this generation in Donghai City. And he is only in the 2nd level and 2nd level. No need for Boss Liu to take action at all. I can crush this kid to death with just one hand. The car accelerated and chased Boss Liu. Qixing Mountain. Shuyanjian. The figures on the field flashed, and several beasts passed by. A huge level 9 black water bull had a large gash cut on its neck. It howled miserably and fell to the ground dead. Call! The 6 young men and women took a breath and sat down on the bluestone beside them. Several beasts walked up to their masters and nuzzled their masters with their little heads. The 6 people took out the prepared dried meat from the package and handed it to their beast masters. One of the women wearing a cyan armor wiped the sweat from her face and said, We have been entering the boundaries of Donghai City for a while. After this Shuiyun stream, there is still more than 100 miles to reach Donghai City. Everyone cheer up. A young man said, The monsters in Shuiyun stream are of higher levels. Since we entered here in the morning, we have played 8 games in a row, and we are all quite tired. Would you like to rest for a while first? The woman wearing cyan armor nodded. Another young man said, Kongyu, are you sure about your previous news? This trip won't be in vain. Right. The promotion match of the Demon City Beast Control University used to be the midterm of the 2nd semester every year. Why did this become the 1st semester? Besides, they were all in Magic City before. Why did you choose Donghai City this time? Ling Kongyu frowned, glanced at the young man, frowned and said, Muyuan, you have asked this question 3 times along the way. Muyuan scratched his head and smiled a little sheepishly. A woman on the side said, Muyuan, can you still doubt Kongyu's words? Her father has just returned from the Magic City and got information from the Ministry of Education of the Magic City early in the morning. Right now, it is estimated that the major cities such as Dahai City, Yanwu City, and Mingxing City have not received the notification yet. Let's come here first. During this time, we can recharge our batteries. Let's show off our skills then. Ling Kongyu snorted and said, It's a pity that Qiu Rulin and the others don't believe my words at all. We'll meet in Dahai City in a few days. Let's see if they have anything else to say. She just finished speaking. A group of beasts nearby roared. I saw a group of thorny wood demons in the mountain streams on the left and right sides. Surrounding them, Ling Kongyu and the others were shocked and stood up suddenly. Damn! Why are there so many this time? Ling Kongyu said a little angrily. What is going on here in Dahai City? Why does it feel like there are monsters everywhere? Since we entered Yunshuijian, waves of monsters have been rushing towards us. When will they stop? Mu Yuan looked solemnly and said, Everyone, be careful. These thornwood demons are quite tall. I'm afraid they are at least level 7. There is a huge thornywood demon in each of the 2 groups of thornywood demons. I'm afraid it has reached level 10. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several people present sank. The thornywood demon is actually a relatively weak monster. Judging from their appearance, they look like wood with many spikes growing out of them. They are not fast or strong. But these thornywood demons are numerous, with a group of 8 on the left and 10 on the right. The most terrible thing is that in every group of thornywood demons, there is also a big guy. If it is really level 10, Ling Kongyu said in a deep voice. Leave the big one on the left to me. The big one on the right. Mu Yuan, go and hold it. Try to lure him away from the battlefield. Don't force him. Just fly him a kite. Mu Yuan raised the silver gun and shouted coldly. Okay. Ling Kongyu said again. You 4. Fight quickly. The group immediately separated. Ling Kongyu and Mu Yuan walked out to the side, with 2 beasts respectively. The other 4 people also brought 2 beasts each and were ready to fight. Then I saw the largest thornywood demon among the 10 thornywood demons on the right suddenly let out a strange roar. The thornywood demons on both sides roared at the same time, waving their whip-like arms, and rushed towards the group of beast masters. Ling Kongyu put the hammer on his shoulder and raised his fingers towards the huge thornywood demon in front of him. The blood-eating giant mosquito beside her quickly flew up. Her other beast, the steel-toothed predator, waved its knife-like claws and provoked the huge thornywood demon. Roar! The group of thornywood demons rushed towards Ling Kongyu's companions, and the huge thornywood demon quickly rushed a few meters towards Ling Kong Jade, opened its mouth, and sprayed out a hail of arrow-like spikes in one mouthful. Snort! Ling Kongyu, who had been prepared for a long time, was not afraid. She took a step to the right and knocked a huge boulder away with a hammer. She used this hammer skillfully. The boulder flew out, but did not break. Call! Seeing that the boulder blocked many spikes, it hit the leader of the thornywood demon hard. Brush! A hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the thornywood demon, and with a whip-like arm covered with spikes, he whipped towards the boulder with a swipe. Boom! Before the boulder in the air hit the leader of the thornywood demon, it was split in half by the whip-like arm, and the arm of the leader of the thornywood demon, after splitting the boulder, did not lose its momentum, and fell to the ground again, splitting a deep and long ravine on the ground. So strong! Ling Kongyu's heart trembled. Not easy to fight. The arm of the leader of the thornywood demon is more than 2 meters long, and he swings it fast and hard. Although the armor she is wearing is of high quality, she is not sure how many hits she can take. Fortunately, she just wanted to hold back the leader of the thornywood demon. Ling Kongyu laughed, ran a few more steps to the side, and then pointed lightly at the leader of the thornywood demon. The blood-eating giant mosquito in the air flapped its wings, and countless sharp needles appeared in the void, flying towards the leader of the thornywood demon. Never thought. The leader of the thornywood demon completely ignored the attack of the blood-eating giant mosquito, and suddenly rushed towards Ling Kong Jade. The sharp needles of the blood-eating giant mosquito all broke off when they hit it, and collapsed into nothingness. What? Ling Kong Jade was horrified. If he tried to dodge again, it was too late. One of the 2 whip-like arms of the thornywood demon was curled towards the steel-toothed predator beside her, and the other was curled towards her neck. Damn! That's too fast! Ling Kong Jade and steel-teeth predator quickly retreated at the same time. At the same time as she stepped back, the hammer in her hand struck down in the air. Boom! When the hammer hit, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. A hammer phantom hit the former leader of the thornywood demon. Boom! The phantom of the hammer collided with the whip-like arm of the leader of the thornywood demon, and shattered instantly. No! The difference in strength is too big! Ling Kongyu's heart sank, and she turned the hammer. Instead of hitting the thorny wood demon, she knocked her own steel-toothed predator away. She smashed the steel-toothed predator away with her hammer, just enough for the steel-toothed predator to avoid the whip of the leader of the thorny wood demon. However, the steel-toothed predator dodged, but the leader of the thorny wood demon took the opportunity to rush to her. Kareu! Several people on the other side screamed in surprise when they saw Ling Kongyu in danger. Ling Kong bit his jade silver teeth and advanced instead of retreating, rushing directly to the leader of the thorny wood demon. Leader of thorny wood demon. While the leader of the thorny wood demon was stunned, the giant hammer in Ling Kong Jade's hand flashed with dazzling light, and he hit the leader of the thorny wood demon on the head with one hammer. Brush! The two whips of the leader of the thorny wood demon came first and wrapped around Ling Kongyu's hands like snakes. Although the spikes were blocked by Ling Kong Jade's wrist guards, Ling Kong Jade felt a huge force coming from her hands, and her hands were pulled away towards her left side. Call! The hammer hit the air and landed on the right side of the thorny wood demon leader, and Ling Kongyu's hands were still tightly bound by the spiked whip of the thorny wood demon. Ha! Ling Kongyu shouted loudly. His body rose into the air, and his right foot struck the neck of the leader of the thorny wood demon like a knife. The thorny wood monster screamed and stretched its arms. Boom! Before Ling Kong Jade's foot could hit it, his whole body was thrown heavily to the ground. Ling Kong Jade, who was on the ground, still remained calm. He put his hands on the ground. His feet flew up like springs, and kicked the thorny wood demon's feet. The leader of the thorny wood demon was kicked on his feet. His body became unstable, and he fell down. Ling Kongyu quickly rolled on the ground, took the opportunity to get up, and raised his hands. The steel-toothed predator that rushed over from the other side swiped its knife, and cut off the whip wrapped around Ling Kongyu's hands. Retreat! Ling Kongyu didn't care to pick up his hammer, and immediately stepped back. Roar! The fallen leader of the thorny wood demon roared angrily. His whole body flew up, and chased after Ling Kong Jade. It's too fast! You can't run away! Without the hammer in his hand, Ling Kong Jade's whole body was tense, and his mind was spinning. But the attacks of the two beasts couldn't even break each other's body, and she's still using her bare hands. At this moment, singing came from above Yan Shuijian. Holding the blood-leveling sword of the setting sun in your hand, and the frost-condensing sword of the cold moon in your heart. Excellent view of the mountains and small mountains. Who is pretending to be beautiful and singing? Ling Kongyu is so angry. The singing continues. A man has a chance to live in this world. When the word suffer sounded, the voice had already reached Ling Kongyu. A dazzling light lit up, making Ling Kongyu couldn't help but tilt her head. Next moment, brush! The domineering sword light fell, and split the leader of the thorny wood demon in half with one strike. Immediately, there was a flash of lightning in the air, and a ragdoll cat appeared in front of another leader of the thorny wood demon as if teleporting. The thunder blade flashing with lightning crossed quickly. The leader of the thorny wood demon, who had forced Miyuan back steadily, fell down. On the field, several roars sounded at the same time. A green-eyed honey badger and an azure demon fox rushed into the group of thorny wood demons. As if they were in a deserted land, they killed the thorny wood demon and fell to the ground in two strokes. How can this be? Ling Kongyu stared at this scene blankly. The person in front of her was similar in age to her. Miyuan and the others. This man could just kill the leader of the thorny wood demon with one knife. If that knife was of a very high grade, she could also do it. But 6 royal beasts. Damn it. How could someone of this age own 6 beasts? This is absolutely impossible. This guy must have brought someone else's beast with him. Chen Fan put his sword into its sheath and walked towards Ling Kong Jade. I haven't seen you before. Where are you from? Ling Kongyu opened her mouth and said after a while. We came from Matian City and are going to Donghai City. Chen Fan nodded. Oh, where is the Matian City from which Matian City came? This bastard deliberately teased me and made Ling Kongyu's face darken. Chen Fan asked again. I met Jiang Yuan Fan and the others who came from Yanwu City some time ago. But where is Demonic City? This guy really doesn't know about Demonic City? Ling Kongyu's face became a little better and she said. Matian City is located northeast of Donghai City, about 1,600 miles away from Donghai City. We are here to participate in the Demon City Beast Control University's recommendation contest. Chen Fan was stunned. Modu Beast Control University's recommendation competition? I've never heard of it. Ling Kong Jade. Chapter 162, Stand Back. I have 3 big monsters here too. Seeing Ling Kongyu frowning, Chen Fan asked again. What is the Demon City Beast Control University's recommendation contest? Have you never heard them say it? Ling Kongyu was completely speechless. I didn't know that the Moda Beast Control University selection contest was going to start soon. This is normal, because many people didn't expect that it would be earlier this time. But I don't even know what the Magic City Beast Control University selection contest is, Ling Kongyu said. Which school in Donghai City are you a student from? Why did you come to Yanchuijian alone? The level of monsters here is very high. We fought all the way here, but now we can't find a way out. Chen Fan, if you speak half the words, the chrysanthemum will split in two. I asked you what the Moda Beast Control University recruitment competition is, but you are taking me so far. Chen Fan smiled and said, I am from the God of War Academy in Donghai City. The monsters here in Yanchuijian are just average. I haven't encountered any difficult characters. Ling Kongyu's face darkened. This guy really can't speak. Even though you saved us, there is no need to ridicule us like this. We were almost killed by a monster just now. A monster that neither a group of us nor the Beast Master can defeat. Do you think it's just average? Chen Fan walked over, bent down, and dug out the crystal core from the head of the leader of the Thorny Wood Demon very naturally. On the other side, the green-eyed honey badger ran over with another crystal core in its mouth. Ling Kongyu opened her mouth, but no words came out. It was originally the monster that Chen Fan killed. It was normal for him to take the crystal core. At this time, Mu Yuan and others came over. Brother, thank you so much just now. Mu Yuan waved to Chen Fan. My name is Mu Yuan. I come from Demon City. I am a student of Demon Academy in Demon City. The one next to you is a student from Juefeng Academy in Matian City, and his name is Ling Kongyu. Several other people came over and introduced themselves. Chen Fan patted his chest and said, My name is Chen Fan, a student from the God of War Academy in Donghai City. Although they guessed from the beginning that Chen Fan might be a student of Donghai City, Ling Kongyu and the others were slightly shuddered when they heard what Chen Fan said. Are the students of Donghai City so powerful? Ling Kongyu subconsciously glanced at the long knife that Chen Fan carried behind his back. Yes, this long knife must be of a higher grade. That kind of thunderous light cannot be emitted by ordinary level weapons. Ling Kongyu and others had just made excuses for themselves when they suddenly saw Xiaobai jumping into Chen Fan's arms. Just now, this ragdoll cat flashed past with a thunderbolt and cut off the head of the leader of the Thorny Wood Demon. Chen Fan has a long knife of unknown grade in his hand. But this ragdoll cat doesn't have such a weapon. A tiny ragdoll cat is actually more powerful than a level 10 Thorny Wood Demon. Ling Kongyu and others all stared wide-eyed. You know, most of them have only level 5 beast control. That is to say, Ling Kongyu and Mu Yuan each have a level 6 beast. And Chen Fan, the beast master, has reached or even exceeded level 10? How could such a thing happen? Correct. This guy brought 6 beasts with him. How could he have 6 beasts? He came to such a dangerous place as Yanchuijian alone. So he must have brought someone else's high-level beast master with him. That's right. That's it. Mu Yuan and Ling Kongyu looked at each other, as if they had guessed what the other was thinking. And both of them breathed a sigh of relief. If a student of the same grade really has 6 beasts, and some of them are at or above level 10, that would be really hurtful. This group of people are the proud sons of Demonic City. They are also geniuses. Even if they were killed, they would not believe that they would lag so far behind others. Ling Kongyu smiled slightly, reached out and touched Xiaobai, and said, Is this your beast? It's so cute. Yes. Chen Fan nodded and said, Xiaobai is my first beast master. Even though she is not big, she is incredibly strong. Ling Kong, Jade and others. What's the situation? Guessed wrong? Is this ragdoll cat really Chen Fan's beast? Level 10 beast master? Ling Kongyu almost wanted to go home. The guy in front of me is a bit ridiculously strong. At this time, Chen Fan said, You just said that you fought all the way but couldn't find a way out? As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where he had just jumped off and said, Climb over here, cross a river in front, then cross a mountain, and keep going east. That's it. It's almost more than 170 miles from here to Donghai City. Speaking of which, there is a main road in Qixing Mountain. If you don't take the main road, why did you rush to Yanchuijian? Ling Kongyu's face turned red and she said, On the road before, a group of skyfire ants rushed out and burned our car. We couldn't defeat them, so we retreated while fighting. So we came here. Fire ants have really given Donghai City a hard time these days. They intercepted and killed Jiang Yuanfan and the others, and now destroyed the cars of Ling Kongyu and others. Chen Fan was speechless for a while. Mu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "We originally determined through the Lomoro map that this is Qixing Mountain, called Yunchuijian. But the network signal here is intermittent, and monsters keep appearing. We are like headless flies, bumping around everywhere, and we can't tell the specific location." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "When you get here, you don't need to look at the map. Just follow what I just said. Go through here and go all the way east. Climb over here, cross a river, and then cross a mountain, and then walk about 7 or 8 miles, and you will find the main road. Just follow the main road." Mu Yuan shook hands with Chen Fan. "Okay, thank you very much. When you return to Donghai City, I'll treat you to dinner." Ling Kongyu's face turned red and she said, "Add us on WeChat." "What the hell?" Mu Yuan said. "There's no signal here at all." Ling Kongyu was speechless and glared at Mu Yuan fiercely. "It's okay," Chen Fan said. "When the time comes, you can go to the God of War Academy to find me." The group of people said goodbye to Chen Fan. Chen Fan watched them go away, and continued walking deeper into Yunshui's stream with Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others. After walking more than 100 meters ahead, the phone rang. It's Jiang Yuanfan. "Chen Fan, where are you now? I've been calling you just now, but I can't get through. I'm at Yunchuijian in Qixing Mountain. Maybe there's no signal here. Hey, are you at my place now?" In the video, the scene behind Jiang Yuanfan and the others is his training ground. Jiang Yuanfan nodded. "We are going back to Yanwu City, so we came here to say goodbye to you. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal, but you went out." Chen Fan blinked. "Are you going back now?" Jiang Yuanfan. "You have to go back and study hard and practice well. We originally came to challenge you, but now we say this. It's a bit reckless. It's better to go back and practice hard for a while first." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "Let's work together." After the two parties chatted for a few words, Chen Fan hung up the phone. A little depressed, Chen Fan originally wanted to find an opportunity to find an excuse to help Jiang Yuanfan and the others cultivate beast masters. It turns out they are leaving today. Jiang Yuanfan and his group of imperial beasts have fallen through the cracks. Suddenly, Chen Fan remembered what Ling Kongyu had just said about the Modu Beast controlling martial arts university recruitment competition. He thought for a moment and dialed back. No signal. Dial again. Still no signal. This Yunchuijian is really special. We were on the phone just now, but now there is no signal. Do you want to give this signal if you want to give it? But don't give it if you don't want to. Chen Fan walked around a bit and dialed several times. There has been no signal. Speechless, I had to give up. "Xiaoqing, let's go!" Chen Fan called to Xiaoqing, who was drinking water by the water, and then waved to Xiaohei, who was standing on the big tree. Xiaohei's wings moved, flew down, and landed on Chen Fan's shoulders. "Those 3 idiots behind are following here again." Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took off the long knife behind him, and grabbed the scabbard with his left hand. There were 3 people behind me, following me all the way. Chen Fan was originally cautious and let Xiaohei fly around in the air in order to prevent being attacked by some monsters. Unexpectedly, Xiaohei didn't find any monsters, but he found someone following him. "Gone!" Chen Fan said low again and led Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others towards the depths of Yunshui's stream. The mountain road ahead was winding. After turning in, the old ape immediately opened the shadow canopy. Chen Fan and a group of beasts disappeared in an instant. From behind, Boss Lu led the 2 of them along the cliff. After turning the corner, Boss Lu was stunned for a moment. The front suddenly became clear, but Chen Fan had disappeared. "Grass!" Someone next to him cursed in a low voice. "Did that brat have 4 legs? He ran so fast!" "Shut up!" Boss Lu waved his mace and lowered his voice and said, "Don't make a sound!" The man next to him whispered, "Boss Lu, this is already Yunchuijian. There is no need to be so careful." "Right. Just find an opportunity and kill him directly." "That's fine. A second-level boy. Even if he discovers us, he can't escape at all." "You know nothing," Boss Lu said coldly. "Check the surrounding situation first. What if someone discovers it? Didn't a group of students from Demonic City just pass by? Fortunately, I reacted quickly and was almost seen by those students." The person who just spoke smiled. Boss Lu added, "More than 400 meters ahead is the meteor crater. The place is surrounded by mountains, and there is only a small road to get in. If that kid enters the crater, he is like a tortoise in an urn. Unless he can ascend to heaven and escape to the earth, he will not be able to escape from my grasp." The other two nodded repeatedly. On a huge rock 5 meters away to the right of these 3 people, Chen Fan stood silently holding the scabbard in his left hand. Behind them are Xiaobai and Gongzi, under the shadow of the canopy. Lu and the others were completely unaware of it. Boss Lu and the other 3 glanced around. After finding nothing, they prepared to move forward along the edge of the cliff. Sudden, a bird as black as a crow flew across the sky and dropped a small plastic bag. Boss Lu had a keen sense. He stretched out his left hand and accurately grabbed the small plastic bag. The plastic bag is open. The powder inside has been spilled. As soon as Boss Lu grabbed the plastic bag, his palms were stained with a lot of powder. What? The next moment, an unspeakable itching started from the palm of my hand and spread to the whole body. Ah! Boss Lu screamed and threw the plastic bag in his hand. The itchy fruit powder spread and landed on the faces of the other 2 people. The other 2 people also screamed at the same time. Brush. Chen Fan, with an emerald head on his head, rushed out of the shadow sky and slashed at Boss Lu's head with his sword. Although he was itching, Boss Lu still reacted very quickly. He activated the star power in his right hand and blocked the top of his head with his short mace. When the knife and mace collided together, making the sound of gold and iron, Chen Fan and Boss Lu retreated 3 meters at the same time. And just as Chen Fan retreated, Jade opened his mouth, and a storm swept out. Stormwind Blade. The 3 of them, Boss Lu, were immediately swept up into the air. One after another, the wind blades cut towards the 3 people. The 3 people in the air screamed again and again, and their bodies were cut one after another. Jade's wind blade can cause damage to them, but it cannot seriously injure them. No star power armor. I only use 70% of my star power to knock it back with one blow. This person should be around the 3rd level, 2nd level, or 3rd level. The other 2 are weaker than him. After testing out a little bit of reality with one move, Chen Fan calmed down a lot. If the person coming is a 4th level person, it might be a bit troublesome. Even if he is wearing the Sealing Heaven armor and holding the Demon Sky-breaking sword in his hand, it is still very difficult to kill an uninjured 4th level person. If it's not the 4th level, it would be much easier to handle. Chen Fan held the long knife, and while listening to the screams of the 3 people, he moved slowly, looking for opportunities. At the same time, the old ape activated the shadow sky and brought Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and the others to the other side. Both Chen Fan and Xiaobai were already wearing Gongzi's magic crystal armor and Xiaoqing's green crystal armor. The 3 people in the air, after rolling several times, shouted loudly at the same time, and fell down like meteorites. Seeing that his storm could not trap them, Jade immediately put away the storm. At this moment, footsteps came from behind. The 6 Ling Kongyu and Muyuan, who had left before, rushed out from the corner in a panic. When Chen Fan saw them, they were all stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Ling Kongyu immediately said, "Chen Fan, we encountered a big monster. A gold-eating snail that is probably level 11. The faces of Muyuan and others behind him all turned red. A group of people are chased by a snail. Chen Fan frowned and said, "You guys retreat to the cliff. I have 3 big monsters here. 3 big monsters." Ling Kongyu and the others glanced at the 3 people who were scratching their heads with blood all over their bodies, and quickly climbed up the cliff on the right. Chen Fan glanced into the air. Xiao Hei in the sky immediately said, "The gold-eating snail is coming. There are still more than 200 meters away. This bird can talk." Several people who were climbing on the cliff were stunned for a moment. Sudden, Boss Lu shouted violently, and the short mace in his hand flashed with light, and it condensed into a fierce wolf head. 3rd grade realm. Ling Kongyu, who was climbing on the cliff, screamed, "Only when you reach the 3rd level can you release your star power to condense dragons, tigers and beasts, as well as various shields. Many weapons can condense sword light or sword energy when the star power is activated, but they will never be able to condense this kind of attack." Ling Kongyu and the others finally understood why Chen Fan had just said that these 3 people were big monsters. 3rd level realm. This is much stronger than level 11 monsters. Soon enough, he saw Boss Lu holding a short mace in his right hand and striking Chen Fan from a distance with the mace. Roar! The terrifying wolf head roared, split the air, and rushed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan had no expression on his face, quickly took a step forward with his right foot, and slashed towards the wolf's head. Brush! The fierce and domineering thunder and lightning sword broke open the wolf's head with one strike. Boom! The violent energy exploded. There's sand and rocks flying all around. Impossible! Boss Lu looked horrified. A second-level boy actually defeated his attack with one knife? How terrifying is this knife? At the moment when he was stunned, Chen Fan suddenly dropped his right foot and rushed out like an arrow. Die! As soon as he rushed forward, Chen Fan didn't even use the 9 sky-breaking swords, but just casually and simply slashed at the head of Mr. Lu. Court death! Boss Lu endured the strange itching on his body, and the short mace in his hand bloomed with light again, and he swung out the mace. Spiritual spike! At the moment when Boss Lu just raised his short mace, Xiao Hei in the air used a unique move. Ah! Boss Lu did not use his trump card after all, but instead held his head with both hands. When the sword fell, Boss Lu's body split into two and collapsed. The spray of blood fell on the other two people who were still screaming. Ling Kongyu and the others on the cliff were all stunned. The two people who had been hit by the tickling powder saw Boss Lu being slashed to death. At that moment, they forgot about the itching on their bodies. Crack! Xiaobai rushed out with a lightning flash, and the thunder blade struck directly at the head of one of them. But that person was also in the 3rd level. Although he was not as good as Boss Lu, his star power was superb and his reaction was extremely fast. As soon as Xiaobai's thunder blade struck him, he waved his right hand and opened a shield. Bang! The thunder blade struck the shield, causing the shield to vibrate, and the rebound force sent Xiaobai flying away. But before the man could be happy, purple light flashed on the ground, and amethyst spikes appeared. The chrysanthemums are broken, and the ground is covered with wounds. A scream resounded throughout the sky. On the other side, Shao Qing's long-awaited rock cannon was launched, and the rock hit another person's chest hard, beating him until he vomited blood and flew out. The old ape sprang out from the shadow sky and traced the man's hands and feet. The blood bloomed. Although the man's hands and feet were not broken, he was no longer capable of fighting. Chen Fan silently looked at the star warrior who was stabbed to death by the amethyst thorn, then looked at the man who was split in half by him, and then touched the armor on his body. Don't these people have money to buy armor? Or maybe they think they are already in the 3rd level and are awesome enough, so they don't need armor? If he had such a pair of armor on his body, would his anus be pierced by the amethyst spurt? If he had such a pair of armor on his body, would he be split in half with a knife? Chen Fan made a gesture, and Shao Qing and Lao Yuan immediately ran back together. Jade also flew down from Chen Fan's head lightly and followed him. Later, the gold-eating snail came over. The snail is as big as a small mountain, and its whole body is golden, like a golden mountain. The smell of blood here seemed to stimulate the monster. The eyes of the gold-eating snail flashed with excitement. But then, it froze for a moment. A group of little ones like a ragdoll cat, a slime, a green-eyed honey badger, a green crystal demon fox, and a red-eyed ape all rushed over and surrounded it. Just as it was stunned, the old ape in its side had disappeared. Under its body, a purple halo flashed. Boom! The amethyst thorn came out and directly pushed the gold-eating snail into the air. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Gongzi's amethyst thorn did not penetrate the SHL of the gold-eating snail. The real strength of this level 11 monster is far inferior to the 3 3rd-level monsters just now. But its defense is indeed powerful. In fact, in addition to having a very hard SHL, the gold-eating snail also has a defensive skill. It is also covered with a layer of armor. I saw Xiaobai and Shao Qing attacking at the same time. Brontosaurus! Rock cannon. A thunder dragon with flashing lightning and a stone with clear water chestnuts hit the gold-devouring snail at the same time. The thunder dragon dented the SHL of the gold-eating snail, and shocked the gold-eating snail to make it scream strangely. And Shao Qing's rock cannon directly punched a small hole in the SHL of the gold-eating snail, and dark green blood flowed out. The attack power of Xiao Bai's move is still much weaker than that of Shao Qing. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Xiao Bai's combat power level is level 7, and his race level is medium lord. Xu Qing's combat power level is level 10, and his racial level is low lord. If Xiao Bai is helped to increase his combat power level by another level or his race level, the attack power of Xiao Bai's move will probably be almost the same as Shao Qing's. At this time, Jade, who refused to admit defeat, began to fire water dragon bombs wildly, but its water dragon bombs hit the gold-eating snail's SHL and exploded continuously. unable to break through the gold-eating snail's defense. This made Jade very depressed. Gongzi was also very depressed that his amethyst burst could not penetrate the defense of the gold-eating snail. When he ran to the gold-eating snail, he felt like a dog biting Mount Tai has no place to bite. The old ape seized the opportunity and rushed out, grabbing the gold-devouring snail with both claws. Crunch! Crunch! When the two claws went down, two deep scratches appeared on the SHL of the gold-eating snail. Even with such sharp claws, after the old ape broke through the armor of the gold-eating snail's skill, the power of the claws was exhausted, and in the end, he failed to break the gold-eating snail's defense. Hiss! The gold-eating snail was set on fire, and a stream of dark green acid sprayed out toward Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was so aware that she turned around and ran out quickly. The dark green acid liquid fell on the stone where Xiaoqing was standing, and black smoke suddenly rose. In just a few seconds, the nearby stones all dissolved into black liquid. The black liquid continued to spread towards the surroundings, emitting a foul smell. This scene made Ling Kongyu and others on the cliff tremble with fear. If such acid were sprayed at them, they would probably be wiped out if they were not careful. This level 11 gold-eating snail is so terrifying. Gongzi, please be bloodthirsty. Chen Fan, who was sitting on the blue stone with his hands on the sword, shouted. He didn't take any action and left this battle completely to Xiaobai and the others. Gongzi reacted immediately and activated his bloodthirsty on the heads of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. A blood-red crown flashed away. Strength increases by 30% for 30 seconds. Xiaobai and Xiuqing's eyes lit up, and they launched the Thunder Dragon and Rock Cannon again. This attack was much stronger than before. The gold-devouring snail is like a big target. It is difficult to dodge. The gold-eating snail seemed to sense the crisis, turned around, and opened its mouth towards Xiaoqing again. Spiritual Spike! Xiao Hei in the air immediately threw a mental spike down. You stupid ant! Crawl at my feet! The skill of the gold-eating snail was disturbed by the mental spike and was not released. The Thunder Dragon and the Rock Cannon immediately fell on it. Boom! The violent force punched two big holes in the gold-eating snail's SHL. This time, Xiaobai's Thunder Dragon showed its strength. After Xiuqing's stone penetrated the body of the gold-eating snail, the gold-eating snail's blood flowed. But after Xiaobai's Thunder Dragon broke open the SHL of the gold-eating snail, it directly shocked the gold-eating snail and made it smoke. Bang! 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 The gold-eating snail turned around quickly and jumped up like a toad, trying to escape. Crack! Xiaobai flashed past with a thunderbolt, and the light of the thunder blade surged. He targeted the head of the gold-eating snail and crossed everything. The head of the gold-eating snail fell down. The thunder blade may not be able to cut through the SHL of this gold-eating snail, but when it is cut on its head, it is just like cutting beef. Gongzi rushed over quickly, looked at Chen Fan, pointed at the snail's body. Hiss! Chen Fan laughed dumbly. You also know that the meat of this gold-eating snail is delicious? Wait for a while. There are still things to deal with. On the cliff, Ling Kongyu and the others looked down blankly. A level 11 gold-eating snail was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back by these little guys? These beasts are too scary. Right? At this time, Chen Fan took 2 steps and walked to the Star Warrior whose hands and feet were clawed by the old ape. The guy had been tortured half to death by the tickling powder. Chen Fan took out a tube of antidote and poured it into his mouth. You kill me! The man opened his eyes and looked at Chen Fan with blood-red eyes. The fooling animal breeding studio sent you here? Yes. Want to kill me? Yes. You want to kill me. But you haven't investigated my identity or my ability to control beasts. I only found out that you broke through to the 2nd level a few days ago. I didn't investigate your beast control because both of us are already at the 3rd level. And Boss Lu is already at the 3rd level and 3rd level. There is absolutely no need to investigate the 2nd level beast control. The Master's Beast. What's the background behind fooling you about the animal breeding studio? The studio is run by Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family. The Lin family can only be regarded as a second-rate family in Donghai City. But Lin Xiao's master Hum Quan is a master of animal breeding, with a distinguished reputation and wide connections. The fooling animal breeding studio has hired so many experts. Who is the strongest? 2 4th-grade first-level Heavenly Star Warriors, and 1 4th-grade first-level Heavenly Beast Master. Very good! Chen Fan flipped his wrist and stabbed the Star Warrior's heart with a knife. I'll give you a pleasure. After killing the last person, Chen Fan wiped the long knife in his hand clean. then took off the smartwatches from the wrists of the three people, and picked up their weapons. Ling Kongyu and others have climbed down from the cliff. Seeing Chen Fan doing all this, a group of people were stunned and speechless. Chen Fan turned around, looked at Ling Kong Jade, and asked a little strangely, I didn't meet this gold-eating snail on the way here. Where did you meet it? Ling Kongyu looked at Muyuan fiercely. Makuhara said sarcastically, I saw a big puddle on the road. I went over to pee, but I didn't expect such a big thing to come out of the puddle, just for the sake of peeing. She chased us all the way. Chen Fan was immediately speechless. Don't drill into holes. Don't enter pools. I'll add another one later. And don't pee in pools. Ling Kongyu and others all blushed and laughed. Muyuan glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, Chen Fan, what state are you in now? Why do you cut down the third level like melons and vegetables? The eyes of Ling Kongyu and others shrank slightly, and they all stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan flicked the long sword in his hand and said, The main reason is that this sword is great and my sword is great. These idiots are so self-righteous that they don't even wear armor. Really? Muyuan and others showed expressions of disbelief. Chen Fan blinked. You said before that those who fought all the way here must be hungry. Right. Muyuan touched his belly and said with an embarrassed smile, I took the time to eat 2 pieces of dried meat on the way. 4 hours ago, we found a place without monsters and made a fire to barbecue. In the end, we attracted a group of monsters, and no one dared to follow us. Light the fire again. Chen Fan pointed to the gold-eating snail in front of him and said, Although the gold-eating snail spitting acid is disgusting, its meat is delicious, and it was sold out as soon as it appeared on the market. Let's roast this gold-eating snail and eat it. My Gongzi just wanted to eat it. Ling Kongyu immediately lowered his head and looked at Gongzi, who was pulling Chen Fan's trousers at his feet. This little guy's name is Gongzi? He was so powerful just now. He killed the Star Warrior with one move. She originally wanted to praise her for her strength, but when she thought of Gongzi's move, which made the Star Warrior's chrysanthemums crumble, she couldn't say what happened next. Not only could she not speak out, Ling Kongyu's face turned red. Muyuan immediately burst out laughing. In a fight, stab the egg first. The winning rate is half as high. When I saw this move by your Gongzi, I felt a chill in my crotch. I would rather fight against a level 11 gold-eating snail. I don't even dare to fight against such an opponent. It's too scary. Gongzi stood up and grinned proudly. Hiss! Xiaobai patted Gongzi's legs lightly with his little paws. Gongzi fell to the ground with a bang. Call! Gongzi glared at Xiaobai. Xiaobai glared at it. Gongzi was immediately frightened. Gongzi, who took life and death lightly and would do anything if he refused, only gave in front of Chen Fan and Xiaobai. If other beasts dared to knock it down, it would have rushed forward and killed it. Gongzi touched Xiaobai lightly with his little paw, and then pointed to the gold-eating snail on the other side. Xiaobai blinked and looked expectantly. That thing tastes delicious when grilled? I haven't eaten it yet. Let's all work together to cut off the meat of the gold-eating snail. Roast it and eat it. After saying this, Chen Fan glanced at Ling Kong Jade's beast, Steel-Toothed Predator, and was suddenly stunned. Monster name, Steel-Teeth Predator. Combat power level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Beast control attribute gold. Beast weakness fire. Requirements for breaking through to level 6, 25 pounds of level 11 gold-eating snail meat. 65 energy points. Racial level evolution route 2. The attributes of this steel-toothed predator are the same as those of the gold-eating snail, but it only requires 25 kilograms of gold-eating snail meat. It seemed that this steel-toothed predator was about to break through. The breakthrough plan on the attribute panel does not even use the crystal core, nor does it require other materials. However, it is only level 5 to level 6. The 65 points of system energy seems a bit high. Generally, other beast masters are at level 5 to level 6, which is about 20 to 30 points of system energy. Chen Fan glanced at the gold-eating snail, turned his eyes, and aimed at the beasts of Ling Kongyu and others. Jiang Yuanfan and those guys ran away. Ling Kongyu and this group of people cannot be let go. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze, looked at Ling Kong Jade and said, Shall I help you cultivate this steel-toothed predator? Ah? Ling Kongyu was stunned for a moment. Chen Fan said, I am a beast trained by a senior animal breeder. I also opened a breeding shop outside the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association. I still live in the Animal Breeders Association. I charge very cheaply. Ling Kongyu hadn't reacted yet. You help me cultivate the beasts? How much will it cost? How long will it take? We may not be able to stay in Donghai City for long. Probably only about 20 days. Chin Fan said. Cultivate this steel-toothed predator and help it break through from level 5 to level 6. 500,000 alliance coins. Is this so expensive? There was a trace of struggle in Ling Kongyu's eyes. Muyuan immediately said, level 5 to level 6 only costs 500,000, which is not expensive anymore. Think about it. How many good things has your steel-toothed predator eaten since you broke through level 5 until now? Those things are worth at least 6 to 700,000 alliance coins. Right. Ling Kongyu. Whose side are you on? Glared at Muyuan. Chin Fan added, 20 days should be enough. And cultivating beasts also requires luck. For beasts, it is luck. Sometimes, it may take a day or two for the beast to break through. A day or two. Ling Kongyu laughed dumbly. Are you kidding me? Chin Fan said seriously. Why are you joking? If your beast just broke through to level 5 today, and you spend another day or two helping him break through to level 6, I will definitely not be able to do it. Actually, I can do it. Chin Fan smiled slightly and continued. But this beast of yours has been breaking through for a long time. If I add more fire, he will be able to break through. Do you believe it? Muyuan nodded. It makes sense. Breakthroughs in beast control take time. After this steel-toothed predator broke through to level 5, Kongyu has been cultivating this beast for nearly 7 months. If it can find the materials and treasures suitable for it to absorb star power, it would be normal for it to break through now. Ling Kongyu was furious. Which side are you on? After a moment of silence, Ling Kongyu gritted his teeth and said, Then, are you confident that you can help this beast of mine break through to level 6 within 10 days? 10 days is too long. I will help you break through now. Chin Fan nodded. No problem. If I can't do it within 10 days, full refund. Okay. Ling Kongyu nodded fiercely. Deal. Everyone else looked at Ling Kongjade silently and said nothing. I always feel like I've been deceived. Although Chin Fan's cultivation is very powerful, the way of raising beasts has little to do with his personal cultivation. Can he help Kongyu break through the beast from level 5 to level 6 within 10 days? What a joke. Unless you are a master of animal breeding. But Chin Fan is obviously the same age as them. Everyone wanted to persuade Ling Kongyu. But Chin Fan was standing nearby. And it was difficult for the group of people to speak. The only thing that everyone can accept. It was Chin Fan who promised that if he could not help the steel-toothed predator break through within 10 days, he would give a full refund. This guy shouldn't be able to keep his words. Right? A group of people followed Chin Fan and walked over. After smashing the L of the gold-eating snail, they began to cut off the meat of the gold-eating snail piece by piece. With Chin Fan and Xiao Bai and the other beasts around, Mu Yuan and the others also became more aggressive. A group of people set up a bonfire beside them without any scruples and started grilling meat. Help me bake a few pieces, and I'll feed them to the steel-toothed predator first. Chin Fan sat by the campfire and said Lo. Gongzi immediately protested and kept hitting Chin Fan's feet with his little head. Chin Fan patted Gongzi's head gently. Why are you so anxious? You can't even finish such a big snail if you eat it freely. Just a few more minutes. Gongzi pouted. When Xiao Bai saw this, he patted it on the head with his little paw. Gongzi then obediently lay on Chin Fan's lap and stared at the barbecue on the campfire without blinking. Chin Fan also stared at the barbecue. 25 pounds of gold-eating snail meat. There is no scale, so it is difficult to estimate. But eating more of this kind of thing is definitely better than eating less. With the size of this steel-toothed predator, it can eat up to 50 pounds. While Chin Fan was grilling meat, he glanced at the other people. He saw all the expressions of those people just now, except for Mu Yuan and Ling Kongyu. The other 4 people seemed to regard him as a liar. There is no need to rush. After nurturing this steel-toothed predator for a while, you all have to put money into my pocket. Can any of the beasts that I, Chin Fan, have targeted escape? This time, there will definitely be a lot of students from the main city coming to the Magic City Martial Arts University Recommendation Contest. When the time comes, I feel very tired of trying to build a good relationship with them and nurture all their beasts. I obviously want to help them raise their beasts, but I have to build a good relationship first, which makes me look like a liar. Chapter 163 The Empress of the Demon Clan. The leader of the demon sect. Eat quickly. Chin Fan squinted his eyes, smiled slightly, held a large piece of gold-eating snail meat, and placed it in front of the steel-toothed predator. The steel-toothed predator looked at Chin Fan silently, motionless. The guy in front of me was smiling like a weird uncle who wanted to kidnap a child. Now, this strange uncle is holding a piece of gold-eating snail meat for him to eat like a candy. My master is here. Do I need to eat your roasted meat? I seriously suspect that your meat is poisoned. The steel-toothed predator turned his head and ignored Chin Fan. Although the meat of the gold-eating snail was so fragrant that it was drooling. Chin Fan pursed his lips and looked at Ling Kong Jade. To cultivate a beast, the beast must listen to me. If it doesn't listen to me, can I beat it? Ling Kongyu rolled her eyes, looked at the steel-toothed predator and said, Gang gang, eat it. It's not poisonous. Chin Fan's face suddenly turned dark. Mu Yuan and others pursed their lips and suppressed laughter. The steel-toothed predator glanced at Chin Fan contemptuously, and then began to eat the barbecue placed on the tree. Gongzi tugged at Chin Fan's trousers and pointed at the bonfire. Wait a little longer, and I'll get it for you soon. Chin Fan continued to stare at the steel-toothed predator. Gongzi glared at the steel-toothed predator fiercely. Why? This guy was the first to eat it. And he ate so much. The steel-toothed predator eats more and more. I ate one piece after another, and kept eating until my mouth was full of oil, and Gongzi was drooling constantly. Chin Fan silently looked at the attribute panel of the steel-toothed predator. Sudden. The line. 25 pounds of level 11 gold-eating snail meat. On the attribute panel disappeared. Very good. Chin Fan pulled away the leaf on which the gold-eating snail meat was placed. Steel-teeth predator. Are you really sick? You just asked me to eat. I am eating. What are you doing? The steel-toothed predator moved its claws and pulled the leaves back. But as soon as it lowered its head, Chin Fan pulled the leaves away again. The steel-toothed predator stared fiercely at Chin Fan. Seeing this, Gongzi raised his head and bared his sharp teeth at the steel-toothed predator. The steel-toothed predator was startled. And then he remembered that this guy in front of him seemed to have several powerful beasts. Those few beasts easily killed the level 11 gold-devouring snail. The steel-toothed predator was frightened and retreated behind Ling Kongyu. You let this coward, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, come out. Chin Fan waved to the steel-toothed predator. Ling Kongyu said dissatisfied. Gagang just doesn't know why you don't let him eat it. What should we do next if we bully the weak and fear the strong? If we want to cultivate it, we shouldn't let it eat more meat from level 11 gold-eating snails. This level 11 gold-eating snail is indeed very suitable for steel-toothed predators. But it is almost impossible to make it break through with such a small amount of meat. Unless I give it the whole gold-eating snail. Mu Yuan came over and said, Stop dreaming. It's already dawn. This is the monster that Chin Fan killed. If you give us a little to eat, you are lucky. Do you still want the steel-toothed predator to eat up all these gold-eating snails? Wake up! Ling Kong Jade. Get out! It's okay to eat this much. But eating any more is a waste. Chin Fan said, and stretched out his hand towards the steel-toothed predator. The steel-toothed predator subconsciously opened its mouth and wanted to bite Chin Fan's hand. But underneath, Gongzi opened his mouth and bared his teeth. Beside him, Xiao Bai's eyes were cold, and lightning flashed on his paws. The steel-toothed predator was startled again, and its whole body tensed up, allowing Chin Fan to stroke its head. Ow mallet. Chin Fan spoke lovingly while stroking the steel-toothed predator's head. The faces of Ling Kongyu and others all turned pale. Are you controlling the beast? Do you think we can't understand? Umalilmalaheo? The next moment, Chin Fan withdrew his hand, made a seal, and shouted softly. Those who are approaching, soldiers, fighting, are all arrayed in front, to punish evil. The foreheads of Ling Kongyu and others are all covered with black lines. Bastard. Are you making a movie or dancing? Let's not mention that your 9-character mantra is from TV. Even if it is true, it shouldn't be used in this kind of place. Right? This is nurturing animals, not killing evil spirits. Do you think steel-toothed predators are monsters? This is simply unreasonable. Ling Kongyu felt that she had been cheated. That's 500,000. Wait, that's not right. I haven't called him 500,000 yet. If this bastard dares to play tricks on me, I won't give you a penny. I'm furious. Just when Ling Kongyu was fuming, the steel-toothed predator showed a look of pain, and then his whole body shook violently. Boom! Stars were falling all over the sky. The steel-teeth predator has broken through from level 5 to level 6. The power of his feedback immediately poured into Ling Kong Jade's body. Ling Kongyu was stunned. Mu Yuan and the others were also completely petrified. Damn it! Lilaheo plus the 9-character mantra. Can it still be used to breed animals? Eat a few pieces of monster meat and say a few words like this. And that's it? Mu Yuan rolled his eyes and silently recalled the incantation Chin Fan had just recited and memorized it. Ling Kongyu was still in a daze. Even after receiving the feedback power from the steel-toothed predator, she was still a little unbelievable. When did breeding animals become so easy? Although this is the meat of a level 11 gold-eating snail, That's it. Chen Fan lightly clapped his hands and said, "Remember to give me the money when you get to Donghai City." Ling Kongyu came back to her senses. Her face turned red, and she said sheepishly, "I'm sorry. I thought just now. You think I'm a liar, right?" Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'm often misunderstood anyway, so I'm used to it." Mu Yuan came over and said, "Brother, you are so awesome. I have never admired anyone among your peers, but you really make me admire you so much. Can you help me cultivate a beast?" Chen Fan nodded. "Of course. But not every beast is so easy to cultivate. This steel-toothed predator is also a bit lucky, and happened to encounter a high-level monster with the same attribute. Those beasts of yours are not made of metal, so they will take some time and effort." Mu Yuan was even more impressed. "How come you can tell with just a glance that we beast masters are not metallic? It's just experience." Chen Fan smiled and said nothing more. A group of people nearby showed admiration. Everyone was prepared to pay attention. After arriving at Donghai City, they immediately went to find Chen Fan to cultivate the beast. This time, everyone is here for the promotion contest. The level 5 beast masters will become level 6, and the level 6 beast masters will become level 7. The places to be recommended will be guaranteed. Mu Yuan whispered. "Then, how much will it cost to cultivate these 2 beasts of mine?" Chen Fan raised a finger. "The poor don't speak secret words. 1 million. Mu Yuan was stunned. "Is there any mistake? You only need 500,000 for Kong Yu to find you. But 1 million for me." Chen Fan was also stunned for a moment. "You have 2 beasts. Each costs 500,000 yuan. What's the problem?" Mu Yuan nodded. "If you say this, I feel balanced. Stop talking nonsense and make some money. There's no internet here. Then wait until I return to Donghai City." Mu Yuan sighed. "It's so profitable to be a breeder. I also want to be a breeder." Ling Kongyu sneered. "Stop dreaming. You can't even cultivate your own beasts well. You still want to be a beast breeder. You should give up." More than 20 minutes later, less than a third of the gold-eating snail was eaten. This large group of people, a large group of royal beasts, eat with open stomachs. And it is really delicious. After the group of people had eaten and drank enough, they said goodbye to Chen Fan, and then headed towards Donghai City along the route Chen Fan pointed out before. Chen Fan sat on the grass and began to check the system energy. System energy, 188960. Seeing this number, Chen Fan immediately became happy. "When I go out in the morning, the system energy is still 94560. Now it has doubled. It seems that the beasts that were previously cultivated are starting to go crazy." He ran all the way from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to the 7 Stars Mountains, waters and clouds. He took Xiaobai and the others to kill many monsters. But the increase in energy was extremely limited. The increase in energy in this system mainly comes from Jinyu Heidongking and Savage Crazy Ape. Chen Fan clicked on the system energy details. The increasing energy of these systems. Zhen Qing took Jinyu Heidongking to hunt monsters and gain the most energy. After all, Jinyu Heidongking is the highest level among the beasts that Chen Fan has cultivated so far. He is also a flying beast and has group attack skills. Secondly, there is Lin Mingfei's wild and violent ape. There are many bits and pieces of energy growth below. It's those beast masters from Ares Academy. The school has arranged for students to come out to practice. Although the beast controlling levels of the Ares Academy students are not high yet, with most of them being level 2 or 3, they can't handle the large number of people. There are more than 2,000 people in this session, and there are 2,000 beasts. If one beast kills one monster, that's 2,000 monsters. Chen Fan worked extremely hard along the way and only killed a few hundred of them. Seeing the energy in the system rising slowly, Chen Fan was happy. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find the beast control of Li Sheng and other teachers. In the system energy details, there are no such beasts as the alpaca and the 8-eyed demon spider. There are also no royal beasts for squad leader Leng Ryu and squad leader Ding Yi of the 4th class next door. Chen Fan only instilled a little system energy into Li Sheng's alpacas, 8-eyed earth demon spiders and other beasts. Leng Ryu and Ding Yi's beasts were already at level 5. Although Chen Fan specially selected suitable ingredients for their beasts and instilled system energy, it was obvious that in the past few days, their beasts it has not broken through to level 6. Now it seems that the path of just instilling system energy will not work. It should be considered as nurturing if it helps the beast to break through at least one level. Chen Fan looked for Chu Xian and his beasts. Chu Xian and the others took the Death Spider Emperor and other beasts into the second secret realm. After half a day, the system energy had increased a lot. depend on? Why are these guys going to kill level 11 monsters? Chen Fan saw in the system energy details that the Dark Blood Stone Man and other beasts had killed many level 11 monsters. The Fire Demon Stone Mine is in Area D of the second secret realm. There are almost no level 11 monsters in that place except for the Grimacious Giant Lizard. But according to the details, Henry Chu and the others have killed more than a dozen level 11 monsters. Have these guys left Area D? Did you finish digging the Fire Demon Stone in half a day? Chen Fan curled his lips and stood up. As soon as he stood up, Gongzi and Lao Yuan, who were resting on the grass, also stood up. Chen Fan glanced at the remaining gold-eating snail meat and felt a little depressed. There are all kinds of monsters. Some can be eaten and some cannot be eaten. Some are delicious. Some are terrible. The meat of gold-devouring snails is also delicious. And the meat also contains abundant star power, so its value is relatively high. As for those thorny wood demons that we killed before, we can't eat them. If we really want to eat them, it will feel like we are chewing on wood that is stiffer than iron. Not to mention that we can't chew it anymore. Even if we try to chew it, no one is willing to chew it. Now, there is still a lot of gold-eating snail meat left here. But Chen Fan didn't want to drag him into the beast-controlling space, because he suspected that his uncle might be following him. The last time he was in the second secret realm, he had a feeling of being followed. But he always thought it was an illusion, and didn't think much about it. But after killing the third-level man at the door of the 9th store, the black-armored army arrived, and Uncle Qian emerged from behind him. Obviously, after encountering people from the Nightmare Garden several times before, Master Zhang Hai was a little worried. So he always asked his uncle to protect him secretly. It's quite cool to have a 5th-level person to protect you. But I don't dare to use the beast control space anymore. It's also a bit depressing. Chen Fan took out a folded bag from the package, opened the bag, and with the cooperation of the old ape, put the remaining meat of the gold-eating snail into it. He put the bag on his shoulders, and was about to leave. Xiao Hei on the other shoulder suddenly raised his head. Look! Shooting star! Chen Fan looked up. I saw a black light in the distant sky, flying towards Xuyanjian at an extremely fast speed. Next moment, behind that black light, 6 more lights of different colors appeared. Not a shooting star. The black light and the following rays of light seemed to be chasing and escaping, constantly changing their routes in the air. The speed of the 7 rays of light was countless times faster than the several 7th-level masters that Chen Fan had seen before. Just as Chen Fan was dazed for a moment, the black light shot into the 7-star mountains in front of him at extremely fast speed. Boom! The earth shook like a mountain. The endless strong wind stirred up dust and formed an outward shock wave. Canal! Run! Chen Fan dropped the bag on his shoulder, turned around and ran away. Xiaobai and Gongzi, hurry up and follow them quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The strong wind brought pieces of gravel and hit Chen Fan. But maybe it was a little far away from the falling black light. These hits on Chen Fan's armor did not cause any damage, but the shock waves come one after another. Chen Fan hid under the cliff and avoided the shock waves from behind. After a while, the forest suddenly became calm again. There was no more terrifying shock wave. Chen Fan poked his head out from under the cliff. He was silent for a moment and whispered, Xiao Bai, Gongzi, you go back to the beast control space first. Lao Yuan and Xiao Hei come with me to have a look. Xiao Bai and Gongzi all nodded. Xiao Qing immediately added another green crystal armor to Chen Fan. Xiao Hei said, You idiot! Give me some armor too! Xiao Qing was furious and slapped Xiao Hei to the ground with a paw. When Xiao Hei saw Xiao Qing entering the beast control space, he flew up again and landed on Chen Fan's shoulder. This damn fox is so stingy. He didn't even give me a piece of armor. Shut up! Chen Fan pointed to the front and said, Fly over first and see what's going on. Xiao Hei was startled. Master, how could you let a bird charge into battle? I'm not asking you to charge into the battle. Chen Fan lowered his voice and said, I'm asking you to investigate the situation. You are just a black crow. You are flying in the sky. Who cares about you? Okay. Xiao Hei flew up helplessly. As soon as it took off, Chen Fan's voice sounded in his mind again. I'll follow you. Don't fly too far. Otherwise you won't be able to communicate with your mind. It's cool. Xiao Hei flapped his wings and flew higher and higher. Behind, Chen Fan slowly chased along the mountain wall under the shadow of the old ape. 7 or 8 minutes later, Xiao Hei flew back again. Someone's fighting! 6 men in black robes and 6 terrifying demons are chasing an old man. That demon is so scary. It scared me to death. I feel like those demons can kill me with just a glance. Xiao Hei's voice trembled and fell on Chen Fan's left shoulder fearfully. Sudden, a cloud of smoke emerged from in front of Chen Fan, and then quickly condensed into shape. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said speechlessly, Uncle, you are indeed following me all the time. The person who appeared in front of Chen Fan was the uncle of the Beast Breeders Association, 5th grade Star Warrior. Uncle Qian said in a deep voice, Young Master Fan, leave here immediately and go to a place where there is a signal, and then send a message out. I'll go over and take a look. Chen Fan opened his mouth and said after a while, Okay, Uncle, please be more careful. Uncle Qian nodded slightly, turned into a wisp of smoke, and quickly moved forward. Chen Fan turned around and prepared to leave with Lao Yuan and Xiao Hei. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in his mind. Come! Come! Come here! Chen Fan stopped and turned around again. Xiao Hei was stunned. What's wrong? Master? It's too scary there. You can't go there. Curiosity killed the bird. Chen Fan frowned and listened. That voice disappeared again. But when he turned around, the voice sounded again. Come! Come here! Chen Fan gritted his teeth and took off the scabbard from his back. Old ape! Activate the shadow sky! Xiao Hei! Fly up to the sky! Don't come down if nothing happens! Xiao Hei was frightened. Master! You are crazy! Chen Fan! Shut up! He grabbed the scabbard with his left hand, and together with the old ape, he bent over and touched over there. Xiao Hei was hovering in the air behind, wanting to run away, but worried that something might happen to Chen Fan, so he could only follow behind. There was a mess on the road. Big trees fell down and boulders shattered. The corpses of monsters were scattered everywhere. Chen Fan held the scabbard in his left hand, and the palm of his right hand was covered in sweat. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan appeared in front of a pile of rocks and secretly poked his head out from behind a large rock. A strange scene appeared in his sight. In the huge circular pit, an old man wearing black armor sat cross-legged in the middle. In front of the old man, there was an emerald green gem suspended. The gem released 12 rays of light that stretched out like ribbons, restraining 6 middle-aged men in black robes and 6 huge, ferocious demons. The 6 people, together with the 6 demons, were desperately fighting against the Alexandrite. But they couldn't get away. People from the Nightmare Court. When Chen Fan saw the black robe and the devil's head on the black robe, his heart suddenly sank. 6 demons. The person from the Nightmare Garden, who was captured in the second secret realm, once said that the Nightmare Garden can allow Star Warriors to sign contracts with demons. Chen Fan squinted slightly and glanced at the attribute panels of the demons. Monster name, Two-Headed Abyss Demon. Combat power level, level 40. Racial level High Lord. Monster attribute, Demon type. Beast weakness, Thunder. Fire. Sally? Chen Fan cursed in his heart and almost turned around and ran away. Level 40 Demon. Xiu is right. Curiosity killed the bird. A demon of this level could probably destroy Donghai City with just one strike. So what happened? Why would such a terrifying monster, such a mysterious powerful man, appear in Qixing Mountain? Chen Fan looked at the old man in the middle. Although the old man activated the gems and temporarily trapped the 6 people and 6 demons in the Nightmare Garden, blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on for long. Is he the most powerful person in the Tang dynasty? The people in the Nightmare Court have become so arrogant that they dare to directly pursue and kill the most powerful man in the Tang kingdom? Chen Fan's heart tightened tightly. He was not sure what kind of cultivation the old man in the middle had, but he knew that there would definitely not be many such existences in the Tang kingdom. The death of such a character could cause a catastrophe to the Tang state and the world. The Garden of Crazy Nightmares. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, and suddenly his heart jumped again. Just under a big tree not far to his left, the uncle who came before him was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Asshole! Chen Fan clenched his right fist tightly, and his eyes were red. Uncle Qian came to protect him all the way. If he died in a place like this for no reason. At this moment, a man in black robe said coldly, Cult leader, the 5-colored sacred stone is not yours. How long can you hold on forcibly using the 5-colored sacred stone with a seriously injured body? Colorful sacred stones. Chen Fan stared at the gem with wide eyes. That gem is as green as emerald. Is this a colorful divine stone? Where is the color? Then the leader said coldly, Shameless young man, you secretly poisoned me. If my demon cult hadn't found a traitor and poisoned me, how dare you, the losers, to chase me down? If I hadn't been poisoned or plotted against you, I could have killed you all with one slap. Is this old man the leader of the demon sect? Chen Fan was slightly startled. Regarding the demon sect, he learned about it from Chiyoko some time ago. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, I met the leader of the demon cult. By the way, this leader is too miserable. Doesn't the leader of a religion have any protectors or bodyguards? These people in front of him were clearly no match for him. But he was poisoned and was eventually hunted down to the sky with nowhere to go. It's exactly what the saying goes. A dragon swims in the shallow sea and is teased by a shrimp. A tiger falls into the plain and is bullied by a dog. The black-robed man in the nightmare court chuckled and said, Leader, you already know that our nightmare court acts unscrupulously. If you are not careful, who can blame you? Succeeding as a king and losing as a bandit. What's the use of saying this? Today is the day you die. Really? The leader of the heavenly demon cult said calmly. Just you guys? Stop dreaming. Now that I have sealed you with the 5-colored sacred stone, you still dare to speak so brazenly. TSK. TSK. Tisk. The man in black robe shook his head repeatedly. We really can't break free. But how long can you hold on? Leader? Chen Fan glanced at the speaker, and then quickly glanced at the other people. Except for the man who spoke, who could move his head. The other 5 people and the devil all had expressions of pain on their faces. Chen Fan's eyes turned to the leader of the demon sect again. The face of the leader of the demon sect has cracks like spider webs. Blood is constantly flowing out from that crack. Just as the black-robed man in the nightmare court said, the leader of the heavenly demon sect really cannot last long. When his strength weakens, the 6 people and the devil break free. Come! Come! The calling voice sounded again in Chen Fan's mind. The voice was clearer than before. Come on! Sister! Chen Fan was so angry that he wanted to yell. I was just watching the battle between a group of peerless experts, and I felt frightened. How could I come here? Etc. What exactly is coming? Coming? Come! Come! In my mind, the voice was still ringing. Chen Fan looked at the 5-colored sacred stone. His eyes widened. Is it the colorful sacred stone calling me? The problem is, it's useless even if you summon me. Uncle Qian's 5th level realm has been beaten down now, and I don't know whether he will live or die. What do you want me to do? Little brother, come and do me a favor. Just when Chen Fan was having complicated thoughts, the leader of the heavenly demon sect suddenly looked at Chen Fan's hiding place and said, Come out and help me kill them. Chen Fan felt cold all over. These people already knew he was coming. No wonder. The old ape is only level 7 after all. If its shadow canopy can really hide it from a strong person of this level, it would be wrong. With a thought, Chen Fan sent the old ape back to the beast controlling space. Roar! The old ape grabbed hold of the summoning circle and refused to enter. Old ape! Go back first! Chen Fan did not look back, but his tone was much more serious than usual. The old ape's eyes were blood red. He slapped the ground with a heavy palm, and then returned to the beast control space. Senior! That friend of mine! Chen Fan pointed at the uncle lying on the ground on the other side. The leader of the heavenly demon sect said, He was not dead, but was seriously injured by the power of the 5-colored sacred stone and fainted. Chen Fan squinted his eyes, glanced at the 6 people and the demon who were trapped, and said with a wry smile, I am only a 2nd-grade beast master. How can I participate in the battle of beings like you? The blood from the corner of the demon sect leader's mouth overflowed again. He said softly, Those 6 people and the devil have been trapped by me. You only need to help me kill one person, and I can control the 5-colored sacred stone to destroy the other 5 people and the devil. Little brother, they are all from the Nightmare Court. They are the enemies of the Tang Kingdom, the Blue Star, and the human race. If we don't take the opportunity to kill them, there will be endless troubles. Hee. The black-robed man in the Nightmare Court sneered. Leader, are you really at the end of your rope and can't find any other way? You actually put your hope in a little kid? Are you sure the knife in his hand can cut us? The leader of the demon cult looked gloomy. He is now like a drowning person, and Chen Fan was the straw. Can a straw save him? But no matter what, at least give it a try. But I saw Chen Fan, holding the scabbard with one hand and the handle with the other, slowly walking over. This boy. The leader of the demon cult was stunned for a moment when he saw Chen Fan's eyes. Anyone else would have collapsed to the ground in fear. But there was no fear in the eyes of the young man in front of him. He really came over step by step. Come! Come! The voice of the colorful sacred stone is still calling. Chen Fan was a little annoyed. I'm already here. Didn't you see it? What to do after arriving? Grab me with your hands. A faint but clear voice came from the five-colored sacred stone. Hearing this voice, Chen Fan stopped. The five-colored divine stone summoned him just to let him grab the five-colored divine stone with his hands. Why is that? Don't say that with his level of cultivation. He can't steal the five-colored sacred stone. Once he really takes down the five-colored sacred stone, the 6 people and 6 demons will escape immediately. At that time, both the leader of the demon sect and him will be dead, facing such a terrifying enemy. Chen Fan didn't even have the courage to enter the beast-controlling space. It's definitely no problem to enter the beast-controlling space now. But if the five-colored sacred stone is taken away and those people and the demons are allowed to escape, he will never have the chance or time to escape into the beast-controlling space. Come! Grab me with your hands. The five-colored sacred stone kept calling Chen Fan. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and walked to the colorful sacred stone. The leader of the demon cult was stunned for a moment. I asked you to kill one of them. Why did you come to me? Next moment, behind the leader of the heavenly demon sect, the whirlpool door in the beast-controlling space appeared out of thin air. Gate to space? Both the leader of the heavenly demon sect and the 6 people from the nightmare court were slightly startled. Just when they were stunned, Chen Fan's hand that was originally holding the handle of the knife suddenly let go and grabbed the five-colored sacred stone. Little brother. No! The leader of the demon sect was shocked. The 6 people in the nightmare court had expressions of ecstasy on their faces. It's too late. It's faster than that. The star power in Chen Fan's body seemed to be out of control. With a bang, all the star power flowed towards the five-color sacred stone. And all 188,960 points of energy on the system panel disappeared in an instant and merged into the colorful sacred stones. The five-colored sacred stone bloomed with dazzling light. Boom! The terrifying power blasted out with the ribbons released from the colorful sacred stone. It seemed like 12 palms squeezed the 6 people and 6 demons in the nightmare court. The 6 people and the demons screamed, and blood spurted out from their bodies. Good! Although the leader of the demon sect didn't understand why Chen Fan could do such a thing, he couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He directly let go of the five-colored sacred stone. And with a sway, he appeared in front of the person who spoke before like a ghost, and put a claw on the person's head. This person is the strongest among the 6. Abolish it, and the others will not be afraid. Click! There was a click on the man's head, and he screamed. Like a conditioned reflex, he shot out a hand like lightning, hitting the leader of the demon cult in the chest. The leader of the demon sect groaned and stepped back. At this time, Chen Fan grabbed the five-color sacred stone and jumped quickly towards the door to the beast-controlling space that had just been opened. But as soon as he jumped up, an invisible force suddenly came from the air and pinched him. Chen Fan looked at the beast-controlling space door less than a foot away from his head and wanted to curse MP. But just when he thought he was dead, something happened again. The 5 people and 6 demons who broke free did not rush towards him or the leader of the demon cult. Instead, they got into the forest and fled in all directions. Can you escape? A woman's soft hum came from the air. Several big hands reached down from the air like lightning, fast and ruthless, and captured the 5 and 6 demons who were escaping with great precision. Bang! Under the gaze of Chen Fan, who turned his head, those palms were gently grasped. 5 powerful men from the Nightmare Garden and 6 level 40 demons all exploded like fireworks. What the hell? This woman who suddenly appeared is a bit ridiculously strong. That's a level 40 demon. Just pinch them all to death? The question is, if you pinch them. What are you doing to catch me? Chen Fan endured the pain in his neck and raised his head to look into the sky. I saw a woman in red robe, sitting on the throne, floating in the air, looking down indifferently. From the appearance, the woman seemed to be in her 20s, graceful and elegant. Her forehead is like the moon. Her eyes are like stars, and her beautiful eyebrows are like swords. This adds a third of the royal aura to her grace and splendor, making people feel that she was born to be a royal daughter, with an unparalleled royal coat, graceful and elegant. Next to the throne, there was a woman wearing armor. Immediately, an attribute panel appeared in Chen Fan's sight. Monster name, Demon Queen. Yi Hung In. Combat power level, : class. Racial level, high myth. Monster attribute, : monster weakness, : Chen Fan. Monster clan? Empress? High mythology. The system can't even see her level? Just when Chen Fan was stunned, The five-colored sacred stone in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand and flew into the air. The woman in battle armor held up the five-colored sacred stone in both hands and presented it to the Empress Yi Hongyan. Emperor, look! Yi Hongyan glanced at the five-colored sacred stone curiously. Then, she stretched out her right hand and gently touched the five-colored sacred stone. Call! The five-colored sacred stone suddenly bloomed with green light and penetrated into her body. Emperor! The maid next to her was shocked. Yi Hongyan waved her hand gently. Below, Chen Fan almost broke his steel teeth. It was obviously something I grabbed. Obviously that thing has been calling me before. Why have you melted into someone else's body now? That's my trophy. What, you little bitch? Not only was Chen Fan jumping in anger, but the leader of the demon sect not far away was also dumbfounded. The leader of the demon sect stretched out his hand. Your Majesty, that's my thing. Please give it back to me, Yi Hongyan said softly. You seem to be able to ride a horse on your forehead. What do you mean? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. But the sound is really nice. Many people like to use the sound of nature to describe sounds. This is the sound of nature. I heard the maid next to me say. You have such a big face. Chen Fan. One speaks ancient proverbs. And the other explains on the side? What's wrong? The leader of the demon sect sighed. It has been more than 300 years since I got the five-color sacred stone. This five-colored sacred stone has never recognized its owner. And it only released a little power to help me. Unexpectedly. It's a waste of time and energy that hangs on my heart for half a lifetime. A moment of joy and sadness. After all, I still made wedding clothes for others. Well, the leader of the demon sect sat down cross-legged. In Chen Fan's perception, there seemed to be a force about to explode in the old man. Is this going to explode? Chen Fan was frightened. But he is still controlled by a force and cannot escape even if he wants to. Yi Hongyan, who was in the air, said again. Fortunately, I don't have a white blade to drive forward. Why would I throw myself away? What do you mean? Chen Fan was stunned again. Just listen to the maid next to Yi Hongyan say. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Why don't you understand? Chen Fan felt a little crazy, although these words were not meant for him at all. Hey, hey, hey! Chen Fan sensed that something was getting more and more wrong with the leader of the demon sect, and shouted, The leader has exploded. Please help! Yi Hongyan, who was in the air, glanced at Chen Fan and her expression changed slightly. Immediately, she reached out and grabbed. Meow! In the distant forest, a dying saber-toothed orange cat flew into the sky and landed in her hands. Then, she stood up, took one step forward, and appeared in front of the leader of the demon cult, as if she had shrunk to an inch. The leader of the demon sect was stunned for a moment when he saw the orange cat in Yi Hongyan's hand. Your Majesty, what do you want to do? What exactly do you want to do? Yi Hongyan said indifferently. Your body has been shattered, and even your soul has been torn into pieces. Only by extracting your soul and punching it into the saber-toothed orange cat can you survive. Duh! I refuse. The leader of the heavenly demon sect was furious. I am the leader of the heavenly demon sect. You want me to possess an orange cat? I would rather die. Yi Hongyan frowned slightly. You can't help it. The words just fell. Her palm gently pressed on the head of the leader of the demon cult. The leader of the demon cult snorted miserably, and his eyes instantly became dull. The next moment, a ball of black energy was extracted by Yi Hongyan, and then entered the body of the saber-toothed orange cat. Yi Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief. The overwhelming chi from ancient times has been released like this, the maid in armor said. I have used all my strength. Chen Fan, the saber-toothed orange cat suddenly opened his eyes and uttered human words. Yi Hongyan, I and you are at odds with each other. The corner of Yi Hongyan's mouth curled up slightly. Why don't you, sir, not be able to fly up to 90,000 miles when the wind blows? The maid in armor said. Why don't you go to heaven? Chen Fan and Orange Cat, the saber-toothed orange cat said bitterly. Why do you appear here? Yi Hongyan said indifferently. A month ago, I heard the call of the five-colored sacred stone in my dream, and followed the call of the five-colored sacred stone along the way. The orange cat sneered. You mean, you are actually the real owner of the colorful sacred stone? Yi Hongyan turned around and looked at Chen Fan. This little orange cat is given to you. Chen Fan was so angry that he vomited blood. Give me the colorful divine stone, and it's almost enough. Give me an orange cat for no good purpose. The orange cat was also furious. Asshole! I'm a dignified person. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly became mute and could not speak even half a sentence. Yi Hongyan looked at the orange cat and said calmly, "Leader, you no longer have the 5-color sacred stone, and all your power has been sealed in the orange cat's body by me. It is difficult to use it now. In this kind of forest, it is a bit dangerous." The orange cat sneered, walked to a big stone nearby, then looked at Yi Hongyan silently, and patted the big stone with one paw. Bang! A little dust fell on the boulder. The orange cat was silent for a moment and covered his paws. "Ouch! Ouch! It hurts me to death," the maid in armor said. "Level 1 saber-toothed orange cat. Not to mention the people in the Nightmare Garden. In this forest, those level 10 and 11 monsters can kill you with just a breath. Leader, take care of yourself." Chen Fan couldn't bear it anymore. "Excuse me, can you put me down first?" Yi Hongyan moved her fingers slightly. Chen Fan immediately floated towards her. The maid frowned and said, "Emperor, why can this kid control the 5-color sacred stone?" The orange cat also said, "Yes, why can this kid inspire the power of the colorful sacred stones?" Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan silently, eyes facing each other. It seems like it spans thousands of years. After a moment of silence, Yi Hongyan slowly raised her hand, as if she wanted to touch Chen Fan's head. Her hand reached halfway out and stopped in the air. Yi Hongyan withdrew her hand and looked at her palm in surprise, as if she was very confused by what she had just done. After a while, she raised her arm again, lightly pointed at Chen Fan's forehead. Bang! Chen Fan's vision went dark. He fell to the ground and fainted. Yi Hongyan and the maid took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 164. From today on, you are the leader of the demon sect. Chen Fan had a very strange dream. In the dream, he turned into a little skeleton. The little skeleton lived in the dark abyss. He finally climbed out of the abyss and wanted to see the world. But he was hunted everywhere. He ran to a very strange place. Countless people gathered there, drinking and drinking. Chen Fan saw many strange-looking people. Some had 2 horns, some had 2 heads, and some were skeletons like him. There are mythical beasts everywhere. On the stage, there were many women dancing gracefully. Suddenly, Yi Hongyan walked up in a red dress. Very strange. Chen Fan felt that all the other people's faces seemed illusory and real. A bit blurry. But Chen Fan could see Yi Hongyan's beautiful face clearly. Yi Hongyan smiled like a flower, stretched out her hand, took Chen Fan's hand, and pulled him out. Chen Fan could even feel the temperature of the palm. A very strange feeling arose in his heart. I really want to hold her hand like this and keep walking. Sudden, a somewhat old voice sounded in the void. Chen Fan is very young, as old as a wolf and a tiger. And he dreams a lot every day. Every dream comes from spring. Hey kid, wake up! How long do you want to sleep until? All the pictures shattered like glass in an instant. Chen Fan opened his eyes angrily. What comes into view is a strange furry face. Groove. Chen Fan was excited and subconsciously slapped him away. Meow! The orange cat couldn't avoid it and was shot flying to the mountain wall, where it slid down. Fortunately, Chen Fan just waved his palm subconsciously and did not activate much star power. Otherwise this slap would probably kill him directly. After all, he is just a level 1 orange cat now. The leader of the demon cult got up and came back angrily. You almost killed me! Chen Fan squinted his eyes slightly, trying to recall the scene in his dream. But I can't remember anything. I only remember that in the dream, I was a little skeleton, holding Yi Hongyan's hand. Hey, what are you thinking about? The orange cat climbed onto Chen Fan's lap and waved its little paws in front of Chen Fan. Look, when you were dreaming, the corners of your mouth were split to the roots of your ears, and your saliva was dripping out. Suck! Chen Fan wiped the corners of his mouth. Then, he came to his senses and checked the system panel. On the system panel, the system energy is only 523. These 523 points of energy were added after he fainted. Mud. Chen Fan was furious. The scene where the system energy was drained after holding the 5-color sacred stone was not an illusion. I'm really taken out of my time. How is this going? The 5-color divine stone can actually rob his system of energy? Could it be that even the system couldn't defeat the 5-color divine stone? Or are they hooking up with each other? Chen Fan looked at the sky, wanting to cry, but without tears. The script shouldn't go like this. I am a person who is bound to the system. But in the end my loot was taken away. Not only was it taken away, but why was my 180,000 system energy gone? His head was full of question marks and exclamation points. The orange cat looked at Chen Fan, waved his little paw, and said, Hey, I'm the one who's in pain. Right. Why do you have such an expression? I have been practicing hard for more than 300 years. Now my body is broken. My soul is almost broken. All my cultivation is gone. The 5-color sacred stone has been snatched away. And I have turned into a cat. I want to go on. Cried. My 5-colored sacred stone. Chen Fan looked at the orange cat. When you say that, I feel much better. The orange cat looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, showing an expression of pain. Chen Fan moved his buttocks, sat down against a stone, and said, I said, you are the leader of the demon sect. Why are you so miserable? Don't you even have a protector or something? Orange cat you said. I was preparing to break through some time ago. I specially selected a restricted area and sneaked into the restricted area for retreat. Unexpectedly, I was betrayed and poisoned. In the end, I was chased by the Nightmare Court. My 5-color sacred stone. Paused. The orange cat raised its paw and roared. I and the Nightmare Garden are inseparable. Chen Fan silently glanced at the orange cat, rolled his eyes, and said lazily, From now on, you will be called Xiao Ju. The orange cat was furious. You bastard. I am the leader of the heavenly demon cult. You gave me such a name? Besides, did I promise to follow you? It's okay if you don't follow me. I don't care. Chen Fan shrugged and said, You are a level 1 orange cat. Do you really think I am rare? That empress said she would give you to me. I'm not her subordinate, so I don't need to listen to her. Then be careful. There are many level 10 and 11 monsters on Qixing Mountain. With that said, Chen Fan prepared to stand up. He actually really wanted to keep the orange cat. After all, inside this orange cat is the soul of the leader of the demon sect. According to Chiyoko, this guy is from the Tianyu world and must know a lot about the Tianyu world and many high-level secrets. Moreover, he must have practiced some powerful techniques. It is no exaggeration to say that these things are priceless. However, whether the leader can be obedient is a question. You have to play hard to get. Really. The orange cat was stunned for a moment, then coughed slightly and said, I can follow you, but you can't treat me like a beast. You can't call me Little Orange. Chen Fan frowned. You are chubby and have a round head. How about calling you Yuan Yuan? The orange cat gritted his teeth. No, Chen Fan said helplessly. Okay, then I will continue to call you the leader. But now your power has been sealed, and you look half dead. I will call you the leader if anyone hears me. If your enemies or people from the Nightmare Court find out, a little guy will come over and crush you to death. You have to think about it yourself. I'm only in the 2nd level. I can't protect you. If you get pinched to death, don't blame me. There was a look of struggle on the orange cat's face. Then let's call it Shiju. No, it's better to be Yuan Yuan. No, it's better to call me Shiju Tut. Yuan Yuan should be better. After muttering to himself for a while, the orange cat suddenly stopped talking and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a sad face. What's going on here? Why did I, the dignified leader of the demon sect, fall to this level? I'm actually worrying about a little orange and a round name. When the orange cat was in a daze, Chen Fan summoned Xiaobai and the others. As soon as Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others came out, they immediately scattered around, as if facing a formidable enemy. But the surroundings were very quiet, and there was no crisis. Don't worry. The powerful enemies are all dead, Chen Fan said. I'm not injured either. Don't worry. Lao Yuan, Gongzi, and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After the old ape returned to the beast-controlling space, he told Xiaobai and Gongzi about the situation. They were all anxious. Xiuju glanced at the beast with disdain and said proudly, Listen up. You guys. From now on, I will be your boss, and you will all listen to me. Before he could finish his words, Gongzi rushed over, held his head down, and beat him all over. The orange cat was stunned. I am such a majestic leader of the demon cult, and have been in power for more than 300 years. And today I was beaten by a blue-eyed honey badger? The orange cat was furious and raised his head. Bastard thing. Bang, 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 bang. Gongzi's claws hit the orange cat's head, and he punched again, making the orange cat burst into tears. Now he is a first-class saber-toothed orange cat. But Gongzi is already level 7, and his racial level is already a middle lord. For such a tough guy to hit a level 1 orange cat, it would be like a giant hitting a 3-year-old child. The orange cat felt that he could not compete with Gongzi's power. After being beaten, he obediently chose to remain silent. As soon as he fell silent, Gongzi walked away. The orange cat acted as if nothing had happened, walked to Xiao Hei and said, "Hey, Crow, I will be your boss from now on." Xiao Hei turned his head and saw a mental spike. The orange cat screamed and fell to the ground holding his head. "Asshole!" The orange cat raised his head furiously. But as soon as he raised his head, Xiao Hei threw another fear at him. "Ah! Why are you so scared all of a sudden?" The orange cat ran left and right, panicked, hit a rock with a bang, and slid down against the rock. After a while, the orange cat slowly got up, his eyes full of sadness. Even though he couldn't defeat a blue-eyed honey badger, he didn't expect that he couldn't even defeat a crow. The tiger fell down and was bullied by the dog. Xiao Hei glanced at the leader coldly and said, "Fat cat, be a good little brother. If you dare to gibberish again, I will kill you." The orange cat rolled his eyes and walked to Jade. "Little slime, I will be your boss from now on. You must obey me." Jade, "Chi, little cat. What are you talking about?" Orange cat, "What are you talking about? I can't even understand you. I said you will be my little brother from now on. Do you understand?" Jade blew out a storm, directly rolling the orange cat up into the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground, so hard that its frame almost fell apart. Xiaobai, Lao Yuan and the others looked at the orange cat speechlessly. Before, they thought that Xiao Hei deserved a beating the most. But they didn't expect that someone who deserved a beating more than Xiao Hei would appear now. This orange cat is such an idiot. The orange cat wanted to cry. It all feels like a dream. This guy named Chen Fan. Huh? When the orange cat saw Chen Fan touching his body, his hair stood up in anger. "Asshole! What are you doing? Do you dare to desecrate my body?" Chen Fan didn't even raise his head. "I'm looking for anything valuable on you. How can you say that you are also the leader of the demon cult? You must have treasures on your body." "Right." The orange cat was furious. "How presumptuous! Stop it!" He quickly rushed over and bit Chen Fan's foot. Chen Fan wears armor. The orange cat's teeth almost fell apart after one bite. Orange cat. "What the HL?" Chen Fan didn't look back. "Shut up!" After a while, Chen Fan took out 2 rings from the corpse of the leader of the demon sect. "Leader, are you too poor?" Chen Fan looked at the 2 rings intently, his eyes full of disbelief. "Are you really the leader of the demon sect?" The orange cat smiled proudly. "It's true." Chen Fan. "The leader of the demon cult is so poor. He only has these 2 rings on his body. He also has a smartwatch on his wrist, which is pretty good. When you go out for a while and you have internet access, tell me your bank account password." Orange cat. Chen Fan turned around. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Orange cat. "If you promise to help me get revenge, I will tell you the password." Chen Fan was speechless. "Are you crazy? You want me to fight with a strong man like the Nightmare Garden? I have killed quite a few people from the Nightmare Garden, but a strong man of this level could blow me away without any hesitation." Orange cat. "That's impossible. At least half a breath." Chen Fan. The orange cat smiled proudly and said, "But I can teach you to practice and make you stronger." Chen Fan was stunned. "Speaking of which, where is your beast? Didn't I see you using your beast to fight them?" The orange cat rolled his eyes. "I am a star warrior, not a beast master." Chen Fan. No wonder he was beaten by the crowd. "Look at me, with Xiaobai and the others. The only thing they can do is beat up others in a group. Others can't beat me up in a group." The orange cat glanced at Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others. Only at this moment did he remember. This kid actually has 6 beasts? How is this going? The orange cat blinked and asked in disbelief. "You said before, what is your cultivation level? 2nd level realm?" Chen Fan nodded. "Yes." The orange cat was silent. In fact, as soon as Chen Fan appeared before, his mental power had already swept over Chen Fan and confirmed Chen Fan's cultivation level. The question is, how is it possible for the 2nd level realm to sign contracts with so many beast masters? Just now, he watched Xiaobai and the others climb out of the summoning circle with his own eyes. This guy. The orange cat looked at Chen Fan. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Then, he suddenly asked, "By the way, before I asked you to kill a person from the Nightmare Garden, why did you go to hold the 5-color Divine Stone? Have you seen the 5-color Divine Stone? Why can you activate the 5-color Divine Stone? I haven't seen it before." Chen Fan shook his head. "The 5-colored Sacred Stone is calling me, and it keeps talking in my mind. Let me go over and hold it." Orange cat. Chen Fan glanced sideways at the orange cat. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" The orange cat narrowed his eyes. You have secret second-level star power in your body. It is impossible for the 5-color divine stone to explode with that kind of power. Chen Fan sneered. Who doesn't have me? Orange cat. Chen Fan. It's a bit far-fetched. How is it possible that you only have 2 rings and a smart bracelet on you? You are the leader of the demon sect. But you don't have a magic weapon on your body? The orange cat sneered. You know what the heck. I put all my things in Zumiku. Shumi mustard? Chen Fan was overjoyed. Is it the legendary space ring? The one where you can put things inside? The orange cat nodded. You are quite knowledgeable. Chen Fan took the ring and asked. Are they both rings? How to open it? The orange cat shook his head. It can't be opened. It's been restricted by my mental power. Only I can open it. Chen Fan handed over the ring. Then open it for me. Orange cat grinned. If I wasn't injured and wasn't sealed into orange cat, of course I could open it. But my soul power is so weak now. How could I possibly open it? Chen Fan's face turned dark. So, I can't use this thing at all? I can't get out the contents either? The orange cat nodded. Theoretically, that's the case. But you don't have to worry. I can open it when my cultivation level recovers. When can it be restored? Maybe 20 years. Maybe 100 years. I'll send you one word to die. Those are 3 words. Are both rings Shumi mustard? Well, yes or no? Yes. Can't even open it? Yes. Waste. Young man. Why do you always like to curse? Put the ring on and see. It can't be opened at all. What are you doing wearing it? What if you can open it by putting it on? Are you kidding me? You don't understand. High-level magic weapons and secret weapons will all recognize their owners. For example, I got the 5-color sacred stone for more than 300 years, but I never recognized its owner. As a result, when it got into the hands of Yi Hongyan, it became hers inexplicably. Oh, when you mention this, I want to vomit blood now. Why are you vomiting blood? If you want to vomit blood, I will vomit it. The 5-colored sacred stone was originally mine. I have been carrying it for more than 300 years. It is my 5-colored sacred stone. Seeing the heartbroken look of the orange cat, Chen Fan shook his head repeatedly. This guy will easily collapse when he mentions the colorful divine stone. Chen Fan looked at the rings and put the 2 rings on his fingers. The rings are quite nice, with a gemstone inlaid on them. 1 ring contained sapphires. 1 ring contained a purple stone. All shone brightly. As soon as the second ring was put on, the orange cat raised its little paw and touched the ring lightly. The ring suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. Chen Fan's finger hurt, and a wisp of blood was sucked into the ring. Chen Fan was shocked. Damn cat! You dare to plot against me? Gongzi reacted extremely quickly, rushed over and bit the orange cat's neck. The orange cat was frightened. No! No! Don't get me wrong! Calm down! After the dazzling light, Chen Fan suddenly felt that there was an inexplicable connection between himself and the ring. No other abnormalities occurred. Chen Fan waved his hand and asked Gongzi to let go of the orange cat's neck. The orange cat said, This ring has 2 functions. First, this is a defensive magic weapon. Infusing star power into it can open a powerful defensive shield. Second, this is the person who is recognized by this ring as the token of the leader of the demon sect. From now on, he will be the leader of the demon sect. Chen Fan's face immediately darkened. How dare you trick me? Believe it or not, I will crush you to death right now. Orange cat. Why do you call me Een? You have become the leader of the demon cult now. You should be happy. Although our heavenly demon sect is not the strongest force in Blue Star, even the Blue Star Alliance army is always polite to us. Didn't you see that Empress Yi Hongyan was so polite to me? I really saw it. Chen Fan sneered and said, You, the leader of the cult, are being hunted to the sky and into the earth. How dare you show off and brag about yourself in front of me? The orange cat said angrily. I was just too careless and was poisoned by a sinister villain. If I hadn't been poisoned, I could have easily crushed those people to death. Anyway, you will be the leader of the demon sect from now on. Not only must you protect me, the old leader, but you must also recruit the members of the demon sect to help me take revenge. Chen Fan's lips curled up slightly. Have you ever heard of an ancient saying? The orange cat was stunned. What ancient saying? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. You're thinking shit. Orange cat. Isn't this an old saying? I've never heard of it. Chen Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. So he activated his star power and poured it into the ring. A circular shield immediately enveloped him. Hey, It's not bad. Chen Fan felt that he had a clear connection with the shield, and he immediately controlled the shield to become larger and smaller, and even finally changed directly into the shape of armor, and attached it to his armor. The shield can also change shape and condense into armor. More than good? Orange Cat said. Have you seen the cloud amethyst on the ring? The cloud amethyst contains vast power, and the ring has a formation set up by a top weapon refining master, and is engraved with the top inscription master's inscription. You only need to instill a little bit of star power, and the defensive power of this shield will be much stronger than the armor you are wearing. If you inject a lot of star power into it, even if the enemy is several levels higher than you, they may not be able to break through your defense. Chen Fan nodded. Although I don't understand what you are talking about. You seem to be very powerful. Orange Cat. Chen Fan waved his hand. Xiao Qing, launch a rock cannon to attack me. As he spoke, he walked to the edge and stretched out the shield that had been condensed into armor, turning it into a round shape. Then, Chen Fan leaned forward slightly, put his right foot behind his back, and got ready. Xiao Qing shook his head and said that he would try using the rock flying blade first. Also, Chen Fan said, come on, use the rock flying blade first. Xiao Qing opened his mouth, and rock blades immediately flew out and hit the shield. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sound continued. Every time a rock flying blade hits the shield, a circle of light blooms, and then explodes like fireworks. So strong! Chen Fan's eyes widened. Use the rock cannon! Xiao Qing gained some momentum and opened her mouth. The star power condensed to stone and hit Chen Fan's shield with a loud bang. Bang! The rock exploded into nothingness. Even the rock cannon can't shake the shield at all. Not bad. Chen Fan waved. Old Yuan, Xiao Bai, you two attack together. Xiao Bai and the others immediately attacked together. Thunder Blade, Amethyst Thrust, Shadow Claw, Water Dragon Bullet. All the attacks hitting the shield only made the shield move slightly. This thing is great. It can save lives at critical moments. Chen Fan was overjoyed. At this moment, Xiao Hei's mental spike hit him. Chen Fan's eyes darkened. He hugged his head with a cry, and fell to his knees. Xiao Bai and Gongzi were all stunned for a moment. Xiao Hei! Chen Fan was furious and stood up. The frightened Xiao Hei had already flown into the sky. Didn't you ask us to attack together? What the hell are you? Chen Fan rubbed his head vigorously. Forget it! Xiao Hei. Really forget it? Chen Fan. Nonsense! Get off here! Xiao Hei flew down. Chen Fan turned around and looked at the orange cat. This shield is so powerful. Can't it defend against mental attacks? The orange cat said. Of course it can be defended, but mental attacks certainly require mental power. When your cultivation is higher, and you can activate your mental power, you can instill your mental power into this ring to form a mental defense. That's great. Chen Fan rubbed his head again and said. But, cult leader, you have such a powerful thing. Why didn't you stop those people in the Nightmare Garden? The orange cat rolled his eyelids. What do you know? Those bastards are at the 9th level and 3rd level or above. And there are only these 6 people. There were 2 more people, and 2 more powerful demons that I killed before. What? Chen Fan was startled and almost threw the other ring away. A group of 9th level people hunting down the leader of the demon cult? A group of 9th level people were casually crushed to death by the Empress? Something always feels wrong. Why did I suddenly encounter a group of 9th level people? Are there as many 9th level people as dogs? Chen Fan asked cautiously. Xiuju, what is the origin of Empress Yi Hongyan? Why can she kill someone in the 9th level at will? Forget it. Don't call me Xiuju. It's better to call me Yuan Yuan. The orange cat sighed. Huh? How can a frog like you know how big the world is? Chen Fan's face sank. What did you say? The orange cat's head shrank. I mean, the Empress and I are much more powerful than the 9th grade. Chen Fan blinked. Compared with you and the Empress, who is better? The orange cat said calmly. Let's go 50-50. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and looked at the orange cat. 50-50th? The orange cat smacked his lips and said, if I have the 5-color sacred stone, I can definitely beat her to a 50-50 draw. Chen Fan sighed. It seems that there is a big gap between you and her. That group of people chased you to the sky and into the ground. But when she came, she grabbed you casually and crushed them all to death. They really crushed you to death. I saw me hands appearing. Like thousands of hands. The hands looked like guanine. The orange cat was furious. Nonsense! Chen Fan asked again. How many 9th level realms are there in the Nightmare Court? Are so many 9th level realms dispatched at once to hunt you down? Orange Cat said weakly. It's normal to send out so many 9th level ones for the 5-color sacred stone. But the 9th level realm is not full of apples and pears. This time the Empress crushed so many of them to death. And I killed 2 more before. This time, the Nightmare Court's vitality was also severely damaged. This is all my credit. I will contact your senior officials of Tang State later to give me some compensation. Chen Fan was stunned. Do you want to contact our Tang Dynasty senior management to ask for compensation? The Orange Cat sneered. Isn't it possible? Chen Fan. What if they capture you and have you dissected for study? Orange Cat. Pretend I didn't say it. Then, the Orange Cat said, now that you are the leader of the demon cult, you must. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. I didn't agree to be the leader of the demon cult. Listening to this name, it sounds like a cult. You want me to be the leader? Stop dreaming. Orange Cat. He also seemed to know that it would not be that easy to directly persuade Chen Fan to accept the identity of the leader of the demon cult. So I didn't continue to persuade. Anyway, I have to stay with Chen Fan. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. So take your time. Chen Fan stroked the ring on the shield and felt a sense of coolness. With this ring, I have gained something. Wait, where are your weapons? Are you being hunted and fighting with bare hands? A being of your level must have powerful magical weapons. Right, the Orange Cat said. I have a sword, but it's useless. Didn't I just say that? These 6 people are not the only ones chasing me. There were 2 more powerful ones before. Those 2 guys brought 2 level 45 demons. I detonated my magic weapon and killed them with a lose-lose strategy. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Is he really a level 45 demon? Level 44. Really level 44? Level 43. Really level 43? Isn't this the point of level 41? The point I'm talking about is that the sword exploded. It exploded. I know. The Orange Cat sighed. Hey, Chen Fan. Go back and summon the members of the demon sect to help me take revenge. Call the shit. Didn't you say before that you were harmed by a traitor? Do you know who the traitor is? Have no idea. What if the person you recruit is a traitor or a traitor? Orange Cat. Chen Fan added. Even if you are not a traitor, you are only level 1 now. And I am only level 2. If the person you recruit is not loyal to you, and crushes your head with 1 foot, or crushes my neck with 1 hand, I will specially who can I talk to reason with you. What you said makes sense, Orange Cat Nana said. There's one more thing. Chen Fan felt like he was going crazy. What do you want to do again? You have become such a waste. And you still want to stir up trouble? Can you just calm down? Just because I turned into a trash bastard. How dare you call me a trash? Aren't you a waste? The Orange Cat was silent for a moment and then said, there is more than 1 5-color sacred stone. I know there is another one in one place. Is it a restricted area in the Magic City? Damn it. You know this too? I heard what someone from your heavenly demon sect said. Why did my heavenly demon cult produce so many traitors? Alas, the disciples accepted by Blue Star are so unreliable. That's not a traitor. It's just that she has a deal with me. Oh, then I feel better. Wait, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that we can go to the restricted area of the Magic City to find the 5-color sacred stone. The Orange Cat's eyes glowed and he said, as long as I have the 5-color sacred stone, I can quickly return to my prime. Chen Fan glanced at the Orange Cat and said quietly, Leader, I found that your IQ has dropped a lot since you became an Orange Cat. Why do you dare to let me, a 2nd-level person, break into the restricted area? Let's not talk about how dangerous the restricted area is. Now the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect and the people from the Nightmare Garden already know that there are colorful sacred stones in the restricted area. You want me to fight a group of big guys? Do you think you and I can hold up one of their fingers now? The Orange Cat shook his head. I can't hold on. Chen Fan roared. Then you are still talking nonsense. The Orange Cat was completely speechless. Suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Asshole. I've been talking nonsense with you for so long that I almost forgot. There must be something good in those 6 guys who were pinched to death by the Empress. When you used the 5-colored sacred stone to trap them before, I saw they had weapons on them. And those 6 demons don't know if the corpse was crushed into mud. Chen Fan immediately waved his hand. Gongzi, Xiaobai and the others spread out and began to look for the corpses of the powerful men from the Nightmare Court who were crushed to death by Empress He Hongyan, as well as the corpses of the 6 terrifying demons. Chen Fan himself also rushed out in the same direction. After a while, the devil's attribute panel appeared in front. Saw it. The body is still there. Chen Fan kept jumping in the jungle with countless fallen trees, and ran to the demon corpse. Next to the demon's corpse, a strong man from the nightmare court was turned into a ball of flesh, which was too horrible to look at. The demon didn't get any better. It looked like a clay sculpture that had been kneaded into a ball by a big hand. So far so good. It would be a pity if it was crushed into pieces. Level 40 demon corpse. Chen Fan may not be able to use it himself, but he can definitely sell it for a sky-high price. Chen Fan circled around the demon corpse. Depressed, it was crushed into a ball of mud, and the devil's head was nowhere to be found. I want to dig out the crystal core, but I don't know how to start. Chen Fan frowned, took a wooden stick, and began to look for something on the fleshy corpse of the nightmare court strongman. Too disgusting. But thinking about the possibility of losing treasures, Chen Fan pinched his nose and resisted the urge to vomit. A ring. A scrap smartwatch. There is also a simple dagger beside it. Chen Fan was a little annoyed and continued to stir with the stick, but found another necklace pendant. On the pendant is a dark red gemstone, although I don't know what it is. The thing carried by this strong man must be a magic weapon. After Chen Fan cleaned it with a bunch of dead grass, he put everything into the beast control space. This demon corpse is quite big. Normally, if you want to get it back, it would definitely be better to put it in the beast control space. But in this case, it's hard to explain later, because about the 9th level battle here, I must tell senior brother bye-bye you and the others. Chen Fan was a little depressed and ran back again. Gongzi and Xiaobai also came back, carrying weapons and rings. After hearing a few words from Xiaobai and the others, Chen Fan also understood that the other demons looked like this. Chen Fan looked at the 6 weapons he brought back. A weapon like a death scythe, a short sword, a long, sharp and oddly hooked hook, a halberd, a giant axe, a fork. Why do these people have all kinds of strange weapons? But they don't have a knife? Chen Fan put away everything angrily. How powerful these things are. Let's talk about it later. Chen Fan turned around and said, Xiao Ju, you said before that there were 2 more powerful demons that you killed with your sword. Where are the bodies of those demons? The orange cat sneered and said, Please be careful in the restricted area 2,000 miles away. There is a space vortex at the entrance of the restricted area. In my heyday, I had to be careful when entering. Now you will die if you go there. Chen Fan. Then, he scratched his head. I always feel like I forgot something. Orange cat. Forgot something? Chen Fan blinked and jumped up. Oh, I forgot my godfather. As he said that, he quickly ran towards where his uncle was unconscious. Orange cat. Xiaobai and others followed. The godfather lay on the ground quietly, motionless. The orange cat looked at his uncle and said calmly, It's a little injured. It's not a big problem. It's much lighter than my injury. Chen Fan supported his godfather and called out softly, Godfather? Godfather? Wake up! After a while, Uncle Qian coughed lightly, spit out a mouthful of blood, and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Chen Fan, he immediately said nervously, Run quickly! Uncle, it's okay. Chen Fan said quickly, Those people in the nightmare court are all dead. What? Uncle Qian turned his head and looked at the huge pit. In the pit, there was only the corpse of the leader of the demon sect, and no corpses of those in the nightmare garden were seen. Really dead? Chen Fan said. Suddenly a strong man came and crushed them all to death. I just went over there and looked at the corpses, and they were all reduced to pulp. The godfather suddenly collapsed like mud. Chen Fan glanced at the orange cat angrily. Doesn't it mean there's no big problem? Can't you sit still? The orange cat is innocent. It is true that the injury is not serious. Much lighter than my injury. Did I say something wrong? Chen Fan glanced at the half-dead godfather, and then at Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai and the others are not big, so it is almost impossible to get the demon corpse back with them. Moreover, the demon's corpse was almost turned into pulp, and it was difficult to drag it away. At this time, Uncle Gon said feebly, Ban Xiaoyan contact the city lord and the others. Chen Fan frowned. There is no signal here. Without raising his head, Uncle Qian raised his hand and pointed at the cliff. Climb to the top. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. I understand. He carried his goduncle and put him down on the grass. Then he told Xiaobai and the others to take care of his goduncle. And then he jumped onto a big rock with a sudden jump. Old ape, come up with me. Chen Fan and the old ape climbed up the cliff together. His star power is comparable to the 4th level of the 3rd level. He has no difficulty in climbing. And his speed is not much slower than the old ape. One person and one ape climbed to the top of the cliff in only 7 or 8 minutes. Chen Fan took a breath and clicked on the smartwatch. There's a signal. Chen Fan didn't stop for a moment and dialed the number of his senior brother by Tianyu. The call was connected, and a large virtual screen appeared in front of Chen Fan. On the screen, senior brother Bai Tianyuzhen was drinking tea with Mr. Qin and Mr. Fan. Junior brother? Bai Tianyu was slightly startled when he saw Chen Fan sweating. Then Lao beside him immediately laughed. Oh, it's this kid. I like this kid. Chen Fan immediately said. Senior brother Bai. Mr. Qin. Mr. Fan. Please send people over quickly. I have killed a group of strong men from the Nightmare Court. Bai Tianyu's face straightened. Junior brother. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Chen Fan said. 6 Nightmare Courts. 9th level realm. Puff. Before he finished speaking, the tea in Mr. Qin's mouth spurted out. On the screen, 3 people stood up, looking horrified. Chen Fan quickly said, Don't be nervous. They are all dead. They are all killed. During the day, Yu's eyes lit up. Junior brother. What happened? Chen Fan sped up his words and said, 6 9th level people from the Nightmare Court. With 6 level 40 demons. Were chasing the leader of the demon cult. Killing both sides. Now the leader of the demon sect is dead. But those 6 people were also killed by the sudden appearance of the Empress Yi Hongyan. You can come over and discuss the specific matters. Senior brother Bai. You'd better come here in person. I'll send you the location. I am now in Qixing Mountain. Water and cloud stream. Chen Fan said, and sent the location to Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu nodded slightly towards Mr. Qin and Mr. Fan. Then turned around to exercise his power and shouted coldly. Songhai! The figure flashed. And Yun Songhai appeared in front of the 3 of them out of thin air. He looked at Yun Songhai with some confusion. He heard the tension in Bai Tianyu's voice. Something big happened, Songhai. Please come with me, Bai Tianyu said in a deep voice. We'll tell you more on the way. Chen Fan walked to the edge of the cliff. The old ape opened the shadow canopy. Chen Fan let out a heavy breath and looked at Xiao Bai and the others down the mountain. Yi Hongyan's appearance appeared in his mind again. What exactly is the colorful sacred stone? From where? Why did the 5-colored divine stone summon Yi Hongyan here? And why could the 5-colored divine stone extract energy from the system? To say that the 5-colored sacred stone has nothing to do with the system. Even if Chen Fan were killed, it would be impossible to believe it. Chen Fan looked at the slowly increasing system energy inside. Coming to this world is definitely not an accident. Chapter 165 Meeting the Old Blind Man Again. That's just the way it is. Standing next to a huge demon corpse, Chen Fan told the story of the future. However, he concealed the fact that the leader's soul was possessed by the orange cat. Tian Tianyu and Yun Songhai looked at the demon corpse in front of them, which looked like rotten flesh, with shock in their eyes. In the Nightmare Court, a group of strong men are chasing the leader of the demon cult. The leader of the demon sect was outnumbered, and finally tried his best to trap them with colorful sacred stones. Uncle Qian realized something was wrong and tried to find out what was going on. However, he was seriously injured by the power of the colorful sacred stone and fainted. Chen Fan heard the call of the colorful sacred stone and touched it. But the old ape's shadow's sky was seen through. The leader of the demon cult asked Chen Fan to kill one of them. Chen Fan went over, but did not listen to the leader of the demon sect. Instead, he followed the instructions of the 5-colored divine stone and held the 5-colored divine stone. His star power was drained away in an instant, and the light of the 5-colored sacred stone increased greatly. A group of strong men from the Nightmare Garden were severely injured by the power of the colorful sacred stone. The leader of the demon sect took the opportunity to take action, crushing the head of the strongest person among them with his claws. But he was also slapped in the chest with his palm and flew backwards. Just when the other powerful men of the Nightmare Court wanted to kill the leader of the demon sect, the Demon Queen suddenly appears. A group of strong men in the Nightmare Court fled in all directions. However, Yi Hongyan killed them all with a casual move. But the leader of the demon sect died of serious injuries. The Empress took away the 5-colored sacred stone, and the 5-colored sacred stone was integrated into her body. After that, the Empress lowered her figure and pointed at Chen Fan's forehead. Chen Fan fainted. When he woke up again, more than 20 minutes had passed, and all his star power had been restored inexplicably. This is the story Chen Fan just told. Even strong men like Bai Tianyu and Yuan Songhai couldn't help but feel frightened when they imagined the danger. A group of 9th level people. 6th level 40 demons. Any one of them can easily destroy a main city. As a result, a large group appeared in Qixing Mountain. What's even more unimaginable is that the mysterious empress came out from behind and crushed a group of 9th level people to death with one move. Although those 9th level realm and demons have been seriously injured. But Bai Tianyu turned to look at Yuan Songhai and said in a hoarse voice, "Songhai, do you know the demon clan empress?" Yuan Songhai said with a solemn expression, "I heard my teacher talk about the demon clan once." Bai Tianyu's expression changed. "Ministerly told you about the demon clan?" Yuan Songhai shook his head. "I just accidentally mentioned it once when I heard the teacher talk to another strongman. But I don't know the details. The only thing that is certain is that this demon clan and the demon clan empress should not be our enemies." Tian Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly said weakly, "Senior brother Bai, these things should be regarded as my trophies. Right?" Tian Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Chen Fan's finger pointing at the corpse of the huge demon in front of him. Chen Fan was carrying a package, and the handles of multiple weapons were clearly exposed outside the package. Tian Tianyu blinked and laughed. "Forget it. It will definitely be considered your trophy. As soon as the Black Armored Army arrives, I will ask them to drag it back and deal with it." Chen Fan nodded. "That's good." Bai Tianyu looked at Yuan Songhai again. "Songhai, please contact the Magic City." Yuan Songhai nodded slightly and suddenly rose into the sky. After a while, 3 strong men from the Black Armored Army arrived, leading dozens of Black Armored troops. Bai Tianyu waved his hand, and the Black Armored troops immediately dispersed. One of them summoned a healing beast and stepped forward to heal his uncle. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his uncle's injuries were beginning to heal and his expression had improved a lot. "Junior brother." Bai Tianyu also came over and said, "Lao Gan was injured a bit seriously. Several other healing beasts will come over soon. We must have those beasts treat him before we can send him back. I'll let the Black Armored Army send you back first." "No need, senior brother." Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "I can just go back by myself." Tian Tianyu didn't say much, just patted Chen Fan's shoulder lightly. Chen Fan waved his hand and walked back with Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others. The orange cat mingled among a group of beasts, following behind Chen Fan. It wasn't until he walked out of Shuyanjian and reached the mountain road that Chen Fan turned around and looked at the orange cat. "Shuju, do you want to sign the contract?" "I won't sign. I'm a human being, not a beast. Signing the contract allows you to enter the beast-controlling space. It sounds like no one cares about the beast-controlling space. I am the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You want me to enter the dark beast-controlling space and become your beast controller? Give me those words back to you. What the hell are you thinking? Eat." I learned pretty quickly. The beast control space is not dark, and you can hide in it if you encounter danger. Stop talking nonsense. My agreement to follow you is already the biggest compromise. We are partners at best. It is impossible for me to become your beast master. Okay. Actually, I don't want to take in a level 1 waste cat. What do you mean? Literally. You have the nerve to talk to me about partners. Do I need to cooperate with you? Cooperation for what? Playing with cats? I already have a noob. As the old saying goes, just one cat is enough. Is there such an old saying? Of course. But you're not from Blue Star, so it's normal to not understand. Just talking. A group of wild boars suddenly rushed out from the front. The wild boar men were all holding spears and patrolling around like hunters. As soon as he saw Chen Fan and Xiao Bai, the leader of the wild boars, he immediately raised his hand and hit the spear with a sudden wave of his hand. Ho! Ho ho ho! A group of wild boars cheered and rushed towards Chen Fan excitedly. The orange cat was frightened. Quick! Quick! Kill those monsters. The wild boars are coming. Chen Fan frowned. What are you calling me? It's just a level 7 wild boar man. It turns out it's only level 7. The orange cat breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, his hair stood on end. I can't even beat you at level 7. I'm only at level 1 now. A level 7 Quillboar can kill 100 level 1 saber-toothed orange cats in less than a minute. Oh, so you also know that you are only level 1? Wasn't there someone who just refused to admit that he was a useless cat? Chen Fan smiled mockingly and waved his palm lightly. Gongzi, who could no longer hold himself back, rushed forward first. Xiaobai and Xiao Qin followed closely behind. Jade was not very interested in this kind of killing. and still stayed on Chen Fan's head, watching the show with her little eyes wide open. The old ape was also about to take action, but was held back by the orange cat. Little monkey, protect me here. The old ape scratched his head speechlessly. The wild boar people have been blocked by Xiaobai and the others. This orange cat is still afraid of this. The old ape had no choice but to stay. That's the old ape. If it were Gongzi, he would probably give the orange cat 2 more slaps. Bang, bang, bang. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing Xiaobai and the others fighting with the wild boars in front of him, the orange cat was speechless and choked. He wouldn't have even looked at this kind of pediatric battle before. But now, the two sides fighting in front. Any beast or monster skills can kill him on the spot. Well, a successful cat is more powerful than a tiger, and a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Unexpectedly, he, who has been cultivating the demon sea in Tianyi realm for more than 300 years, would now see a group of low-level wild boar people and be scared to death. Thinking of her sadness, Xiaoju raised a cat's paw and roared. I and the Garden of Nightmares are inseparable. Chen Fan turned his head and glanced at Xiaoju behind him, feeling speechless for a while. After roaring violently, Xiaoju felt much better. He put down his paw and licked it gently. Immediately, he froze, motionless, as if under a restraining spell. Why? Why do I lick my paws? Xiaoju looked at her paws with horror on her face. In a few breaths, the battle was over. Chen Fan went up and dug out each crystal core. Let's go! Xiaoju. After installing the crystal core, Chen Fan waved to the orange cat on the other side, who was still in a daze. The orange cat was a little lost, and the old ape followed. The sun sets in the west, casting a golden glow. The old blind man was sitting on the bluestone beside the flower bed, lazily basking in the sun. His broken bowl and crutch were placed beside him. Inside the bowl, it was empty. People were coming and going, but no one paid any attention to such a blind man except for the group of beggars not far away. Suddenly, the blind man seemed to realize something. He stood up, then moved a few steps to the side and sat behind a big tree. From the southwest, Chen Fan was walking slowly carrying 2 large bags. One is a package that is usually taken when traveling, and the other is a package containing a bunch of weapons for 9th level experts. Behind him, the chubby orange cat followed suit. While walking through the flower bed, Chen Fan suddenly spotted the blind man from the corner of his eye. The blind man leaned his back against the big tree, as if sleeping. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the old blind man I met at the gate of Xiqing that day? Why did you come to the Animal Breeders Association from Xiqing? Chen Fan frowned, put down the package, flipped through one of the packages, and took out a large piece of dried meat and a bottle of water. The old blind man immediately sat up straight. Then, tremblingly, he picked up the broken bowl and crutches on the ground, stood up and wanted to leave. Old man! Chen Fan chased after him with the dried meat. I have some food here. Here you go. The blind man waved his hands repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not hungry. Chen Fan ignored it, put the dried meat and water on the blind man's broken bowl, and then walked towards the gate of the Animal Breeders Association. He turned around and walked out less than 5 meters. A group of beggars on the other side rushed over, snatched the bowl from the blind man's hand, and then kicked the old blind man to the ground. Old blind man. Chen Fan turned around. Chen Fan came back. The group of beggars scattered and ran away. Chen Fan pointed at the group of beggars and said, Come here! These beggars are just ordinary people who have not awakened. How could such an old and frail ordinary person dare to resist the orders of a beast master or a star warrior? All the beggars came back cautiously. Chen Fan went over and slapped all the beggars to the ground. No one dared to resist. No one could resist. Poor people. Why bother the poor people? Chen Fan took out all the food in the package, kept a piece, and threw the rest to the group of beggars. The beggars picked up their things, thanked them profusely, and ran away. Chen Fan helped the old blind man up. Old man, are you okay? The old blind man gritted his teeth. It's you again. Chen Fan grinned. Senior, can you really see me? The old blind man snorted coldly and said, I remember the smell of you. Really? Chen Fan was silent for a moment before saying, I left you a piece of meat and a bottle of water. I live in the Animal Breeders Association. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell the guards at the door, and they will take them with you. You go find me. The old blind man sighed and patted Chen Fan's arm gently. Young man, you have a good heart. Thank you. Chen Fan helped the old blind man to the grass under the big tree. On the other side, the orange cat has been watching all this. This guy has a pretty good heart. The old leader chuckled in his heart and turned his head naturally, wanting to lick his butt. But as soon as his tongue came out, it stopped and turned to stone. Why? Why would I do such a shameful thing in public? I just have my soul attached to the orange cat. My soul clearly controls everything. Why do I make such weird moves? Just as he was thinking about it, the old leader heard a cat meow from behind. He turned around and saw a stray cat walking over, circling around him twice, sniffing at him. This silly cat. The old leader ignored it and looked at Chen Fan again, wanting to urge Chen Fan. Suddenly, the stray cat came around behind him and then lay down on it. The old leader was stunned for a moment, then became furious. He turned around, opened his two little paws left and right, and gave the stray cat a set of bastard punches. Stray cats are just unawakened cats. The leader was, after all, a level 1 saber-toothed orange cat. With this powerful punch, the stray cat howled and ran away as hard as he could. The orange cat raised his head and shouted angrily, "Chen Fan! Go home quickly! I don't like this place!" Chen Fan. Along the way, the leader has been on the verge of going berserk. It's no wonder that a powerful leader of the demon cult suddenly lost all his cultivation and turned into an orange cat. Even the colorful sacred stone was snatched away. It's really hard for ordinary people to accept it. Why are you dazed? Let's go quickly! Seeing that Chen Fan didn't move, the orange cat urged again. The old blind man wondered. Your grandfather is urging you. Why don't you leave? Chen Fan. Is the old blind man really unable to see? Or is he pretending not to be able to see? When you hear the old voice of the orange cat, do you think the orange cat is my grandfather? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and waved to the orange cat. The chubby orange cat followed quickly. One person and one cat walked towards the Breeders' Association. Behind him, the old blind man tilted his head slightly and took a deep look at the orange cat. Inside the luxurious villa, Mr. Lin from the Bless Your Beast breeding studio was sitting on the sofa, flipping through some information on the computer. A good-looking woman came in and said, Young Master Lin, I have been unable to get through Lu Jian's phone calls and sent the messages, but there has been no reply. Lu Jian is the boss Lu who was sent to hunt down Chen Fan. Mr. Lin raised his head and said calmly, Lu Jian and the others should be following that boy named Chen Fan. Right. The good-looking woman nodded and said, The last time I contacted Lu Jian, he told me that he and 2 others had followed Chen Fan out of the city to the Qixing Mountains. Waters and clouds. Mr. Lin nodded slightly. There is no signal over there at Shuyanjian. It's normal. It's just a little guy. Don't worry too much. Wait until Lu Jian is sure to cut off his head before telling me. Yes. The woman lowered her head and retreated. Not long after the woman exited, a middle-aged man wearing night clothes walked in. Seeing the middle-aged man, Mr. Lin frowned. What's the matter? The middle-aged man closed the door, walked over, and whispered, It seems something big happened over there at Qixing Mountain. Our people discovered that the city lord and Yuan Sanhai went to Qixing Shanshui Yunjian. What? Mr. Lin was surprised. He just killed a little guy from the imperial capital and alerted the city lord and Yuan Sanhai. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Mr. Lin's forehead. At this time, the middle-aged man said again, I heard from our people inside the black armored army that there seemed to be some mysterious strongman fighting there, which alerted the city lord and others. Mud. You said it so early? Mr. Lin glared at the middle-aged man fiercely. The middle-aged man was puzzled. Mr. Lin breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back and said, What is it specifically? Can it alarm the city lord and Yuan Sanhai? Not sure yet, the middle-aged man said. The people we placed within the black armored army did not participate in the operation this time. We just heard that several powerful people died in Qixing Mountain. The black armor army dragged out several huge demon corpses from Qixing Mountain. Devil corpse? Mr. Lin was surprised. You mean, the powerful people who participated in the war all carried demons? And then all those people and demons died? The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't know the specific situation, but the people I sent found that the black armor army dragged out at least 6 demon corpses from Qixing Mountain. Those demons are huge and strange in shape. I'm afraid they are of a high level. Conservatively, they should all be above level 30. The strange thing is that the city lord and Yuan Sanhai did not participate in this battle. They just rushed over there. The city lord's palace has blocked the news, and I don't know what's going on. Mr. Lin frowned and waved his hand. I understand. Please step back. Go and keep an eye on this matter. If you have any news, Send it to me immediately. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. Yes. Just when the middle-aged man turned around, Mr. Lin frowned again and said, Also, I told you hundreds of times not to wear night clothes during the day. The middle-aged man nodded. Okay, Mr. Lin, I understand. After the middle-aged man left the room, Mr. Lin moved his fingers lightly. His fingertips flashed with light. An array of energy accurately hit a button on the table. A light blue light mask immediately appeared quickly, covering the area near Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin made a call. Master, something big seems to have happened over there at Qixing Mountain. It seems that people there are involved, and several high-level demons have been killed. Breeders' Association. Training course. Xiaobai and Gongzi were playing on the grass. Beside the stone table, Qin Fan silently looked at the orange cat on the grass beside him. The orange cat was lying on the grass, looking helpless. Monster name, Saber-toothed orange cat. Little orange. Combat power level, level 1. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Beast weakness, gold. Racial skills, thorn entanglement plus. Bite plus. Monster state, irritated. On the verge of collapse. Breakthrough to level 2 requirements, the first method. Shuju, are you sure you don't want to sign a contract with me? Qin Fan said. If you sign a contract with me, I can help you upgrade. The orange cat turned his head, glanced at Qin Fan coldly, and said calmly, Boy, if you agree to help me get the 5-color sacred stone in the restricted area, I will teach you peerless martial arts. Peerless martial arts? Qin Fan grinned. This kind of thing may drive many beast masters or star warriors crazy. After all, this came from the mouth of the leader of the demon cult. The leader may not be able to defeat the Empress he hung in, but it is definitely much stronger than the ordinary 9th grade. The 6 people who were chasing him were 9th grade and 3rd level heaven. And the other 2 people he killed were more powerful than those 6 people. But, for Qin Fan, the so-called peerless martial arts is not attractive at all. With the beast control system, even the most basic skills of Ares Academy are enough for Qin Fan. Now there is no need to use system energy to activate and convert star power. Qin Fan feels a little overwhelmed by the star power that Xiaobai and the others just feed back. Next time when he helps Xiaobai and the others to level up, Qin Fan needs to remind Xiaobai and the others not to give back so much star power. Other beast masters or star warriors practice hard, and they also need to use elixirs and some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Qin Fan's current star power at every stage is shown in overflow state. If word of this spreads, I don't know how many beast masters and star warriors will bite their teeth into pieces. But it's not enough. Qin Fan doesn't have system energy yet. There are not many beasts being cultivated now, and the system energy has not really begun to show its power. If you cultivate more beasts and have more system energy, if you directly use the system energy to temper bones or open pulses, wouldn't your cultivation speed be 1,000 miles faster? I want your peerless martial arts. Are there any martial arts secrets that are more powerful and exaggerated than my system? As for sword skills, Qin Fan felt like he could use the 9 sky-breaking swords for a lifetime. Because, on the system panel, there are 9 swords that cut off the sky. There is no doubt that this is a superb sword skill. In a short period of time, just study this knife skill. No matter if you are a beast master or a star warrior, I am just one sword. Shatter the sky and split the chaos. Whoever took the wrong medicine must practice all 18 weapons. As for martial arts, only after reaching the 3rd level can one practice martial arts and various escape techniques. But after the 3rd level, the beast control master can borrow the skills of beast control. Qin Fan has so many beast controlling skills that he can use at will. There is no need to worry about the fact that after using a certain skill, the beast controller will no longer be able to use that skill for a short period of time. Martial arts did not have much appeal to Qin Fan. There are good martial arts that you can learn. No, it doesn't matter. Wouldn't it be nice to directly copy Xiaobai and Gongzi's skills in the future? Hello? Seeing that Qin Fan was unmoved, Orange Cat said in disbelief. I am the leader of the demon sect. Do you know how powerful I am? The martial arts I practice. How powerful are you? Qin Fan touched his chin. Weren't you killed by people from the Nightmare Garden? Fart. The Orange Cat stood up in anger. If they hadn't poisoned me, I would have crushed them to death like a few ants. Calm down. Calm down. Qin Fan stretched out his palm, pressed it and said, I advise you to give up on the matter of the 5-colored sacred stone. You will definitely not be able to get the one in the Empress's hand. You couldn't beat them in your heyday. And it's even less possible now. The one in the restricted area of the Magic City. To be honest, even if I break through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm now, it's impossible for me to go there. I still want to live for a few more years. And the people in the Nightmare Garden already know that there are 5 colored sacred stones in the restricted area. Will they still wait silently for you to get them? The people who can't mess with them are now attacking the restricted area. Humph. Orange Cat snorted coldly and said, in the restricted area that they can't reach is an ancient formation. That formation is made of the power of colorful sacred stones. How many people from the Nightmare Garden can enter will be enough. How many deaths? Chin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then why do you think you can enter that ancient formation? The Orange Cat smiled proudly and said, damn this cat. I am proficient in weapon refining and formations. The last time I entered the restricted area, I used the power of the 5-color sacred stone on my body to resonate with the power of the 5-color sacred stone in the ancient formation. Finally, the great formation has been imprinted. After that, it took me 18 years to crack the formation. Why is it 18 years again? Chin Fan's expression moved slightly. It always feels like 18 years ago. A lot of things happened related to him. The Orange Cat continued, give me some time and recover some strength. As long as I can enter the restricted area and have enough materials, I can crack the formation. Chin Fan spread his hands. So, you still have to become stronger. You are like this now. Let alone those legendary 9th grade people. Even if you are 5th grade or 6th grade, you can be wiped out in one breath. You can't even get through the door to the restricted area. The Orange Cat was extremely frustrated, lying on the ground with its limbs spread out, a look of despair on its face. Chin Fan added, I have asked you several times about signing the contract. This is the last time. If you don't agree this time, it won't be that easy if you come to beg me next time. The Orange Cat sneered. I beg you to sign a contract with me? You are quite humorous. Chin Fan smiled and said nothing. While talking, WeChat received a message from Link Hongyu. Chin Fan, have you returned from Qixing Mountain? Do you live in the Animal Breeders Association? Muyuan and I will go look for you later. I'm back. Come here. After closing WeChat, Chin Fan searched for the Demon Clan. Didn't find any useful information about it. Any monster, whether it is the evolution of mountains, rivers, vegetation, or the evolution of birds and beasts, can be called a demon. But there seems to be no such thing as a demon race here in Blue Star. They collectively refer to these as monsters. To be precise, those who have not signed a contract are monsters, and those who have signed a contract are beasts. Chin Fan frowned and searched for the Empress again. There is also no relevant information. In a modern society with advanced science and technology, although the Tang state had an imperial capital, it did not have an emperor. Chin Fan turned his head slightly, looked at the Orange Cat and said, where did the Empress Yi Hongyan come from? The Orange Cat said without raising his head, the Empress of the Demon Clan. Chin Fan. Chapter 166 The Legend of the Demon Empress. Dark Abyss. A shimmering ancient magic flower swayed in the wind. Chin Fan stood by and looked at the ancient devil flower silently. He spent thousands of years looking for this ancient devil flower. And he spent thousands of years waiting for this ancient demon flower to bloom and bear fruit. Soon, this ancient magic flower is finally about to bear fruit. Chin Fan suddenly had a headache. What is the fruit of this ancient magic flower used for? Suddenly, I can't remember. Then why have I stayed in this lish place for thousands of years? Irritable. I always feel like I've forgotten a lot of things. Suddenly, a beautiful shadow fell rapidly in the sky. Boom! Yi Hongyan, who was wearing a red dress, landed next to Chin Fan. She felt like a meteorite, sweeping up strong winds and shattering the surrounding rocks into ashes. The petals of the ancient demon flower were also torn to pieces, leaving only the stem. Chin Fan. Yi Hongyan glanced at the empty flower stem, was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, the ancient magic flower? You go about your business first. See you later. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around, turned into a red light, and left quickly. Chin Fan stood up and roared, am I going to kill you? 2 rays of light, one black and one red, kept chasing and colliding in the void. In the dark abyss, many mysterious beings cursed their mothers with anger. Just when Chin Fan wanted to catch Yi Hongyan, a black dragon claw as huge as a star in the void grabbed him. Ah! Chin Fan jumped up and sat up from the bed. What the hell? Why do I always have such inexplicable dreams after being poked in the forehead by Yi Hongyan? Chin Fan glanced at the time a little annoyed. This is the third day after returning from Qixing Mountain. 3 o'clock in the morning. He used to sleep until dawn. It was good now. One moment I dreamed that I had turned into a skeleton. The other moment I dreamed of being chased and killed. And the next moment I was fighting with Yi Hongyan. This is simply unreasonable. It must be normal to have a few spring dreams after meeting the magnificent Empress. The problem is that there is no dream of spring at all. In every dream, I am either being hunted or killing someone. Or nest in that weird, damp, dark place for a long time. So annoying. Chen Fan's eyes widened, unable to fall asleep. So he simply started looking at the system panel again. System energy, 79560. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 2nd level. 4th level. Star power, 1715 cards plus. Psychic power, 307 Hz plus. Tempered bone 206 pieces, 192 pieces plus. Open pulse 206, 192 plus. After more than 2 days, the system energy increased to 7.9 W. It's really touching that the students from Ares Academy work so hard. It's not worth spending so much money to cultivate beasts for them. After practicing until last night, there were still 14 pieces of tempered bones and 14 branch veins left. If I work harder tonight, I should be able to complete the bone tempering and pulse opening, and directly break through to the 2nd level and 5th level. Chen Fan took another look at the copy skill on the system panel. Enabling the copy function requires 600 W system energy. Once the copy function is turned on, you can copy the skill of the beast by touching the beast, and then give it to your own beast or the beast you have cultivated. Copying and granting require energy. The copied skills, after being given, will match the level of the beast to which the skill is given. Even if a level 20 beast control skill is copied and given to a level 10 beast, the skill can only be used to 10 the power of a super beast. The system energy of 600 W is too huge. Fortunately, when I was in Shuyanjian before, there was only less than 20 W of system energy. If there was 200 W of system energy, and then it was drained by the 5-color divine stone, Chen Fan would really vomit blood. If it's only 20 W, it won't be a big problem. Once the beasts of the pioneer groups are cultivated, the system energy may be increased to hundreds of thousands in 3 to 5 days. Calm down. Continue to cultivate the beast. Chen Fan took a deep breath and remembered the conversation with the leader of the demon sect on the day he came back. Chen Fan, how much do you know about the demon empress and the demon clan? The orange cat shook his head and said, when star power spreads across the world, mountains, rivers and vegetation can evolve, and birds and beasts are constantly awakening. People call them monsters, but the monster itself does not recognize this title. Monsters can actually be divided into 2 groups. Demon, for example, your ragdoll cat, red-eyed monkey, and blue-eyed honey badger are all demons. But the slime is a monster, and the black crow is also a demon. The 2 of them can be called demons. The demons carried by the 6 people who chased me before are the purest demons. My jade is so cute. You classify her as a demon? Chen Fan's face was a little gloomy. Don't be angry. Orange Cat said. I just said there is such a title. I didn't say jade is a devil. The demons and monsters are just different types. It doesn't mean that the 2 must be in opposition. The only real opposition is demons. Devils can be said to be the enemies of all races. If you add the word evil in front of devil, you can imagine how crazy it is. Although your black crow is of the demonic type, it is not a real demon after all. It just has some demonic attributes. But you also saw the demons that were chasing me before. Every demon releases terrifying demonic energy and endless negative emotions to kill, devour, and destroy. Even if a demon-type beast or monster has grown to level 40, it may not be an enemy of the human race because beings of that level have great intelligence and can communicate with each other. But not the devil. For example, those demons that were chasing me before. Once they control death or release the demons, it will be a catastrophe. In your ordinary main city of Blue Star, there are usually only 3 7th-grade masters in charge. Such a main city cannot stop the ravages of that kind of demon. Orange Cat continued. Yi Hongyan is the empress of the demon clan and can be regarded as one of the guardians of this world. Otherwise, no matter how powerful she is, your Tang country will never be able to let her come and go freely like this. Chen Fan's eyes widened. You said that all monsters are divided into monsters and demons, and Yi Hongyan is the empress of the demons. Doesn't that mean she is the emperor of all monsters? She can control all the demons in the world? Complete control. I'm afraid. is not possible. Orange Cat said. There are countless types of monsters. Even a chamber pot from 1,000 years ago can give birth to a spirit. Do you think the monsters born from the chamber pot can listen to Yi Hongyan? But the female emperor of the demon clan is like Blue Star's sea-fixing needle. Why do you think the human race has been able to build a main city and survive to this day in these thousands of years? That's because Yi Hongyan has subdued many terrifying beasts and frightened countless monsters. Chen Fan had a strange look on his face. Isn't it because the human race built a main city to fight against the monsters? Because a strong beast master awakened in the human race and signed a contract with the monsters? The Orange Cat smiled slightly and said, that's just one of the reasons. But if there were no demon empress in this world, it would be impossible for the human race to sustain itself for so many years. And it would be impossible for it to develop to the point where it is now. Blue Star is different from Tianyu Realm. The cultivation history of Blue Star Belt only lasts for more than 2,000 years. Chen Fan was silent for a while, and then said, so, the demon race and the empress are actually allies of our human race? The human race has developed to this point. And there are demon tribes and demon sects helping out. Why haven't they cleared out the Nightmare Garden? I heard people say that the Nightmare Court almost controlled Blue Star 2,000 years ago. As soon as the Nightmare Garden was mentioned, the Orange Cat immediately became excited. He was chased by the Nightmare Court. And in the end his body was shattered. His soul was sealed. And all the colorful sacred stones were lost. The Orange Cat gritted his teeth for a long time. And then said quietly, you know what happened in the Nightmare Garden now. But it's of no use. Man's calculation is not as good as God's. I entered Blue Star more than 100 years ago because of my 5-colored sacred stone. I sense that there is also a 5-colored sacred stone here in Blue Star. As a result, once you come in, you can't go back. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Why can't you go back? Isn't that passage a two-way passage? The Orange Cat grinded his teeth and said bitterly, it's a two-way passage. But that passage was sealed by a bastard. Chen Fan was stunned. Who is so powerful? The Orange Cat glanced at Chen Fan, smacked his lips and said, that guy actually came from Tianyu Realm. After he sealed the passage, I was so angry that I came to the door. After a fight, I couldn't beat him. So I left. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Did you not be able to defeat him? Or was he beaten half to death? This time, the Orange Cat didn't get angry or refute, but laid down weakly on the grass. He said leisurely, it was a miscalculation. I originally thought that after finding another 5-color sacred stone, I would definitely be able to break through the limit and take my cultivation to a higher level if I got 2 of them. Unexpected. My 5-color sacred stone. Thinking of the 5-colored sacred stone, the Orange Cat started to go crazy again. Boy, you are now the leader of the demon sect. In addition to protecting me, you must also find a way to gather the followers and help me get the 5-colored sacred stone in the restricted area. Chen Fan stood up and walked away. He wanted to ask more questions and hear more stories. But the old leader kept pulling and pulling until he got to the 5-colored sacred stone. You want to vomit blood? Don't I want to vomit blood? I hold the 5-colored sacred stone. He almost got into the beast controlling space. As a result, he was robbed. Hey, come back here. What's your attitude when you leave after hearing the story? The Orange Cat ran over and bit Chen Fan's trousers, but was kicked away by Chen Fan. Lying on the bed, Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head as he recalled these things. There are many things and secrets that cannot be touched by a person of his strength. The top priority is to step up animal breeding. Xian Chu and Yi Hao didn't know what they were doing, and they hadn't come back for a few days. As soon as they come back, they will send back Shen Zhao's Death Spider Emperor and Li Qingyan's 1,000 June Ants. When the time comes, the Huanhai Pioneer Group and the Tiansheng Pioneer Group will definitely come to our door immediately. The God of War Pioneering Group also needs to tell Zhenqing that she must get a few more beasts to cultivate. After getting rid of the beast masters of the 3 pioneering groups in Donghai City, it is equivalent to having a large number of crazy workers. No. Working beast masters. Chen Fan got up from the bed, picked up the sky-breaking demon sword, and went to the training ground. If you can't sleep, then practice the 9 sky-breaking swords. In the afternoon, the sun is about to set. The Yindang Mountains seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. An armored fighting vehicle came quickly. The speed of the chariot began to slow down, because the mountain road has twists and turns and lots of potholes. Ahead, a few pieces of gravel and a big tree blocked the middle of the road. The armored fighting vehicle stopped, and a group of people in the vehicle got out. It was Jiang Yuanfan and his party, who were going back to Yanwu City. Oh! Stop and go. Stop and go. Like a snail. I feel like I can't run faster than I am driving. After Jean Yufan smashed a big rock in front of him with one punch, he hugged a big tree and threw it away. Jian Yuanfan said calmly, after the third level, an ordinary car driving at full speed may not be faster than the third level. If you reach the third level, you won't need to take a car anymore. Zhang Yufan wiped his hair and said, I heard from classmates from other places that they have a highway there, and the cars drive like they are flying. And there are also trains and high-speed rails. There is also a subway in our main city. But outside the main city, highways and railway tracks are not practical. Jian Yuanfan hugged a stone in front of him, threw it to the side, and then said, a monster rushed out suddenly. Can it overturn your train? Like this road? We only encountered some small rocks before we came here. Now there are big rocks and fallen trees everywhere. You still want to drive at a high speed? Uncle Fawn came over and said, through the Yandang Mountains, and more than 300 miles further, we will reach the boundary of Yanwu City. Jian Yuanfan raised his head and sighed. It feels so good to be home. Several other people looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, Jian Yuanfan's phone rang. Is there a signal here too? Jian Yuanfan was stunned for a moment and answered the phone. The figure of the vice principal was immediately displayed on the screen. Yuanfan, are you still in Donghai City now? I called you this afternoon. But why can't I get through? I sent you a message, but I didn't reply. What's going on? Principal? We have left Donghai City and are now in the Yandang Mountains. After passing through the Yandang Mountains, and more than 300 miles ahead, we will reach the boundary of Yanwu City. What are you doing? Why didn't you tell me when you came back? How about the victory or defeat? Well, you didn't tell me the good news, so it should be a loss. Don't be discouraged. The competition between geniuses is just to create sparks and make you better. Further, don't overthink it. Principal, we didn't fight. What? No fight. You ran all the way there, and then all the way home again? Are you on a trip? Jian Yuanfan was silent for a moment and then said, Principal, I didn't fight him because I knew myself and didn't want to humiliate myself. It's not that my ambition is to destroy my own dignity. If we really fight, that guy can crush me to death with one hand. Headmaster. He knew very well how high-spirited and arrogant the children in front of him, especially Jian Yuanfan, were. But Jian Yuanfan, who is so proud and arrogant, actually said such depressing words. Can the genius of Donghai City crush Jian Yuanfan to death with one hand? What a joke. Jian Yuanfan is already in the second level. The principal narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Is he Chen Fan you were talking about? Jian Yuanfan nodded. Yes. The principal took a deep breath and said after a while, Yuanfan, please turn the car around now and go back to Donghai City. Jian Yuanfan was stunned. Why? The principal said, I just received the notice this afternoon that the Demon City's Beast Control University Promotion League will be held in Donghai City in 10 days. You all should go back now. I am preparing to lead the others to Donghai City. Jian Yuanfan and the others all turned green. After 2 days of long journey from Donghai City, was it all in vain? Jian Yuanfan said depressedly, Principal, isn't it the midterm of the second semester for the recommended league? Why is it early this year until the midterm of the first semester? And isn't the recommended league usually held at the Magic University of Martial Arts? Why is it okay to hold it in Donghai City this time? The principal spread his hands. How did I know? We just received the notice. Stop asking so many questions. Why? Go back now and recharge your batteries. There are only 15 people from each of the 6 main cities, including Donghai City, participating. They are all the elites among the elites. The geniuses among geniuses. If you get good results in the recommended league, you won't need to take the college entrance examination next year and will go straight to Wuhan University. The third year of high school is just about learning some basic knowledge. The second level students can't learn much in high school. Go back quickly. We will meet in Donghai City in 2 days. After hanging up the phone, Jian Yuanfan turned around with a speechless expression. Behind, Zhang Yufan and other people had long faces. We are always on the road. We don't know where we will go. Jian Yuanfan rolled his eyes and said weakly, Turn the car around and go back to Donghai City. A group of people surrounded the armored fighting vehicle, lifted up the fighting vehicle with a roar, and then turned the front of the vehicle. Breeders Association. Chen Fan looked at the orange cat with a dark face. He was holding the leader's smartwatch in his hand. You really don't want to tell me your account password? Either you agree to be the leader of the demon sect, and then go to the restricted area to find the 5-colored sacred stone. I will tell you the password or you will kill me now. You have the guts. That's right. I am the leader of the demon sect. Believe it or not. I stewed you. Trust. But I would rather die than surrender. Have you ever heard of the powder made from ichi fruit? What is that? It's not a fun thing. It's hard to trick a 4th grade or above strong person who has star power armor. But it's perfect for using it to deal with you. A level 1 orange cat. I'm warning you. Don't mess around. You can scream loudly. No one will come to save you even if your throat is broken. You brat. The orange cat turned around and wanted to run away. But Xin Fan grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Isn't it too much for you to bully the elderly like this? Okay. I promise to be the leader of the heavenly demon cult. As for the 5-colored sacred stone, I will wait until my cultivation level improves before I go. I do not believe you. Your uncle. This ring belongs to the owner. And I have promised you to be the leader of the demon sect. You still don't believe me? You swear. Okay. I swear. I promise to be the leader of the heavenly demon cult. When my cultivation level reaches the 9th level, I will go to the restricted area to find the 5-color sacred stone. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by God. Crack! A thunder exploded in the sky. Xin Fan tensed up and raised his head. After a while, he put away the leader's smartwatch and stood up. Let's go eat. I'm so hungry. The orange cat was furious. Asshole. Get back here and swear an oath first. Xin Fan didn't look back. Why do we have to swear? What about the trust between people? The orange cat was furious. Okay. You brat. I knew you were not sincere. Xin Fan sneered. You are not sincere. You want me to be the leader of the demon cult and let me raise you and protect you. But in the end, you won't even let me inherit the inheritance. The orange cat chased after him. I said, there are only more than 5 billion in my account. Xin Fan stopped and looked at the orange cat in disbelief. You are an extremely strong man and the leader of a sect. And you only have so little money? Didn't you say that the demon sect has sects all over the world? First, I have almost spent all my money to buy elixirs for a breakthrough some time ago. Orange cat said. Second, and most importantly, what I want to tell you is that my own account there isn't much money in it. But there is money in the Tianma sect's account. Xin Fan's expression changed slightly. In the Tianma sect's account? How many are there? The orange cat grinned. 500 billion in cash. But what is cash? The resources of the demon sect are so huge that you can't even imagine. The resources in the treasure house of the demon sect are not as good as yours in the Tang Kingdom. But compared with other small countries, that's a world of difference. Xin Fan touched his chin. Oh, the company is quite big, isn't it? The orange cat smiled proudly. Nonsense. I came here more than 100 years ago and have deep roots. Now the demon sect has followers all over the world and is as rich as any country. Xin Fan glanced at the orange cat sideways. I am now the leader of the demon sect. Can I control these resources? Of course not. Orange cat said. You have to find the left and right guardians first. They are my confidants brought from Tanyu realm. Only I and them can open the treasure house. Forget it. Xin Fan waved his hand and said. I'm afraid that if I find them, I'll be stabbed to death by one of their fingers. I'm even more afraid that they will hold my head down and then let your soul come to me and take away my body. Orange cat. What is going on? He was tempted by the ultimate martial arts. But this guy showed no reaction as if he had no interest at all. Although he was tempted by the demon sect's money and huge resources, this kid still looked indifferent. No oil or salt can enter. Is this kid acting? Using psychological tactics with him? But it seems like he really doesn't care. The leader really doesn't understand. How could he not care? Any of the martial arts skills he has practiced can cause an uproar in the world if he throws them out at random. Any beast master or star warrior would probably fall into madness after learning about this peak secret skill. Right? How could you not care at all? Even if he doesn't care about those peak skills, it's impossible for him not to like money and resources. Right? A beast master or star warrior who doesn't care about money and resources? What a joke. The orange cat shook his head, unable to understand, and very depressed. Only Xin Fan himself understands. He is really not short of money. The fire demon stones that were dug before have not been sold out yet. And the money has not been received yet. If you get it, it is conservatively estimated that you can get more than 200 million. And now Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and the others are still mining in the second secret realm. On the other hand, He has now launched an animal breeding plan and wants to breed animals like crazy. It would be a joke if there was a lack of money. As for those so-called ultimate skills, if it's stronger than the 9 heaven-breaking blades, I can learn it. On the system panel, there are still secrets including the 9 blades of Duantian that have not been opened. Chen Fan ignored Orange Cat and sent a message. After a while, Uncle Dong, the butler, led a group of chefs and pushed up various cooked ingredients. The group of beasts placed here by Ling Kongyu and others rushed up with a roar, and they couldn't stop them. When Xiaoqing saw this, he rushed up and slapped all the beasts one by one, knocking them to the ground. A group of level 5 beast masters. Are they rebelling? Gongzi also rushed over, hit the heads of the beast masters, and reprimanded them. A group of beast masters have behaved themselves. Level 5 ice terrorist. Level 5 wilderness wood spirit. Level 5 blood-eating giant mosquito. Level 5 thundercloud leopard. There are 9 royal beasts in total. These 9 beasts were originally not very obedient. They were all rebellious. But in the past 2 days, Gongzi and Xiaobai have taught me many lessons. And now I feel more at ease. Until several chefs pushed the prepared food in front of them, and they wolfed it down. But there were still 2 beasts with nothing to eat in front of them. A level 5 jade flame rhinoceros. A level 5 ghost civet. Why does everyone have something to eat but neither of us? The 2 beasts looked at Xiaobai pitifully. They all knew that Xiaobai was the boss here. And even Xiaoqing had to take care of Xiaobai's temper. Moreover, Xiaobai is actually very easy to talk to. Xiaobai raised his little paw and pointed at Chen Fan. Xiao Heifei fell down, stood on the stone on the side, and said, "You idiot! My master will help you break through in a while. Of course, there is nothing to eat now. Now that I am full, I won't be able to eat any more in a while. Wait there obediently, and don't be impatient." The eyes of the Baiyanshi and the nether civet cat both lit up. When they were in Shuyanjian before, they saw with their own eyes that Chen Fan helped the steel teeth predator break through to level 6 in just a few clicks. Unexpectedly, it would be their turn so soon? After all the beasts were finished eating, and Uncle Dong led others to clean up the residue, Chen Fan went to the warehouse and picked up 2 large boxes of materials. The orange cat came over curiously. "Are you planning to breed Baiyanshi and nether civet? You know how to breed animals. But breeding animals can't be done overnight." "Right." Chen Fan glanced at the orange cat and said, "As a senior, you should know how to refine medicine." "Right. What do you mean you should know?" Orange cat sneered and said, "I am both an weapon refiner and an alchemist." "I am." "It's good to know." Chen Fan said calmly, "What I want to do now is actually like refining medicine. I'll boil these ingredients and feed them to these 2 beasts. It will help them upgrade from level 5 to level 6 in a short time." The orange cat's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me?" Chen Fan chopped up a lot of ingredients, threw them all into a big pot, and started cooking. The orange cat went a little crazy. "You call this refining medicine? Aren't you making hot pot?" "To make medicine, you need to prepare the specific gravity of all the materials, then set strict steps. Arrange the formation under the alchemy furnace or medicine cauldron, and finally control the flame step by step and put in the materials." "Shut up. It's so noisy." Chen Fan frowned and put another large pot on the induction cooker. After the 2 large pots were finished and the lids were closed, Chen Fan ran to the side to eat some fruit. The orange cat glanced at the big pot on the induction cooker, then at Chen Fan, who ran to eat some fruit, and was completely speechless. "What the hell is this called refining medicine? You are simply insulting the word. Refining medicine. Isn't this just cooking pig food? If you stew it randomly like this, the stew will not be as delicious as what those chefs just cooked. Look at the unpleasant smell coming out. What is in this pot? Why does it feel like shit is being stewed?" The orange cat ran away angrily. Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others also ran away. The smell was really unpleasant and weird. Both the Baiyanshi and the nether civet were petrified. After a while, "We want to eat this stuff?" Back in Shuyanjian, the steel-toothed predators ate the meat of level 11 gold-eating snails, roasted until they were fragrant and dripping with oil. "Why do we have to eat this kind of stuff when it's our turn?" "Forget it. You can break through to level 6. Bear it." The 2 beasts stood on the edge, resisting the urge to vomit, and staring at the 2 cauldrons. The big pot quickly boiled. The orange cat shouted on the other side, "The water is boiling." "Yes." Chen Fan glanced at the time, walked to the rocking chair next to him, and lay down leisurely. Orange cat. Another 15 minutes later, the orange cat barked again. "The water is almost boiling dry. Chen Fan glanced at the orange cat speechlessly. I have bred animals so many times. But you are the only one who keeps chirping next to me. Are you annoying? Orange cat. You are insulting the word alchemist. When the alchemist sees your operation, he will probably want to beat you to death. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and walked over. He opened the 2 pot lids and looked at them. The contents of the 2 large pots were boiled into a paste. Not enough time. Waited for another 5 minutes. The orange cat cried out again. It's burned. It's burned. I smell something burning. Chen Fan tiptoed, picked up the fat orange cat, and sent the orange cat flying out. Xiao Hei shook his head repeatedly. This idiot talks more nonsense than Li Fengxing and deserves a beating. Xiao Bai and Gongzi all turned their heads and looked at Xiao Hei. Even the old ape turned his head. Xiao Hei calmly looked at a group of friends. Why are you looking at me like this? If it weren't for the fact that this fat cat is only level 1, the owner would have beaten him long ago for fear of accidentally beating him to death. The orange cat was furious. Silly bird. Shut up. Xiao Hei's eyes moved, and he threw a mental spike. The orange cat screamed and hugged his head with 2 paws, almost burying his head in the ground. Then, he roared, Chen Fan, take care of your bird. Xiao Hei also called out, Master, this silly cat is bullying your bird. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and turned his head. If you keep arguing, I will stew both of you. Orange cat and Xiao Hei both shut up. Peep. Chen Fan turned off the induction cooker and took down both pots. The lid of the pot was opened, and the pungent smell almost fainted the Bai Yanqi and Nether Civet cat, who were so close. Chen Fan brought the 2 pots to Bai Yanqi and Nether Civet respectively. Eat it all. There won't be any left. The 2 beasts almost cried. Hot, smelly, and burned. They are the genius beast masters of Matian City, and they usually eat delicacies from the mountains and seas. Why did you come to Donghai City to eat this kind of thing? Even pigs won't eat this kind of stuff. Right. With tears in their eyes, the 2 royal beasts endured the burning of their mouths and began to eat bite after bite. The Bai rhinoceros is larger and has a larger mouth, so it eats faster. After it finished eating, Chen Fan came over and patted its head. Well, it's very good and obedient. Not bad. 30 points of system energy were injected into Bai Yanqi's head. A few seconds later, Bai Yanqi's body trembled, and stars fell from the sky all over his body. Successfully broke through to level 6. All the beast masters from Demonic City stared wide-eyed. Even the ghost civet cat, who was still eating next to him, couldn't help but stop. Bai Yanqi gratefully rubbed her head against Chen Fan's feet. The orange cat circled Bai Yanqi twice, his eyes filled with disbelief. When Chen Fan took out the materials before, he glanced at them. The leader of the heavenly demon sect, as he said himself, is both a weapon refiner and an apothecary master. Except for 1 or 2 of the materials that he could not recognize, he knew everything else. The problem is here. Are the things given to Bai Yanqi just ordinary materials of low grade? There is no such top-level material in it. Nor is there meat from high-level monsters. Why are those things mixed together? And Bai Yanqi breaks through from level 5 to level 6 after eating them? Not to mention, he is a master alchemist. Even an ordinary alchemist knows that if your elixir is to be effective, the higher the quality of the materials, the better. Do you want to use the grass on the roadside to refine elixirs that can help beast masters or star warriors improve? That's a dream. Do you want to use low-grade materials to refine high-grade elixirs? Absolutely impossible. Even if there are high-grade materials, a high-grade alchemist is needed to refine high-grade elixirs. If you make a mistake in the steps, or if you are negligent in other places, you may fall short. The orange cat glanced at Chen Fan. It must be a fluke. Do you think you are a god for casually helping a beast to break through? Just as the leader was muttering in his heart, the nether civet also finished eating. Chen Fan patted the nether civet cat on the head with satisfaction. The stars are falling all over the sky. The nether civet also broke through from level 5 to level 6. Orange cat. After a while, the orange cat walked up to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, can you help me improve too? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. You are not my beast. The orange cat was angry. They are not your beasts either. Chen Fan. Their beast master gave them money. Orange cat. I owe it first. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said, during this period, I will help you upgrade to level 5 first. After level 5, either sign a contract with me or tell me your bank password. Otherwise, I won't help you break through again. Do you understand? The orange cat took a deep breath. Okay. Chen Fan took 2 fruits from the table and handed them to the orange cat. The orange cat tilted his head. I don't like to eat this kind of fruit. I like to eat fish. Right. Chow. There was a look of horror in the orange cat's eyes. Why do I like eating fish? I didn't like eating fish at all before. Xiao Hei sneered and said, You silly cat. If you are a cat that doesn't like to eat fish, then something is wrong. The orange cat looked at the sky speechlessly. Chen Fan said a little impatiently, Eat quickly. It can help you break through to level 2. The orange cat immediately became angry. A seed buckthorn spiritual fruit or a magnolia fruit doesn't have much star power condensed in it. How can it help me break through? Chen Fan. Would you like to eat? Orange cat. Eat. After reluctantly taking the 2 fruits, the orange cat ate them wholeheartedly. The 2 fruits were sweet and sour, but he didn't like the taste. That's how you behave. Chen Fan touched the orange cat's head. These 2 fruits were prepared by him early in the morning, just to help orange cat break through. Don't touch my head. The orange cat's little paws slapped Chen Fan's hand away. I'm not a beast master. I'm okay. The star power all around gathered towards the orange cat. The orange cat's face showed pain, and his body shook violently. Level 2. The orange cat's eyes widened with disbelief. It is easiest for a level 1 beast master to break through to level 2. At least it is much easier than breaking through from level 5 to level 6. But just eat 2 fruits, and you will have a breakthrough. What method is this? Although his soul was sealed by Empress Yi Hongyan, his current mental power is at least equivalent to that of the 5th level. So he could completely sense that those 2 fruits didn't contain much star power at all. How could he break through to level 2 without a fruit containing much star power? The leader looked at Chen Fan and fell into deep thought. When he was in Shuyuanjian, he felt that Chen Fan was unusual, and that he seemed to be hiding some huge secret. Now that he saw Chen Fan's method, the leader's mind was in a state of confusion. He lost his body, and even his soul and strength were sealed into the orange cat by Empress Yi Hongyan. If he wants to return to the top, he can only practice as an orange cat step by step, improve his level step by step, and then unlock Yi Hongyan's seal on his power. The process is difficult. Moreover, the time must be very long. But the Chen Fan in front of him made the leader see a miracle. Such a method of raising animals can be called a miracle. If Chen Fan is willing to help him break through, maybe it won't take long for him to return to the top. Etc. Wrong. If Chen Fan was really as powerful as he imagined, then it would be impossible for Chen Fan's beasts to be level 7. The orange cat squinted his eyes, took a deep look at Chen Fan, and said after a while, We just agreed. You will help me break through to level 5 first. After level 5, I will consider whether to sign a contract with you or tell you my bank password. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Yes. At this time, the sound of a large beast trampling on the ground came from outside the house. Yi Hao rode in on the sacred bull of heaven and earth. Brother Fan, we are back. Chapter 167. Huanhai College and Tiansheng College came to the door, and they got what they wanted. Hello everyone. I am MC Yi Hao, and I would like to send you a quiet night thought. Beside the bed, I see the moonlight, but there is frost on the ground. Raise your head. You look at the bright moon. Lower your head. He misses his hometown. Understand the applause. Yi Hao stood on the back of the sacred bull of heaven, howling like it was beaten to blood. Chen Fan picked up a piece of fruit on the table and threw it at Yi Hao. Yi Hao caught the fruit, jumped in the air, turned somersault, and fell down. Behind them, Shen Hongxiu and Chu Xiang came over, and a group of royal beasts roared, rushed in front of Xiaobai and Gongzi, and started playing with Gongzi and the others. Chen Fan rolled his eyelids. Looking at all of your faces glowing, it seems that you have gained a lot. Right. Shen Hongxiu stepped forward to speak, but Fang Qingqing rushed over from behind and said, Although the harvest this time is not as good as last time, it is still similar. Li Fingxing wanted to come over to talk, but Bai Rouge slapped him aside. Bai Rouge tilted his head and glanced at Chen Fan, and said a little strangely, Uncle Master, why are you not excited at all when you see us coming back? Chen Fan blinked. Why are you so excited? You also know that I regard money as dirt. Li Fingxing immediately said, Then can you breed me beasts for free in the future? Chen Fan said expressionlessly, Have your spring and autumn dream. If you don't pay me back the money you owe me, I'll kill you. Li Fingxing. Henry Chu came over, poured himself a glass of water, and then said, What's wrong? I feel like you are a little uneasy. Shen Hongxiu and others also sat down. The orange cat wanted to come over, but was kicked to the side by Li Fingxing. Chen Fan was silent for a moment before saying, After you come back, You should not leave the city during this period. Why? Everyone was stunned. Chen Fan organized his words before saying, the day before yesterday, I went out of the city and went to Qixing Mountain, water and cloud stream, and saw an unlucky guy being chased. The orange cat on the grass behind gritted its teeth. Shin Taodao's eyes lit up. Damn! There seems to be a wonderful story. You won't want to hear it, Chen Fan said calmly. Those are a group of 9th level people. Poof! The water Li Fingxing just drank spurted out. But Chen Fan was already prepared. He raised his palm and activated his star power. The star power formed a small barrier, blocking all the water. Shin Hongxiu and Bai Rouge, who were sitting next to Chen Fan, had some water on their armors. But this time, neither of them were angry. They just looked at Chen Fan with horrified expressions on their faces. And Henry Chu and the others also had looks of disbelief in their eyes. 9th level realm. That is a legendary existence. Even though they have seen the 7th grade Grandmaster, they still feel a little out of reach. Chen Fan actually said that he saw a group of 9th level people fighting? A person in the 7th level realm could have a mountain collapse and the earth split with just a hand. A group of 9th level people are fighting. What kind of horrific scene would that be? Li Fingxing looked Chen Fan up and down, and immediately said, Brother Fan, how did you come back alive? You are not already dead and came back as an innocent soul to remind us. Right? It's your uncle's. Chen Fan slapped him over. Snapped. Li Fingxing received a slap and a pat on the head. Henry Chu said in a deep voice. What happened? Chen Fan said. The Nightmare Court sent a group of 9th level experts to hunt down the leader of the demon cult. Both sides suffered losses later. Yi Hongyan, the empress of the demon clan, suddenly arrived and killed a few people and demons in the Nightmare Courtyard with one move. But the leader of the demon sect died of serious injuries. Henry Chu was stunned. Monster clan? Empress? Never heard of it. The others looked at each other and nodded. Chen Fan didn't say much. Just said, anyway, I feel a little confused now and don't feel safe. This Nightmare Court is really ridiculously strong, evil and powerful. Fortunately, 8 9th level people died this time. Their vitality must have been seriously injured. The leader of the demon sect was also very sick that day, and he led a group of 9th level people to run towards Dahai City. Fortunately, they didn't actually run to the edge of Dahai City. Otherwise Dahai City would have been destroyed by them. The orange cat on the ground rolled his eyes. Shin Hongxiu and others looked at each other and swallowed hard. They did not see the battle scene at the 9th level. Chen Fan didn't say much. But everyone can imagine how dangerous and terrifying that scene is. Li Fingxing's suspicion just now sounds normal. Watching a group of 9th level people fight and finally come back alive. This is simply unbelievable. Chen Fan said calmly. So, if you can't leave the city during this period, don't leave the city first. Yi Hao touched his chin. Damn. I thought I had broken through to the 2nd level. It was very powerful. Why are there suddenly so many 9th level people like dogs? I haven't even met a few 7th grade masters yet. Shen Taoao frowned and said, if the 9th level realm appears, it will be useless even if you hide in the main city. Right? Can the main city's large formation stop the 9th level realm? A group of people looked at Shen Taoao fiercely. What this bastard said was so discouraging. But if you are so discouraged, it is difficult to refute. Shen Taoao shrank his head and did not dare to speak anymore. Henry Chu suddenly said, even if you are in the 9th level, the large formation of Donghai City can still block it. Huh? Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at Henry Chu. Chen Fan was also stunned for a moment. But after this guy said something incomprehensible, he drank water calmly. Everyone thought he had another sentence to say. But he raised his head and looked at everyone and said, what's wrong? Why are you all looking at me? Bai Rouge narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Xian Chu, you should know something about the Donghai City formation. Right? Henry Chu nodded. Yes. Shen Taoao said anxiously. Then tell me quickly. Henry Chu said. I can't say it. My grandfather won't let me say it. Everyone was furious. I really want to beat him. I won't talk about this topic anymore. It's a bit heavy and depressing. Chen Fan waved his hand speechlessly and said, 9th level matters are not something that a group of 2nd level rookies can talk about casually. Shin Hongxiu came closer, and the hot air hit Chen Fan's face. Xiao Fan, did you enjoy picking up the corpse this time? Give me half. Everyone's expressions changed, and their eyes widened immediately. Yes. A group of 9th level people fought, and in the end they all died. But Chen Fan was sitting here unscathed. Didn't all the treasures of those powerful men fall into Chen Fan's hands? Chen Fan said. The corpses of the 6 level 40 demons should be dragged to the city lord's mansion now. But they are also my trophies. Level 40 demon. And there are 6 of them. Back in the hospital, the half-dead crying demon was only level 32. Yun Sunhai gave 2 billion to the level 32 crying demon. This level 40 demon. Yi Hao and others were shocked. Even Henry Chu's eyes widened. A group of people came back from digging the fire demon stone mine. Except for Chu Xian. Everyone was as excited as if they had been pumped. Did not expect. No wonder Chen Fan just raised his eyelids when he saw them coming back. In addition, there are 6 magic weapons. I'm talking about magic weapons at the weapon level. Chen Fan said. Spiritual weapons. Earth weapons. Mysterious weapons. Heavenly weapons. Divine weapons that can only be used by those who are strong in the 9th level of divine weapons. Yi Hao and others' eyes bulged out. Yi Hao was about to speak, but was stopped by Chen Fan. Don't think about the magic weapon. It's not that I'm stingy. It's that the grade of this thing is too high. You all use swords, but Yi Hao uses an axe. Among the 6 magic weapons, there is an axe, but I don't dare to give it to Yi Hao. To put it bluntly, Haozi, you are not qualified to get such a magic weapon at all. Because not only you, not even your Yi family can keep such a magic weapon. If I really give you the axe, it will bring disaster to you and the Yi family. Yi Hao grinned. So, Brother Fan, have you actually thought about giving me the axe? On the side, the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Bee sang Guangding song again. The chicken has the remaining lost SHL, welcomes the flying years, and makes friends in the wind and rain. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast. The singing of the Phantom King Green Python and Golden Horned Beast stopped abruptly, and he looked timidly at the crowd. Everyone turned their heads again. Henry Chu. Then what are you going to do with those 6 magic weapons? Chen Fan said. With such a big thing happening here in Donghai City, there will definitely be strong people coming from the Magic City. I am planning to go to the City Lord's mansion with Rouge later and hand this thing over to Senior Brother Bai. To be honest, I didn't feel anything when I came back. But when I put this thing here, when I came to my senses, it always felt like a time bomb. There was no guarantee when it would explode. It made me very nervous. Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips and smiled. Are you sometimes afraid? Several others laughed. Correct. Chen Fan said. Come on. Come on. Give me some money. Yi Hao was stunned for a moment. What's the price? Chen Fan said. This morning, I received a notice from the school that the Modu Martial Arts University Recommendation League is about to start in 10 days. 10 days later, the Modu Martial Arts University Promotion League will start in Donghai City. You leave the beast here, and then go back to your home and find your mother. But you all know the rules. I will definitely charge money for cultivating beasts. Everyone was stunned again. Henry Chu frowned and said, the Modu Martial Arts University Recommendation League used to be held every year in the middle of the 2nd semester. And it was always in Magic City. Why is it a semester early? And it's in Donghai City? Chen Fan. You ask me. Who should I ask? Have you seen those beast masters over there? The people from Matian City got the information early, so they came here in advance. Those beasts are the beasts of a group of students from Matian City. Yi Hao was stunned. Brother Fan, are you still helping the people in Demonic City to cultivate beasts? If they come to participate in the league, aren't they our competitors? Chen Fan flattened his lips and said, our beast control is too strong, and other people's beast control is too weak. That's meaningless. Besides, I have money to make. Why not? Don't worry. No matter what I do, I can't possibly train their beasts to be stronger than your beasts. Shen Tao nodded. Then I'll be relieved. Everyone looked at Shen Tao. Yi Hao glanced sideways at Shen Nato. You are so worthless. Your current beast masters are all at level 6. Or are they just high level and extraordinary? Are you still afraid of the people in Demonic City? Even if Brother Fan cultivates their beast masters to level 7, we should still have the confidence to defeat them. Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge all looked at Shen Nao and shook their heads. Shen Tao blushed and dared not speak. That's right, Chen Fan said. Then I will train their beasts to level 7. Right. Yi Hao was startled. No. 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 That's all I said. Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge rolled their eyes at the same time. Come on. Come on. Pay me. And then let's all disperse. Chen Fan turned on his smart watch. The expressions on Fong Qingqing's and others' faces became extremely strange. This guy is so generous that it's hard to imagine. After a while, he seemed to be extremely stingy. I really can't understand it, Li Fingxing muttered and said. Brother Fan, your 6 level 40 demons must be worth tens of billions. Do you still care about these millions? Bai Rouge jumped up and slapped Li Fingxing on the back of the head. Even if my uncle has hundreds of billions, it's still his own money. Because he is rich, he should breed you beasts for free? Uncle Master, I suggest you not breed this guy with beasts. Just what he said just now. Li Fingxing's face suddenly fell. No, 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 no. I don't have any money. So I just muttered something. I didn't say I wouldn't give you money. Chen Fan was also speechless. This item was bought on credit last time. This time it's on credit again. But there's really no way. The last time the Fire Demon Stone Mine was entrusted to Ares Academy, the money has not been received yet. Thinking of the Fire Demon Stone Mine, Chen Fan suddenly glanced behind everyone. Where is the Fire Demon Stone? Henrichu said. As soon as we came out of the secret realm, we called the God of War Academy, and now we have been dragged to the God of War Academy. Yes. Chen Fan nodded and accepted everyone's transfers. He glanced at Li Fingxing and said depressedly, I have been in business for so long, and you are the first one who dares to give me credit. And you did it twice, Li Fingxing said with a sad face. When the money for the Fire Demon Stone arrives, I will transfer it immediately. Chen Fan waved his hand, turned around, entered the house, and put out 3 large boxes. Rouge, I'll go to the City Lord's mansion with you. Come here and help me carry the boxes. Everyone stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a group of people walked in at the door. It's Ling Kongyu and Muyuan. But besides Ling Kongyu and Muyuan, there were 4 middle-aged men. Seeing those 4 people, Shen Hongxiu and Li Fingxing, they all exclaimed at the same time, Headmaster! Director! Headmaster! Director! Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Are they the principals and deans of Wanhai College and Tiansheng College? Look at their long faces. This is because Shen Hongxiu and Li Fingxing donated money to Ares Academy. So they are here to investigate. Good. Very good. It was delivered to my door automatically. It would be unreasonable for me not to accept it. Chen Fan immediately put the box down and strode forward to greet him. 2 principals. 2 directors. Welcome. Warmly welcome. The principal and director of the 2 colleges, who originally had cold faces, were stunned for a moment. The words they had been pondering for a long time were all rejected by Chen Fan's warm welcome. Before coming, they thought about countless possible scenarios. The only thing I didn't expect was this. Chen Fan looked at Ling Kongyu and the others again. Why are you with the principals and directors? Ling Kongyu said. Oh, we just came here to see the Beast Masters. And then we met a few teachers on the way. Chen Fan nodded and made an inviting gesture. Please come in. Ling Kongyu and others immediately rushed towards their Beast Masters. 2 of them walked towards the Baiyan Shi and the Nether Civet Cat, and immediately received the star power fed back by the 2 beasts. The 2 people were stunned immediately. In less than 2 days, Chen Fan helped their Beast Master break through. The last time they were in Shuyanjian, although they saw Chen Fan helping Linkhong Jade's steel-toothed predator break through, there was a level 11 gold-eating snail that time after all. The 2 turned around and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Seeing this, Ling Kongyu and Muyuan were both surprised and happy. The principals and deans of Wanhai College and Tiansheng College deliberately walked to the stone table and sat down with cold faces. Shen Hongxiu, Shen Nato, Li Fingxing and Bai Rouge stood on both sides respectively, lowering their heads. They all understood why the principal and dean came here. Henrichu glanced at those people, turned around, and walked out. Fong Qingqing and Yi Hao, the 2 of them glanced at Henrichu's back, flattened their mouths a little speechlessly, and followed him out. There is really no need for them to get involved in the affairs of Wanhai College and Tiansheng College. Ahem! The dean of Wanhai College coughed twice, looked at Chen Fan, showed a bitter smile and said, It's really good. In the arena competition of the 3 major colleges, you are invincible against all 3 major colleges. Your talent is so strong that it is extraordinary. At the gate of the City Lord's mansion, you crushed Feng Tianlin, who came from the Demon City, and earned face for Dahai City. Very good. The 2 principals and the dean of Tiansheng College nodded repeatedly. The expression was as if Chen Fan was their nephew. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said a few polite words. Alas! Irritability. You guys came here. You must be here to raise an army to punish me. Right. Why are you praising me instead? Let's get to the point quickly. Then the dean of Wanhai College said again. Chen Fan, I heard that you donated a large amount of resources to Aries College. Coming! Chen Fan was about to speak. The dean of Huanhai College sighed again and said, well, we students of Huanhai College can't compete with you. Some people refused to donate a penny to Huanhai College, but instead donated tens of millions to Aries College. Well, Shin Hongxiu and Li Fingxing rolled their eyes at the same time. The dean of Tianshun College happened to see the scene and was furious. What's wrong? Did I blame you? How dare you roll your eyes at us? The vice principal of Tianshun College hurriedly smoothed things over and said, calm down. Calm down. Children have their own ideas. It's normal. On the other side, Lin Kongyu and the others who were playing around with the beast were also paying attention to this side. Huh? Shin Hongxiu took a step forward and said calmly, I am going to donate 30 million to the school. Shin Tao also walked out and said, I'm also going to donate 30 million to the school. Haven't I just come out of the secret realm and haven't had time to say it yet? The vice principal and dean of Huanhai College immediately grinned, with the corners of their mouths splitting to the base of their ears. Shin Tao silently glanced at the dean. The director's face was as elongated as a donkey just now. But when he heard about the donation, his face changed so quickly. It was actually just an act. Opposite, the vice principal and dean of Tianshun College remained silent. Bai Ruch flattened his lips and said, I'm also going to donate 30 million to the school. Li Fingxing said nothing. He is the poorest person here. If you want to raise animals with Chen Fan, you have to pay on credit. Seeing that Li Fingxing was silent, the vice principal and dean of Tianshun College turned their heads and looked at him. Li Fingxing opened his mouth and said after a while, I will also donate 30 million. But I will keep the accounts first. I have no money now. Principal and dean of Tianshun College. Chen Fan quickly said, Bongxing really has no money now. All the fire demon stones dug up in the secret realm last time have not been sold. And the money has not been obtained yet. The expressions of the vice principal and dean of Tianshun College suddenly became much better, and they started to laugh. The dean of Tianshun College nodded repeatedly and said, I have watched you grow up. I believe that I have known your character for a long time. It is impossible for you not to care about your school. On the other side, Ling Kongyu and the others, who had been eavesdropping with their ears pricked up, were all stunned. Are all the students in Donghai City so rich? Donate tens of millions to the school casually, thinking about the little money in their accounts. Ling Kongyu and Muyuan were a little embarrassed to see others. The gap between people is really too big. Suddenly, Chen Fan said again, Hongxiu and Rugu donated money to Aries Academy, and it has something to do with me. So, I will donate 50 million to Huanhai College and Tianshun College each. Bada. The barbecue that Ling Kongyu was preparing to feed to the bees fell to the ground. A group of students in Demonic City were completely petrified. 50 million for one school? Donate 100 million directly? Did you hear it wrong? Or, in fact, the 30 to 50 million that Shin Fan and the others mentioned were not alliance coins. Are the students in Donghai City so frightened? Xiao Hei, who was standing on the back of the Tianhuang Divine Ox, saw the changes in the faces of this group of people and immediately sneered and said, Don't get me wrong. The students in Donghai City are actually as poor as you. It's just that our master is richer. Ling Kongyu breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. This dead crow is obviously mocking us for being poor. Why should we breathe a sigh of relief? Ha 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 ha. The vice principal of Huanhai College laughed loudly. I told them on the way here that I like Chen Fan so much. The more I see you, the more I like you. The other three glanced at the vice principal of Huanhai College silently. On the way here, you were obviously gnashing your teeth when you mentioned that Chen Fan had donated so many resources to Aries Academy. Where did you say you liked Chen Fan? Chen Fan added, But I have another request. Maybe I'm still too young and I'm quite vain. Don't say that. The vice principal of Huanhai College said. Do you want to do it yourself when donating resources like Aries College? No problem. The vice principal of Tianshun College also nodded. Absolutely no problem. If you are willing, we can get you a big sign at the gate of Tianshun Academy, which is several times bigger than Henry Chu's sign. No. 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 Chen Fan was startled. I only need to keep in touch with the students from the two colleges and the Beast Masters. Not the big names. The vice principal of Tianshun College smiled and said, It's okay. I will make arrangements tomorrow. Chen Fan's face sank. If you want to build a sign for me, then I won't donate. Vice president of Tianshun College. Why does this kid change his face so quickly? Didn't you say you were vain? Aren't you happy to set up a sign for you? The dean of Tianjin College immediately said, "We respect all your opinions. Whatever you say, we will do it." The vice principal immediately said, "Yes, yes, what you say should be done. Then do it." Chen Fan immediately laughed again. "Okay, then it's settled. I'll add your WeChat account. You can send me the information on the two schools' beast control. Give me some time to prepare. The day after tomorrow at the latest. The day after tomorrow I will go to Huanhai Academy first. And the day after tomorrow I will go to Tianshan Academy." "Okay, okay." The four leaders immediately added Chen Fan's WeChat message. The deans of the two schools immediately sent the information to Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, have you already prepared the co-writing? But how can you be so sure that you can get money from me?" Alas, these guys have all imitated Li Sheng. If I hadn't wanted to breed the beast myself, do you think you could have taken a steel penny from me? Chen Fan glanced at the four leaders speechlessly. The dean of Tianjin College rolled his eyes and said, "Chen Fan, regarding this donation, is it over there at Aries College?" Chen Fan said calmly, "It's okay. If they ask, I will donate another 30 million to Aries Academy." Ling Kongyu and the others on the other side were all numb. Are you really talking about 30 million and 50 million when you talk about alliance coins? That, the vice principal of Huanhai College said. "We will go back first and won't disturb you anymore." Shen Hongxiu tilted her head and said, "Principal, Director, please leave quickly. I feel sad when I see you." The vice principal and dean of Huanhai College glared at Shen Hongxiu. "Donate money to your school, and you will know that you feel sorry for it. Why didn't I feel sorry for you when I donated money to Aries Academy?" Chen Fan sent the four leaders out. When walking back, Shen Taoao looked at him silently and gave a thumbs up expressionlessly. "Brother Fan is such a good man." Li Fingxing also gave a thumbs up. "Brother Fan is a holy mother." Bai Rouge grinned. "Uncle Master is a money-spreading boy." Chen Fan grinned. Then, his face sank, and he kicked both Shen Nato and Li Fingxing away. "You two idiots. You know nothing. I am doing this to breed animals. What does 100 million count for? The corpses of those 6 level 40 demons were worth billions, or tens of billions. Do you really think I took the wrong medicine and threw the money away?" Shen Naotao and Li Fingxing got up and looked at Bai Rouge with speechless faces. Why did they only kick us two and not Rouge? Suddenly, Shen Hongxiu came over and said quietly, "Xiao Fan, I think your biggest task now is not to practice or go to college." Chen Fan was stunned. "What is that?" Shen Hongxiu's eyes were as charming as silk. "You should marry a wife now and let her take charge of your property. If you take the money and throw it away like this, you will lose all your wealth in a few days." Shen Taoao came back and nodded. "That makes sense." Chen Fan pushed Shen Hongxiu's head away. Alas, Hongxiu's figure is so hot. Chen Fan felt a little overwhelmed. He is a hot-blooded man, not a saint. This girl is so charming every day that people can't help but want to do something with her. Inexplicably, Yi Hongyan's face flashed through Chen Fan's mind. The fire that rose in my heart went out with a puff. What's the situation? Chen Fan glanced at Shen Hongxiu. Hongxiu's charming posture seems not so attractive anymore. Depend on. Can the Empress look like she can put out fires? Chen Fan waved to Bai Rouge. "Rouge, let's go to the City Lord's mansion." Then, he looked at Ling Kongyu and the other group of people behind him. "You treat this as your own home. If you need anything, just ask Uncle Dong. I have something to go to the City Lord's mansion." Ling Kong Jade and the others nodded and waved. Standing on the back of the white crane, Chen Fan sent a message each to Yizhan, Shen Xiao, and Li Qingyan. Let them come to the Beast Breeders Association and take back their beast masters. Bai Rouge glanced at the 3 big boxes at his feet and said a little puzzled, "Uncle Master, are you going to send those magic weapons to the City Lord's mansion? Isn't there only 6 pieces? Why are 3 such big boxes?" "Oh," Chen Fan said lightly, "I brought some delicious food to your father's 2 beasts." Bai Rouge's eyes widened immediately. "Uncle Master, is he going to breed a beast for her father?" Of course, she would not doubt Chen Fan's ability to breed animals. But among the beasts that Chen Fan had cultivated before, the highest level one was the golden feather Heidongking from Jinqing of the God of War Pioneer Group. The original Jinyu Heidongking was only level 16. But her father's 2 beasts, the Vidra Dragon Beetle and the 9 Sky Black Turtle, are level 27 beasts. Even the Grand Master put in a lot of effort to cultivate those 2 beasts. Bai Rouge looked at Chen Fan, remembering the scene when he first met Chen Fan, and his face suddenly became hot. That time, she looked down on Chen Fan at all. even though she knew that the other party was her senior uncle in terms of seniority. She didn't have any respect in her heart, and kept making sarcastic remarks along the way. Later, after being scolded by his uncle and his father, he cried in anger, looking at Chen Fan now. Bai Ruj felt that the uncle, who was about the same age as him, was as majestic as a giant. "Why are you staring at me?" Chen Fan did not turn around, but simply said, "Your father has been trying to break through to the 7th level Grandmaster realm recently. But the last time I went to the City Lord's mansion, he had enough mental power, but not enough star power." Bai Ruj's eyes widened even more. "So, Uncle Master, are you going to help my father raise the levels of the two beasts, and rely on the star power fed back by the beasts to break through to the 7th level Grandmaster realm in one fell swoop?" Chen Fan said, "It's hard to say whether it will succeed or not, but you have to give it a try." Next to him, Yang Cheng, who was driving the white crane, was completely petrified. Of course he knew that Chen Fan was a beast breeder and a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. During this period, he followed Master Zhang Hai's orders and used the white crane to take Chen Fan back and forth in the God of War Academy and the Beast Breeders Association. The white crane under his feet has basically become Chen Fan's exclusive mount. But Yang Cheng never expected that Chen Fan's ability to breed animals would be so terrifying. Listen to the eldest lady. When Chen Fan went to the City Lord's mansion this time, was he planning to cultivate the City Lord's two beasts? "You are truly worthy of being a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. So amazing." Yang Cheng was very polite to Chen Fan before, entirely because Chen Fan's master was Master Zhang Hai. But this time, after listening to the conversation between Bai Ruj and Chen Fan, his feelings were completely different. Strong wind blowing. He landed very gracefully at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. At the gate, two guards saw Bai Ruj and came over early to help them lift the box. "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Yang." Chen Fan smiled at Yang Cheng and nodded. Yang Cheng smiled and waved his hand. Following the two guards, Chen Fan and Bai Ruj walked all the way. And then after passing the checkpoints, they went down the stairs to the underground fortress. Deep underground, Bai Tianyu and Zhang Hai, who had received the message early in the morning, and Yun Sanhai came over together. Chen Fan pushed one of the boxes forward and said with a smile, "Brother, here are the 6 weapons. I haven't warmed them up since I got them back. The weapons used in the 3rd level of the 9th level should all be at the divine weapon level, but I haven't identified them yet as to which of the upper, middle or lower levels they are. It is a crime for an ordinary man to carry a jade without any guilt. I just leave it at home and get over it." Tian Tianyu and Yun Sanhai looked at each other and saw the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. "But I want to make it clear," Chen Fan said. "This is not free. If the powerful people in the Demon City or the Imperial City want these things, they must exchange them for something." Zhang Hai burst into laughter, patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. If someone wants to take advantage of my apprentice, then they have to ask me. An old man like me." Yun Sanhai squatted down and opened the box. A weapon like a death scythe, a short sword, a long, sharp and oddly hooked hook, a halberd, a giant axe, a fork. The 6 weapons all have restrained radiance and seem ordinary at first glance. But with Yun Sanhai's mental power, he had already sensed the vast and unpredictable power of these magic weapons before the box was opened. "Too strong," Yun Sanhai said in a deep voice. "I have only seen such things from my teacher, Chen Fan. These 6 weapons of yours are enough to greatly increase the strength of the 6 9th level warriors from the Tang Kingdom." Bai Tianyu also smiled and nodded repeatedly. Smiling happily, Zhang Hai raised the corner of his mouth and said, "It's not just these 6 weapons. Don't forget, those 6 9th-rank Nightmare Gardens were killed by Chen Fan." Chen Fan's legs went weak, and he waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no, Master, don't say that. No one will believe you. I can't kill him at the 9th level. If he stands there and lets me cut him, I can't cut him." When Bai Tianyu and the other 3 saw Chen Fan's sad face, they burst into laughter. Zhang Hai smiled and said, "Anyway, if it weren't for your delay, the people from the Nightmare Garden would have taken away the colorful sacred stone. Although you didn't kill those 6 people, you will definitely be credited with this credit. You killed 6 9th level people in one go. Those guys from the Ministry of Education are full of praise for you." "Ministry of Education?" Chen Fan blinked and said, "Master, in fact, not only 6 people died. There were 2 stronger ones. When they were chasing the leader of the demon sect, they were killed by the leader of the demon sect, who detonated the magic weapon and died together. During the day, Yulin shouted, "Okay! No matter how powerful the Nightmare Court is, if it loses 8 9th level people and 8 Emperor level demons all at once, it probably won't be able to stand up in a short period of time." Then, Bai Qianyu looked at Yun Songhai and said, "Songhai, take the things to Shiqing and give them to Minister Ding." "Okay." Yun Songhai closed the box. "Wait a minute." Chen Fan called to Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai hesitated for a moment. "Is there anything else?" Chen Fan said, "Did you protect me when my senior brother tried to reach the 7th level Master Realm?" "That's right." Yun Songhai smiled slightly. "Chen Fan, Brother Tianyu and I are on par with each other. You are his junior brother, so you can also call me Big Brother without being too formal." Chen Fan smiled and nodded. "Brother Yun, what I mean is that I brought something for my senior brother's 2 beasts. This time, it is possible to help his 2 beasts to break through the combat power level and racial level. Then, with the help of the Beast Master, I can help my senior brother to attack the 7th level Master Realm again." Yun Songhai. He knew that Chen Fan was Zhang Hai's disciple, and would definitely be able to breed beasts. But Master Zhang Hai did not dare to say that he would help Bai Tianyu raise the levels of the 2 beasts in a short period of time. Chen Fan actually said that it was possible to help Bai Tianyu General and the 2 beasts to break through the combat power level and racial level. Yun Songhai looked at Zhang Hai in disbelief. Zhang Hai smiled and nodded slightly. Yun Songhai immediately said, "Give me 5 minutes. I will take the things to Minister Ding in Shiqing. I will be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted up the box and disappeared in a flash. Bai Qianyu saw the question marks in Chen Fan's eyes and said, "Minister Ding is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education. He is a 9th level expert and has been guarding the Magic City. After receiving our news, he rushed over as soon as possible. Now, Minister Ding is inspecting our formation in Donghai City under the leadership of Mr. Fan." Zhang Hai said, "Ruge, you go back first." Bai Rouge pouted. "Oh." After Bai Rouge left, Bai Tianyu picked up the other 2 boxes. "Junior brother, come with me." Zhang Hai and Chen Fan followed behind. Zhang Hai said with a solemn look on his face, "Si Fan, are you sure you can help Tianyu's Beast Master break through the combat power level and racial level this time?" Bai Tianyu in front also became slightly nervous. Even a strong man of his level feels a little weird about this kind of thing. He and Zhang Hai had long known that Chen Fan had extraordinary abilities in the art of raising animals. But his 2 beasts are already level 28 after all. It is already very difficult to help a level 28 Beast Master break through a combat power level in a short period of time. But Chen Fan is talking about more than just combat power level. What Chen Fan said was to help him control the beast and break through the combat power level and racial level. The improvement of racial level is much more difficult than the level of combat power. Most of the beast masters can slowly increase their combat power level as long as they have enough time and enough monster meat with the same attributes. But racial class. This time, if the 2 beasts were to raise both their combat power level and their racial level, the power of the 4 feedbacks would be enough to push him to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. No. Is the real gain only the improvement of his strength? Helping 2 beasts to break through a combat power level and a racial level is equivalent to raising these 2 beasts by 2 full levels. Tian Tianyu's fingers holding the box tightened slightly. Chen Fan nodded slightly. "There should be no problem. When I came here last time, I asked my senior brother to summon 2 beasts, and then checked them carefully. Finally, I selected a lot of materials based on their attributes and levels. This time, I hope I can help my senior brother break through to the Master Realm in one fell swoop." "Did you check it out? The last time you came here? You obviously just took a look." Zhang Hai touched his nose. To be honest, even his apprentice couldn't understand it at all. The 3 of them walked forward and entered a secret room inlaid with many moonstones. As soon as he entered the secret room, Bai Tianyu summoned his 2 beasts. Monster name, Diamond Dragon Beetle. Combat power level, level 27. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute gold. Monster name, 9 Heavens Black Turtle. Combat power level, level 27. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute water. The 2 beasts were stunned for a moment when they saw Chen Fan again. Chapter 168. The storm is coming. In the underground secret room of the city lord's mansion. During the day, Yu closed his eyes and gathered his strength. Around him, there were several black masses floating. It was the crying demon clone that had had its consciousness wiped out and its evil thoughts purged. Beside them, Yun Songhai and Zhang Hai watched Chen Fan's operations without blinking. The water in the 2 large pots is already boiling. But there are still a lot of materials that have not been put in. Chen Fan took a bunch of crystal nuclei and set up an array on the other side. Only 6 of these crystal nuclei are level 27. And most of the rest are level 26 or below. There was no other way. In order to save money, Chen Fan had to choose this relatively complicated plan. Whether it is cultivating a level 27 diamond dragon beetle or a level 27 9 sky black turtle. The system provides a variety of improvement plans. This simple plan uses multiple level 28 monster crystal cores. But for monster crystal cores of this level, even if they differ by only 1 level, the price is hugely different. Chen Fan has no money. Yes, Chen Fan, who was donating to Wanhai College and Tiansheng College an hour ago, really has no money. At least not much in his account. The money from Crying Demon was mainly used to customize the Demon Sky-Breaking Sword, Sealing Heaven Armor, and shields. After buying the equipment, Chen Fan didn't have much money left. The Fire Demon stones that were dug up back then were entrusted to the God of War Academy for sale. But the money has not been received until now. When collecting these materials, before going to Qixing Mountain, Chen Fan took advantage of the credibility of the account Zhang Hai gave him and directly went to the Breeders' Association on credit. The ingredients stewed in the big pot didn't cost much. But before Chen Fan went to Qixing Mountain, he couldn't afford a bunch of level 27 or 26 monster cores. Even so, Chen Fan did not ask Bai Tianyu for money. Even if he spent his soul power on Bai Tianyu and told him the 9 sky-breaking swords, Chen Fan was not willing to say it. Now I won't say this even more. Because there is no shortage of money now. The 2 batches of Fire Demon stone mines have become a bit insignificant. Because Chen Fan had a great time picking up corpses. 6 level 40 demon corpses and demon crystal cores. Plus 6 magic weapons. It is definitely an exaggeration to say that one is as rich as one's country. But it is no exaggeration to say that those things are worth a fortune together. Chen Fan took a piece of crystal core. Followed the detailed instructions on the system. Placed the crystal core on the ground. And then lightly pressed. Click! The tyrannical star power surged. And the hard ground was like paper. With crystal nuclei embedded directly into the ground. As the crystal nuclei were embedded in the ground, spiritual lines began to extend from the crystal nuclei and connected with each other, forming a mysterious and strange pattern. The 2 star-gathering arrays, set up to cultivate the diamond dragon beetle and the 9 sky black turtle are beginning to take shape. Chen Fan touched the sweat on his forehead and glanced at the time. The water in the 2 large pots is almost dry. Chen Fan lifted the bucket, added some water to the 2 large pots, and then threw some materials into each of the 2 large pots. After doing all this, he returned and continued to set up the formation. The most troublesome thing about cultivating these 2 beasts is the 2 star-gathering formations. Because Chen Fan had never had much contact with formations before, whether it was cultivating a level 5 or 6 beast, or a level 16 beast like Jinyu Heidongking, the star-gathering formation had never been used. Even crystal cores are rarely used. When I first signed a contract with Xiaobai, I chose the simplest method by using the blue-scale demon fish crystal core that was higher level than Xiaobai. It is much simpler and easier to use level 2 or even level 3 crystal nuclei to cultivate level 1 beasts. But this time, the 2 beasts were cultivated at level 27. All the crystal nuclei here did not exceed level 27. So the process is much more complicated. Especially these 2 star-gathering arrays. As long as the position of a crystal core is slightly deviated, the effect of the star-gathering array may be completely different. And it may even fail instantly. Therefore, Chen Fan was careful when setting up the formation. The distance and position between each crystal core are repeatedly confirmed back and forth. With his current physique, he might not break a lot of sweat even if he slashed hundreds of times with the sky-breaking devil's sword. But just arranging these 2 star-gathering arrays has made him sweat several times. The water in the cauldron boiled again. The ingredients in the pot have boiled into a dark golden paste. The material in the other pot seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving only a strange dark green liquid that was constantly rolling. Zhang Hai watched the scene, staring at every material, with many questions in his mind. But seeing Chen Fan sweating, he swallowed all his questions back. Yuan Sanhai looked at the 2 star-gathering arrays, and then at Bai Tianyu, who had entered the realm of selflessness on the other side, and felt an unspeakable expectation in his heart. From Bai Tianyu, he vaguely heard that Chen Fan had an amazing talent in the way of raising animals. Master Zhang Hai was full of praise for his disciples. However, is it too exaggerated to allow such a young man to cultivate a king-level beast master? Although Bai Tianyu's sprint to the 7th level this time. Even if he fails, there will be no loss. But? Yun Sanhai looked at Chen Fan thoughtfully. After another 30 minutes, all the ingredients had been thrown into the 2 cauldrons and turned into a pulp. Chen Fan brought 2 large pots to the side. The cauldron slowly cooled down, condensing like jelly. One is dark gold and the other is dark green. Call! Chen Fan exhaled a heavy breath. Having no money is such a hassle. The next time he wants to cultivate a high-level beast, Chen Fan won't be willing to do it. If you have the money to buy a higher-level monster core, then you must use a higher-level monster core. It's too strenuous now. After tempering the bones and opening the pulse all day and night, I never felt so tired. Chen Fan will definitely not be happy to do this when cultivating high-level beasts in the future, regardless of whether it's a grandmaster or someone else. Just throw the material list over. No. You definitely have to add some things you want. Chen Fan wiped his sweat again, and then waved to the Diamond Dragon Beetle and the 9 Heavens Black Turtle. 2 big guys! Come here! 2 huge beasts walked to the cauldron that Chen Fan had placed. However, the 2 beasts were not very familiar with Chen Fan. So even though they came over, they turned around and looked at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai nodded. Strictly follow what Xiao Fan said. No need to be strict at all, because the next operation is extremely simple. The 2 big guys, after eating the 2 pots of jelly, followed Chen Fan's instructions and climbed to the middle of a star-gathering array. Chen Fan walked up to the Diamond Dragon Beetle, pressed his fingers on a crystal core under his feet, and used his star power to see, as if it was an electric current. Starting from that crystal core, a spiritual line flashed with dazzling light, and quickly traveled along the spiritual line that had already appeared. Star-gathering array. Start at full speed. The star power in the crystal core instantly surged like a river, converging towards the Diamond Dragon Beetle. Upon seeing this, the Diamond Dragon Beetle immediately closed its eyes slightly, and quickly absorbed the surging star power. Yun Sanhai's face showed a look of shock. Such a simple star-gathering array can actually use the star power of all crystal nuclei in an instant? It's unbelievable. Zhang Hai also widened his eyes, surprised and happy. As a master, he learned a trick from his apprentice this time. Such 2 star-gathering arrays can produce miraculous effects whether they are used to breed beasts or to train beast masters or star warriors. Time passes little by little. The light of the crystal nuclei in the star-gathering array, where the Diamond Dragon Beetle was located, began to dim. Some of the low-grade crystal nuclei even lost their light and cracked into spider web-like cracks. Zhang Hai and Yun Sanhai nodded silently. In their powerful spiritual induction, the Vajra Dragon Beetle, which has absorbed so much star power in its crystal core, the power in its body is really surging. Deep and vast. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was expressionless and watching all of this very calmly. After all the star power in the 3 level 27 crystal cores were absorbed by the Diamond Dragon Beetle, on the attribute panel in Chen Fan's sight, all the materials in the method for the Diamond Dragon Beetle to break through the void disappeared, leaving only system energy. Very good! Chen Fan patted the Diamond Dragon Beetle gently and looked very satisfied. Everything went well. As he spoke, he instilled 350 points of system energy into the Diamond Dragon Beetle. Then, he walked to the 9 Heavens Black Turtle on the other side and gently pressed his palm on a crystal core. Yun Sanhai glanced at the Diamond Dragon Beetle in confusion, and then at Chen Fan. After eating those things of the Diamond Dragon Beetle, and the star power of the crystal core in the formation has been exhausted, are there no other steps below? Just thought about it. The Diamond Dragon Beetle suddenly groaned and fell to the ground, showing a look of pain. Yun Sanhai and Zhang Hai had strange expressions on their faces at the same time. In their induction, the powerful force in the Diamond Dragon Beetle's body seemed to be stimulated and guided by a strange force, and it actually increased several times. The entire body of the Diamond Dragon Beetle was trembling. Chen Fan ran a few steps quickly and hid behind Yun Sanhai. Yun Sanhai. Next moment, boom! The tyrannical energy exploded, and the 2 cauldrons were thrown away, and they fell heavily on the wall. In front of Yun Sanhai and Zhang Hai, an invisible wall of energy blocked all the energy. On the other side, Bai Tianyu, who was sitting cross-legged, was also shocked. The star power fed back by the Diamond Dragon Beetle has arrived. Yun Sanhai sensed the changes in Bai Tianyu's body, and his eyes widened immediately. Sifan, what's going on? Why is the star power fed back by the Diamond Dragon Beetle after its breakthrough so powerful? Oh! Chen Fan came out from behind Yun Sanhai and said, on the one hand, before helping him break through, Master told it that when it breaks through, I hope it can feed back a little more star power. Okay. Help senior brother by attack the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. On the other hand, this time it not only broke through from level 27 to level 28. I also helped it break through its racial level from high-level extraordinary to low-level lord. So the star power it feeds back is relatively huge. Yun Songhai, with a look of horror on his face. He turned to look at Zhang Hai. What an outrageous method this is. Improve combat power level and racial level at the same time? No wonder. No wonder Tianyu said that his junior brother was his blessing. The last time Yun Songhai heard this, he thought he was talking about the Crying Demon. The Crying Demon was indeed crucial to Bai Tianyu's breakthrough to the 7th grade Master Realm. Never imagined. Yun Songhai considers himself to be very knowledgeable, and has seen many shocking methods of even 9th grade experts. But this time, I was completely shocked by Chen Fan's methods. Zhang Hai's expression was much calmer than Yun Songhai's. Zhang Hai smiled slightly, as if he had already expected all this. But in Zhang Hai's heart, he actually turned his disciples upside down. This method is really otherworldly and unimaginable. It seems that in the future, when introducing oneself as a disciple to others, one must add the phrase, "A person is better than an expert." At this time, the Vajra dragon beetle, which had broken through, slowly walked over and bowed its head gratefully towards Chen Fan. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Hai patted the diamond dragon beetle with great satisfaction, and then looked at Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, it is thanking you. Chen Fan smiled and patted the diamond dragon beetle. This thing is so big that if you get too close, you have to raise your head. Discomfort in the cervical spine. Chen Fan walked to the 9 Heavens Black Turtle on the other side. The star gathering array below the 9 Heavens Black Turtle has been activated for a while. The star power on the crystal cores gathered like ribbons and sank into the body of the 9 Heavens Black Turtle. After the 9 Heavens Black Turtle absorbed all the star power in the crystal core, Chen Fan patted the 9 Heavens Black Turtle's head again. Very good. That's it. Control the star power in your body and wait patiently for a while. Another 350 points of system energy. After a while, the 9 Heavens Black Turtle also broke through to level 28. Combat power level and race level are improved at the same time. In a short period of time, Bai Tianyu absorbed 4 forces of feedback. After absorbing the 4 feedback powers of the 2 beasts, Bai Tianyu immediately activated his star power and began to attack the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Zhang Hai and Chen Fan looked at each other and slowly exited the secret room. The diamond dragon beetle and the 9 sky black turtles slowly climbed to the left and right sides of Bai Tianyu and guarded their master. The protector Yun Songhai glanced at the door of the secret room, took a deep breath, and took a while to calm down. In the corridor of the underground fortress of the city lord's mansion, Chen Fan stopped and said, Master, should I go back first? Well, go back and have a good rest. By the way, Zhang Hai stopped Chen Fan. The elixir refined with the blood and petals of the Blood Petal Flower King has come out. I will send someone to you later. The elixir refined from the blood and petals of the 13th level Blood Petal King will actually have little effect on Beast Masters or Star Warriors above the 5th level. But if it's below level 5, that thing can be called the best elixir. Even if your internal organs are severely damaged, you can still be full of energy after swallowing one piece. Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan and said, So I want to ask your opinion. Master, you don't need to ask my opinion, Chen Fan said. Just make arrangements with senior brother Bai. Zhang Hai smiled and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, and said, What I want from you, senior brother Bai, is that part of it will be given to you and those little guys. Part of it will be distributed to several big families in Donghai City, and part of it will be sent to the Magic City auction. As for the rest, part of it is stored in the City Lord's Palace, and part of it is distributed to the 3 pioneering groups. Chen Fan nodded. No problem. We will do it as you discussed. Zhang Hai added, This is fairly easy to distribute. But for the 6 corpses of level 40 demons and the 6 magic weapons, you may have to wait a little longer. Donghai City will definitely not be able to handle those things. How valuable they are. We need to send someone from the Ministry of Education to evaluate them. So we have to send it to the Magic City and let the superiors handle it. Chen Fan nodded again, and then said with a sad face, I understand. But after senior brother Bai succeeds in breaking through, let him help me get some money first. This time I helped him breed these 2 beasts. I owe the Beast Breeders Association a lot of money. All the materials were bought on credit. Level 26 and 27 monster crystal cores are too expensive. Zhang Hai couldn't help laughing. Don't worry. I will handle this matter. Suddenly, Chen Fan sneaked around, looked around, and then said carefully, Master, is the 9th level powerhouse, who came to Donghai City this time, familiar with you? Zhang Hai laughed again. Why? Do you want him to help you break those summer rings? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said, Master, do you know everything? I don't know, but I can guess. Zhang Hai said, things like space rings are very rare, and ordinary 9th level people may not be able to own one. But I've heard people say that the old monsters in the Nightmare Garden all come from a world called Tianyu Realm. The space ring came from over there. Those few people can push the leader of the demon cult to such a miserable state. Their status in the Court of Nightmares is probably not low. It's not surprising that they have this kind of space ring on them. But when Tian Yu was in Shuyanjian before, he carefully inspected the corpses and sent people to search nearby for a long time. But nothing was found. I knew it must have fallen into your hands. Chen Fan chuckled and scratched his head. But? Zhang Hai frowned and said, although I know Minister Ding who came to Donghai City this time, I am not very familiar with him. And you said before that the 6 people who chased and killed the leader of the demon sect were at the 9th level and 3rd level of heaven. Minister Dante is only a 9th grade, 1st level warrior, so he may not be able to break the spiritual power seals of those summer rings. You keep those things first, and I'll find someone to help you later. Okay. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and then became a little excited again. The Shumi ring of a 9th level expert is definitely a treasure. I don't know what good things are inside those space rings. Now, those space rings are lying quietly in the corner of his beast-controlling space. Chen Fan left the City Lord's mansion, returned to the Beast Breeders Association as quickly as possible, and began to collect various materials based on the information provided by Huanhai College and Tianshun College, helping students from these 2 academies cultivate beast-controlling beasts. In Chen Fan's opinion, is more exciting than the space rings of 9th level masters. It is not often that you have the opportunity to cultivate a large number of low-level beasts in a short period of time. Donghai City. Lin. In the secret room, Lin Xiaozhan was waiting a little restlessly. Suddenly, an old man with white beard and hair walked in with his hands behind his back. Master, you are here. Lin Xiao stood up immediately. The old man with white beard and hair was his master, Hong Quan. Hong Quan is a well-known master of beast breeding and the previous president of the Donghai City branch of the Beast Breeding Masters Association. After nodding slightly, Hong Quan sat down on the sofa. Mr. Lin, on the other hand, stood respectfully on the side, not daring to make a sound. After a while, Hong Quan showed a gloomy look on his face and sighed. 8 9th grade experts have died, and their vitality has been greatly damaged. What? Lin Xiao's eyes widened with disbelief. Even the 7th grade Grandmaster realm is still out of reach for him. 8 9th level people died in the Nightmare Court in one fell swoop. Was the legendary 9th grade realm being killed just like chopping melons and vegetables? Lin Xiao said with a face full of horror. Why is this happening? I'm afraid there aren't many 9th level people in the entire Tang Kingdom. Right. Hong Quan shook his head slightly and said, I tried to contact the commander, but even the commander didn't know about this matter. Why do our 9th grade experts from the Nightmare Garden appear near Donghai City? And why? They were killed inexplicably. What kind of existence can kill them? Alright. Hong Quan said a little irritably. These things are beyond our control. How is your practice going now? Mr. Lin immediately said respectfully. In 3 months at most, I should be able to break through to the 3rd level and 5th level. Master, after breaking through to the 4th level, can the commander help me sign a contract with the devil? As the young master of the Lin family, just awakening to become a star warrior was a pain in his life. Shen Xiao, Yi Zhan, Li Qingyan, and others of the same age all awakened to become beast masters and then joined the pioneer group. But he, Lin Xiao, is just a star warrior. But destiny has changed. It won't be long before he can break through to the 4th level. At that time, the Nightmare Court can help him sign a powerful demon. Thinking of that day, Lin Xiao was so excited that he couldn't sleep. What does that feel like? It feels like the undefeated East is rising again. Hong Quan nodded with satisfaction. You don't need to worry about the devil. The commander over there has already prepared a powerful abyss demon for you. After a pause, Hong Quan then said, I came here today mainly for another thing. Another thing? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. Hong Quan said with a cold look. The leader can't wait any longer. So he is planning to take advantage of the Modu Martial Arts University's promotion to the League to break through Donghai City in one fell swoop and capture Chu Tianan. Lin Xiao was shocked. At the beginning of the Moda Martial Arts University Promotional League. 10 days from now? Why are you so anxious? With such a big thing happening in Qixing Mountain this time, the Magic City will definitely send an 8th grade or above strong person over. 8th grade? Hong Quan sneered and said, Now! There is a 9th grade in Donghai City. What? Lin Xiao was stunned. Now that there are 9th level experts in Donghai City, the commander and the others still want to rush into Donghai City and capture Chu Tianan. Isn't that asking for death? Hong Quan smiled and said, A 9th grade expert will not stay in Donghai City for long. According to the information I received, the 6 demon corpses dragged back from Qixing Mountain have now been sent to the Demon City. The 9th level person, who is currently in Donghai City, will definitely leave in a few days. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly frowned and said, Master, you and our Lin family have been setting up in Donghai City for so many years. Are you really just doing it for the immortal Chu family? How valuable is an old guy who is not yet at the level of a 7th grade grandmaster? Last time, several commanders triggered a swarm of ants and bees, tried to break through Donghai City and capture Chu Tianan. However, they were tricked by you and the others, and several commanders died instead. Shut up! Hong Quan shouted coldly. Can you question the decisions of the adults above? Lin Xiao remained silent and lowered his head. Hong Quan then said, The arrest of Chu Tianan should be related to Chu Qingcheng. I came to Donghai City 15 years ago just for Chu Tianan. I thought that with the cooperation of several commanders, it would be easy to catch a guy who is not at the level of a 7th grade grandmaster. Never imagined. At this point, Hong Quan began to gnash his teeth. This old bastard Chu Tianan has never left the main city for 15 years. Lin Xiao quickly glanced at his master and lowered his head. Only when talking about Chu Tianan would master become so angry and unable to control his emotions. This kind of thing really makes people vomit blood. The Nightmare Court sent its master to Donghai City just to capture Chu Tianan. As a result, Chu Tianan, an old man, stayed in the main city and never left for 15 years. This has turned into an old turtle. Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out. Was an old man like Chu Tianan worth doing this to the Court of Nightmares? Is arresting Chu Tianan for Chu Qingcheng? But Chu Qingcheng has been missing for 18 years, and no one knows whether she is dead or alive. There were countless question marks in Lin Xiao's mind. But when he saw his master gnashing his teeth, he didn't dare to ask anything. At this time, Hong Quan took a breath and said, This time, there is no room for failure. After capturing Chu Tianan, our mission will be successfully completed. When the time comes, there will be no need to stay in this small Donghai City. The sky is big and the earth is big. Let you roam around. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Then, he asked a little cautiously, What is the specific plan? Hong Quan's eyes flashed coldly and he said, The leader of the Centaur clan, who has already demonized the 5th secret realm, has taken control of the Centaur clan. At that time, the Centaurs will break out of the secret realm, and several other secret realm Zerg races will also cooperate. This monster siege may directly destroy Donghai City. Lin Xiao was shocked. Then our Lin family, Hong Quan snorted coldly and said, Before the monsters besiege the city, I will take your parents out of Donghai City. The rest are all abandoned sons and left to their fate. Lin Xiao's body tensed up, and he stood stunned on the spot. Chapter 169, A Group of Thorns. It's just dawn. Chen Fan sat in the truck with his eyes closed and meditative. The old ape sat on his left side, very quiet. The jadeite on Chen Fan's head was glowing green in the dim light. Xiaobai lay in his arms and looked ahead curiously. Gongzi stood up and lay on Chen Fan's shoulder. He looked back and drooled. The back of the truck was full of cooked ingredients, and the smell was fragrant. At Chen Fan's feet, there is an orange cat on the left and a black cat on the right. The little black cat and the orange cat were both taking naps and sleeping soundly. Among Chen Fan's beast masters, only Shao Qing sleeps obediently in the beast master space. The others like to go outside for a walk, and even when they sleep, they like to sleep outside. The long motorcade was heading towards Beicheng Tianshan Academy. The scent spread all the way, attracting all the stray cats and dogs. However, some star warriors in the car released waves of momentum, which immediately frightened the stray cats and dogs so that they did not dare to approach and could only follow them from a distance. Chen Fan has been too busy these 2 days. Very busy. I went to Genkai Academy the day before yesterday to breed animals for the students of Genkai Academy. Yesterday, the 3 major pioneering groups came to visit us again. People from the 3 pioneering groups bumped into each other and almost started a fight at Chen Fan's house. Now, including Jinyu Heidongking, there are a total of 18 royal beasts from the 3 pioneering groups, waiting for feeding, at Chen Fan's training ground. Yesterday, Chen Fan was originally going to Tianshan Academy, but because the leaders of the 3 major pioneering groups came in person, Chen Fan did not go to Chuntian Saint Academy. The teaching director of Tianshan College didn't know that it was the matter of the 3 pioneering groups. So he went to Huanhai College to curse, saying that it was because Huanhai College dragged Chen Fan away the day before yesterday, which delayed the affairs of Tianshan College. Huanhai Academy was too lazy to reply. Under Chen Fan's instigation, a group of teachers led the students out of Dahai City and went to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain for training. Over at Ares Academy, Li Sheng actually came over after receiving the news. Ares College students donating money to other schools? What is this thing called? But before Li Sheng could speak, Chen Fan blocked Li Sheng's mouth with tens of millions. If you have money, you are so willful. Chen Fan encouraged a few more words. And then the Ares Academy also mobilized in full force yesterday to go to the other side of 10,000 Beasts Mountain to practice. Chen Fan was so moved that he wanted to cry. It's not in vain that he spent so much money and energy to help several academies breed animals. Yesterday, the system energy increased by more than 9W in total. Pity. It's a pity that the levels of the Beast Masters of several school students are still a little too low. A low-level Beast Master will kill monsters of a lower level and kill fewer monsters. Hundreds of beasts swarmed around him, but not as many monsters were killed as Jinyu Heidongqing's move. Golden feathers in the sky. But Chen Fan was not in a hurry. This is a long-term business. The beasts he has cultivated are all bound to the system. In the future, any monster killed by those Beast Masters will provide system energy to him. At the end of the day, the system does not have much energy. What about a month? What about a year? What really made Chen Fan a little anxious were the level 4 and 5 Beast Masters from various schools. Although those level 4 and 5 beasts were fed a lot of delicious food by Chen Fan, they did not break through casually. So those beasts could not be regarded as the beasts that Chen Fan had cultivated. For example, Ding Yi, the monitor of Class 4 of Ares Academy, has level 5 beast control. No matter how many monsters Ding Yi kills with his beast control, it will not increase Chen Fan's system energy even a little bit. Chen Fan was a little depressed. He sent a message to Yi Hao and Li Fengxing last night, asking them to bring in some business for him, and first introduce the classmates they had good relationships with. The Beast Masters are not afraid of too many. If the training ground of the Beast Breeders Association cannot accommodate them, Chen Fan is going to put those Beast Masters in the 9th store. However, store number 9 is still expanding and renovating, so it will probably take a few more days. All in all, the situation is excellent. Chen Fan checked the system energy on the system panel, which was still increasing rapidly. Early in the morning, there was already the sound of fighting over there at Wanshou Mountain. Sudden, "Brother Fan!" A loud shout rang out, frightening the napping orange cat to jump 3 feet high. The leader was hit too hard this time. Even though he was following Chen Fan, his spirit remained tense. Every moment he was startled. Every tree and tree could be attacked. "Maid!" The orange cat jumped up, lay on the car window, and scratched Li Fengxing's face with one paw. Li Fengxing is currently in the 2nd level. How could he be injured by a level 2 beast? He casually grabbed the orange cat's neck, and then threw the orange cat away. But he couldn't dodge Chen Fan's slap. Snapped. Chen Fan almost stunned Li Fengxing with a slap. "I hate people who sneak up to the side and yell." Snapped. Chen Fan slapped him again with his backhand. "Next time you dare to come to me and yell, I will beat the shit out of you." Li Fengxing lay on the car window with one hand and scratched his head with the other. "Brother Fan, whose master beast is this orange cat? I always feel like it looks at me weirdly, like I'm an idiot. If it's your new beast, forget it. If not, then let me beat it." The orange cat, who came back angrily from behind, turned around when he heard this and scurried into the grass. Chen Fan said, "A wild cat came back from outside. Let's see if we can sign a contract in the future." Li Fengxing still wanted to speak, but a palm stretched out from behind and slapped him aside. Bai Rouge jumped up with a smile. "Uncle, the teachers are waiting over there." "Yes." Chen Fan opened the car door and jumped out of the car with Xiaobai in his arms. Gongzi, Xiuhei, and the others also followed. Not far ahead is the gate of Tianshan Academy. A group of teachers have been waiting for a long time. Under the guidance of the teachers of Tianshan Academy, the motorcade slowly drove into the academy. Just when Chen Fan and Bai Rouge were preparing to enter Tianshine Academy, he stopped and looked to the right. On the right, a group of beggars huddled together. Several students were distributing bread and water to them. What left Chen Fan speechless was, the old blind man is also among those beggars. Is this guy really blind? The Animal Breeders Association is in Dongcheng, and he came to Beicheng from Dongcheng again? Chen Fan waved to the old ape, who immediately came over with a big package. Chen Fan took out the barbecue wrapped in tin foil from the package and walked towards the old blind man. These roasted meats are of a relatively high level and are the meat of level 15 monsters. They were originally reserved for Xiao Bai and Jade. When he saw Chen Fan approaching, the old blind man took a piece of bread and turned around to leave. Chen Fan took 2 quick steps, caught up with the old blind man, and said, "Old man, why did you run away when you saw me?" Bai Rouge, who was chasing after him, was stunned for a moment. "Uncle, he doesn't even have eyeballs in his eyes. How can he see you?" Chen Fan didn't say anything. He put the large piece of meat in his hand into the old blind man's hand and said, "Why don't you stay at the Breeders' Association? Why are you running around?" The old blind man sent the meat back again. "I have bread. I'm not hungry." Chen Fan put the meat back again. "Take it and eat it. It's just a piece of barbecue, and it's not worth much." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the gate of Tianshine Academy. As soon as he and Bai Rouge and others arrived at the gate of Tianshine Academy, a group of beggars swarmed up, pushed the old blind man to the ground, and then snatched the barbecue from the old blind man's hand. Just grab them. Some of them insisted on kicking them. Bai Rouge, who had just reached the gate, his face darkened, gave a cold shout, rushed back, and helped the old blind man up. "If any of you dare to hit him again, I guarantee you will never have anything to eat again." Bai Rouge glanced coldly at the group of beggars. Although these beggars are ordinary people who have not awakened, most of them are not very old and have sound hands and feet. She looked down upon such people. Even if you work as a miner or do other hard work, you can still live a good life in the main city. But these people... "I'm fine. I'm fine." The old blind man patted Bai Rouge's hand gently. "Young lady is kind-hearted. Thank you." Chen Fan also walked back, glanced at the old blind man silently, and then waved to a star warrior escorting the convoy. The star warrior walked over quickly. Chen Fan said, "Brother, help me take this old man to the number 9 store outside the Animal Breeders Association." "Okay." The star warrior nodded. The old blind man was stunned. No, I won't go. I won't go anywhere. You brat. I will be unlucky every time I meet you. What else do you want to do to me now? Do you still want to restrict my freedom? Why can't I avoid you no matter where I go?" Bai Rouge, Li Fengxing. Chen Fan waved his hand. "Find a car and take him back now." The star warrior immediately supported the old blind man and took him directly into a car and headed to the Beast Breeders Association regardless of the old blind man's yelling. Chen Fan touched his chin and walked into Tianshine Academy with Bai Rouge and Li Fengxing. As soon as he entered Tianshine Academy, cheers rang out on the Tianshine Academy playground. Chen Fan immediately opened his mouth. "A lot of leaks. No. To be precise, it should be workers. I will help you cultivate the beasts today, and you will all be my workers from now on." Chen Fan ran a few steps quickly and walked to a group of teachers. "Teachers, let's start." This operation is very different from Aries Academy. First, when he was in Aries Academy, Chen Fan went from class to class. This time, Tianshine Academy called all the students to the playground. The queues of all students are arranged according to the table given to Chen Fan by Tianshine Academy. In this way, it is much simpler and more convenient, and the efficiency is also much improved. Second, when he was at Aries Academy, Chen Fan was not actually controlling the beasts at all, but was taking a bunch of high-level monster meat and forcing it on the low-level beasts. This method has helped many low-level beast masters break through, but there are still many beast masters who have not made breakthroughs, especially level 2 and level 3 beast masters. High-level monster meat naturally has many benefits for low-level beast masters. But how can it be so simple to break through just after eating it once? This time, Chen Fan changed his strategy. Many of the materials he prepared did not completely correspond to a certain beast, but it only corresponds to a certain attribute. After all, although there are many beasts to control, they only have a few attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, shadow, rock, demon, etc. Chen Fan roughly determined the attributes of these beasts based on the beast control information provided by Tianshan Academy, and collected a large amount of materials corresponding to the attributes. The material this time is not just monster meat. With these materials, the system can almost assemble most of the beast control breakthrough plans here. Chen Fan looked at the first beast in front of him and couldn't help but burst into tears. This boy's beast is a level 2 flying shark. Not a shark in the water. This is a shark that can fly in the air. Monster name, Flying Shark. Combat power level, level 2. Race level, medium awakening. Monster attribute wind. Potential level Samsung. Requirements for breaking through to level 3, the first method. 5 pounds of level 6 phoenix and crane meat. 2 pounds of level 6 killer bee honey. A Tianfeng flower. 15 points of system energy. The second method. 5 pounds of level 7 blue-eyed golden carving meat. Just as Chen Fan guessed, the system screened the beast control upgrade plans based on the materials brought by the team. He brought a dozen trucks of materials. Maybe some of the level 5 beast controlling beasts still have difficulty relying on the materials in them to break through. But for those level 3 beast masters, the probability of successful breakthrough is at least 95%. Chen Fan immediately asked someone to send several materials over. All ingredients are already cooked. Eat right away. The flying shark wolfed down a bunch of ingredients in a few licks. Compared to the huge body of the flying shark, these things are really inconspicuous. After eating, Fei Shark looked expectantly at the rows of dining cars behind him. Aren't you full yet? Chen Fan touched Fei Shark's head and said 15 points of system energy to it. Then, he asked someone to bring over a large piece of fire and meat and handed it to the flying shark's beastmaster. Take it to the side. Thank you. The boy took the flying shark out with a large piece of fire and meat in his hands. Chen Fan walked to the second beast. Monster name, Magic Knife Mantis. Combat power level, level 3. Race level, Advanced Awakening. The Demon Sword Mantis is one of the more common beasts in several academies. This kind of beast is agile in movement and has strong attack power. It's just that the defense is a bit poor. Just when Chen Fan was checking the attribute panel of the Demon Sword Mantis, the flying shark that had just been taken out broke through. Level 3. Teacher, my flying shark has broken through to level 3. The beast master was so happy that he started dancing. The playground that had just calmed down immediately started to boil again. The students all blushed and stared at Chen Fan, their eyes full of anticipation. Chen Fan was still checking the attribute panel of Demon Sword Mantis. For the level 3 Demonic Sword Mantis, the materials required for breakthrough have been upgraded to a higher level. Chen Fan was suddenly stunned. The Magic Knife Mantis seemed a little afraid of him and kept trying to move back. The beast master of the Demon Sword Mantis kept his head lowered from beginning to end. All the other students stared with wide eyes, like wolves and tigers. Only this guy. Hello? Chen Fan frowned. Raise your head. The man didn't respond. A teacher who was following Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly. Luo Buyu, Chen Fan asked you to raise your head. Didn't you hear? Carrot fish? A traditional dish? Chen Fan looked at the boy with his head lowered and tilted his head. The man raised his head and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Master Fan Fan, long time no see. Chen Fan blinked and laughed. The guy in front of me was actually the beast master who was with Wang Tung. Back in the Black Ant Forest, Wang Tung gathered a team, including 2 beast masters who had signed contracts to control the beasts. One of them is Luo Buyu. Another person signed a contract with Night Saber, but was shot to death by Xiao Bai. And this Luo Buyu, carrying the magic sword Mantis, did not take action from beginning to end. When Chen Fan walked towards him, Luo Buyu asked Chen Fan speechlessly with a series of right or wrong questions. Finally, Chen Fan let him leave. Unexpectedly, this guy was actually at Tianshan Academy. Moreover, his magic sword Mantis is already level 3, although this guy looks a bit wretched. His talent for controlling beasts is indeed quite high. During the few days in the Black Ant Forest, most of the newly awakened beast masters did not sign contracts with the beast masters. But Luo Buyu signed a contract with Magic Sword Mantis early on. Only 2 months have passed, and this guy's magic sword Mantis has gone from level 1 to level 3. You know, these are students from out of town. At this time, the teacher who just spoke saw Chen Fan looking at Luo Buyu and smiling. So he came over and said, Chen Fan, so you know Luo Buyu? This guy is pretty good. He works very hard. In the past 2 months, most of the freshmen have been killing the blue-scaled monster fish in Xinxinghe. But he and a few classmates have teamed up to attack the 10,000 Beasts mountain. Luo Buyu didn't dare to look at Chen Fan and lowered his head again. Your demon sword mantis is quite good. Chen Fan smiled, turned around and reported the names of the 4 ingredients. Later, someone immediately delivered the 4 ingredients Chen Fan needed. Chen Fan placed the 4 kinds in front of the magic knife mantis. Eat it. The demon sword mantis was a little afraid of Chen Fan and did not dare to move. Luo Buyu was also afraid. But Luo Buyu still mustered up his courage and said, Eat it! The ingredients that Mr. Fan specially selected for you are delicious. So don't waste them. The demon sword mantis took 2 steps forward timidly and began to eat. Chen Fan saw how, gentlemanly, the demon sword mantis ate. And then remembered that the leader of the cult, who possessed the orange cat, had been gobbling up food these past few days. And often stole food. Chen Fan turned around and took a look. And he was immediately furious. That orange cat was lying on an unattended dining cart, devouring food. Gongzi! Go over and teach him a lesson! Chen Fan waved his hand, and Gongzi immediately rushed out. When the orange cat saw this, he brushed his teeth twice, and ran away into the distance. A group of teachers were also speechless. Isn't this the beast that Chen Fan brought? Why are you still eating the beasts of the Chen Fan family secretly? Does his beast control still lack this little thing? Just when a group of teachers were wondering, the demon sword mantis also made a breakthrough. From level 3. Breakthrough to level 4. Luo Buyu's eyes widened with disbelief. His magic sword mantis also broke through? Some time ago, he almost ran out of money, and got a lot of level 4 monster meat. After eating it for many days, he still couldn't make the magic knife mantis break through. Thank you, Mr. Xia Fan. Luo Buyu bowed deeply towards Chen Fan. Yes. Chen Fan nodded slightly and walked over. By the time Chen Fan returned to the Animal Breeders Association, the sun had already set. Shop number 9 sent a message saying that the old blind man tried to escape. He escaped 3 times, but was caught every time. Now Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei simply found a famous star warrior to watch him specially. But Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei couldn't figure out why Chen Fan brought an old blind man here. They didn't even understand why the old blind man had to run away even though he had food and drink. Chen Fan didn't understand either. Chen Fan just felt that this old man was a little weird. The old blind man had no eyes. And his 2 eye sockets were like black holes. But he could see people? What is this guy doing running around in Donghai City? But now, Chen Fan has no time to talk to the old blind man. So he just arranged for Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei to temporarily let the old blind man stay in the number 9 store. What Chen Fan is thinking about now is breeding animals. The 3 major colleges are finally done. However, there are still many fish that slipped through the net. It's those level 5 beast masters. Later, we still need to find Li Fengxing and Shen Hongxiu to work on it. And bring over the level 4 and 5 beast controlling beasts from several academies to cultivate them. You can spend less money, but you have to cultivate the beast. Don't let anyone go. No one is missing. Next, they are the beast masters of the 3 pioneering groups. Chen Fan looked at the beast masters divided into 3 factions on the training ground and couldn't help but frown. The 3 major pioneering groups have always had a competitive relationship. So every time these people meet outside the main city, they have to fight twice. Their master beasts are also hostile to each other. If it hadn't been for their beast masters' repeated warnings, they would have been beaten to a bloody head. But even so, these 3 groups of beast masters are now like 3 gangs. They don't like each other, and they glare at each other. This won't work. These are all 10-level beast masters. Because these beast masters refuse to obey anyone. They look so arrogant and domineering, which made other beast masters walk on thin ice with fear. The golden horned dragons in Handan were so frightened that they huddled in their holes, and did not dare to come out. Holy Moon Morning Glory chased Chen Fan with a fan. She would go wherever Chen Fan went, not daring to go to the beast control group at all. The greedy heavy beetle king was so frightened that he didn't eat for a long time. The phantom king green python golden horn beast, who likes to sing, also ran here, and I didn't hear it sing a song for a long time. Chen Fan glanced at Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai and Gongzi were not afraid of those high-level beasts at all. Xiao Hei, a bitch like that, even flew on the heads of those beasts to squawk, and was beaten several times. But Xiaobai and the others were still too weak, and couldn't control the situation. The Huanhai Pioneer Group and the Tiansheng Pioneer Group seemed to have placed a level 17 taming beast here, in order to contain Jinyu Hai Dongqing. Although Jinyu Hai Dongqing's racial level is 1 level higher than those 2 beasts, he still can't suppress them 1 against 2. Headache. After Chen Fan ate something, he ran to the warehouse and brought out a big box. This is the material prepared for Jinyu Heidonking's breakthrough. Chen Fan directly threw a material list to each of the several beast masters of the pioneering group and asked them to collect the materials on their own. But Jinyu Heidonking's materials had been prepared some time ago. Chen Fan took out the materials. The beasts such as the Tian Wang Divine Ox, the Dragon Blood Crazy Lion, etc. immediately surrounded them. Even the Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon emerged from the hole. All the beast masters, who had seen Chen Fan's methods before, looked at Chen Fan with anticipation. Except for the Golden Feather Heidonking, the Red-backed Scorpion, the Death Spider Emperor, and the 1,000 June ants that Chen Fan had trained. The other beasts of the three pioneering groups were just watching from a distance. Despite their beastmasters' repeated warnings, these beastmasters were very powerful, and did not take low-level boys like Chen Fan seriously. At this moment, when they saw the Handan Golden Horn Dragon and other beasts surrounding them, the group of beasts just glanced at them from a distance and didn't pay too much attention. Jinyu, come here! Chen Fan waved to Jinyu Heidonking. Jinyu Heidonking was overjoyed, flapped his wings and flew over immediately. A group of beasts came around and immediately gave it a large space. Chen Fan smiled slightly. You went out with Deputy Captain Jin before and killed a lot of monsters. Right. Jinyu Heidonking nodded, his eyes becoming a little fiery. Very good, Chen Fan said with a smile. Your efforts will not be in vain. Today I will help you break through to level 18, and then raise your racial level from low-level lord to medium-level lord. Jinyu Heidonking lowered his head and prostrated on the ground. It now has no doubt about Chen Fan's words. The group of beast masters beside them all showed expressions of envy and hatred. Level 18. Middle Lord. It's so jealous. On the other side, a group of beast masters, who had not come over but were paying attention, were all stunned for a moment. Immediately, one of the level 17 Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the level 17 Fire Crystal Crocodile King laughed strangely at the same time. The strange laughter of two beasts of different races was loud and unpleasant. When this monster laughed, other low-level beast masters felt extremely uncomfortable. But no beast dared to say anything. That's a level 17 boss, and he can crush them to death with just one claw. Chen Fan raised his head and silently glanced at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King. It was these two beasts who united to fight against Jinyu Heidonking. These are two thorns. Laugh. Just laugh. After I help Jinyu break through, I have to beat the shit out of you. Then, all the beast masters on the God of War pioneering team will be upgraded first. Chen Fan sneered in his heart. From the perspective of those pioneering groups, they hope that in the absence of the beast master, these beast masters can maintain balance and restrain each other. But from Chen Fan's perspective, there must be an absolutely strong side on this training ground, and this absolutely powerful party must obey his orders. Chen Fan took out various materials and put them into categories. Then he placed a chopping board on the stone table and chopped vegetables on it. A group of beast masters were around, watching his movements without blinking. The orange cat also came over. Chen Fan helped the low-level beast masters break through. It wasn't a very powerful method. For low-level beast masters, taking a bunch of high-level monster meat and smashing it hard would definitely raise the level. But we need to help high-level beast masters break through. Orange Cat glanced at the materials Chen Fan took out. As the leader of the demon sect and a high-level alchemist, he could basically recognize these things at a casual glance. Except for some materials unique to the secret realm that he didn't recognize. Most of the materials couldn't be hidden from his eyes. But what makes Orange Cat puzzled is that these materials don't seem to be very old. The star power contained in it is not very abundant. If you want to help the beasts break through, of course the higher the year, the better. Or the higher the monster's meat level, the better. If there is something that can be called a treasure of heaven and earth, a piece of grass or a flower can help a beast master or a beast master break through the level. But the materials Chen Fan took out seemed too ordinary. Right? During the day at Tianshan Academy, Chen Fandu still used high-level materials and monster meat to feed the low-level beasts. How come the materials used to cultivate a level 17 golden feather Heidonking are so mediocre? The orange cat looked at Chen Fan chopping vegetables and felt depressed again. Every time Chen Fan cultivated a beast, he said it was refining medicine. But he took a hacking knife and chopped randomly, cutting into big pieces and small pieces. Not to mention that the alchemist would be so angry that he would vomit blood when he saw it. Even the chef would scold her when he saw it. Doing this can help Jinyu Heidonking break through a combat power level and a racial level? The leader always felt that the scene he saw was extremely absurd. After walking around in a circle, The orange cat couldn't help but ask, "Hey, kid, why did you donate so much money to the school?" Chen Fan said without raising his head. "No reason. Just burning too much money to show off your wealth." Orange cat. After a moment of silence, the orange cat said again, "You can help me break through in a while. I felt very insecure when facing this group of level 5 and 6 beasts before. You bring over a bunch of more than 10 level beast masters. Did you see the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King? The way they looked at me. They clearly wanted to devour me." Chen Fan said, "Didn't we agree before? I will help you upgrade to level 5. Orange cat. "Yes." Chen Fan. "It's useless to upgrade to level 5. If they want to devour you, can you escape? In front of those beasts. What's the difference between level 2 and level 5? Orange cat. So sad. The dignified leader of the Heavenly Demon sect is now on tenterhooks all day long, worried that he will be swallowed by a beast of more than 10 levels. If I hadn't been betrayed by someone, I would have lost the 5-colored sacred stone in the end. My colorful magic stone." When the orange cat thought of the 5-colored sacred stone, he felt like he was about to go crazy and collapse. "I am inseparable from the Nightmare Garden. I must kill all those bastards. I swear I won't be a human unless I kill those guys in the Nightmare Garden." Chapter 170. Entering the Bless Your Beast Breeding Studio. At night, 2 moons hung on the treetops, like 2 big lanterns. The forest at Chen Fan's training ground was still very lively. A group of beasts are fighting. No, to be precise, it was the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King who were being beaten. Jinyu Heidong King, who was promoted to level 18 by Chen Fan, grabbed the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf with one claw and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King with the other claw, and kept smashing down the rocks. It's a pity that 2 level 17 beast masters, together before, could still call out twice in front of Jinyu Heidongqing. Now in front of Jinyu Heidongqing, he has no power to resist it all. Before Chen Fan helped Jinyu improve, Jinyu's combat power level was the same as the 2 beasts, which was level 17. But Jinyu's racial level is that of a low-level lord, which is 1 level higher than those 2 beasts. The racial levels of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King are both high-level extraordinary. Originally, it was just that the racial level was 1 level higher. Therefore, unless Jinyu Heidongqing uses all his strength, it will not be easy to defeat the combination of Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and Fire Crystal Crocodile King. But it is impossible for a beast master of this level to exert his full strength in the training ground. Because if you are not careful, this forest and training ground may be destroyed. Now Jinyu's race level is 2 levels higher than those 2 beasts, and his combat power level is also 1 level higher. It doesn't need much effort at all to press these 2 beasts to the ground and rub them together. The beast masters of the 3 pioneer groups formed a circle and watched the 2 beast masters being tortured to death by Jinyu. No one dared to say anything. The 2 big guys at level 17 didn't dare to resist and just accepted the beating. If other beasts go up, they will die. But Jinyu Heidongqing's attack was so cruel. It felt like he was beating him to death. The Fire Crystal Crocodile King is a bit better. This guy has rough skin and thick flesh, so it won't be a big problem if he takes a few more hits. But the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf was good at speed, not defense. Jinyu Heidongqing grabbed him with his claws and beat him until his skin and flesh were torn, and he screamed in agony. Further away, the Heavy Beetle King and Xiao Bai were watching. All the beast masters formed 2 large circles, watching Jinyu Heidongqing teach the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King didn't dare to resist at all. They had resisted before and were almost killed. Now, the 2 beasts only hope that Jinyu Heidongqing can calm down and let them go. "Okay, Jinyu." Chen Fan's voice suddenly came over. "Just teach him a lesson. Don't really get him killed." Jinyu Heidongqing threw away his claws and threw the 2 beasts directly into the small lake in the forest. The Fire Crystal Crocodile King was a little better, but the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf immediately turned into a drowned dog and crawled out of the small lake in a state of embarrassment. Jinyu Heidongqing tilted his head slightly and glanced at the Imperial Beasts of the Huanhai Pioneer Group and the Tianshun Pioneer Group. The Beast Masters were startled and took a step back. On the side of the God of War Pioneering Group, a group of Beast Masters were elated and kept making strange noises. The goblin put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and said quietly, "Where there are beasts to control, there are rivers and lakes. This is Jianghu." The beasts such as the Tianhuang Divine Ox and the dark blood stone man all looked at him sideways. You green-skinned dwarf. What are you pretending to be? The Handan golden horn dragon raised his head and silently glanced at the night sky. What kind of bullshit is this? This is my kingdom. I want to be the man of the ice dragon. When I become an ice dragon, even the 18th level Jinyu Heidonking will bow down and bow to me when he sees me. The ice-white python beside him sighed silently. This stupid pen has started to dream again. Inside the house, Chen Fan closed his eyes and took stock. He actually didn't pay much attention to the movements in the forest. If Xiao Hei hadn't come over and said that the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King were about to be beaten to death, he wouldn't even bother to speak. Bang! Chen Fan's whole body shook with energy. Another branch was successfully opened. Chen Fan took a deep breath and guided the star power back to the Sea of Stars. System Energy, 266580. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 2nd level. 4th level. Star Power, 1,825 cards plus. Psychic Power, 307 Hz plus. Tempered Bone 206 pieces, 199 pieces plus. Open Pulse 206, 199 plus. The system energy is still rising, mainly from those Beast Masters from Ares Academy and Huanhai Academy. As for Tianshan Academy, Chen Fan just finished cultivating their beasts this afternoon, and it will take tomorrow to harvest the system energy. As the bone quenching and pulse opening progressed, the star power increased a little. Now, there are only 7 bones and 7 branches left. Finally, after tempering these 7 bones and opening up these 7 branches, you can break through to the 2nd level and 5th level in one fell swoop. Breaking through to the 2nd level and 5th level, the Star Sea will also undergo a qualitative change and widen a lot. At that time, Chen Fan was ready to help Xiaobai and the others break through to level 8. At the level of the 2nd level and 4th level, it is a bit difficult to withstand the powerful power of Xiaobai and others. A total of 6 beasts have raised their combat power level and race level by 1 level, which is 12 strands of feedback star power. Chen Fan was a little worried as to whether the 2nd grade 5th level heaven could withstand so much star power in return. When I go back to help Xiaobai and the others break through, I have to talk to them carefully and let them give back a little less star power. Don't accidentally burst yourself. It will be fun. Chen Fan stood up, poured himself a glass of water, drank it, and then came back. In one go, he broke through to the 2nd level and 5th level. As soon as he sat down, Chen Fan immediately activated his star power. Things like bone tempering and pulse opening need to be done step by step. And you can't be greedy for more and seek speed. But this kind of rule is invalid here. Other Beast Masters or Star Warriors need to stop and adjust their breath to recover every time they temper 3 to 5 bones. But Chen Fan didn't need it at all. Other Beast Masters need to repair, recover, and use elixirs and other means to cooperate because their star power is too weak. Because an ordinary 3rd grade 1st level heaven only has 700 cards of star power. For most 2nd grade and 4th level players, the star power fluctuates around 500 calories. But Chen Fan, who is also in the 2nd level and 4th level, has now reached 1,825 calories of star power. This is almost a step higher than the 3rd level and 4th level heaven. Such majestic star power flow, bone tempering and pulse opening are just a little tiring and boring for Chen Fan. It is impossible for his star power to be unsustainable. As Chen Fan's star power circulated, the rolling torrent of star power immediately flowed towards the last few bones. As the star power and mental power increased, Chen Fan's feeling about the flow of star power became clearer and clearer. Tempering a piece of bone, 2 pieces of tempered bones, 3 pieces of tempered bones. Although the further you go, the harder it gets. But for Chen Fan, it's nothing more than spending more time and spending more star power. 7 bones, 7 meridians. It finally took less than 2 hours. When the last meridian is successfully opened, the vast star power instantly flowed through Chen Fan's limbs and bones. The 206 bones all shimmered with light. The Sea of Stars also quickly began to expand outwards. 2nd grade 5th level heaven. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes. In the room, starlight formed by the condensed scattered star power fell. System energy, 267580. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 2nd grade 5th level heaven. Star power, 1,965 cards plus. A 3rd level Beast Master or Star Warrior has heard about ant fighting and has an astonishingly powerful perception. Only when one reaches the 3rd level can mental power cooperate with star power to display magical powers and secret techniques. spit water and fire, step on waves, and glide in the air. Only by reaching the third level can one directly release star power, condense it into dragons, tigers, and beasts to attack, or activate star power to form various shields. In addition, there is a very big difference between the third level and the first and second level. Only by reaching the third level can you temporarily borrow the skills of beast control. In the final analysis, the first and second grades can only be regarded as the physical realm, building a foundation. But after reaching the third level, you have entered a whole new level and can use magical powers and spells. After breaking through to the third level, beast control masters and star warriors need to identify their physical constitution, then choose the training attributes and training direction that suit them, and start practicing some powerful martial arts with corresponding attributes. Speaking of martial arts, Chen Fan was ready to have a good talk with the old leader. Let's get some training techniques from the old leader first. In a few days, he will break through to the third level. The cultivation of the third level is completely different from that of the first and second level. The foundation building skills of Ares Academy are a little behind the times. Normally, beast control masters or star warriors above the second level should have already entered the martial arts university to study. Only at the martial arts university can one learn the cultivation techniques, martial arts and martial arts of level 3 and above. But even if he participates in the recommended league, he will not be able to enter the military university to study in a short time. As for the martial arts and skills of the Wushu University, it is definitely impossible to compare with the leader of the demon sect. Even though the leader of the heavenly demon sect died a useless person, he was still the leader of a sect after all. The leader has been fighting with the Nightmare Court for so many years, and the Nightmare Court has nothing to do with him. How could it be so easy to kill the leader if he hadn't found an opportunity to poison him and sent so many strong men to chase him? Chen Fan stretched, opened computer, logged into the Beast Control Forum, and then clicked on the East China Sea City section. I haven't visited this forum for a while. As soon as he opened the Donghai City section of the Beast Control Forum, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. On the forum, there are 3 pinned posts with red titles, which are very eye-catching. Complaint: Store number 9 of the Breeders Association. Buying and selling by force, using dirty methods to drive away nearby shops, then knocking down shops one after another, and enclosing the land into their own training ground. Complaint: Store number 9 of the Breeders Association wildly placed false advertisements and exaggerated its ability to breed animals. In the end, the money was collected but not given to the animals. The number 9 store of the Breeders Association accepted money and was unable to breed animals, and severely injured its customers. Please seek justice. God's justice is clear. Chen Fan clicked on 3 posts and looked at them. All 3 posts were very popular, and the public was very excited. Countless people commented on the posts, accusing the number 9 store of the Breeders Association. Shop number 9. Under the descriptions of these people, almost turned into a completely black shop. What left Chen Fan speechless was that among the 3 posts, there was a familiar ID. Invisible Saucy. Invisible Saw was very angry. There were a lot of comments under all 3 posts. He said that he would never stand by and watch what happened at store number 9. He will definitely use his own power to eradicate this black shop and seek justice. Chen Fan clicked on the Invisible Saw profile picture and scanned the recent posts by this guy. In one of the posts, Invisible Saw said that he has a large number of fire demon stones in his hand, and those who need the fire demon stones can contact him. Another post, the Invisible Saw vividly recounted the story of He Hao's defeat of Feng Tianlin that day, with 10,000 words, as if writing a novel. In these 10,000 words, he also wrote about the interactivities of He Hao and Feng Tianlin. In addition, even He Hao's moves and every move of He Hao's beast control were written out in great detail, which was more exciting than the original live broadcast commentary. Finally, the Invisible Saw praised He Hao as the strongest young hero in Donghai City besides Chen Fan. Chen Fan, based on these few posts, he was absolutely sure that the invisible slut was He Hao. This guy seems a little idle. Not only did he brag all day long, but he was also fooled into thinking about destroying the number 9 store. Chen Fan clicked a few times, then returned to those posts and checked them casually. Many of the outraged IDs are new accounts. One of the IDs said that he was defrauded of all his money by the number 9 store. And now Yusho is also detained in the number 9 store. He is now hospitalized due to Qi disease. Chen Fan clicked on the ID and entered, and was shocked to see that this guy was advertising the Bless Your Beast Breeding Studio. some time ago. Apparently, the excitement was all caused by the Bless Your Animal breeding studio. Chen Fan smiled and closed the beast control for him. He had been a little busy in the past 2 days after returning from Qixing Mountain, so he put aside the matter of blessing your beast breeding studio. This is not consistent with his usual style. Originally, he just wanted to get rid of this notorious animal breeding studio to prevent them from harming people again. But the Protect Your Beast breeding studio actually sent a 3rd-grade Star Warrior to track him all the way to Qixing Mountain, where he wanted to kill him. And now, the other party is causing trouble online again. Chen Fan stood up, put on his armor, picked up his long knife, and walked to the training ground. As soon as he walked out of the house, Xiao Bai, Gengzi, and the others immediately rushed over. Chen Fan left the old ape behind and asked Xiao Bai and the others to return to the beast-controlling space. Then, he waved to the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King. The 2 beasts looked at each other and walked over cautiously. Chen Fan tilted his head and said, "Are you honest now?" The 2 beasts were a little embarrassed. Chen Fan added, "Now I ask you to do something with me. Can you listen to me?" Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and Fire Crystal Crocodile King nodded repeatedly. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and waved to Jin Yu Hai Dongqing. "Jin Yu, you come with me too." Jin Yu Hai Dongqing flew over immediately. Chen Fan bent his feet slightly, jumped on Jin Yu Hai Dongqing's back, turned to look at the other beasts, and said, "You guys should be good at home. Don't run around." The old ape also jumped up. Golden feathers and sea greens rise into the sky. Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and Fire Crystal Crocodile King immediately followed quickly. Chen Fan turned on his smartwatch and searched for Bless Your Beast Breeding Studio on the map. This studio is not far from the Animal Breeders Association. Shop number 9 is more than 600 meters to the south. The location next to the mountain is the Bless Your Beast Breeding Studio. Cold wind blowing on face. Chen Fan and Lao Yuan stood on Jin Yu Hai Dongqing's back with expressionless faces. At Qixing Mountain, Chen Fan killed 3 people sent by the Bless Your Beast Breeding Studio, and then learned from one of them that there were 3 4th-level masters in that studio. But Chen Fan didn't look for Zhang Hai, nor did he look for the city lord's mansion. This kind of thing is better solved by oneself, which is more enjoyable. The 4th level is really powerful, but the current Jinyu Heidongking is enough to suppress the late 4th grade, and the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King that followed were enough to easily kill an ordinary 4th level early stage person. Don't you like killing people? It's dark tonight, and the wind is high. It's a murderous night. Sudden. Chen Fan looked down and frowned. Below, the gate of shop number 9 is crowded with people. Among them, some people were crying, and some were rolling around. Many people pointed at shop number 9 and cursed. Outside shop number 9, a group of Star Warriors blocked the angry crowd. If these Star Warriors hadn't stopped them, the furious crowd would have overturned store number 9. Among the crowd, Yi Hao walked out with an axe in hand and said coldly, "Let the person in charge of you come out and speak. You just hide in the store and don't show up. Do you think it's okay?" Someone from behind said, "Brother Hao, it's useless to reason with such shameless profiteers. Just go in and bulldoze their store." Chen Fan gently patted Jin Yu Hai Dongqing. Jin Yu Hai Dongqing circled in the air and landed on the grass not far away. Chen Fan jumped down, squeezed into the crowd, and kicked Yi Hao on the butt. Yi Hao howled, flew forward, and fell to the ground. "Maid!" Yi Hao slapped his hand on the ground, and his whole body flew up like a spring. "Your number 9 store is so arrogant that you dare to kick me?" Chen Fan tilted his head and said, "I'm going to kick you." "What?" Yi Hao turned around and was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he showed a look of ecstasy and ran over. "Brother Fan, you are here. I just wanted to find you. This animal breeding store is a shady store." "You?" Chen Fan grinned. "This is my shop." "Yi Hao." Chen Fan turned around and looked at the crowd. In the crowd, there was a middle-aged man with a look of horror on his face. And he shouted, "This man is the owner of shop number 9. As you saw, as soon as he arrived, he attacked Yi Hao. He doesn't even look down on people from the Yi family. Call!" A figure flashed on the field. Chen Fan had already appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and wanted to retreat. But the crowd behind him was so crowded that he had no way to retreat. "He!" Chen Fan sneered, stretched out his hand, pinched the man's neck like lightning, and lifted the man up. Before anyone else could react, Chen Fan turned around, exerted force with his right hand, and slammed the man to the ground with a bang. "There's a beating in store number 9! There's a beating in store number 9! Many people in the crowd shouted. Many people watching were immediately furious. The people in the 9th store, which is the territory of the Breeders' Association, are so arrogant and arrogant. Several of the people with higher cultivation levels came out, and at the same time, they showed a tyrannical aura. At this time, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King rushed out of the darkness and roared at the same time. The wind is strong. The sky is full of dust. Isn't this the Beast Master of the Huanhai Pioneer Group and the Tiansheng Pioneer Group? That's the level 17 Shadow Moon Demon Wolf from the Fantasy Sea Pioneer Group. I've seen it several times. What's going on? Why do the pioneering beasts appear here? Even if he has the pioneering group as his backing, he can't deceive the people." The crowd became more riotous. But because of the intimidation of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King, these people quarreled and quarreled. But no one dared to take action again. Level 17 beast control is no joke. Ordinary 4th grade opponents in the early stage are always dead ends. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Fan stepped on the chest of the man on the ground, trampling the man until blood spurted from his mouth. People were shocked. Right within the main city, right on the territory of the Beast Breeders Association, someone actually dares to do such a thing. Simply lawless. Withdrawing his right foot, Chen Fan silently walked toward the crowd. People looked horrified, and they were so scared that he backed away. Chen Fan glanced at the crowd. When he was still on Jin Yuhai Dongqing's back, he had already memorized the appearance of the 4 people who screamed the most energetically. After locking his eyes on those 4 people, Chen Fan swayed, rushed into the crowd, grabbed the 4 people in a few seconds, and threw them all out. Those 4 people, together with the person who was seriously injured by Chen Fan before, were lying on the ground and howling strangely. Yi Hao looked at the people on the ground and then at Chen Fan, shrinking his head and not daring to speak. Now, he also understands that he has been tricked and used as a weapon. Chen Fan walked step by step to the person at the beginning, and said calmly, "Tell me, tell these people who don't know the truth. Who are you? And who sent you here?" The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Are you the owner of shop number 9? Your store forcefully buys and sells, defrauding the weak." Before he could finish his words, Chen Fan stepped on his chest again. The sound of broken ribs was heard. The crowd of onlookers became completely silent. You can hear the needle drop. Chen Fan stopped caring about that person and looked at the other person. "You tell me." The man rolled his eyes, snorted coldly and said, "The law of heaven is clear. You." Chen Fan flew out with a kick and kicked the man away. He hit a big tree and fainted. The crowd of onlookers became even quieter, but many people's eyes became blood red. Too crazy. Too domineering. In the main city, just a word can kill someone. Chen Fan looked at the other 3 people. When looking at these people, he raised his right hand and held the scabbard. Long sword. Slowly unsheath it. Zazaza. The tip of the long knife dragged across the ground, making a series of sounds. Then, Chen Fan raised the long knife in his hand, put it on the neck of one of them, and said lightly, "You can bet whether I dare to cut your neck here." The man's body was trembling. "What do you want? I have no grudges with you in the past and today. Why do you?" The long knife in Chen Fan's hand moved slightly, and the sword energy on the long knife cut the man's skin. A stream of blood flowed down the man's neck. "I said." The man was horrified and said with a trembling voice, "We are the people of the Bless Your Animal Breeding Studio, because store number 9 has been encroaching on the land and robbed many of our customers. The superiors asked us to move store number 9 to stink and destroy completely." The surrounding crowd became quieter. Yi Hao was furious. He took 2 steps forward, tore open the clothes of the people on the ground, and took out the Bless Your Animal Breeding Studio work certificates from their pockets. Yi Hao glanced at the work permit in his hand and threw it on the ground. Immediately, drafted, Yi Hao kicked out, hitting the head of the person who just spoke, and kicked the ladder until he screamed and fell to the ground. The other 2 people got up and wanted to run away, but Yi Hao caught up with them and hit them twice with an axe, knocking them to the ground. Among the crowd, a young man came out and picked up the work permit on the ground. On the work permit, there is the official seal of Bless Your Animal Breeding Studio and a clear photo. The young man took the photo and compared it with several people on the ground. Canal. The young man also became furious. He is really the one who protects your animal breeding studio. Let me tell you. Is there any animal breeding shop that is more shameless than the Bless Your Animal breeding studio? You bastard. You are fanning the flames of the black man's number 9 store online, and deceiving some people, who don't know the truth, to come here to cause trouble. What the hell are you doing? As the young man spoke, he kicked someone on the ground, causing the person to scream. Yeehaw cried with sadness. Brother Fan. I was also deceived by them, and used as a weapon by them. Chin Fan glanced at Yeehaw speechlessly. IQ is in arrears. So hurry up and recharge. Is it because you have such a big head on your neck to look taller? Yeehaw lowered his head timidly, not daring to speak. The young man next to him had a red face, walked up to Chin Fan and said, I'm really sorry. We were all deceived. I saw someone on the internet saying that this number 9 store took away the little girl's beast and refused to return it. So hey, I know you. Aren't you Chin Fan from Aries Academy? I've seen the video of your group competition. The crowd immediately gathered around. Is he Chin Fan? The young hero who saved the Grandmaster in the hospital? Not only did he save the Grandmaster in the hospital, he also destroyed the Nightmare Gardens conspiracy in the secret realm. There's something you don't know, right? Chin Fan has donated resources worth tens of millions of Alliance coins to Wanhai College and Tiansheng College in the past 2 days, helping thousands of beast masters from the 2 schools to break through. I heard that he is a disciple of a certain beast breeding master from the Beast Breeding Masters Association? Yes. He seems to have always lived in the Breeders Association. Didn't he bring the 2 beasts from the pioneering group just now? He seems to be cultivating the beasts for the pioneering group. People were talking a lot. All the anger before turned into apology and surprise. Chin Fan smiled, stopped the noise, and then said, I opened this number 9 beast breeding shop, and I am indeed breeding beasts for the pioneer group. If you have any beasts that need to be cultivated, you can send them to shop number 9. The price is fair, and the price is fair. Yeehaw immediately raised his right hand. I am Yeehaw. I vouch for my character. Brother Fan is a true master of beast breeding. There is absolutely nothing wrong with sending the beast to the 9th store. Chin Fan kicked him over. Do you have character? If I don't come over, you will demolish my store. People laughed. At this time, the door of shop number 9 opened, and Mr. Zhao walked out with Zhui Sheng and Zhang Wei. Shop number 9 is open to welcome customers. Chin Fan went over and gave some instructions, and asked a group of Star Warriors to tie up the people who were protecting your beast breeding studio, and then jumped on Jin Yu Haidongqing's back. Yeehaw immediately followed and jumped on Jin Yu's back. Brother Fan, where are you going? Take me with you. Chin Fan said without looking back. I'm going to finish the Bless Your Beast breeding studio in one go. Nanny! Yeehaw immediately became excited. Let's go together. Chin Fan said. Bless Your Beast breeding studio has 3 4th level realms. Yeehaw's body swayed suddenly, and he almost fell from Jin Yu Haidongqing. After being silent for a while, he said, Brother Fan, do you really want to have a fight with the Bless Your Beast breeding studio? That bastard studio is notorious. But with Hong Quan's backing, it might not be that easy to take it down. Hong Quan? Chin Fan tilted his head slightly. I have heard before that there is a beast breeding master behind the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. Is this guy named Hong Quan? Jin Yu Haidongqing is extremely fast. Bless You Animal breeding studio is also very close to the number 9 store. The 2 of them only exchanged a few words, and were already near the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. Chin Fan gently patted Jin Yu Haidongqing. Jin Yu Haidongqing spun in the air and landed in a clearing in the woods below. Behind them, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King quickly followed. Yeehaw glanced at the 2 beast masters who were following him and said, that Hong Quan was the previous president of the Donghai City branch of the Beast Breeders Association. After Hong Quan no longer serves as the president of the Beast Breeders Association, he has been helping the Tiansheng Pioneer Group to cultivate beasts. Even the city lord would not dare to offend easily. My father once told me that our Yi family prepared a big gift and wanted to ask Hong Quan to help our family cultivate a beast. But the old man didn't even look at it and refused directly. Oh! Chin Fan was slightly startled. No wonder the Bless Your Beast breeding studio has survived for so many years. It turns out there is such a person behind it. Yeehaw said a little cautiously. Chin Fan glanced at Yeehaw and said, Take it easy. You are only in the 2nd level, and the Beast Master is not around. In addition to the 3 4th level ones in the Protect Your Beast breeding studio, there must be a bunch of 3rd level ones. Yeehaw grinned and patted his armor gently. My armor can also block ordinary 4th level attacks. My armor is the same as yours. Then, he shook the axe in his hand. In the ordinary 4th level realm, Even if there is star power armor, I can split it in half with just one strike of my axe. Qin Fan shook his head and was too lazy to say anything more. The two jumped off Jin Yu Haidongqing's back. Qin Fan said a few words in Jin Yu Haidongqing's ear, and Jin Yu Haidongqing immediately rose into the sky and hovered near the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King behaved and followed behind Qin Fan. As Qin Fan thought, Xiaobai and the others came out of the beast control space one by one. The jadeite flew lightly and landed firmly on Qin Fan's head. Xiao Hei, this lazy guy, immediately occupied Qin Fan's right shoulder. Gongzi and Xiaobai, like General Henga, guarded Qin Fan on both sides. Xiao Qing rushed in front of Qin Fan. Qin Fan gently patted the Fire Crystal Crocodile King and said, Crocodile King, give us all a Crocodile King armor dot. The Fire Crystal Crocodile King was stunned for a moment. Why is Qin Fan so familiar with its skills? It did not dare to neglect, and immediately added, Crocodile King armor, to Qin Fan, Yi Hao, and Xiao Bai. A level 17 beast-controlling armor can block even an ordinary 4th-level initial attack. Yi Hao became excited and said, Brother Fan, let the old ape open the shadow sky. No need, Qin Fan said lightly. It's just a small animal breeding studio, with level 17 and level 18 beast masters. Why do you need so much trouble? Qin Fan took off his long knife and slowly walked towards the door of the Protect Your Beast breeding studio. The Bless Your Beast breeding studio enclosed a mountain top. There are no tall buildings in it, but mostly low-rise bungalows. At the gate, 2 teams of star warriors wearing armor were patrolling back and forth. Seeing Qin Fan and the 2 men walking towards the beast, a star warrior frowned and led a group of people to stop Qin Fan. What do you do? If you want to breed animals, come back during the day. Qin Fan grinned, raised his right foot, and kicked the leading star warrior in the abdomen. Bang! The man flew backwards like a missile, knocking down a group of people. Someone is coming! With a roar, a large group of people rushed out and surrounded Qin Fan and Yi Hao. An old man in his 50s came out with his hands behind his back. After glancing at Qin Fan and Yi Hao, he said coldly, How dare 2 little brats break into the dragon pond and the tiger's den? It's just a matter of life and death. Dragon pond tiger's den? Qin Fan laughed. You guys are worthy of being called Dragon Taoist Tiger? If you don't want to die, everyone get out of here. Let the person in charge of you come out. The group of people surrounding Qin Fan and Yi Hao did not retreat. More people rushed out from the gate of Bless Your Beast breeding studio. Some people just held swords, while others summoned beasts. Murderous. Qin Fan quickly glanced at all the beasts. There are only 2 beasts with relatively higher levels. A level 13 abyssal scorpion, a level 14 bloodtusk boar. Most of the rest are level 7 and 8 beast masters. Qin Fan raised his hand and waved lightly. Cripple them. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King flashed with stern eyes and rushed out like lightning, directly overwhelming a large group of people. They are the walking scorpion and the blood-toothed wild boar that rushed towards the abyss. Although the 2 beasts were not weak, they were suppressed by their level. Before they could react, they were bitten by the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King on the neck. And here, Xiaobai and Gongzi also rushed towards the group of people and beasts around them. Yi Hao laughed loudly and struck out with his axe, directly cutting a path. He relied on his armor's powerful defense, and added the Fire Crystal Crocodile King's armor. So he didn't care about defense at all. He rushed into the crowd and swung his axe continuously. But Qin Fan, holding a long knife, slowly walked towards the old man behind. In his perception, the old man's aura was as calm as Yuan Ting Yuji. Although I don't know whether the other person is a beast master or a star warrior. This person must be one of the 4th level realm. Qin Fan held the handle of the knife and approached step by step. Sudden, he rushed out like a cannonball, his sword suddenly unsheathed. Brush! The sword flashed with thunder and lightning, lighting up the night sky, and struck down on the old man's head. Court death! The old man saw Qin Fan's shocking sword strike, but he did not retreat or avoid it. He directly used his claws to grab Qin Fan's sword light. At this moment, the little black guy in the sky swooped down. Spiritual spike! Like a sharp needle piercing the head. The palm that the old man just stretched out immediately hugged his head and screamed. The sword light fell. An arm flew up, and blood bloomed. Chapter 171 by Tanyu targets Hong Quan. Lin Zhao's life and death choice. Ah! The old man screamed and backed away. At the same time, his unbroken right hand suddenly flashed with blood and swatted towards Chen Fan, who was chasing after him like lightning. In an instant, Chen Fan was enveloped in terrifying bloody handprints all over the sky. Chen Fan looked slightly stern. He advanced instead of retreating. He slashed out with the long knife in his hand, splitting 2 bloody handprints with one blow. But there were too many bloody handprints. Chen Fan only split 2, and all the other bloody handprints fell on him instantly. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sound continued, and balls of light exploded from Chen Fan's body. His feet left the ground, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. So strong! Chen Fan glanced at the armor on his body. The armor that the Fire Crystal Crocodile King put on him was only a thin layer left by the bloody fingerprints. If 1 or 2 bloody handprints were added, the Fire Crystal Crocodile King's armor might be completely shattered. Meow! Seeing Chen Fan suffer a loss, Xiao Bai immediately became furious, screamed, and wanted to rush over. Xiao Bai! Step back! Chen Fan shouted coldly. You are no match for him. Leave him to me! Xiao Bai looked back at Chen Fan, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the person next to him. At this time, 2 angry shouts came from the Bless your beast breeding studio. 2 figures flew up like cannonballs, and then fell heavily at the gate. The wind was strong and the gravel was flying. Groups of guards wearing armor rushed out from behind. Brother Fan, be careful! Yi Hao on the other side was surprised and quickly reminded him. Chen Fan waved his hand gently. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King immediately rushed out of the darkness, one on the left and the other on the right, blocking the 2 people. The battlefield was immediately cut open. Yi Hao and Xiao Bai are a battlefield. The 2 strong men who had just rushed out were blocked by the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King respectively. And here, the old man with a broken arm had a look of resentment in his eyes, staring at Chen Fan. You little beast! Cut off my arm and I will kill you without a place to bury you! The old man took out a bottle from his arms, sprinkled some powder on his wound, and then gritted his teeth at Chen Fan. The middle-aged man who was blocked by the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf had a solemn gaze, and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Why are you bringing the Beast Masters from the Illusionary Sea Pioneer Group and the Tian Sheng Pioneer Group? The Beast Master of the Pioneer Regiment? The old man with a broken arm was startled, and subconsciously glanced at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King. Anyone who can be associated with a pioneer group is definitely not an ordinary person. It is impossible for ordinary people to be able to take 2 pioneering group beasts out for a walk. All 3 of them stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan said coldly, Let Lin Xiao come out to see me. The old man with a broken arm sneered. Who do you think you are? Brush! Before he could finish his words, Chen Fan had already taken 2 quick steps and slashed at him. You want to die! The old man with a broken arm flashed a sharp look in his eyes, quickly raised his right hand, and then slowly pushed it forward. Call! A huge bloody handprint more than 4 meters high quickly formed and directly hit the sword light struck by Chen Fan. Boom! With just a flash of blood, the bloody handprint had already crushed Chen Fan's sword light and continued to blast towards Chen Fan. Strong wind blowing. Snapped! Chen Fan stepped forward with his right foot. The thunder and lightning flashed on the long sword again, and he slashed out again from top to bottom. The sword light condensed by the power of thunder, and lightning split the bloody handprint into 2 halves with one strike. The bloody handprint that was separated into 2 halves exploded and turned into dots of blood-red light all over the sky. He. Seeing his bloody handprint being chopped into pieces, the old man with the broken arm laughed instead. I thought you were so capable, but it turns out you relied on the power of a weapon. Chen Fan pointed the tip of his knife to the ground and said calmly, It's enough to kill you. The old man with a broken arm had murderous intent rising in his eyes. Tell me your name. Among the 5 major families in Dahai City, I have never seen such a leading figure like you. After knowing that Chen Fan was leading 2 pioneering groups to control the beasts, the old man was wary and did not dare to kill him immediately. Chen Fan pointed at himself with his left thumb. Chen Fan, 2 days ago, you sent a 3rd-level agent to hunt me down in Qixing Mountain, and you forgot about it so quickly? You are Chen Fan. The old man with a broken arm and the 2 middle-aged men were all surprised. Destroy the Nightmare Court conspiracy in the secret realm. Grandmaster Fan Ling was rescued in the hospital. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, he beat up Feng Tianlin, who came from the demon city. This incident has already spread in Dahai City. Ordinary people may not know Chen Fan very well, However, all the forces in Donghai City already know a little bit about Qin Fan's background, and know that Qin Fan has a close relationship with the city lord. It's no wonder that he dared to go directly to the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. This guy had already killed a third-level person outside the number 9 store of the Beast Breeder Association before. Moreover, after killing someone in the 3rd level, nothing happened. The two middle-aged men looked at each other and complained secretly. They were just hired by Mr. Lin, and there was no need to offend a guy with such a profound background just for the sake of Mr. Lin. The face of the old man with a broken arm also became strange. With his temper, he would not be able to swallow his arm if someone broke it off. But the old man with a broken arm gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "No matter who you are, you dare to kill people in the main city, and you dare to attack the Bless Your Beast breeding studio and break my arm. You must be captured today and brought to justice." The words just fell. Blood flashed in his eyes, and he grabbed Qin Fan with his right hand like lightning. Dragon Catcher! A huge blood-red palm, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, grabbed at Qin Fan. Well done! Qin Fan shouted violently, and without giving up, he used his star power to rush forward, and slashed out with the first of the 9 sky-breaking swords towards the dragon-capturing hand. Brush! The sword light, which was several times more powerful than before, directly tore the dragon-capturing hand apart, and then without losing any momentum, it slashed at the old man with a broken arm. 9 sky-breaking swords! The old man with the broken arm turned pale with fright, and did not dare to force the attack. He quickly turned around and moved out. But the moment he moved out, the old ape who had been hiding in the dark suddenly appeared, lying on the ground and grabbing the ankle of the old man with a broken arm. Chawing! The old ape's claws with sharp claw weapons made the sound of gold and iron. Star Power Armor. The Star Power Armor, which can only be possessed by people above the 4th level, actually blocked the old ape's claws. Brute! When the old man with a broken arm discovered the old ape, he became furious and kicked him out. Quack! As soon as he lifted his feet, he turned into a big frog. The old ape turned around and ran quickly. After a few strokes, he ran out for more than 10 meters, and then disappeared into the shadows. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Fan took a few quick steps, and before the time for his transforming frog skill expired, he slashed at the big frog with his sword. Boom! The big frog's body flashed with white light, and it changed back to its human form. It was slashed by Qin Fan and flew backwards, causing a section of the wall of the Protect Your Beast breeding studio to collapse. The old man with a broken arm fell into the stone, blood spurting from his mouth, and on his chest there was a knife wound diagonally downwards. The skin was torn, and the bones were faintly visible. It was shocking. The groups of guards who were fighting with Xiaobai and the others all retreated from the battle circle. Even the strongest person here has been severely injured. What's the use of a group of minions continuing to fight? If you really dare to continue to surround and kill those group of beasts, I'm afraid it will be their turn next. A group of guards looked at the two middle-aged men with pleading eyes. Those two are also in the 4th level. One of them is a 4th level beast master. If they take action, the situation can still be reversed. But that man regarded himself as an ordinary migrant worker. After knowing Qin Fan's profound background, how could he still be willing to take action? Even if they want to take action, there is still a Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and a Fire Crystal Crocodile King in front of them. Not to mention that you may not be able to defeat these two beasts. Even if they can fight, will they dare to fight? Those are the royal beasts of the Huanhai Pioneer Group and the Tiansheng Pioneer Group. They can't afford to offend these two pioneer groups. The atmosphere became extremely weird. On the ground, many people injured by Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others were still screaming. In the distance, although the old man with a broken arm was not dead, he was severely injured by Qin Fan's knife and could no longer jump up. On the side, there are a group of guards holding swords. You look at me and I look at you. No one dares to come forward. Qin Fan glanced at the old man with a broken arm indifferently, and then turned to the other two middle-aged men. Where is Lin Xiao? A middle-aged man said. If Mr. Lin is not here, he should have left the city. Are you looking for Mr. Lin? What do you want? It's nothing, Qin Fan said calmly. First, starting from today, the Bless Your Beast breeding studio will be disbanded. Secondly, I want to settle the score with him and send a killer to kill me. The whole place was silent. City Lord's mansion. City Lord Bai Baiyu and Zhang Hai stood face to face. At the table next to him, Yun Sanhai was making tea alone. During the day, a faint light lingered around you. He lightly clenched his fists with both hands, and both fists made the sound of exploding energy at the same time. An invisible energy rippled in all directions, kicking up dust. But when the dust reached Yun Songhai, it was blocked by an invisible barrier and rolled back. How? Zhang Hai put his hands behind his back and looked at Bai Tianyu with a smile. Bai Tianyu nodded slightly and said, "The 6th grade realm and the 7th grade realm are really two completely different realms. The 7th level realm is called the Grandmaster realm. It is indeed extraordinary. Before I entered the 7th level, I heard you talk about the power of the 7th level countless times. But there are many things that are difficult to understand. Now I understand that after entering the 6th level and 5th level realm, the world is really turned upside down after entering the 7th level realm. Not just a leap in strength." Bai Tianyu stretched out his hand. The cup of tea poured by Yun Songhai immediately flew up and slowly fell into his hand. Bai Tianyu looked at the tea in his hand and said, "In short, it's like stepping into another world. If it weren't for Xiaofan, I don't know how many years and months it would take to break through to the 7th level." Yun Songhai and Zhang Hai looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Hai said, "Do you want to announce your breakthrough to the master level to the public to cheer up the people of Dahai City?" Bai Tianyu shook his head. "Too many things have happened recently. The Nightmare Garden has been moving frequently. Now even the 9th level realm has appeared near Dahai City. It's better not to announce it yet." Yun Songhai said, "In fact, you don't need to think too much about 9th level matters. Those 9th level realms are not coming to Dahai City. They are chasing the leader of the demon sect. I don't know why, but I always feel that the leader of the demon sect is not dead. I heard the teacher talk about this person before. This person can also be called a genius. He has been hunted by the Nightmare Court for many years, but he killed many powerful people in the Nightmare Court. Many years ago, I heard that he had been sealed because of the Tianyu Realm's retrograde passage. So he approached Martial Ancestor. As a result, he was beaten violently by Martial Ancestor, and he never dared to come to our Tang Kingdom again. Is there such a thing?" Bai Tianyu and Zhang Hai both looked interested. Yun Songhai smiled and said, "I only heard the teacher mention it occasionally, and the specifics are not very clear. Hey, if Martial Ancestor hadn't left 18 years ago, how would the Nightmare Garden dare to come out and show off?" "When it comes to the Garden of Nightmares, the atmosphere becomes a little dull again," Bai Tianyu said. "A few days ago, before I attacked the 7th level realm, I contacted the 5 nearby major cities. They have also fought with the Nightmare Garden several times. The Nightmare Court is also looking for passages in the secret realms and restricted areas near their main city. However, there is no such thing as the Nightmare Garden driving the insect tide and besieging the main city. No one at the Nightmare Garden Grandmaster level has even been found near their main city. And we are here in Dahai City." Speaking of this, Bai Tianyu's eyes became extremely solemn. Even after breaking through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm, he still felt unimaginable pressure. The Nightmare Garden has attacked Dahai City several times. Yun Songhai said, "The Magic City also noticed something was wrong. So they asked me to come over and stay in Dahai City for a long time." Zhang Hai said, "But you are still too weak." Yun Songhai touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. "Senior, can't you say this more tactfully?" Zhang Hai looked at Bai Tianyu. "What is the reason for the Nightmare Court to stare at Dahai City? What happened to the 7th grade strongman we captured before? Is he still sleeping?" Tian Tianyu shook his head and said, "Last time we wanted to extract his soul and directly check his memory. Unexpectedly, there was a powerful seal in his memory, which almost shattered his soul and almost caused us serious damage. Now Minister Ding has taken him away. If anything is discovered over there in the Demon City, I will be notified as soon as possible." Minister Ding is the 9th grade expert who came from the Demon City because of the 7 Stars Mountains and Waters incident. After a pause, Bai Tianyu said again, "During this period, I have actually been thinking about this matter. Why is the Court of Nightmares targeting East China Sea City? Is there anything in East China Sea City that they can covet? After thinking about it, I found that the biggest difference between Dahai City and other nearby major cities lies in 2 points. First, Dahai City is the only place in the Tang Kingdom that has been connected to that side in recent years. All the students who have come there in the past few years have appeared in the reception square outside Dahai City. I suspect that the Nightmare Garden is also looking for them. The passage over there. Secondly, there is a Chu Qingcheng in Dahai City. 18 years ago, it was Chu Qingcheng who took action and beat the Nightmare Court to pieces. Although Qingcheng has been missing for many years, the Nightmare Court may also want to find him. Or maybe they want to find the secret of why Chu Qingcheng became a peerless strongman at a young age? Yuan Sanhai's expression became a little strange. Another world? Yuan Sanhai frowned and said, there was no space crack in that world. There was no star power between heaven and earth. There was neither a beast master nor a star warrior. For beast masters and star warriors, that world is simply like a barren desert. Why does the Nightmare Court want to find the passage to that world? Bai Tianyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Nightmare Garden is extremely weird to begin with. No one knows what they are doing or what they want to do. You know much more about the Nightmare Garden than I do. Yuan Sanhai also shook his head. I have fought against the Nightmare Court many times, but I don't know much about this strange force. The teacher just told me that this is our blue star. Our human race. The biggest enemy. I only found out recently that they, like the top leaders of the heavenly demon sect, are from the Tianyu realm. Zhang Hai took a sip of tea and said, your teacher must know. He just didn't tell you. Yuan Sanhai and Tian Tianyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The Grandmaster realm is considered to be the top existence within the general main city. But when it comes to the entire Tang dynasty, it really is nothing. There are 8 and 9 grades on it. There are even legends that there are beings more powerful than the 9th grade. She appeared in Qixing Mountain before and crushed a group of 9th grade demon empresses to death with a single palm of her hand. I'm afraid she is such an existence. Right? Even for masters like them. The secrets of this world are obscured by clouds and fog, making it completely difficult to see through. At this time, a strong female in black armor with short hair walked in. The black-armored man said softly, Master, your apprentice has fought his way into the Protect Your Beast breeding studio. According to your previous instructions, our people did not step forward to stop them. They were just observing in secret. Zhang Hai nodded. I know he will do this. Yuan Sanhai was slightly startled. Does Chen Fan have any grudges with that person? Zhang Hai said. Before he went to Qixing Mountain, he had a conflict with the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. His plan at that time was to know that the animal breeding studio was defrauding customers. So he wanted to take down the studio. If he takes action, the most he can do is beat up the director of the studio and then disband it. But those people were arrogant, relying on Hong Quan's support. They actually sent a 3rd-level agent to chase him to Qixing Mountain. When he attacks this time, it won't be as simple as a beating. Chen Fan did not tell Zhang Hai these things. But Zhang Hai had previously sent his uncle to protect Chen Fan. So he knew these things clearly. Yuan Sanhai's expression changed slightly. The previous president of the Dahai City branch of the Hongchuan Beast Breeders Association? Zhang Hai nodded slightly and looked at the female black-armored strongman. What's the reaction from Hong Quan? The female black-armored strongman said. There was no reaction. On the other hand, the Lin family members are furious and want to capture Chen Fan. But after the Lin family received a call from Lin Xiao, they backed away. Bai Tianyu took a sip of tea and said, although Hong Quan has at least 15 of these animal breeding studios, this old ghost will retaliate for his anger, and it is impossible to remain calm. The corner of Zhang Hai's mouth curled up slightly. He can keep his composure, which means there must be something wrong. Yuan Sanhai blinked. You guys, Tian Tianyu said calmly. During this period, the people in the Nightmare Court frequently entered and exited several secret places in Dahai City, as if they were in a deserted place. But before, their people even broke into Dahai City and wanted to deal with Mr. Fan, who was recuperating in the hospital. Yuan Sanhai's expression changed slightly. Do you doubt Hong Quan? Bai Tianyu said. Dahai City is heavily defended, but people control the rules after all. So there will always be loopholes. After the previous incidents happened, I sent people to investigate secretly, followed the clues, and found Hong Quan. Over the years, he has used his connections with the Breeders' Association to open many breeding companies and make money by any means necessary. I think about his contribution to Dahai City's animal breeding over the years, and considering that his animal breeding companies have not caused much trouble, so I have always turned a blind eye. Who would have thought? Yuan Sanhai was silent for a moment. His eyes became a little solemn, and he said, Chen Fan fought his way into the beast breeding studio, but Hong Quan didn't show up. It's a bit weird. If he is, as you say, related to the Nightmare Court. Just during the day, you and others were talking about Hong Quan. Chen Fan had already started moving things out from the warehouse of Bless Your Beast breeding studio, with Yi Hao in front of the 2 4th-level ones. The old man with a broken arm originally wanted to rush over to stop him, but was kicked to the ground by Chen Fan. The 2 4th-level ones couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to step forward to stop them. But they were frightened by Jin Yuhai Dongqing's move in the air. A group of people who protect your animal breeding studio just watched Chen Fan empty out several large warehouses. After a while, several large trucks drove in. A group of Star Warriors jumped out of the car and moved boxes of things into the car. The face of the person who said, "Bless your animal breeding studio," turned green. After so many years of opening the animal education studio, this is the first time I feel so aggrieved. Someone actually came in and moved boxes of things out like this. This is the animal breeding studio founded by Master Han Quan's disciples. What happened to this world? Even people from the 5 major families in Donghai City wouldn't dare to do this. Right? Someone in the crowd muttered something. But Gongzi ran over and bit him twice on the thigh. He immediately fell to the ground, howling miserably. When other people saw it, they were even more silent. After all the things were moved, Chen Fan glanced at the people at the "Bless your beast breeding studio," waved his hand and said, "Just bulldoze it." Jin Yu Hai Dongqing immediately rushed out with the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Fire Crystal Crocodile King. When the 3 beast masters were at Chen Fan's training ground, they were relatively restrained, and they only had small fights at most. But this time Chen Fan issued the order, and the 3 beasts immediately became full of momentum, especially the Fire Crystal Crocodile King. This guy's attack is the most suitable for destruction. With a puff of flame, a house will burst into flames. Within a few dozen seconds, all the buildings in the "Bless your beast breeding studio" began to burst into flames, and then continued to collapse. The 2 4th-level people stared blankly at this scene, their expressions frozen. As for the old man with a broken arm, his one arm kept beating on the ground and started to cry. "I am a person who means what I say." Chen Fan glanced at the people in the "Bless your beast breeding studio" and said, "If I say I want to disband this beast breeding studio, I will definitely disband this beast breeding studio. You can all get out now." No one moved. Some of them still stared at Chen Fan fiercely. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head, walked over, kicked one of them in the abdomen, and kicked the person away. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. Then, his face darkened, and he waved his hand fiercely. "Cripple them!" Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others immediately rushed forward. Yi Hao also had a cold face, walked over with an axe in his hand, and knocked the nearest person to the ground with his axe. In the crowd, some people were holding swords and wanted to resist. But how could they beat Xiao Bai and the others? Even if there are people stronger than Xiao Bai and the others, there are still level 10 green crystal demon foxes here. And in the air, Xiao Hei is still flying around. In just 10 or 20 seconds, a group of people were all knocked to the ground. On the ground, blood is flowing. "I'll send someone to keep an eye on this place." Chen Fan turned around and said calmly, "If you are still here if I see you, next time, it won't be as simple as maiming you. Inform Lin Xiao for me that the matter of him sending people to assassinate me is not over yet." Chen Fan waved his hand and walked away with a group of beasts. "Bless you and the animal breeding studio." Cheers suddenly sounded outside. It seems that the movement here has already attracted many people. When people saw that the notorious animal breeding studio was destroyed, they all shouted with joy. North of Donghai City, Crescent Mountain, in a hall deep in a cave, Lin Xiao was sitting on a chair, watching a video. On the video, it is the scene of the fire burning in the "Bless your animal breeding studio." Looking at this scene, there was no anger in Lin Xiao's eyes, as if what was burning was not his studio. Suddenly, a girl rushed in angrily and said, "Brother, that man named Chen Fan burned down your animal breeding studio, and now everyone in Donghai City knows it. Why don't you react at all?" Lin Xiao turned off the video and silently raised his head. Standing in front of him was his sister, Lin Yuanyuan. Lin Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and said, "That bastard went to our Huanhai College to donate resources the day before yesterday and showed off his wealth. I knew he was not a good person. I didn't expect that he would be so crazy that he stormed into your animal breeding studio and burned down the whole studio. Absolutely lawless. No, I have to find him and seek justice from him." "Shut up," Lin Xiao said with a sullen face. "I brought you out for training this time to let you practice well. Why do you care about these things?" Lin Yuanyuan blushed and said, "Brother, in a few days, the Magic University Martial Arts University Promotion League will begin." Lin Xiao interrupted her and said, "You don't need to participate in this league." Lin Yuanyuan was surprised. "Why? In the entire Huanhai Academy, I am just a little behind Shen Hongxiu and Shen Tao Tao. I can at least rank in the top 5 in the school. I can definitely qualify for recommendation." Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "Because I want you to go to the imperial capital to study at university. We have acquaintances in the Lin family over there in the imperial capital. You can get better resources there. Oh? Lin Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment. Didn't I hear you say that? Brother, isn't your master from Magic City? When did our Lin family have a relationship in the imperial capital? Lin Zhao's forehead veins protruded. I said yes. I am your brother. How can I still lie to you? Lin Yuanyuan sat down on the chair next to her. Okay. You can go to the imperial capital. Lin Zhao's face became a little better. Well, so during this period, you have to practice hard. Lin Yuanyuan added. Am I the only one going? Where are Lin Qi and Lin Shan'er? If they don't go, it will be too lonely for me to go to the imperial capital alone. Lin is the son of his second uncle. Lin Shan'er is the third uncle's daughter. Those two people were also in Huanhai College, in the same class as Lin Yuanyuan. Lin Zhao's lips trembled when he heard those two names. After a while, he said, they will also go to the imperial capital. When he said this, a trace of struggle flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. At this moment, he remembered what Hong Quan said again. I will take your parents out of Donghai City before the monster siege the city. The rest are all abandoned sons and left to their fate. There are hundreds of people in the Lin family. In Lin Nao's mind, he suddenly remembered the scene he just saw on the video. A sea of fire. When that day comes, will the Lin family also have such a scene? When Donghai City was submerged by the insect tide, the scene might have been 10 or 100 times more tragic than this sea of fire. Under the cover of the nest, how can there be any eggs? Lin Xiao closed his eyes in pain. Lin Yuanyuan on the side did not notice that Lin Zhao's body was trembling uncontrollably under the dim light of the moonstone. Suddenly, Lin Xiao stood up and said lightly, Yuan, go to bed early. I'm going to check outside to see if the thick soil black bear is still there. Oh! Lin Yuanyuan nodded. Lin Xiao walked out of the cave, moved a big stone, and blocked the entrance of the cave. Then, he carefully looked around before quickly walking towards the northeast. Crescent Mountain has always been shrouded in thick fog. Late at night, I couldn't even see my fingers. But Lin Xiao walked very fast, walking on smooth ground on the rugged mountain road. He seemed to be very familiar with the terrain here. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao walked to the edge of a cliff. Although there were 2 moons in the sky, it was not clear how high the cliff was under the cover of thick fog. Even the area near where Lin Xiao was standing was blurry and looked very strange. After Lin Xiao looked around, he suddenly jumped down the cliff. Bang! He only fell less than 6 meters before landing on a platform. No, this is not a platform. This is just a large rock protruding from the cliff. The boulder is no more than 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Under the circumstances of thick fog, even if most people know that there is such a big rock below, they would not dare to jump down like this. Lin Xiao stood up slowly, fumbled a few times on the cliff beside the big rock, and grabbed a vine. He grabbed the vine and quickly moved down the vine. After going down for more than 30 meters, Lin Xiao's feet stepped on the ground. The fog is getting thicker. Lin Xiao stood there and squinted his eyes slightly, stepped lightly on the ground with his right foot 3 times, then walked 5 steps to the left, then slowly walked 6 steps forward, and then walked 3 steps to the right. 3 minutes later, the thick fog in front of him slowly dispersed, revealing a strange altar. The altar is more than 30 meters in diameter, with steps leading up. On the top floor, there are 5 weird and terrifying demon statues standing around. Each statue is 6 meters high, with a provocative black air all over it, making it very scary in the dark. Skulls are inlaid around the demon statue. Some are human skulls, and some are monster skulls, all of different sizes, and all sorts of strange things. Every skull on it is shining with a strange light. Lin Xiao glanced at the skulls and felt that there was something inside the skulls, staring at him and sneering. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao climbed up the steps and reached the top of the altar. Standing on the edge of the altar, Lin Xiao looked towards the center of the altar. I saw a huge magic circle in the center of the altar, slowly moving. The spiritual threads flickering with light were scurrying back and forth quickly like snakes. On top of the magic circle, there are strange runes like little tadpoles. Lin Xiao stared at the magic circle for less than 3 seconds and felt like he was seeing H.L. Under that magic circle, there seemed to be a world that suppressed demons. Countless innocent souls are roaring. Horrible blood flowed like a river. Lin Xiao's heart was shaken. His breathing was rapid, and he quickly turned his head away. The power of the formation has become stronger. During this period of time, this formation has been continuously devouring the monsters on Crescent Mountain and absorbing the power of those monsters. The power of the formation is constantly rising. But in fact, this is not a big formation. This is just the center of a large formation. The real grand formation is centered on Donghai City and extends outward. The altar of Crescent Mountain is the eye of this formation and the control hub of this formation. When that day comes, the real formation will be activated from here. And then, the power of heaven and earth will be mobilized to blast through the Donghai City Defense Formation. When the Donghai City Defense Formation was bombarded, the endless tide of insects and centaurs will completely submerge Donghai City. Thinking of that scene, Lin Zhao's heart beat faster and his whole body trembled. He will be the key to destroying Donghai City. Lin Zhao looked at the 5 demon statues on the altar and roared crazily in his heart. In order to possess the devil, in order to change the destiny of my own star warrior, do I really have to do this? Do you want to sacrifice the entire city to achieve your goals? A whole city of people. This also includes his own tribe. Woo! Lin Zhao covered his mouth, trying not to cry out. He was suddenly a little afraid of that day coming. In the past, the master clearly said that if you help the Nightmare Court do something, you can let the Nightmare Court help you sign a powerful demon after breaking through to the 4th level. Why in the end? Did he become the executioner who massacred his tribe? The master said that as long as you join the Nightmare Court, you can even sign multiple powerful demons in the future. The master also said that the target of the Nightmare Garden is not the little blue star, but the legendary fairy world Tianyu Realm. As long as the Nightmare Court finds a way back to the Tianyu Realm, he can follow the Nightmare Court and enter the legendary Tianyu Realm. That is the world of the truly strong. Blue star? Blue star is just a small pond. Tianyu Realm is the sea. A generation of true dragons are born in the sea. He must enter the Tianyu Realm to become a true dragon. Thinking back on what his master said to him, Lin Zhao suddenly felt extremely ridiculous. Whether it's a beast master or a star warrior, who doesn't want to become stronger? Who doesn't want to reach the top? But can joining the Nightmare Court really become a powerful person? Lin Zhao has indeed seen some powerful men from the Nightmare Court, with extremely powerful demons. But Lin Zhao felt extremely upset. Countless thoughts also popped up in his mind, constantly intertwined, and the confusion reached the extreme. Are you going to use your tribe and the whole city as stepping stones? Then, I'm not a signing devil. I am a devil myself. What do I do? Lin Zhao glanced at the center of the array again. Then, he turned around in despair and walked down the altar step by step. In a luxury villa, Hong Quan, who had white hair and beard, poured himself a cup of tea with an expressionless face. A man wearing armor hurriedly walked in. Master, that boy named Chenfan really burned down the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. He also moved all the valuable things from the studio. Get out! Hong Quan said without raising his head. The man in armor immediately shut up, lowered his head, and retreated. Hong Quan slowly raised his head, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and murmured to himself. Is he Zhang Hai's disciple? It's quite fierce. It's a pity that you have no idea what kind of existence you have gotten into. You don't know that Zhang Hai can't protect you at all. Zhang Hai, that old man, can't protect himself either. Just keep jumping around. There are still a few days left. These few days will be your last days on Earth. Cherish it. Hong Quan didn't sip the tea like others, but drank the tea in one gulp as if drinking wine. Immediately, crack! With a slight movement of his fingers, the teacup in his hand was crushed, and finally turned into powder and poured down. Returning to the Animal Breeders Association, Chen Fan turned on the computer and began to prepare materials to help Xiaobai and the others break through. Xiaobai and the others had almost prepared their materials before, but there are a few things inside that need to be reserved. Chen Fan wanted to contact the merchant to see if the items were available. He has now broken through to the 2nd level and 5th level. It's also time to help Xiaobai and the others improve their combat power level and race level. The 2nd grade 5th level heaven should be able to withstand the star power that Xiaobai and the others feed back. By then, if nothing goes wrong, we will definitely be able to reach the 3rd level in one fell swoop. The orange cat jumped on the bed. Chen Fan, when will you help me upgrade to level 3? Chen Fan kicked the orange cat off the bed with one kick. You guys, who don't even want to take a shower, are not allowed to jump on my bed. The plump orange cat was not angry. He jumped on his legs and jumped onto the table next to the bed. He said, Chen Fan, help me break through 2 levels. When you reach level 4, I will teach you a martial art. What do you think? Chen Fan turned his head and asked, What martial arts? The orange cat said proudly, Fire release big flame bullet. Chen Fan blinked and slapped the orange cat away. You think I haven't seen Naruto? Is that your martial arts? It's obviously the ninjutsu of the lustful immortal. The orange cat jumped up again. Hey. Hey. No matter what. I am still the leader of the demon cult. You kick me and slap me. Don't you disrespect me too much? Chen Fan didn't even raise his head. Do you want me to broadcast it to you and tell people that you are the leader of the demon cult? Orange cat. No. I've always been very low-key, and I want the whole world to know that I'm low-key. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him. The orange cat added, it was just a joke. The martial art I just mentioned is actually called Xianlong Fireball Technique. It is very fast and has super powerful attack power. The most important thing is that this martial art is produced with the mouth. That is to say, when you use sword skills to fight the enemy, you can secretly operate this method and spit out powerful fireballs from your mouth. Chen Fan moved his eyes away from the computer and looked at the orange cat. After a moment of silence, he said, by the way, although you are possessed by the orange cat, your soul must not be completely sealed. Right? Your current mental power is equivalent to what level of Beast Master? The orange cat said, it should be equivalent to about 5th grade. Chen Fan didn't believe it. Is the 5th grade really so powerful? Then why can't you block Xiao Hei's spiritual spike move? The orange cat said angrily, whoever is full and faces a crow must use mental power to protect his body. If I use all my mental power to form a barrier, how can the dead crow's spiritual spikes possibly hurt me? Huh? I'm telling you about upgrading and martial arts. What do you mean by mental power? Chen Fan said, oh, I have lived thousands of times before. Only after the 3rd level can you practice and use martial arts. Martial arts require the combination of mental power and star power to be performed. So I'm thinking, although you are only level 2, your mental power is very strong. So logically speaking, you should be able to ignore your identity as a saber-toothed orange cat and use martial arts directly. Right? Of course, said the orange cat. The saber-toothed orange cat has wood attributes. But I can perform fire and ice attribute martial arts. Chen Fan pointed to a piece of bluestone outside the window and said, use the Xianlong Fireball technique you just mentioned on that piece of bluestone. Okay. The orange cat nodded. He leaned against the window, stared at the bluestone, and squinted slightly. 3 seconds later, the orange cat opened its mouth. Call! A fireball the size of a table tennis ball flew out of his mouth like lightning. Then, he fell to the obsidian floor 4 meters away. The fireball exploded. Chen Fan. Orange cat. Trash! Chen Fan looked at the orange cat speechlessly and said, when my little boy was only at level 1, the thundercat claws he shot out could punch a small hole in a tree 7 meters away. You are already at level 2 now. And you said your mental power is comparable to the 5th level. But this is the result? The orange cat said a little depressed. This is the first time for me to use martial arts in the form of a cat. This martial arts is different from the skills of beast control. It is not just as simple as the fusion of star power and mental power. The martial arts and beast control master, or the meridians opened by the star warriors, are also closely related. Mater, this saber-toothed orange cat can't open up its meridians. Its meridians are different from those of humans. So it's normal for the power of my fireball to be so low. Chen Fan sneered. It sounds like the truth. The orange cat was furious. What I said is true. This same move, if you use it after you reach the 3rd level, it will definitely be hundreds of times more powerful than mine. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. If you say so, it seems pretty good. Then teach me this martial art first. I will help you break through to level 3 tomorrow. And then the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will help you break through to level 4. Deal. The orange cat stretched out its paw to high-five Chen Fan. But there was a gap between the table and the bed. He stretched out his paws, and before he could touch Chen Fan's palm, he fell down and rolled to the bottom of the bed. Chen Fan, alas. After the leader possessed the orange cat, his IQ seemed to have regressed. Wrong. Maybe the leader had this kind of IQ before? Under the bed, the orange cat's furious voice came out. Hey, why are you sighing? Do you know that you are disrespectful to me? Chen Fan said nothing. The orange cat jumped onto the bed and kicked Chen Fan. What did you sigh just now? Chen Fan casually pushed the orange cat off the bed. Give me a bath. It's too dirty. The orange cat cursed and walked out of the house. The atmosphere on the training ground outside the house was very harmonious. Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others had a lot of fun with several high-level beast masters from the pioneer group. Seeing the orange cat come out, Jade flew over. Chi 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 chi. Kitty cat, let's play together. The orange cat glanced at Jade, then at the shadow moon demon wolf, fire crystal crocodile king, and other beasts over there. Alas, these guys, Slime and Ragdoll, are really big-hearted. With such a low level, you dare to run and play with those high-level beasts. Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death if you're not careful? There's no way I'm going there. I don't feel safe at all. No. How could I be afraid? Because of my status as the leader of the heavenly demon cult. I don't even bother to play with such low-level beast masters. The orange cat patted Jade gently and said, "You go and play. My old man is going to bed." Inside the house, Chen Fan's WeChat message rang. When he opened WeChat, a guy named Yifei Cho Xiao added him as a friend. Note, hello. Is this Chen Fan? I want to find you to cultivate beasts. Have business delivered to your door? Chen Fan immediately clicked pass. But after the flying into the sky, join him. He didn't speak. Chen Fan was not in a hurry and continued to check out the materials Xiaobai and the others needed to upgrade. Chapter 172, Monsters are sieging the city. And the Nightmare Court wants to break through the formation. There are still 3 days left before the Modern Martial Arts University Promotion League. When Chen Fan put aside the matter of protect your beast breeding studio, it also set off a storm in Donghai City at first. People rushed to tell each other and clapped their hands and cheered. In the past few days, although Chen Fan had not left the city, he had been cautious. According to his investigation, Lin Zhao's master Hong Quan was the previous president of the Animal Breeders Association. He was extremely powerful and would be punished. But the strange thing is that Hong Quan didn't respond at all. Chen Fan couldn't help but ask his master Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai didn't say much, just told him not to pay too much attention. The city lord's mansion is now staring at Hong Quan. And even if Hong Quan is brave enough, he doesn't dare to attack Chen Fan. On the other hand, Donghai City is bustling again, because the Modern Martial Arts University Promotion League will be held in Donghai City soon. This is a big event for Donghai City. For many years in the past, the Modern Martial Arts University Recruitment League has only been held in Magic City, and has never chosen other major cities. Unexpectedly, this year the event was brought forward and held in Donghai City. People from Demonic City, Yanwu City, Mengxing City, Yunluo City, Piaoxiu City, and several schools in Magic City all came to Donghai City. On the streets of Donghai City, colorful ribbons were dancing and people were beaming with joy. Chen Fan was also very happy, because he has now taken care of Demonic City, Yanwu City, and Demon City. On the side of Matian City, Likong Jade introduced more than a dozen students from Matian City, and asked them to place the beasts here for cultivation with Chen Fan. The same is true here in Yanwucheng. Jiang Yuafan and others, who came back halfway, introduced all the students from Yanwucheng. As for the Magic City, Chen Fan contacted Shangwan Songlong. Never imagined, Shangwan Songlong went to one school at a time. And he was so ruthless that he offended all the students from all the schools in the city. In the end, he only introduced 3 students from the same school. The students in Magic City all gathered around Feng Tianlin and regarded Chen Fan and other people from Donghai City as enemy bandits. Society is so helpless. Shangwan Songlong is obviously full of positive energy and has a very good character. He wins glory and loses magnanimously. But he is isolated by the so-called geniuses in the Demon City. Feng Tianlin was arrogant and domineering, but ended up becoming the genius leader of the Demon City. But Chen Fan doesn't care anymore, as he has a few beasts to control. Shop number 9 is now famous, especially after someone spread the news that Chen Fan is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. There is now a long queue in front of the number 9 store. Many people send their beasts here. The beast masters from the 3 pioneering regiments are also being sent over in batches. Chen Fan's training ground, as well as the training ground in shop number 9, are now overcrowded with beasts. Zhuisheng, Zhang Wei, and Mr. Zhao are extremely busy now. Fortunately, Chen Fan acted quickly, sending batches here and away again. Noon. After sending the 6 beasts away, Chen Fan finally had a chance to breathe. He laid down on the rocking chair next to the stone table and breathed a sigh of relief. Holy Moon Morning Glory immediately ran over, holding a fan to fan Chen Fan. Goblin also came over with coffee. Thank you for your hard work, Master Chen Fan. Let's have a cup of coffee. Chen Fan nodded and took the coffee. His gaze was cast into the distance. Shen Hongxiu, Yi Hao, and most of the imperial beasts gathered there. Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others were seen spreading out. surrounding the level 14 human-faced poisonous spider, and were preparing to attack. The human-faced poisonous spider is the beast of the Tiansheng pioneer group. After helping Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others break through, Xiaobai and the others have been challenging the 13th level beast masters one by one in the past few days. Yesterday morning, Xiaobai and Gongzi teamed up to defeat the level 13 Redback Scorpio. Yesterday at noon, Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others teamed up and injured the level 13,000 June ants. Last night, Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others teamed up and easily defeated the level 13 Death Spider King. Today, they dared to fight against the level 14 human-faced poisonous spider. All around, groups of beasts were shouting loudly. Shin Hongxiu and Yi Hao were all waving their arms. Henry Chu also watched all this intently. Chen Fan glanced at Xiaobai and Gongzi's movements and couldn't help but laugh. The cooperation of these little guys is becoming more and more tacit. Now, Xiaobai and Gongzi's racial levels are already high lords, and their combat power level has also reached level 8. Xiaoqing's racial level has also caught up, and is the same as Xiaobai's. But Xiaoqing's current combat power level is already level 11, which is 3 levels higher than Xiaobai and the others. Xiaoqing did not participate in this battle, because Xiaoqing can already easily defeat the level 14 human-faced poisonous spider one-on-one. Xiaohei didn't participate either, because Xiaohei's moves were incomprehensible to low-level beast masters. For the spiritual spike move, unless a higher-level beast master, or a beast master with a stronger mental power, first uses his mental power to shield his head. Otherwise he will feel like crying if he gets hit by it. I couldn't stand the serious injury, but it was too painful and nauseating. Xiaohei's move combined with Xiaobai's Thunder Blade can often kill beasts or monsters that are 1 level higher in almost seconds. Chen Fan also used Xiaohei's cooperation to instantly kill beings stronger than him many times. So in this battle, Xiaohei is not allowed to participate in the battles with Xiaobai and the other beasts. Xiaohei was so proud that he wandered in front of those beast masters all day long, saying that he was the strongest beast master. Many beasts wanted to kill it, but they didn't dare to do it and could only curse in their hearts. Under Chen Fan's gaze, Gongzi activated Bloodthirst, and after boosting all members, he charged at the man-faced poisonous spider with a fury charge. Although Gongzi has the long-range attack skill, Amethyst Sting, it seems to prefer melee combat, unless the level difference between the two sides is too big. After Gongzi turns on his Bloodlust, his first move will definitely be to expose himself in charge, charging directly towards him with a hard blow. The most terrible thing is that this thing doesn't like to bite people's necks or heads. It likes to bite people's thighs. Every time you confront a beast, you have to be extra careful and pay attention to your thighs. If you're not careful, Gongzi may bite you on the thigh. And once it bites the enemy's thigh, it won't let go even if it's life or death. The man-faced poison spider was obviously familiar with Gongzi's fighting style. It was clearly facing Xiaobai. But the moment Gongzi charged over, one of its legs was already slashing towards Gongzi like a knife. Bang! Like a missile, Gongzi drew an arc in the air and landed in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Gongzi got up from the ground and bared his teeth at Chen Fan. Then when he saw Chen Fan, he was stunned for a moment. Chen Fan pointed behind him. Over there! Gongzi grinned sheepishly, turned around, and hit the goblin's feet as he was walking towards the battle circle with a furious charge, knocking the goblin to the ground. Gongzi! Goblin was furious. But before the goblin could say anything, Gongzi charged again and bumped into Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing was dancing and shouting to help, when he accidentally fell to the ground and hit his head on the foot of the dark blood stone man, causing a big bump. Everyone on the side looked at Li Fengxing and shook their heads. Li Fengxing was furious. What are you looking at? If it hits you, you will fall. How did I know that Gongzi was doing this for me? Chen Fan touched his head speechlessly. The skill, Exposed Charge, is to charge at 3 times the original fastest speed within a distance of 20 meters, rushing towards the enemy and reducing the enemy's speed by 60% for 6 seconds. Gongzi obviously wanted to rush back to the battlefield as quickly as possible, so he deliberately rushed towards the goblin and then towards Li Fengxing. At this time, Xiaobai and Lao Yuan took the lead in launching the attack. One is to use Thunder Flash to attack from the side. One is to use the Shadow Canopy to touch the rear of the poisonous spider and attack. All are attacks that are difficult to defend against, unless your level or mental power is several levels stronger than theirs. You can basically only use defensive shields or armor to block their attacks. The level 14 human-faced poisonous spider also has defensive skills. Xiaobai's Thunder Blade slashed down, and a shield like a pitch-black cauldron lid immediately appeared on the human-faced poisonous spider. The thunder blade cut into the shield. But it did not break the shield after all. And because the old ape had weapons on his claws, he took advantage of the weapons. With this claw, he actually broke through the shield. However, in addition to the shield, the poisonous spider also has a hard SHL. After breaking through the shield, the old ape's claws only left 5 scratches on its SHL. Call! Xiaobai and Lao Yuan retreated at the same time without succeeding. Although the poisonous human-faced spider reacted quickly, its 2 knife-like legs slashed at him. But they were all in vain. At this time, Gongzi came over again. The poisonous human-faced spider was most speechless towards Gongzi. As soon as he saw Gongzi coming, he struck at Gongzi with several legs at the same time. But as soon as its legs split out, Jade, who was completely ignored by it on the other side, released the skill, Wind Binding. This skill Jade is relatively rarely used. But once used, the effect is very good. A whirlwind directly picked up the huge body of the poisonous human-faced spider and hung it 3 meters above the ground. This binding skill lasts only 6 seconds. The poisonous human-faced spider has a shield on its body, so I don't really worry about Gongzi. However, this time, Gongzi didn't jump up and bite its leg. Gongzi suddenly stopped less than 5 meters away from it. The poisonous human-faced spider was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and looked down, and was immediately frightened. Just below its body, a purple halo appeared on the ground. Gongzi's move, Amethyst Stab, is about to be launched. As for Jade's wind binding technique, the time is coming soon. When it fell down, that's when Gongzi's amethyst spike emerged from the ground. Call! Sure enough, at the moment when the poisonous spider fell, amethyst spikes emerged from the purple circle below. The 8 legs of the poisonous human-faced spider straightened instantly. Crack! A strange scene appeared. The poisonous human-faced spider stretched out its 8 legs and stretched its body high. The amethyst piercing below was only a few centimeters away from its abdomen. But it did not pierce upward anymore. Gongzi. Mad. There is such a benefit to having long legs. Gongzi jumped up angrily and bit one of the spider's legs. The poisonous human-faced spider kicked Gongzi away again. Alas, those with short legs are so helpless compared to those with long legs. Gongzi is also a little doubtful about life. Seeing this, Jade opened her mouth and released the water dragon bomb. 2222! 2222! The water jet bullets hit the spider one after another, knocking the huge body of the spider back and forth. But the power of Jade's water dragon bullet is slightly weaker. The effect is pretty good against a beast of the same level. But when fighting a level 14 beast with a shield, this move is a bit depressing. The water dragon bombs continuously bombarded the poisonous spider and exploded continuously, but did not cause any harm to the poisonous spider. The trouble is, Jade's belly seems to be connected to a big lake, and the water dragon bullets are shooting out like crazy, and they can't stop. Although the man-faced poison spider was not injured by this move, he was a little unable to control his body, and was almost knocked to the ground several times. This little slime. The human-faced poisonous spider opened its mouth and wanted to spit out the poisonous spider silk to get rid of the emerald first. Etc. Wrong. Why are only Jade and Gongzi attacking it? Where are Xiaobai and Lao Yuan? The old ape is hiding in the shadow sky, and the human-faced poisonous spider cannot see it. But the poisonous spider saw Xiaobai. Xiaobai opened his mouth, and the light flashed in his mouth. Oops. It's Xiaobai's skill, Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's move is to release dragon-shaped thunder and lightning. This move is not fast enough to perform, but it is Xiaobai's strongest attack. The human-faced poisonous spider saw Xiaobai preparing to use his ultimate move, and without thinking, he prepared to increase his speed to the maximum to dodge this move. But it just moved. Call! Jade's wind binding technique is here again. The poisonous human-faced spider was hung in the air again. These control skills are so disgusting. The poisonous spider with a human face was furious. Next moment, roar! A thunder dragon roared out and hit the poisonous spider hard. The body of the poisonous human-faced spider was thrown into the air and hit the forest behind it heavily. Crack! Xiaobai used Thunder Flash and quickly chased after him. Gongzi launched several charges in succession against a group of onlookers, and then chased after them. Chen Fan, who was watching the battle here, immediately grinned. Others can't see the old ape, but he can. In his sight, the old ape had been waiting behind a huge stone in the forest. Boom, boom, boom! The poisonous human-faced spider fell to the ground and rolled over again. The black energy-like shield on its body has been broken. Even its hard I was dented, and a small hole was broken. And the terrifying power of thunder and lightning is still crackling around it. Under the impact of the power of thunder and lightning, the man-faced poisonous spider felt paralyzed all over and felt unspeakably uncomfortable. At this time, "Call!" The old ape appeared behind the poisonous spider and grabbed it with one claw. Crack! Without the shield, the L of the poisonous human-faced spider was directly scratched by the old ape's claws. Oops. The human-faced poisonous spider's heart immediately sank. Regardless, the old ape's claw is not fatal. But that claw contains a dull toxin. For most beast masters, unless they have detoxification skills, if they suffer this attack, they will probably be beaten passively in the short term. The human-faced poisonous spider's star power increased wildly, and it gave itself another shield. But when the slow poison activates, its speed is no longer as fast as before. At this time, Lao Yuan and Xiao Bai immediately spun around it quickly and attacked crazily. 1 or 2 moves can't break the shield. A level 14 beast master has limited star power after all. Before the dull toxin disappears completely, the human-faced poisonous spider will definitely consume most of its star power. At that time, whether it was Xiao Bai's Thunder Blade or Gongzi's Crazy Bite, it could break through its defense. "Zitsiti! I give up!" The poisonous spider looked up to the sky and roared. Xiao Bai and Lao Yuan immediately jumped to the side. Gongzi rushed over and glanced at the 8 legs of the poisonous human-faced spider, feeling like he couldn't help but rush over and take a bite. After fighting for a long time, it was kicked out twice, and in the end it barely made any contribution, which made Gongzi very angry. But Xiao Bai barked at it twice, so Gongzi had to give up. A group of beast masters returned to the grassland of the training ground and began to discuss the next battle. Chen Fan looked at the scene and nodded slightly. Xiao Bai and the others fought against level 14 beasts. Although they didn't achieve a quick victory, they still had a good fight. They knew that their attacks would be difficult to break through the opponent's defense in a short period of time. So they actually planned to fight a protracted war from the beginning, face different enemies, and choose different tactics. The style of play in each game is different. This is without Xiao Hei's cooperation. If Xiao Hei cooperates, this battle should be much easier. And if Xiao Qing is involved, even if Xiao Qing only adds a green crystal armor to them, Xiao Bai and Lao Yuan will not need to be so cautious. In any case, with Xiao Bai's current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to kill level 15 monsters together. The only thing that makes Chen Fan depressed is that Xiao Bai and the others train so hard every day, but they still haven't broken through the upper limit of 150 in skill proficiency. Is it insufficient training? Or is there something wrong? Chen Fan called Xiao Bai over, then clicked on the properties panel and checked it out. However, there is no detailed explanation on the upper limit of proficiency on the system panel. No solution anymore. We can only let Xiao Bai and the others continue to train and fight non-stop. Another level 14 beast master entered the scene. Xiao Bai and the others started gearing up again. Xiao Hei stood on a stone that was a head taller than Jinyu Heidongking, shaking his head repeatedly. "Oh, it's so cold in high places. This is the loneliness of the strong. I can't believe that I'm so powerful that you don't dare to let me play. Ant, tremble." Golden Feather, Haidongqing and other royal beasts. Xiao Hei sneered. "What are you looking at? Who dares to fight with me against beasts below level 10? Who dares to fight with me?" All the beasts turned their heads. He just knows how to fly in the air and disgust people with his mental spikes and fear. Who is willing to fight you? If I accidentally beat you Black Duck to death, Shen Fan will not be able to do anything. Fang Qingqing looked back at Shen Fan, suddenly pursed her lips, walked up to Shen Hongxiu, and said, "Hongxiu, let's compete. Now everyone's beast masters are at level 7, so they have more skills. Get familiar with the power of now." Shen Hongxiu popped up her chest. "Come on. I'm afraid of you." Bai Rouge also moved towards Li Fingxing. Li Fingxing turned around and wanted to leave, but Bai Rouge grabbed his shoulder. "If you dare not to fight, I will beat you to death." Li Fingxing was furious. "If you hit me, you will definitely beat me to half-death. If I don't fight, you will beat me to death again. I just want to get beaten anyway." Xianchu looked at Yi Hao, and Yi Hao smiled proudly. But Xianchu looked at Shen Naodao again. Before Shen Taodao could react, Henry Chu raised his fingers at the two of them. "You two, come together." Xiao, Yi Hao, and Shen Taodao were both furious. "You are too arrogant." Each battlefield was immediately cut apart. On the side, there are several level 16 or above beasts sitting on the other side. Chen Fan moved the rocking chair over a little, and then chose a place with a higher slope, ready to take a good look at these battles. Suddenly, the smart bracelet on his wrist lit up twice. Chen Fan clicked on WeChat. It was a message sent by a person named Yifei Cho Xiao. Chen Fan, I am Lin Xiao. If you want to save the people in Donghai City, come to the Crescent Canyon just north of Crescent Mountain. You can only come here alone. And you must let your red-eyed monkey use the shadow canopy to bring you here. Don't ride Jinyu Heidongking. They will find you. I'll wait for you at the entrance to Crescent Canyon. Lin Xiao? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. He had some impression of the name. Yifei soaring into the sky. After finishing the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. That day, not long after returning home, I saw this guy had added me as a friend. But after the guy added him as a friend, he didn't say a word. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be Lin Xiao? What did Lin Xiao mean when he said he saved the people in Donghai City? Is this little trick too vulgar? Find such an excuse to lure yourself to Crescent Canyon and then kill him? While Chen Fan was deep in thought, Lin Xiao's next message came over again. Chen Fan, I am from the Nightmare Garden. Hong Quan and I are both from the Nightmare Garden. I'm not a good person, but I don't want to be a devil. Give me a chance to atone. Chen Fan. He waited for a while. Lin Xiao didn't send any more messages. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan sent back a message. Okay. Turning off his phone, Chen Fan stood up and greeted Xiao Bai and the others. The group of people and beast masters who were fighting fiercely stopped. Chen Fan left the old ape behind, then recalled Xiao Bai and the others to the beast controlling space, and said, You guys continue. I have something to go out for. As soon as they left Donghai City, Chen Fan and Lao Yuan hid in the shadow sky, and then rushed towards Crescent Mountain quickly. It is difficult to judge whether what Lin Xiao said is true or false. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's a conspiracy. But judging from those few sentences, the possibility of conspiracy seems to be smaller. Lin Xiao said that he and Hong Quan were from the Nightmare Garden. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he took a screenshot of the conversation between Lin Xiao and himself, sent it to Zhang Hai, and then sent a voice message to explain the situation. Zhang Hai quickly replied with a message. Senior Brother Bai and I have suspected Hong Quan before, but Hong Quan left the city yesterday, and the person following him did not return any information. I'm afraid it's more serious than the worst. Sifan, please be more careful. Chen Fan muted the smart bracelet. He has the space to control beasts, and he dares to break into even the dragon's pond and tiger's den. If what Lin Xiao said is true, there may be a lot to gain this time. If it is false, Chen Fan glanced at the system panel. System energy 1296090. Host Chen Fan. Level 3rd level. First level. Star power 2399 cards plus. Psychic power 369 Hz plus. 5-story spiritual platform 0th floor plus. After helping Xiao Bai and the others break through to level 8, he also broke through to the 3rd level in one fell swoop yesterday morning, when he was in the 2nd level and 5th level heaven. He entered the Bless You Beast breeding studio, and was able to easily achieve the 4th level realm with the cooperation of Xiao He. Now that he has broken through to the 3rd level, his star power is comparable to that of the 4th level and 2nd level, with the high-grade Xianbing in hand. Even without Xiao Hei's cooperation, he can kill an ordinary early-stage 4th-grade warrior. Chen Fan's star power pushed forward, and his speed increased again. One person and one ape, shrouded in the shadow sky, quickly headed towards Crescent Mountain. More than 2 hours later, Chen Fan arrived at the entrance of Crescent Canyon. Looking up, the entire Crescent Mountain was shrouded in thick fog. According to legend, deep in the Crescent Mountain's large lake, there is a monster that can swallow clouds and spit out mist. Every time the monster surfaced, it would puff out smoke for a long time. Therefore, Crescent Mountain is shrouded in thick fog no matter in spring, summer, autumn or winter, day or night, making it weird and eerie. As soon as Chen Fan walked into the Crescent Canyon, his vision was immediately blocked. Looking forward, the mountains, rocks and trees became blurry. After frowning, Chen Fan turned on his phone and sent a message to Lin Xiao. I arrived at Crescent Canyon and just came in from the entrance. Where are you? Lin Xiao's message was sent quickly. Look to the upper right. Chen Fan raised his head and could only vaguely see the mountain wall. Somewhere on the mountain wall, there was a faint light that flashed several times. Where the bright light flickered, there was a very blurry black shadow. The black shadow climbed down from the mountain wall like an ape. when Chen Fan was investigating the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. Before, he also checked the information of Lin Xiao and Hong Quan, and recognized that the black figure was Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked towards the entrance of Crescent Canyon, and whispered, Chen Fan, please let me enter the shadow canopy of your beast-controlling beast. Chen Fan didn't move. Lin Xiao lowered his voice and said, There are people from the Nightmare Garden on Crescent Mountain. Chen Fan touched his chest lightly, and the light on the armor flickered, and the defense was raised to the maximum, and the ring on his finger also flickered, and a pair of more powerful armor was attached to his armor. Then, he took off the long knife, grabbed the scabbard with his left hand, walked a few steps forward, walked out of the shadow sky, and then raised his fingers at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes showed joy, and he took 2 quick steps forward. The two of them entered the old age shadow sky at the same time. Lin Xiao nodded slightly at Chen Fan, motioned for Chen Fan to follow, and then ran quickly into the canyon. Chen Fan didn't say anything. He grabbed the scabbard with one hand and the handle of the knife with the other, silently following behind Lin Xiao. After the two of them turned left and right in the canyon for more than 10 minutes, Lin Xiao led Chen Fan through the dense forest and stopped at the entrance of a cave blocked by a large rock. The cave is hidden under the cliff and is very secretive. There are many big trees and shrubs covering the outside. Even if ordinary people walk not far from the cave entrance, it would be difficult to notice the cave. Lin Xiao's hands flashed with light. He grabbed the big stone and moved it to the side. With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan summoned Xiaobai and the others, and then communicated with his mind and gave Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others a few words. Xiaobai's eyes immediately locked on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at the group of beasts that emerged, said nothing, just waved to Chen Fan, and then walked into the cave. Chen Fan followed him with no expression on his face. Gongzi quietly ran to the edge of the cave and laid down in the gap between the rocks. Shaoqing, Xiaobai and others followed behind Chen Fan. After a while, the two of them reached the depths of the cave. Deep in the hall-like cave, there are several moonstones embedded in it, emitting a faint light. Under the light of the moonstone, Chen Fan saw a girl who had passed out and was tied to the stone, with a piece of cloth tied around her mouth. Chen Fan. He seemed to have seen this girl at Jinkai Academy, but I can't remember the name. What's the situation? Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, She is my sister, Lin Yuan. Chen Fan. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with pain and he said, Chen Fan, after this incident, can you let my sister and the Lin family go? They know nothing about the Nightmare Court, and have never been involved in the Nightmare Court. All the sins are on me alone. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. What happened to the people you said saved Donghai City before? Now what happened to your own sister being tied here? Lin Xiao. It's a long story. Chen Fan interrupted him. Then let's make the story short. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment before he said, Chen Fan, the Nightmare Garden is about to take action. Either today or tomorrow. They have used demons to control monsters in multiple secret realms and restricted areas, including the iron-eating insect in a restricted area, and the centaurs in the 5th secret realm. Chen Fan was shocked. What do they want to do? Attack Donghai City? Lin Xiao nodded. Just like the last time the fire ants besieged the city, they want to destroy Donghai City. Chen Fan. For what? Lin Xiao. To capture the old man of the Chu family, Chu Tianan. Chen Fan was stunned. Is this such a big move just to catch Henry Chu's grandfather? Lin Xiao. I don't understand why they want to arrest Chu Tianan. It seems to be related to Chu Qingqing's affairs. Chu Tianan has not left Donghai City for 15 years. This forced the Nightmare Court to use the method of destroying Chu Tianan City's method. And this time, the Nightmare Court seems to have sent 2 8th level ones over. What? Chen Fan was shocked. What is the identity of Henry Chu's grandfather that makes the Court of Nightmares value him so much? During the previous ant wave, only a few 7th grade masters came to the Nightmare Court. Now even the 8th level realm has been sent out. There are only 7th grade master level beings in Donghai City. So, Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Remembering what Henry Chu said a few days ago. That day, everyone mentioned the Donghai City Defense Formation. Chu Xian said that Donghai City's City Defense Formation can block the attacks of 9th level warriors. Yi Hao and the others asked a few more questions. But Henry Chu said that his grandfather would not let him talk, which made everyone very angry. Thinking of this, Chen Fan said, even if you are in the 8th level, even if the insectide and centaurs attack, you can't break through the defensive formation of Donghai City. Right? It's true that it can't be broken. Lin Xiao said. So the Nightmare Garden still has a backup plan. Lin Xiao pointed in the direction of the cave entrance and said, during the period of the Nightmare Garden, with Donghai City as the center, a shocking array was set up in an area hundreds of miles in radius. They want to use the formation to break the formation and break the Donghai City defense formation. Whether you can save Donghai City depends on you. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he sneered and said, you still think highly of me. I'm just a little guy. How can he save Donghai City? What did you want to do by bringing me here? Speak clearly. Otherwise don't blame me for stabbing you. Lin Xiao said, I want you to help me break the formation of the Nightmare Garden. If this formation is not broken, Donghai City will definitely be crushed. The center of that great formation is in the abyss of Crescent Mountain. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said, why should I trust you? Lin Xiao opened his mouth and said after a while, Chen Fan, I admit that I, Lin Xiao, am not a good person. I have also done a lot of evil things. I am a star warrior. Yi Zhan, Li Qingyan, and the others who are my age are all beast masters. I watched them being regarded as geniuses, and finally joined the pioneer group and became the heroes of East China Sea City. They enjoyed unlimited glory, but I was ignored by everyone. The people in Donghai City only know how to fight at night. Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan. And since I was a kid, I was better than them. After I awakened and became a star warrior, no one paid attention to me anymore. Like a passerby. Later, I became a disciple of Hong Quan. Hong Quan was the master of beast breeding and the previous president of the Donghai City branch of the Beast Breeding Masters Association. Our Lin family has reached a high level. Originally, I just wanted to work hard to learn how to breed beasts. And through another path, surpass Yi Zhan and others. But Hong Quan gave me another hope. He asked me to join the Nightmare Chamber. Chen Fan tilted his head and said nothing. Lin Xiao's lips trembled and he said, the Garden of Nightmares gave me hope. Chen Fan said calmly, because the Nightmare Court can help the Star Warriors sign contracts with demons? Do you know everything? Lin Xiao trembled and said, yes. It's because the Nightmare Court can help Star Warriors sign contracts with demons. Which Star Warrior can resist this kind of temptation? Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. So you are a traitor to the country? I didn't. Lin Zhao's face was a little distorted. And he hissed, I just used the Tiansheng Pioneer Group to help the people of the Nightmare Garden enter and exit the secret realm. The people in the Nightmare Garden enter the secret realm to find a way back to the Tianyi realm. This does not affect our Tang state, nor does it affect our Donghai City. Chen Fan just looked at him silently. Lin Xiao continued, but I never expected that in order to capture Chu Tianan, they actually wanted to destroy Donghai City. Chen Fan, I am indeed not a good person, but I am not a devil. I don't want to be a devil either. Lin Xiao said a little hysterically, I was born and raised in Donghai City. I don't want to destroy Donghai City. I can't even accept that I will destroy Donghai City myself. There is still my family in Donghai City. In person? Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. So, they want you to open this formation? Lin Xiao gasped and said, it was originally like this. So I thought I had room to operate. But this morning, Hong Quan brought 2 people to Crescent Mountain. Those 2 took my place. I was at my wit's end and finally thought of you. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Then you should let me bring a grandmaster here. I only have so little cultivation. Why do I come here to die? Lin Xiao said. No. It won't work. They have many informants inside and outside Donghai City. And they have already nailed the strong men in Donghai City. Even if there is a slight change in the 5th level realm, they will know the news immediately. That's why I asked you to come alone. With your level of cultivation, they won't even care. Chen Fan, I'll just take it as a compliment. Lin Xiao said. The city lord's mansion should also be eyeing Hong Quan. When Hong Quan came to Crescent Mountain, he said he was being followed. But the strong female black-armored man was seriously injured by him and kicked into the abyss. Because of this, the Nightmare Court is preparing to act in advance. Originally, they wanted to wait until the Moda Martial Arts University Promotional League started before implementing the plan. Chen Fan glanced at the unconscious Lin Yuanyuan, frowned and said, you only took your sister out of the main city? Lin Zhao's face suddenly turned pale. His eyes turned red, and his lips trembled as he said, my parents are in Hong Quan's hands. I don't know where they are now. At this point, tears rolled down Lin Zhao's eyes. There is also Hong Quan, a member of the Lin family, who told me that all the others are abandoned sons, and each has his or her destiny. Chen Fan said nothing. If Lin Xiao was acting, his acting skills would indeed be comparable to those of the best actor. But in order to kill him, Chen Fan did so many tricks, which seemed unnecessary. At this time, an indescribable pressure suddenly fell from the sky. What happened? Chen Fan felt as if a big stone was pressing on his heart, and he felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Lin Xiao was shocked. Damn it. They started the formation. The nightmare court is in action. With that said, he quickly ran out of the cave. Chen Fan held up a long knife and quickly caught up. Outside the cave, it was dark. It's still daytime now. Before, it was mainly because of the thick fog that blocked the view. But it's different now. Now it feels like the whole world has darkened. As if it's the end of the world. An indescribable pressure pressed on his body, making Chen Fan feel very uncomfortable. And even his star power was not functioning smoothly. This formation is mainly aimed at Dahai City. Chen Fan felt so uncomfortable on Crescent Mountain, which was far away from Dahai City. Then wouldn't it be difficult for the people near Dahai City? Chen Fan clicked on the smartwatch. The network signal has been interrupted. The information can't be sent out either. Chen Fan raised his head. Above the dim sky, there were streaks of blood-red lightning that were constantly lighting up. Strange and terrifying. Lin Xiao said, a little panicked. The monsters in various secret areas and restricted areas may have come out and rushed towards Dahai City. They just want to use this formation to break through the formation and break through the Dahai City's defense formation. The city defense formation is broken. Cold sweat dripped down Chen Fan's forehead. Both the insect swarm and the centaur seem a bit redundant. Lin Xiao just said that there are 2 8th-level people coming to the Nightmare Court this time. Once the city defense formation is broken, who in Dahai City can stop the 8th level? Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, "How to break this formation?" Lin Xiao swallowed hard, pointed to the right and said, "That formation of eyes is in the abyss over there. Originally, they asked me to open the formation alone and then guard the center of the formation. As a result, Hong Quan sent 2 people here today. Those 2 people should be in the late 3rd stage. I can't beat them. Destroy the formation and you can destroy this formation. If this formation is destroyed, even if the Nightmare Court is at the 8th level, it will not be able to break through the Dahai City defense formation. If you can save the people in Dahai City, let's do it in one fell swoop," Chen Fan said in a deep voice. "What kind of cultivation is Hong Quan? Is it possible that he is in that formation of eyes?" Lin Xiao said. "Hong Quan is in the 5th level and 4th level. He should not be here. After coming here once in the morning, he will personally go to take charge of another formation." Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed the tip of the knife at Lin Xiao. "Lead the way. Don't play tricks on me. You may not be able to kill me, but if you dare to play tricks, I will definitely kill you immediately." Lin Xiao nodded. "I believe what you say." Chen Fan asked Xiao Bai and the others to return to the beast-controlling space, leaving only the old ape. The shadow sky immediately enveloped Chen Fan and Lin Xiao. Crescent Mountain, which was originally filled with thick fog, had already activated the terrifying formation. Even if there was no shadow sky, someone walking by might not be able to see Chen Fan and the others. Under the shadowy sky, 2 people and 1 ape walked towards each other quietly like ghosts. This time, their speed was very slow. It was obviously not that far away, but the 2 of them walked for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Xiao stopped, pointed ahead and said, "There is a cliff ahead, 6 meters below this raised stone. There is a stone less than 4 meters long and about 3 meters wide. After landing on the big rock, face the mountain wall. There are vines on the right-hand side. Cling to the vines. You can go all the way down, about 36 meters, and you will reach the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there is an altar, and that altar is the formation eye. But after you get off the cliff, you can't walk around. There is a maze outside the altar. If you make a wrong move, you may be trapped in the maze and die." Chen Fan walked to the edge of the cliff and looked around, but couldn't see anything. Lin Xiao whispered, "I'll go down first. You and Qi Yuan should be careful not to make too much noise." With that said, Lin Xiao took a step forward and jumped towards the bottom of the cliff. Bang! Then, Lin Xiao's voice came up. "Come down." Chen Fan. "Damn it. You dance here often, so you are familiar with it. This is my first time here, and I can't see anything. If you jump down like this, if you can't jump to the big rock, won't you fall to pieces?" Chen Fan blinked and summoned Jade. After Jade jumped on his head, Chen Fan borrowed Jade's Wings of Wind. After reaching the 3rd level, you can borrow the skills of beast control. A light seemed to flash in Chen Fan's mind. And with a thought, A pair of thin wings immediately appeared behind his back. His wings moved slightly, and landed lightly on the big rock below. Lin Xiao looked at the pair of wings behind Chen Fan, his eyes full of envy. Immediately, his expression suddenly changed. Chen Fan! Are you at the 3rd level now? Chen Fan immediately sneered. You thought I was only in the 2nd level before, right? Why on earth are you taking a 2nd level person to kill 2 3rd level and 4th level people? Lin Xiao blinked. You have been so popular these days. I have forgotten your cultivation base. After hearing those rumors of yours, I feel like you can hack to death at the 5th level. Didn't you easily kill someone in the 3rd level at the door of the 9th store before? Later, I sent a 3rd level agent to hunt you down. Shut up. Chen Fan was furious. You're a chatterbox. You can't compete with Shen Tao Tao. Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Fan resentfully. It's obviously you who spoke a rhetorical tone. Why don't you let others talk back? Together with the old ape, the two of them climbed onto the vine and slowly descended. If there were only 2 3rd grade and 4th level people here, Chen Fan wouldn't care too much. Even if he is in the 4th level, Chen Fan is not afraid at all. But if there are other masters here, it will be troublesome. After reaching the bottom of the cliff, Chen Fan held his breath and followed Lin Xiao, walking through the maze step by step. Sudden, in the thick fog, a man's voice came over. Lin Xiao, where did you die? Why are you back now? Lin Xiao immediately said, I went out for inspection. I just found out that the formation was activated, so I rushed back immediately. In the thick fog, a black shadow walked over. Lin Xiao smiled and greeted him. Behind, Chen Fan and Lao Yuan were hidden in the shadow sky. Silently, 2 people. Chen Fan glanced around and saw only 2 people. Chapter 173. Starlight Destruction Cannon. Break the formation and crush Donghai City. After Zhanghai passed the picture sent by Chen Fan to the city lord by Baiyu, the entire Donghai City immediately began to operate like a sophisticated machine. Whether it is within the main city or the troops stationed outside various secret areas and restricted areas, they have all entered a state of combat readiness. It is not surprising that Hong Quan and Lin Xiao are from the Nightmare Garden. The city lord's mansion had already obtained some evidence before. But the first sentence in the chat record between Lin Xiao and Chen Fan made by Tianyu and others nervous. If you want to save the people in Donghai City, come to Crescent Canyon just north of Crescent Mountain. The person who saved Donghai City. There is a message in this sentence. The Nightmare Garden is preparing to attack Donghai City again. In the Lord's Mansion of East China Sea City, all the black armored troops were dispatched, and figures were moving quickly through the city. Mr. Qin's Titan Giant Ape also came out of the ground. A series of Starlight Destruction Cannons, powered by the Star Stones in the 5th Secret Realm, rose into the air. All 5 major families in Donghai City also took action. But neither Chen Fan nor Bai Tianyu expected that. It was precisely because of Chen Fan's screenshot of the chat history that the disaster came early. As Lin Xiao said, the Nightmare Court has long been focused on Donghai City. If there is any change in Donghai City, they will know it immediately. After Bai Tianyu saw the screenshot of the chat between Chen Fan and Lin Xiao, he immediately asked Donghai City to launch a defensive posture. The Nightmare Court discovered the unusual movements in Donghai City and was worried that the powerful people from the Demon City would arrive. So they moved forward. Just after Chen Fan arrived at Crescent Mountain for a while, the whole world suddenly darkened. Day turned into night. Next moment, above Donghai City, a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, people raised their heads in horror. I saw a lightning beam falling from the sky, hitting the shield of Donghai City heavily, like a waterfall falling on a huge ball. Endless light spread out like water. Donghai City shield was like a balloon, constantly dented under pressure. It seems like it could break at any time. The wind howls, as if it's the end of the world. In Donghai City, people were frightened and panicked. At this time, a beam of light rose up in the Chu family, Yi family, Li family, Shen family, Fong family, and the city lord's palace at the same time. 6 pillars of light, like pillars of heaven, supported the shield of Donghai City. As the 6 beams of light rose, Donghai City's shield shook slightly and immediately returned to its original state. Although the lightning beams falling from the sky are still bombarding the shield of Donghai City is as stable as a rock. But people haven't had time to be happy yet. Directly west of Donghai City, 2 mountain-like figures suddenly rose into the sky. 2 abyss demons. One was completely black, with 2 horns on its head and 2 wings. One was completely blood red, with green flames burning all over it. The two demons were like mountains, just crawling out of the ground. An evil aura swept in all directions. In Donghai City, the expressions of a group of strong men changed drastically. Before anyone could react, the two terrifying demons opened their mouths at the same time. Boom! A black beam of light and a green beam of light shot out from the mouths of the two demons and hit the shield of Donghai City heavily, earth-shattering. The faces of many people in Donghai City instantly turned pale. But it's not over yet. As the light flickered, a figure in black robes appeared on the backs of the two demons. And around Donghai City, figures in black robes also rose up and stood in the air. Unspeakable pressure enveloped him. People just feel as if a big stone is pressing on their hearts. And they are a little out of breath. Inside the city lord's palace, a middle-aged man stood up. Yun Songhai was startled, stretched out his right hand, and stopped in front of the middle-aged man. Teacher Su Feng, the situation is unclear. Let's observe it first. Donghai City has the city defense formation set up by Chu Qingcheng back then. It can withstand even the attacks of 9th-level experts. The instructor in front of me, Su Feng, is the instructor of the #1 martial arts university in Modu, and the person in charge of this Modu Martial Arts University Recruitment League. He is also the only 8th-level person in Donghai City. Instructor Su Feng shook his head slightly and said, 2 8th-level demons and 2 level 34 demons. Donghai City's city defense formation can indeed keep them all out. But, having said this, Su Feng pointed his right index finger to the top of his head and said, they want to break the formation with the formation. The power of that great formation mobilized star power within an area of hundreds of miles, coupled with the attacks of 2 8th-level demons and 2 level 34 demons. The formation in Donghai City will not be able to hold on for long. Bai Tianyu said in a deep voice. Our pioneer group dug out a large number of star stones from the 5th secret realm before, and first used the Starlight Destruction Cannon to eliminate the 2 demons. Su Feng shook his head again. The Starlight Destruction Cannon can threaten monsters below level 30, but it is too difficult to use it to deal with level 34 demons and 8th level monsters. Okay, let the soldiers come and cover up the water and earth. Leave those 2 8th level realms and 2 demons to me. The others are left to you. During the day, you just wanted to talk. Chu Tiannan's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's minds. You can just give it a go and let me control the city defense formation. The corners of Su Feng's mouth curled up slightly. His body swayed, and he disappeared out of thin air. So, Bai Tianyu slowly unsheathed the long sword in his hand and shouted coldly, fight! A portal immediately appeared on top of Donghai City's city defense formation. Su Feng and Tian Tianyu rushed out from the portal at the same time. Hello! Su Feng floated in the air, looking at the 2 demons in front of him indifferently and said, save your strength. This little strength cannot break through the Donghai City formation. As he spoke, 2 summoning arrays appeared on Su Feng's left and right sides. 2 equally large beasts crawled out of the summoning circle. A deep-sea octopus as big as a demon. A slightly smaller, chubby and very cute iron-eating beast. At the same time, scales the size of fingernails suddenly appeared around Su Feng, spinning rapidly around him. Those tiny scales swelled in the wind and turned into pieces of scale armor, which attached to Su Feng's body and turned into a gray armor. The bracelet on Su Feng's right wrist suddenly flashed with fire and turned into 2 long swords, which he grabbed in his hand. Su Feng pointed the tip of the long sword in his left hand at the ground, raised his right hand, and pointed the long sword at the 2 demons below. The 2 beasts beside him immediately pounced down and faced 2 abyss demons respectively. The 2 men in black robes standing above the abyss demon were like ghosts, floating lightly in front of Su Feng. Su Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Under his gaze, there was no one in the cloaks of the 2 men in black robes. It's like 2 empty black robes. Su Feng took back the long sword in his right hand, crossed the 2 swords, and touched them lightly. Call! The 2 long swords immediately burst into flames. Even though they were 1 against 2, Su Feng didn't seem to care too much, and instead his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Brush! A flash of fire flashed, and Su Feng seemed to teleport, moving hundreds of meters in an instant and appearing in front of the black-robed man on his left. The long sword in his hand was surrounded by flames, and he slashed directly towards the neck of the man in black robe. Violent! The man in black robe made a strange noise, stretched out his right hand, revealed a ghost claw, and grabbed Su Feng's chest directly. Su Feng frowned, a little uncomfortable with this style of play in which both sides were harmed from the beginning. The sword in his left hand thrust out like lightning, just catching the ghost claw that the man in black robe had grabbed. Chawing! The sound of metal and iron clashing sounded, and the black-robed man's claws directly grabbed Su Feng's left sword. Not good! When Su Feng caught a glimpse of the lizard-like claws of the black-robed man, he felt a little frightened. He used the power of his hands to twist off the black-robed man's arm. But as soon as his star power was activated, another man in black robes appeared behind him and clawed at the back of his head. What a quick move! Su Feng was startled and let go of the long sword in his left hand. A white light flashed around him, and he moved out strangely. This is his beast-controlling iron-eating beast skill, Void Shift. After borrowing his beast-controlling skills to move out, Su Feng moved towards the two men in black robes and grabbed them in vain. TSK, TSK, TSK! The long sword originally grabbed by the first man in black robe suddenly made a rope burning with flames, tying up the two men in black robe at the same time. At the same time, Su Feng threw the long sword in his hand and turned into two giant swords in the air. Su Feng opened the palm of his right hand, then quickly turned it over, palm down, and pressed down hard. Boom! The two giant swords in the air burst into flames and fell towards the two men in black robes. Violent! The two men in black robes screamed strangely. Black energy surged around them, and their bodies shook violently. Boom! The rope burning with fire was broken by the shock. The two men in black robes raised their hands at the same time, and then pinched them in the middle. Boom! There was another loud noise. The two giant swords were directly clamped between the palms of the two men in black robes. But the terrifying power. But he still pressed the two people from the air to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two seemingly incorporeal men in black robes still made two big holes in the ground as soon as they landed on the ground. Su Feng, who was in the air, snorted coldly and flicked his left hand. The rope that had been broken by the two men in black robes before falling to the ground turned into two long swords in a flash of fire. As soon as the two long swords appeared, they flew out like lightning with two whizzing sounds. But these two swords were not aimed at the two men in black robes. These two swords attacked the two demons respectively. How could the two demons who were fighting with the octopus and the iron-eating beast expect such a move from Su Feng? They are as big as mountains, far less dexterous than Su Feng's sword. And even if they want to dodge when they notice something is wrong, they are already far behind. With two boom sounds, the two level 33 demons were cut open by the two swords, and dark green blood flowed out. The octopus and the iron-eating beast took the opportunity to pounce on the two demons and beat them wildly. Large areas of the forest outside Donghai City were destroyed. Pieces of boulders also shattered. The sky is full of dust. Although he sneak attacked the demon and gained the upper hand, Su Feng's eyes in the air became more solemn. He was in 8th grade, 2nd level heaven, armed with powerful divine weapons. But he was unable to suppress those two men in black robes. Although the two giant swords pressed the two people to the ground, they did not cause any harm to them. Just when Su Feng frowned, boom! The two men in black robes below turned into black mist at the same time. Two giant swords were inserted directly into the ground. The next moment, two groups of black mist roared and instantly surrounded Su Feng. The other side, the situation of Tian Tianyu and others is not much better than that of Su Feng. It's all about using more to defeat less, including by Tianyu who just broke through. There are only 5 7th level people in Donghai City. By Tianyu, Yun Songhai, Mr. Qin, Mr. Fan, and Mr. Ding. But here in the Nightmare Court, there are 12 7th level people. Although these 12 people only brought one demon. In terms of numbers, the Nightmare Court still had an absolute advantage. During the day, Yu's eyes were extremely gloomy. Standing in front of him were a man and a woman. Below, his diamond dragon beetle and 9 heaven black turtle were forced back by the two demons, holding on for dear life. Thanks to Chen Fan's help, the two beasts were raised by 1 combat level and 1 racial level. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be a complete failure this time. But even so, the two beasts were still a little too weak and could only barely block the two demons. On the other hand, Mr. Qin's Titan Giant 8 fought 1 against 2, making the two demons scream in agony. Lord City Lord, are you worried about your beast? The woman standing in front of Bai Tianyu smiled mockingly and said, Shouldn't you worry about yourself? The man in black robe next to the woman sneered and said, Fan Ling and the others dared to rush out. So forget it. A mere 6th grade and 5th level heaven dared to rush out. Do you really think that with your 9 sky-breaking swords, you can fight to the death with a Grandmaster level existence? Bai Tianyu smiled slightly and said, So, do you dare to take a stab at me? The black-robed man's eyes flashed with anger. So what if I take you 100 swords? As soon as he finished speaking, The man in black robe tore open his black robe, revealing a suit of armor covered with spikes. On top of the armor, black energy flowed, and it seemed that a layer of armor had been added to it by an armored abyss demon below. And his 2 hands did not hold weapons like swords, but instead had 2 gloves that looked like demon heads. Snort! Tian Tianyu snorted softly. His wrist shook, and the light of the long sword in his hand surged. The next moment, his body suddenly became blurry, as if his body was shaking rapidly to the left and right, and a long series of afterimages appeared. Brush! During the day, you stepped into the void and rushed out with a string of afterimages. The long knife in his hand actually brought up a string of afterimages, and struck the man who tore open the black robe with one strike from a distance. A sword light that was more than 10 feet long stretched across the sky, as if splitting the space, and fell towards the man's head. The man snorted coldly, put on his right hand with a black devil's glove, and punched upwards. Black air is coming out wildly. In a matter of seconds, Bai Tianyu's sword broke through the fist with a single strike, and split the man in half with a pop. The female in black robe next to her, the powerful men from the Nightmare Court, who were fighting with Mr. Qin on the other side, also subconsciously retreated. A group of strong men stared at this side in astonishment with their eyes widened. The female black-robed man was furious and hissed. You have already broken through to the 7th level? Tian Tianyu tilted his head and said nothing. Immediately, his figure flashed, and another series of afterimages appeared, and he slashed at the female black-robed figure with a knife. The female figure in black robes knew so well that she dared not accept him forcefully, so she immediately moved out without thinking. But she never expected that Bai Tianyu's target was not her. After she avoided Bai Tianyu's sword, Bai Tianyu's sword slashed off the head of the armored demon fighting the 9 Heavens black turtle below with one strike. With no opponent left, the 9 Heavens black turtle immediately turned around and, together with the diamond dragon beetle, killed another demon. Shameless! The female in black robe gritted her teeth at Tian Tianyu. Tian Tianyu's fingers of his left hand slowly traced across the long sword in his right hand, and he said expressionlessly, Shamelessness is the pass of the shameless. A group of shameless people. They think about plotting against Donghai City all day long, using the advantage of bullying the few, and using force. Bullying. Looking back, you still yelled shameless at me. Who is shameless? The words fell, and a sudden change occurred. A man in black robe, who was originally fighting with Su Feng, suddenly left Su Feng behind, flashed twice in the air, and appeared in front of Bai Tianyu. Tianyu? Su Feng and others were shocked. Bai Tianyu frowned, but he remained calm in the face of danger. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest, and opened 2 shields at the same time. Almost at the moment when his shield opened, a green lizard sharp claw stretched out from the black-robed man's wide sleeves. With a bang, it penetrated the 2 shields and caught Bai Tianyu on top of the armor. Puff! Bai Tianyu spurted blood from his mouth and hit the ground like a missile. Inside Donghai City, Chu family. Chu Tianan sat cross-legged next to a pillar in the center of a large formation. Everywhere else in the formation was filled with people from the Chu family. Everyone's body is surrounded by a light, and on the big screen next to it, it was the scene where the city lord Bai Tianyu was severely injured by a sneak attack. That was a picture taken by a high-altitude drone. The head of the Chu family blushed, gritted his teeth, and turned to look at Chu Tianan. Dad! Chu Tianan's eyes twitched, and he said in a low voice, The power of the formation in the Nightmare Garden is too strong. I can still resist it through the city defense formation in Donghai City. If I leave, the formation won't last long. A group of people from the Chu family looked sad and angry. The city lord has been severely injured. Although instructor Su Feng was strong, he was gradually losing ground against Tu. How long can Mr. Qin and Mr. Fan last? If the outside cannot hold up, how long can the Donghai City defense formation hold up? Suddenly, Chu Tianan's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Don't think too much. Use your star power to maintain the formation. Miracles will happen. Miracle. Everyone in the Chu family looked at Chu Tianan. The old man's words are a bit baffling. When did this happen? Still expecting a miracle? Where do miracles come from? If we can hold on until someone comes from the Magic City, we might still have a chance. But when the formation in the Nightmare Garden was activated, communications had been cut off and the signal was disrupted. If it doesn't work, no one in the Magic City knows that something happened in Donghai City. On the high tower of the city lord's palace, Zhang Hai put his hands behind his back and silently watched the battle outside the city. Tian Qianyu was attacked by an 8th level sneak attack and knocked to the ground. He saw it all. At this moment, Zhang Hai also had an uncontrollable anger in his eyes, which was rising crazily. But Zhang Hai remained silent, his expression terrifyingly cold. At this time, a woman wearing black armor walked over and said in a deep voice, "Master, I had 6 drones controlled by someone, and they explored the vicinity of Crescent Mountain for a long time. But no trace of Chen Fan was found. The Crescent Mountain has been covered by thick fog, and now the Nightmare Garden has activated its large array, covering an area hundreds of miles away. The images transmitted by the drone cannot be seen clearly at all." Zhang Hai said calmly. "Continue to investigate." "Yes." The strong female black armor retreated. Chen Fan was very depressed. Lao Yuan's shadow canopy is the strongest skill of the assassin. Hiding in the shadow canopy, he originally wanted to be an assassin. Use the shadow canopy to reach over and kill one person with one strike. But no. The sky-breaking demon sword in his hand is made of thunder attribute materials. As long as a little bit of star power is poured into it, the long sword will bloom with the power of thunder. The power of thunder will directly destroy the shadow sky. When Chen Fan asked Xiaobai and Lao Yuan to cooperate, Xiaobai's thunder armor had already destroyed the shadow sky. So, it's no problem to touch it. But a sneak attack might not be so smooth. Activate the star power to destroy the shadow sky. Without activating the star power, just relying on the strength of the arm to slash with one knife may not be able to kill the late 3rd level master. Forget it. If you can't do a sneak attack, you can't do a sneak attack. Chen Fan secretly ordered the old ape, and then walk out of the shadow sky. Who? As soon as he walked out of the shadow sky, the 2 men in black robes immediately drew their weapons at the same time. "Don't get me wrong. We are our own people. Our own people." Chen Fan smiled and waved his left hand. At the same time, summoning arrays appeared around him one by one, and Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others crawled out of the summoning arrays. The 2 men in black robes were furious. "Why are you saying one of your own and summoning a beast at the same time? Wait, why does such a young guy have so many beasts to control?" The 2 men in black robes had cold eyes. One stared at Lin Xiao, and the other stared at Chen Fan. The 2 long swords were pointed at Chen Fan and Chen Fan respectively. "Call!" Lin Xiao and Chen Fan were both wearing Shao Qing's Qingjing armor. Chen Fan grinned and said, "You've already spoken about your own people. Why don't you just want to believe me? What about the trust between people?" As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in his hand flashed with thunderous light, and he struck the man in black robe in front of him with one strike. "Court death!" The man in black robe shouted angrily, and with a faster speed, the sword in his hand stabbed Chen Fan's neck like a poisonous snake. "Spiritual spike!" In the darkness, Xiao Hei's special move was released directly. "Ah!" The sword in the black-robed man's hand fell to the ground, and he held his head with both hands. "Brush!" The long knife fell, and the man in black robe was split into 2. This knife cost a lot of money, but it was worth it. Chen Fan looked to the other side with a smile. On the other side, Lin Xiao was forced back by another man in black robes with a sword. His face turned red. But as soon as Lin Xiao retreated, thunder and lightning flashed in the air, and Xiaobai's thunder dragon had already blasted towards the chest of the man in black robe. The man in black robe reacted very quickly, and slashed out with the long sword in his hand, splitting the thunder dragon apart. But the other 2 attacks also arrived. Gongzi charged furiously, and bit his right ankle, and Xiaoqing's rock cannon, which had been ready for a while, hit the black-robed man hard on the chest with a bang. After all, humans are not like beasts. Unless he has armor like Chen Fan, it will definitely not be easy for him to take on Shao Qing's trick at the 3rd level. The huge rock bombarded the man in black robe, and the sound of ribs breaking was immediately heard. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, and immediately stepped forward to pick up the leak. But Chen Fan was a bit faster than him. He rushed over with a swipe, and slashed out with his sword. A big head flew up. Lin Xiao. Chen Fan also said before that he had just broken through to the 3rd level. But this guy's killing of the late 3rd grade is like chopping melons and vegetables. Lin Xiao ignored the shock in his heart, and immediately said, "Look at the altar. It is the formation eye. Although the formation is more than one eye, this one is the most critical. Destroying this one will definitely destroy the formation." Chen Fan ran a few steps quickly and rushed directly to the altar. On the top floor of the altar, there are 5 weird and terrifying demon statues standing around. Each statue is 6 meters high, surrounded by black air, which is very scary in the darkness. At this time, there was a black air in the mouth of each statue, diagonally downwards, hitting the center of the altar. In the center of the altar, The magic circle is rotating rapidly. Countless tadpole-like runes were flashy with faint light and swimming quickly. Lean back. Chen Fan asked Lin Xiao and Xiaobai to step back. Immediately, with a shake of his wrist, he injected a little star power into the sky-breaking demon sword. Break! Following Chen Fan's cold shout, he raised the long knife in his hand high and slashed it down towards a demon head. The sword light with the light of lightning fell on the head of the demon statue. Boom! The sword light shattered into nothingness, and the demon statue was unscathed. Chen Fan took a closer look and could faintly see a faint light flowing on the demon statue. Like armor. No way! Lin Xiao said from behind. An attack of this level cannot break the demon statue. Chen Fan turned around and said, How strong is the attack? Lin Xiao was silent for a moment and then said, I don't know either. Chen Fan. Trash. Lin Xiao blinked and said, But I heard Hong Quan say something before. He said that even if he took action himself, it would be difficult to destroy the altar. Chen Fan. He had the urge to hack Lin Xiao to death. Hong Quan is the 4th level of the 5th grade. Even the 5th grade and 4th level heaven can't destroy this altar. What's the use of calling me here? Suddenly, Lin Xiao said again, East China Sea City has a powerful attack weapon called the Starlight Destruction Cannon. If we can contact Donghai City, we can let the Starlight Destruction Cannon over there come over and destroy the entire altar. Chen Fan looked happy, and then immediately said with a long face, Then you should contact Donghai City now. Lin Xiao shook his head. The communication signal in Crescent Mountain was originally very weak. After the formation was activated, the signal was interfered with. How could we possibly make contact? Chen Fan. I have an impulse in my heart. I want to hack you to death more and more now. Lin Xiao. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, Try again. He took 2 steps back and began to circulate his star power, focusing all his star power towards the sky-breaking demon sword. Then, Chen Fan's thoughts moved slightly, and he looked at Xiaobai's and their beast-controlling attribute panels in his mind. Next to all beast-controlling skills, there is a borrow button. When coming down from the cliff, he easily borrowed Jade's flying skills through this borrow button. After scanning the skills of Xiaobai and Gongzi, Chen Fan clicked borrow next to Xiaobai's Thunderblade skill. On the attribute panel, Xiaobai's Thunderblade skill immediately turned gray. Within 10 minutes, Xiaobai should not be able to use the Thunderblade skill, and Chen Fan already possesses the Thunderblade. On the long knife he held tightly in his hand, a Thunderblade with the same shape as the long knife appeared and fit together with the long knife. One knife volleyed into the air and shattered the thunder. Chen Fan gathered all the sword moves of the first sword of the 9 heaven-breaking swords together, took a fierce step, and slashed towards the demon statue in front of him. The dazzling sword light illuminated the darkness. Boom! The sword light fell on the demon statue and exploded again. The devil statue still hasn't changed at all. Chen Fan. Lin Xiao. Look! I just said it. It's useless. Chen Fan. Get out! Lin Xiao shrank his head. Chen Fan scratched his head in annoyance. If I had known earlier, wouldn't it be better to learn from the Gai Chu Xian and get a bunch of Thunderstar bombs and put them in the beast control space? If there were a bunch of bombs, they could blow up this demon statue. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, turned to look at Lin Xiao and said, You should leave here immediately and hide in the cave where your sister is tied up. Lin Xiao looked happy. Have you thought of a way? Chen Fan. No. Lin Xiao was angry. I haven't thought of a way. Why do you want me to hide? Chen Fan was also angry. What's the use of staying here? Lin Xiao blinked. Your words are so hurtful. Chen Fan. Stop him. That's nonsense. Hurry up and leave. I'm trying to figure out if I can contact Donghai City. Apart from the Starlight Destruction Cannon you just mentioned, I can't think of any other good method. Lin Xiao. Then I'll work with you to find a solution. 3 cobblers can stand up to Zhuge Liang. Chen Fan glanced at Lin Xiao speechlessly. Lin Xiao lowered his head and said, I'll see if I can contact Donghai City Chao. There is a signal. Chen Fan glanced at Lin Xiao and said coldly, If you dare to play tricks on me, I will kill you. I'm not kidding you. Lin Xiao shouted. There is really a signal. What's going on? When I was here before, there was never any network signal. Now that the formation is activated, there is no signal in Crescent Canyon. Why? Chen Fan clicked on his smartwatch and was immediately overjoyed. There really is a signal. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he immediately spoke very quickly. How powerful is the Starlight Destruction Cannon? If the Starlight Destruction Cannon is used to bombard this place, how far must one hide to avoid the aftermath? Lin Xiao frowned and thought for a while. Then said, I'm afraid everything around here will collapse. So we have to hide at least 300 meters away. Chen Fan nodded. Then run away now. The further away the better. Lin Xiao was stunned. What about you? Chen Fan. I have my own way. Lin Xiao. If you don't leave, then I won't leave either. Chen Fan. What the hell are you? Lin Xiao. Okay. I'm leaving. Chen Fan. Lin Xiao quickly rushed out of the maze. Chen Fan. You must survive. Don't die. Chen Fan. Get out. Get out faster. After hiding 300 meters away, send me a message on WeChat. With that said, Chen Fan opened WeChat and sent the location to Zhang Hai's WeChat. It's really strange. Why is there suddenly a signal in a place like this? Chen Fan dialed Zhang Hai's phone number. A virtual screen immediately appeared in front of him. On the screen, Zhang Hai looked at him with surprise. When Chen Fan saw the Starlight Destruction Cannon behind Zhang Hai, he was overjoyed and said, Master, is that one behind you, the Starlight Destruction Cannon? Zhang Hai wanted to speak, but saw the altar and demon statue behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately said quickly, Master, behind me is the center of the Nightmare Garden formation, but my cultivation is too weak. I can't destroy the altar. I just sent the location to your WeChat account. Please take a look. Use the Starlight Destruction Cannon to destroy this altar, and the formation of the Nightmare Garden will be broken. Zhang Hai nodded. I have received it. On the screen, Zhang Hai turned around, said a few words to the black-armored men behind him, and then clicked the smartwatch on his wrist a few times. The fingers of the black-armored men behind him immediately began to crackle on the machine in front of the Starlight Destruction Cannon. Zhang Hai said, The Starlight Destruction Cannon is locking your position. Sifan, you should get out of there immediately. The sooner the better. I'll give you 10 minutes. Is that enough? Chen Fan immediately said, It doesn't take 10 minutes. 3 minutes should be enough. With that said, Chen Fan asked Xiaobai and the others to enter the beast-controlling space. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao sent a message. Chen Fan, I should have been more than 300 meters away. Chen Fan glanced at the screen and said, Master, you will fire in 20 seconds. What? Zhang Hai was shocked. How could you run out in 20 seconds? That was in an abyss. Not on flat ground. Chen Fan said, Master, you believe me. I have a way to protect myself. In 20 seconds. Fire! After saying that, Chen Fan turned off the phone and rushed out more than 30 meters into the darkness. Then, the beast control space opened, and Chen Fan rushed in. In the beast controlling space, Xiaobai immediately rushed over and threw himself into Chen Fan's arms. Lao Yuan, Gongzi and the others also gathered around. Xiaoqing looked at Chen Fan steadily. Her eyes widened. I have never heard that a beast master can also enter the beast master space. Isn't the beast controlling space a place where the beast controllers stay? Why did the beast master also come in? Chen Fan fell back, lay on the grass, and stretched. It's been a while since I entered the beast controlling space. Although this beast controlling space is not large, it is the safest place. There are also blue sky, white clouds and green grassland. When Chen Fan was playing with Xiaobai and the others in the beast controlling space, a dazzling light beam lit up on a high tower in Donghai City. Next moment, on top of the altar in Crescent Mountain, a beam of light that resembled divine punishment fell. Boom! The entire altar, including the demon statues, exploded into ashes. Terrifying shock waves swept across in all directions. Wherever the shock wave passed, boulders were shattered and trees turned into ashes. On the cliff, countless gravel fell down. Immediately, the whole world lit up again. The beam of light that was constantly bombarding Donghai City's shield disappeared out of thin air. Zhang Hai's voice rang over Donghai City. The Nightmare Garden formation has been broken. In the void outside Donghai City, Su Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed wildly. But a man in black robes, who was facing him, said coldly, Even if the formation is broken, you will still be dead. Eh? Su Feng sneered and said, I thought you all had turned into monsters and couldn't speak. I didn't expect you could speak human language. The man in black robes snorted coldly, appeared behind Su Feng like a ghost, and grabbed Su Feng's back with a claw. But just then, a flash of red light. A red cloak suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then covered the man in black robe. The man in black robe was startled, swayed and ran away. A figure flashed in the air, and Chu Tianen appeared next to Su Feng. The red cloak spun in the air and flew over automatically, landing on Chu Tianen. A group of strong men in the Nightmare Court were immediately overjoyed. The reason for making such a big commotion is to arrest Chu Tianen. This old ghost actually ran out on his own? Su Feng opened his mouth and said after a while, Mr. Chu. Chu Tianen stretched out his hand to stop him from talking. It's never too late to kill these pieces of trash. A man in black robe opposite laughed strangely. The black shadow flashed, and the man in black robe, who had been smiling strangely just now, appeared on the right side of Chu Tianen. Old man Chu, be careful! Mr. Qin and Mr. Fan on the other side were shocked. But Su Feng didn't seem to care. Chu Tianen's right hand stretched out like lightning, and with a click, he grabbed the neck of the man in black robe, who attacked him. Everyone except Su Feng. At this time, after being grabbed by Chu Tianen's neck, a strange face that looked like a human or a lizard emerged from the black cloak where the man in black robe could not see his face. You are actually the 8th grade! The eyes of the demon-like man in black robe were full of disbelief. Even Mr. Qin and Mr. Fan on the other side were stunned. This old ghost must be hiding too deeply. What the HL? He is clearly at the 8th level. And such a powerful 8th level. But he has been hiding his cultivation, making everyone think he is at the 6th level. This old bastard. It's normal that you don't want to let your enemies know. What do you mean by hiding it from us? Chu Tianen's face was expressionless, and with a flash of light on his 5 fingers, he broke the black-robed man's neck with a click. A bunch of rubbish! How dare you try to trick me? Chu Tianen said coldly. If you hadn't broken the formation with your formation, causing me to have to maintain the city defense formation, do you think you could have survived until now? Seeing this, another 8th level member of the Nightmare Garden swayed and flew towards the south at extremely fast speed. Can you run away? The cloak behind Chu Tianen flew out like lightning, condensed into a red spear, and chased after the man in black robe. The man in black robe was horrified, turned around suddenly, stretched out his claws, and grabbed the red gun. But as soon as he grabbed the red gun turned into a rope with a roar, tying him up. While the rope was being tied up to the man in black robe, Chu Tianen stepped out from the sky in a few steps and appeared in front of the man in black robe like a ghost. His right hand turned into a claw, and one claw was clasped on the head of the man in black robe. Superior. Crack! The man in black robe's head was crushed by Chu Tianen. When the 7th level people in the Nightmare Court saw this, they were so frightened that they instantly became like birds and beasts. This old ghost Chu Tianen is a bit ridiculously strong. Is this really the 8th level? I'm afraid some people believe that he is in the 9th level. Right? Boom! Su Feng and Chu Tianen didn't stop for a moment, falling like meteorites. When the 2 level 34 demons saw this, they immediately wanted to escape. But Chu Tianen's strength was far superior to that of Su Feng. With just one step, he caught up with one and blasted it with one punch. On the other side, Su Feng cooperated with his 2 beasts to chop off the head of another level 34 demon. There was a scene of joy in Donghai City. At this time, the insect tide and centaurs arrived belatedly. Chu Tianen glanced at the overwhelming centaur tribe. His eyes were slightly startled, and he punched out from afar. Boom! The terrifying fist, like a mountain, fell on the centaurs. It's a pity that most of those alien races were killed before they could react. But here, Su Feng waved his hand, and the 2 beasts were already madly chasing those 7th level beasts in the Nightmare Garden. Crescent Mountain. A whirlpool-like space door appeared. Chen Fan poked his head out from the space door. Depend on! After seeing the scene below clearly, Chen Fan was also shocked. The altar has completely disappeared. Below the space door is a bottomless hole. All around, there was a mess. Half of the cliffs collapsed. The power of the Starlight Destruction Cannon is so terrifying. Chen Fan glanced at the bottomless hole below. Fortunately, Jade's skill, Wind Wings, can be used again. Chen Fan borrowed Jade's Wings of Wind and flew out of the beast-controlling space lightly. Jade also followed out. Jade fell on Chen Fan's head, patted Chen Fan's head with his small hand, and chirped twice in dissatisfaction. Chen Fan laughed dumbly. What are you doing? I have used your skills a few times. Are you unhappy? Can I go back and give you something delicious? Jade nodded repeatedly. Chi chi chi. The wings behind Chen Fan moved, and he immediately rose into the sky and flew towards the top of the cliff. The feeling of flying is so cool. After Chen Fan flew up the cliff, he did not fall down, but continued to fly towards the cave entrance where Lin Xiao hid his sister. But just after he flew a few hundred meters away, a slightly familiar and very weak voice came over. Chin Fan! Chapter 174, Old Monster Hongchuan. Your death is coming. Chin Fan turned around and looked. He saw a woman wearing black armor lying in the bushes on the edge of the cliff. The woman was covered in blood, and her armor had cracks like spider webs. The woman still had a mask on her face, but the mask had cracked, leaving only half of it covering the face. Chin Fan fell down, took 2 steps forward slowly, and said, a little afraid to confirm, Are you the Deputy Commander Jin Qingzhen? The woman lying on the ground said with a weak breath, It's me. Chin Fan. Lin Xiao once said before that a strong female black-armored man followed Hong Quan, but was eventually discovered by Hong Quan, severely injured and kicked off a cliff. Is that strong female black armor Jin Qing? Chin Fan glanced at the blood stains on the cliff next to Jin Qing. It was obvious that Jin Qing climbed up from the bottom of the cliff. Chin Fan quickly took a step forward and supported Jin Qing. Did Hong Quan hit you? Deputy Captain Jin, why are you so miserable every time I meet you? Jin Qing's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chin Fan. Hey! I was just joking. I won't be so angry that I vomit blood. Right. Blood gurgled out of Jin Qing's mouth, and she could not speak. Chin Fan took out a bottle of elixir from his pocket. This was sent over by Master Zhang Hai before, and it was an elixir refined with blood petal cow. But after Chin Fan took out the elixir, he hesitated and asked, Deputy Captain Jin, what is your current level of cultivation? Jin Qing coughed twice and said in a voice like a mosquito or a fly, 5th grade. 1st level heaven. That's troublesome. Chin Fan said, My bottle of elixir is made from the blood of the blood petal king and flower petals. But this elixir is of little use to those at level 5 and above. Jin Qing took a breath and said, Give me 2. Chin Fan didn't move. You are at the 5th level. If you are at the 5th level, you won't be of much use. It's such a waste. Jin Qing didn't know whether she was angry or injured too much, so she started vomiting blood again. When Chin Fan saw it, he thought, Forget it. I can't care so much anymore. He poured out 3 dark green pills and put them in Jin Qing's mouth. Still somewhat effective. As soon as the 3 pills were swallowed, Jin Qing stopped vomiting blood. Her complexion became much better, and her breath became calmer. Jin Qing turned her head and looked at the bottle of elixir in Chin Fan's hand. Chin Fan frowned, poured out 3 more pills, put them into Jin Qing's mouth, and then muttered, This pill is a rare treasure for people below the 5th grade. Only you can use it as a peanut. Eat. Hey, last time you were chased, you were still able to fight with the opponent. This time you can't move. It's too miserable for you. Jin Qing glared at Chin Fan fiercely. Chin Fan continued, You ran out to follow Hong Quan. Didn't you know you were taking Jin Yu Heidongking with you? If you bring Jin Yu with you, even if you can't defeat him, you should be able to escape. Jin Qing was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Chin Fan added, It's too dangerous. This area just falls on the edge of the impact of the Starlight Destruction Cannon. If you had gone a little further and were not killed by Hong Quan, you would probably have been killed by the Starlight Destruction Cannon. Jin Qing looked stern and whispered, What happened? Oh, Chin Fan said, In the abyss ahead is the Eye of the Nightmare Garden Formation. I couldn't destroy it, so I contacted Donghai City and asked them to blast it with the Starlight Destruction Cannon. Jin Qing blinked and glanced over there. She also saw it when the Starlight Destruction Cannon came over before. Chin Fan flew over from there. How did this guy survive the bombardment of the Starlight Destruction Cannon? How did you climb up from the cliff? Before Jin Qing could ask anything, Chin Fan had already looked towards the cliff on the side. Jin Qing said, Hong Quan kicked me off the cliff, but I was hung by a big tree. Otherwise, Chin Fan nodded and was about to speak. Suddenly, his body suddenly became tense. What's wrong? Jin Qing sensed something unusual about Chin Fan. Chin Fan put his fingers in front of his lips and made a should gesture. Then, his finger pointed lightly at the bottom of the cliff. Jin Qing turned her head with some difficulty, looked down the cliff, and suddenly became nervous. Just below the cliff, a figure was jumping among the rocks. Hongchuan. After the formation I was destroyed, Hong Quan actually ran back to Crescent Mountain. Trouble. Chin Fan became nervous. After a while, Hong Quan saw the scene of being bombarded by the Starlight Destruction Cannon, and he would definitely climb up the cliff to take a look. I can't run very far with Jin Qing. In fact, even without Jin Qing, how could he possibly outrun Hong Quan, who was in the 5th level and 4th level? The old monster was walking among the rubble below, as if walking on flat ground, and rushed far away in a flash. Without thinking, Qin Fan picked up Qin Qing and ran away. Qin Qing's face turned red. But Qin Fan only ran more than 50 meters and stopped at a crack in a boulder. Qin Fan placed Qin Qing into the crack. Qin Qing was stunned. "Qin Fan, what do you want to do?" Qin Fan whispered. "The old monster will definitely go up to the cliff to check after a while. You hide here while I go in the opposite direction to attract his attention." Qin Qing was shocked. "No! That old monster is already at the 5th level and 4th level. You can't escape." Qin Fan moved a stone over, sealed the crack, and said, "Don't worry. I have a way to save my life. Even if you can't escape, it's okay to delay for a while. I have contacted my master before. After the Starlight Destruction Cannon comes, he should send someone to pick me up." After saying these words, Qin Fan quickly walked back with his long knife in hand and his waist raised. At the same time, he summoned the old ape. The old ape immediately activated the shadow canopy and enveloped Qin Fan in it, running quickly on the edge of the cliff. Qin Fan looked down the cliff. Hong Quan has already arrived at the altar. "Very good. Just take your time and observe for a while." Qin Fan turned on his smart watch, sent his location to Master Zhang Hai, and then whispered a voice message. "Master, Hong Quan ran to Crescent Mountain to check the Formation Eye. But the Formation Eye has been completely destroyed by the Starlight Destruction Cannon. I found the seriously injured Qin Qing. Send someone to pick me up." As soon as he said this, Qin Fan looked down the cliff and his hair stood on end. That old monster Hong Quan was running towards this side very quickly. Mud. Is the 5th level and 4th level so terrifying? Even though he was so far away. He heard it? Qin Fan turned around and saw that not far to the right was a vast forest. Without hesitation, Qin Fan immediately rushed towards the vast forest together with the old ape. While rushing, he took out a smoke bomb from his pocket. This thing was stolen from Yi Hao. After Yi Hao saw the power of itching powder, he not only bought up all the itching powder on the market, but also bought a lot of messy things. There are poisons, toxins, laxatives, and smoke bombs that emit thick black mist when hit on the ground. For those strong people, this kind of smoke bomb is useless. But in Qin Fan's case, it's very useful. Holding a long knife in his right hand and a smoke bomb in his left hand, Qin Fan quickly rushed into the dense forest. Not long after rushing into the forest, there was the sound of leaves rustling from behind. "Canal!" Qin Fan's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He and the old ape were under the shadow of the sky. That old monster Hong Quan was a little too accurate in his pursuit. Right? It seems that the old ape's level is still a little too low. Its shadow sky cannot escape the perception of that old monster Hong Quan. Qin Fan thought and summoned Xiao He. Just as Xiao He flew into the air, more than 100 meters behind, Hong Quan was walking on the leaves and was already chasing him. Xiao He immediately flew down and stood on a tree trunk, and Qin Fan continued to walk quickly through the forest. Crash! Hong Quan fell down and quickly chased Qin Fan like a ghost. Xiao He waited for Hong Quan to get closer. His eyes flashed, and he used the skill, Spiritual Spike. Call! There were ripples in the void around Hong Quan. Brute! Hong Quan's expression turned cold. He tilted his head sharply, and flicked his sleeves and robe. Xiao He was startled and quickly turned behind the big tree. Boom! A terrifying star power vibrated, shattering the tree and sending Xiao He flying out. Xiao He! Qin Fan, who had already run all the way out, roared angrily. Immediately, the summoning circle appeared, and Xiao He struggled for a while, and got into the beast control space as if he was plunged into a quagmire. In the beast controlling space, Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others saw Xiao He come in covered in blood, and they were immediately furious. Gongzi roared, ran to the corner of the beast control space, and grabbed a small bottle. That small bottle also contains elixirs refined from blood petal cow. Xiao Qing picked up the bottle, poured out a dark green pill, and put it into Xiao He's mouth. Xiao He made a strange cry and said, I want to eat too. Qin Fan saw this scene in the beast control space and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This guy can still be a bitch, but he can't die. Ha 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 ha. Later, Hong Quan laughed wildly. Qin Fan, I knew you had a soul-eating bird with spiritual attacks. Do you think I would still fall victim to it? Now, what other methods do you have? Qin Fan didn't respond and continued to walk quickly through the forest. No wonder Xiao He's mental spikes don't work. Hong Quan, an old ghost, Probably used his mental power to launch the barrier from the beginning. I can't beat you. So say goodbye. Chen Fan didn't look back and shouted. Old man Hong, come after me. If you catch up with me, I will be your father. From behind, the sound of leaves hitting each other is approaching quickly. Mud. 5th grade 4th level heaven. Is the speed so fast? Chen Fan went to the bush on the right that was as tall as 2 people and got into it. As soon as he got into the bushes, the smoke bomb in his left hand hit the ground. Boom! A thick black mist exploded, covering an area of 10 meters in radius. Almost at the moment when the black mist exploded, the whirlpool space door of the beast controlling space also appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan pounced forward, and together with the old ape, rushed into the beast controlling space. Things for a 3-year-old! In the forest, a figure flashed quickly, and Hong Quan appeared in front of the bushes. He flicked his left sleeve gently. Call! A terrifying strong wind blew by, not only blowing away the black mist, but also uprooting the bushes. However, there was no trace of Chen Fan. What? Hong Quan was stunned. He had chased him all the way before, but he had not seen Chen Fan. But the perception of the 5th grade and 4th level heaven is extremely powerful. He can sense Chen Fan's aura and knows that Chen Fan must be hiding in the shadow sky of the red-eyed ape. But now after chasing him behind the bushes, the black mist appeared, and Chen Fan disappeared without a trace. This is impossible. Hong Quan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his eyes quickly glanced around, and his mental power has already radiated out, covering an area of more than 100 meters in radius. A shadow canopy of the level of Akame Yuzu would never be able to hide it from his senses. But, after Hong Quan carefully sensed the party, he found nothing. Chen Fan's aura completely disappeared. How can this be? Before, he could sense Chen Fan's aura from hundreds of meters away. Now that I have chased him to the edge, he has completely disappeared? Hong Quan had a dark face, and continued to silently sense everything around him. He could sense even an ant crawling across the ground within 100 meters radius. But, there is still no breath of Chen Fan. How can it be? Hong Quan thought. A huge summoning circle appeared on his right side. A terrifying demon, with a pair of curved horns on its head climbed out of the summoning circle. Destroy everything nearby! Hong Quan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave the devil an order. The horned devil lowered his head slightly, and opened his mouth suddenly. Call! Black flame surged out, and swept in all directions. The big tree swept by the black flames immediately emitted bursts of stench and burned. Even the stone was burned black instantly, when it was swept by the black flames, and then cracked like spider webs, and finally turned into flying ash with a bang. Under the ravages of this demon, the area with a radius of 150 meters was cleared within a short time. Even the land was almost turned over. While the demon was raging, Hong Quan had been silently sensing everything around him. There was nothing unusual except for the sound of some animals and bugs in the forest being burned to death. There was uncontrollable anger in Hong Quan's eyes. 30-year-old woman hacks up her baby. The dignified 5th grade 4th level heaven was actually escaped by a young boy? Hong Quan shouted coldly. Keep burning! Expand the scope of... In the beast controlling space, Chen Fan ran over to check Xiao Hei's injuries. Xiao Hei, who was beaten every day, had never suffered such a serious injury. This is even after Xiao Qing put a layer of armor on Xiao Hei. Fortunately, he also placed a bottle of elixir in the beast control space. Otherwise, Xiao Hei will be disabled this time. 5th grade 4th level heaven. Powerful Ruosi. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and glanced at Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai and Gongzi are now high lords, and their combat power levels have reached level 8. But with this kind of racial level, unless the combat power level reaches level 15 or above, it is impossible to fight against Hong Quan, who is in the 5th level and 4th level. The same goes for Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing is now at the same racial level as Xiaobai, and they are both high lords. Xiao Qing's combat power level has reached level 11. It's a pity that with this level of strength, he still can't compete with Hong Quan. The armor that Xiao Qing put on Xiao Hei couldn't stop Hong Quan's casual palm at all. And it was a palm that was tens of meters away. Chen Fan had a headache and rubbed his temples, facing Hong Quan, who was at the 5th level and 4th level. He couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Back in 10,000 Beast Mountain, he had also killed people in the 5th level. But the 5th level people in the Nightmare Court were carelessly killed by Zhen Qing, and both sides suffered losses. Even the star power armor was broken. In the end, Chen Fan used itchy fruit powder to sneak attack and successfully assassinated him. The current Hong Quan is obviously much stronger than the 5th level of the Nightmare Garden. Moreover, it was still in its heyday. Chen Fan glanced at the 4 doors in the beast-controlling space. The easiest thing to do is to sleep here. However, there is Jinqing outside. The old monster Hong Quan's perception is so amazing. If he goes back, he will definitely find Jinqing a little irritable. It would be nice if you could see outside in the beast-controlling space. Now, I don't know whether Hong Quan has left or what he is doing. What if this old bastard is waiting outside? As soon as Chen Fan thought this, a cloud dispersed on the system panel and flickered with light. Chen Fan gathered his energy and took a look. A button was displayed on the scattered clouds. On the button, it says, Beast Control Space Exploration Function. Probing Function? Chen Fan checked the instructions. The description shows that if you activate this function, you can see everything in the outside world in the beast control space. Depend on. Why was such a function not available before? This system is too stupid. Depend on. Why 250W system power? My system energy is so good. 280W. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment when he saw the system energy of more than 2.8 million. When he came to Crescent Mountain, he remembered clearly that the system energy was a little more than 129W. How come it soared to more than 2.8 million in such a short period of time? Chen Fan clicked on the system energy details to take a look. It was found that the system energy that increased in a short period of time came from the beasts of the 3 pioneering groups. Those beast masters killed a large number of strange insects and centaurs. Seeing this, Chen Fan remembered what Lin Xiao told him. This time, the Nightmare Garden released the Zerg and centaurs from many secret realms. It seems that now in Donghai City, the strong men of the 3 pioneering groups are already fighting against the Zerg. Under Chen Fan's gaze, the system energy was still rising crazily. Even a lot of the increased system energy comes from Jinyu Heidongking. It is estimated that after the incident in Donghai City, someone went to the Beast Breeders Association and took away Jinyu Heidongking. However, it requires 250W system energy. Should I turn on the beast controlling space function first? Or wait until the system has enough energy to turn on the copy function? Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before preparing to activate the system probing function. He didn't want to see Hong Quan as soon as he went out after hiding in the beast-controlling space for a long time. The old monster is too powerful. If he slaps him casually, he may not have the chance to return to the beast-controlling space again. Chen Fan concentrated his energy and lightly clicked on the Beast Control Space Exploration function. On the system panel, a ray of light flashed just above the button for entering and exiting the beast control space. There is an additional exploration button. The energy on the system has also increased to more than 300,000. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and immediately clicked the Explore button. The space barrier directly in front flickered with light and became like glass. The other side of the glass, Hong Quan is leading the demon, madly destroying everything around him. Xiaobai, Shaoqing, and the others were startled and moved closer to Chen Fan. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Chen Fan said. We can see them in the beast control space. But they can't see us. They can't get in either. Shaoqing, Lao Yuan, and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Only Gongzi showed no fear, grinning at the Hongquan and the devil, as if he wanted to rush out and fight the devil to the death. In Hong Quan's opinion, Chen Fan should have used the shadow canopy of the red-eyed ape to hide. But once the shadow sky is attacked, it will be destroyed immediately. Therefore, this guy and the devil started working together, destroying everything around him crazily. The scope is constantly expanding. Monster name, Terror Demon. Combat power level, level 21, commander level. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, demon type. Monster weakness, thunder. Racial skills, death fire. Roaring sound wave. Corrosion. Death coil. Fear banishment. Claw tier. Level 21 demon. After taking a look at the demon's attribute panel, Chen Fan felt a chill in his heart. But soon, he became happy. Hong Quan is willing to waste time here. That's for the best. I just don't know what's going on over there in Donghai City. After the Nightmare Garden's formation was destroyed, even if the Insectide and Centaurs jointly attacked, the East China Sea City formation should be able to block it. If Donghai City has the upper hand, Master Zhang Hai should send people over now. But if Donghai City doesn't have the advantage, it will be a bit troublesome. Outside, Hong Quan became a little hysterical. Big trees fell down and rocks shattered. 2 minutes later, Hong Quan and Fear Demon stopped. After a very unwilling glance around, Hong Quan jumped on the head of the huge demon and walked in the direction he came from. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. After Hong Quan walked more than 200 meters, he opened the space door of the beast control space, quietly stretched out his hand, and picked up a stone. Afterwards, Chen Fan threw the stone into the air, then immediately withdrew his hand and closed the space door. After the stone drew a graceful arc in the air, it fell to the ground with a bang. Boom, boom, boom! As the stone fell to the ground, Hong Quan rode the terror demon and rushed back. Chen Fan! Hong Quan jumped into the air, landed heavily on the ground, and roared, "Get out of here!" Immediately, the fear demon he was carrying rushed to his side and used the skill Roaring Sound Wave. Roar! Directly in front of the dread demon, invisible sound waves swept across, forming gusts of wind. The sky is full of dust. Chen Fan, Xiao Bai and the others watched this scene silently. Another 3 minutes passed. Hong Quan still didn't leave. When Hong Quan left before, he thought Chen Fan had escaped through some means. But the sound he just made Hong Quan certain that Chen Fan was still here. This old ghost led the devil around, turning over the land, trying to find Chen Fan. Chen Fan dragged out several boxes from the corner, took out some stored dried meat and fruits, and ate them. Eat melon calmly. Another 2 minutes passed. In the distance, a black-feathered hornbill, which was slightly larger than the golden-feathered Heidongking, flew over. Hong Quan! Before the black-feathered hornbill arrived, a man wearing black armor on his back started shouting, "I'll capture you without any help!" 4 figures jumped down from the black-feathered hornbill. 2 men and 2 women, all wearing black armor. It's the black-armored strongmen sent by Donghai City. But Chen Fan glanced at the black-feathered hornbill and slapped him on the forehead. Level 19. Only level 19. Immediately, the 4 people surrounded Hong Quan and the fear demon. The other 3 people also summoned a beast, including the black-feathered hornbill. All are level 19. Chen Fan was a little speechless. Master Zhang Hai must know that Hong Quan's cultivation level is the 5th level and 4th level. But why do these 4 people who came here feel a little weak? Although Chen Fan couldn't see clearly the cultivation levels of the 4 of them, their 4 beast masters were 2 levels lower than the fear demon. Even if the beast masters of this level are only 1 level apart, the difference in strength is still huge. Really. As soon as the 4 people and the 4 beasts fought against Hong Quan, they were immediately at a disadvantage. These people can't defeat Hong Quan at all. If no other strongmen arrive in Donghai City, these 4 people won't be able to hold on for long. Chen Fan became a little nervous again. Over at Donghai City, could it be that because of the fierce fighting situation, they couldn't send out stronger people? Wrong. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Only 10 minutes have passed since he sent the message to Master Zhang Hai. These 4 people did not come from Donghai City. If he came from Donghai City, even a level 19 black-feathered hornbill would not be able to reach Crescent Mountain so quickly. These 4 black-armored men should have been near Crescent Mountain. Chen Fan touched his chin and saw 3 drones flying over and hovering above them. Drone. Chen Fan suddenly realized. When he was near the altar, he suddenly discovered that there was a network signal. Apparently, Master Zhang Hai sent someone to follow him after receiving the screenshot of the chat he sent. It was by using several drones to hover over Crescent Mountain that Chen Fan was able to receive the signal and contact Donghai City. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and had a plan in mind. The 4 black-armored men in front of them must also know that even if the 4 of them join forces, they cannot defeat Hong Quan. But they were nearby and came quickly, partly to find Chen Fan and partly to entangle Hong Quan. As long as he entangles this old monster for a while, someone stronger will definitely come over from Donghai City. But it seems too weak. Chen Fan watched the 4 people being beaten back by Hong Quan and the devil, and became worried for the 4 people. If this continues, these 4 people will be killed by Hong Quan and the devil before reinforcements from Donghai City arrive. A woman in black armor was hit by a sword in her arm. Her armor was cut open, and blood was flowing out. Fortunately, a golden-armored weasel rushed over and used a sharp whirlwind to force Hong Quan away. Otherwise, the 4-person team may soon be missing 1 person. This can't continue like this. Chen Fan saw that the battlefield was a little far away from here, and glanced around again. There is a boulder on the left. If the space door of the beast control space is open behind the boulder, Hong Quan and the others will not be able to see it. But the distance is too close. As soon as he goes out, Hong Quan will sense it immediately. If those 4 people can't hold Hong Quan down, and Hong Quan rushes over, I'm afraid he can be slapped to death. Chen Fan touched the armor on his body, opened the grooves on the breastplate, and replaced all the crystal cores inside. For level 31 crystal cores. This was originally bought on credit to help the 3 masters of the City Lord's Palace to break through the beast control. Now in order to save my life, I can only use it first. Chen Fan's heart was bleeding. Level 31 crystal core. Chen Fan nested all the crystal nuclei inside. He gently pressed his chest with his palm, and the defensive power of the breastplate immediately reached its strongest level. Xiaobai knew that Chen Fan was about to go out, so he pulled Chen Fan's hand with his little paws a little worriedly. "Don't worry." Chen Fan gently touched Xiaobai's head and said, "My armor has a very high defense, and I also have 2 sets of shields on my wrist, as well as the defensive ring of the leader of the demon cult." Chen Fan said as a ray of star power was poured into the ring. A shield immediately appeared around him, and then slowly attached itself to the armor. After doing all this, Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qing. "Xiao Qing, give me another piece of armor." Xiao Qing nodded and gathered almost all his star power to add a green crystal armor to Chen Fan. "Stay here and don't move." Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and walked to the other side of the beast control space. After glancing at the people fighting over there, Chen Fan opened the space door and walked out quietly, although very cautious. But Hong Quan looked over here almost the moment he walked out. Chen Fan cursed secretly. The perception of the 5th grade and 4th heaven is too abnormal. Right? Chen Fan lay on the big rock, exposed his head, and waved to Hong Quan. "Hello, Mr. Hong. We meet again." The 4 black-armored men were shocked. "Chen Fan is actually here too? You were hiding well. Why did you come out?" Hong Quan laughed wildly, pushed away a black-armored man and a mammoth elephant on his left with one palm, and then rushed towards Chen Fan like lightning. "Hong Quan!" A strong female black-armored man seized the opportunity and threw the spear in her hand. The spear turned into a green dragon, roared, and bit into Hong Quan. The other 3 people used a sickle and weasel to drag the fear demon, and at the same time, they rushed a few steps and rushed towards Hong Quan. Hong Quan was so aware that he had to turn around, and with a flash of light from his palm, he struck Qilong. "Call!" The menacing green dragon flashed light and turned into a chain, instantly encircling Hong Quan's wrist. The female strongman in black armor, who took action, grabbed the other end of the chain and pulled hard. Hong Quan couldn't control his body and was pulled to stagger 2 steps. At the same time, the other 3 people seized the opportunity and attacked Hong Quan continuously, until Hong Quan was exhausted. While Hong Quan was fighting with the 4, Chen Fan quickly ran out of the area that had been destroyed by the terror demon and reached the edge of the forest. Here in the great battle, there are only fallen and charred trees. But Chen Fan jumped out of this area and took a few steps forward to rush into another forest with dense trees. Once he realizes that something is wrong, Chen Fan can still enter the forest, and then use the cover of the forest and smoke bombs to escape into the beast-controlling space again. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the forest and glanced at both sides of the battle. Hong Quan reacted furiously, and had once again gained an overwhelming advantage. Those 4 people and 4 beasts are in danger. Chen Fan put the long knife behind his back, took out a smoke bomb with his left hand, and held a plastic bottle filled with Ichi fruit powder in his right hand. Then, he shouted, "Old monster Hong, are you too stupid? If you are entangled by them, don't you know how to let the demons chase me?" Hong Quan was furious and pointed at Chen Fan. The fear demon immediately jumped out of the battle circle. The 4 black-armored men were startled and wanted to chase after him. Chen Fan shouted helplessly, "Just hold on to Hong Quan. Leave the fear demon to me." The 4 black-armored men were stunned for a moment. That was a demon carried by a 5th grade 4th level heavenly expert. Even if the demon's real strength is not as strong as Hong Quan, I'm afraid it's about the same. How come you, a student, are so awesome? Roar! The fear demon rushed forward, and in 2 breaths, he closed the distance with Chen Fan. "Ho ho 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 you are!" Chen Fan threw the plastic bottle in his right hand into the air, then borrowed Jade's Stormwind blade, opened his mouth, and a storm swept out. "Hoo ho ho!" The force of the storm tore the plastic bottle apart instantly. The itchy fruit powder followed the storm and swept towards the terror demon. This thing is difficult to threaten the 4th level and above experts who have star power armor. But there is no armor on the fear demon, and this idiot kept roaring as he ran. The storm swept over, and although the huge body was not rolled into the air, most of the itchy fruit powder was blown into its bloody mouth. The fear demon that rushed towards him was stunned for a moment. Immediately, An indescribable itching spread all over its body. The horror was extremely itchy, screaming and rolling on the ground. Even Han Quan's orders on the other side were ineffective. Han Quan. For strong men in black armor. Without the dread demon, the battle situation immediately changed. Although the 4 black-armored men and the 4 beast masters still couldn't defeat Han Quan, they felt much more relaxed. For people and 4 beasts spread out and cooperated tacitly, which actually made Han Quan a little confused. Call! Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and stared at the terror demon rolling on the ground. The fear demon has no defensive skills, but its whole body is covered with black scales. The sky-breaking demon sword may not be able to kill a demon of this level. Chen Fan still held the smoke bomb in his left hand, and held the handle of the sky-breaking demonic sword in his right hand. Whether you can kill it by cutting it or not, you have to give it a try to find out. We can't wait for the devil to react. Chen Fanmo used his star power and poured all the star power into the sky-breaking demon sword. The sky-breaking demon sword immediately flashed with thunderous light. He held the knife and turned 30 meters behind the fear demon. The fear demon was still rolling, screaming and rolling. Chen Fan swallowed hard and borrowed Xiaobai's thunder flash. Crack! Thunder and lightning flashed around him, and he appeared above the fear demon out of thin air. Die! As Chen Fan roared angrily, the light of the sky-breaking demon sword surged, and he struck the fear demon's neck with one strike. Roar! The fear demon also reacted very quickly, and even turned his head at the critical moment. In the midst of lightning and flint, Chen Fan had no time to change his moves. The long knife in his hand missed the fear demon's neck, but cut through its eyes. The moment the sky-breaking devil sword struck the fear demon's eyes, the sound wave roared out by the fear demon instantly blasted Chen Fan away. Chen Fan rolled on the ground like a missile, rolling to the edge of the battle circle with Han Quan and others on the other side. Chen Fan! Ha 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 ha! The exclamations of several black-armored strong men and Han Quan's wild laughter sounded at the same time. But the next moment, Chen Fan, who everyone thought was dead, suddenly appeared 40 meters away as the electric light on his body flashed a few times. Crack! Thunder Flash urged him again, and Chen Fan moved more than 40 meters and got into the forest. As soon as he entered the forest, the smoke bomb that Chen Fan had been holding tightly in his left hand fell to the ground. The black mist exploded. Chen Fan dived into the beast-controlling space. Han Quan. For strong men in black armor. All this sounds slow, but actually happens very quickly. Only a few seconds. Chen Fan has completely disappeared from the senses of Han Quan and the 4 black-armored men again. And the fear demon, with dark green blood flowing out of its eyes, was smashing all the rocks and trees nearby. Ha 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 ha! A strong man in black armor laughed loudly. As expected of Master Zhang Hai's disciple. The eyes of the other 3 people also showed ecstasy. Although the dread demon was not killed, his eyes were crippled, and he has basically lost his combat effectiveness. Even if the 4 of them and the 4 beasts couldn't defeat Han Quan, they would be able to hold him off for dozens of minutes without any problem. The fighting spirit of the 4 people surged, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Han Quan was so angry that he kept roaring. In the beast-controlling space, Chen Fan was bleeding from all his orifices and looked ferocious, with the multiple armors on his body. Even if he withstands Han Quan's full blow, it shouldn't be a big problem. But the fear demon didn't just roar, but used the skill Roaring Sound Wave, except for the shield of the leader of the heavenly demon sex ring, which prevented the impact of the sound wave. Neither the armor on Chen Fan nor Shao Qing's green crystal armor blocked the attack of the sound wave. As soon as this Roaring Sound Wave was fired, not only did Chen Fan fly away, but there was still a rumbling sound in his ears, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Meow! Xiaobai saw Chen Fan's eyes, nose, and ears bleeding, and was extremely worried. He grabbed Chen Fan's hand and shook it repeatedly. Lao Yuan and Gongzi were also extremely nervous. It's okay. Chen Fan picked up the small bottle on the ground, poured a dark green pill, and swallowed it. The blood petal flower king's power immediately circulated in his body. The roaring in the ears has decreased a lot. Finally, it doesn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. The skill of this fear demon is too terrifying. Chen Fan took a breath, touched the blood on his face, and looked outside again. Outside, the 4 black-armored men, with their 4 beasts, were equally matched with Han Quan. No, to be precise, he still fell behind. But 8 against 1. It would not be that easy for Han Quan to hurt them. This is what Chen Fan wants. After both parties maintain a certain balance, they can delay the time. If we delay for a while, someone will definitely come over from Da Hai City. Chen Fan got out of the beast control space, walked around to the other side, avoided the blind fear demon, then clicked on his smartwatch and started the live broadcast. He pulled everyone from several large groups on WeChat into the live broadcast room. "Old fellows, I'm Chen Fan. I'm in Crescent Mountain right now, and I'm going to give you a live broadcast of the end of Hongchuan." Chen Fan turned the camera to himself and said a few words. During the live broadcast, countless horrified expressions immediately appeared. Shen Hongxiu. "Si Fan, how are you doing now?" Henry Chu. "Where are you in Crescent Mountain now?" Yi Hao. "Brother Fan." Fong Qingqing. "Chen Fan, what happened?" Bai Rouge. "Uncle, hold on. Grandmaster Yun Songhai has passed." Chen Fan did not answer everyone's questions, and pointed the camera at Hong Quan and the 4 black-armored strong men, and said, "Look, Monster Hong is now trapped by the 4 black-armored strong men. He is like a turtle in an urn. Although I'm still jumping around, I won't be able to jump around for much longer." Students from several colleges were shocked. Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu, and the others kept sending messages to Chen Fan asking about the situation. But Chen Fan had no time to talk to them at the moment. Chen Fan turned the camera to the demon, who was still screaming. "This demon has been poisoned by a poison specially prepared by the Yi family. Only my buddy Yi Hao has this poison. Come and buy it. A bottle of poison costs 1 million alliance coins. Today I will give you a subsidy of 410W. Only selling for 99W. Only selling for 999W alliance coins. Free shipping. Dear, look. This itchy powder can even defeat 21 demons. Do you think it's worth it? I'm ready to lose 50 million during today's live broadcast. As long as everyone is satisfied. Old men, fire up the rockets." People were stunned. Suddenly, Chen Fan took out a small heart-shaped stone from nowhere, shook it in front of the camera, and then shouted with excitement, "Family! Family! In addition to the poison just mentioned, I have another product here. Everyone, please look at this heart-shaped stone. Please note, this is not an ordinary small stone. This is a heart-shaped stone that has experienced the vicissitudes of time. Boys can give it to girls, and girls can give it to boys. Your love will be as indestructible as this little stone." As soon as he finished speaking, the aftermath of the battle circle over there came over, and the heart-shaped stone in Chen Fan's hand turned into ashes. Even Chen Fan himself was pushed back by the shock wave. "Everyone, this is obviously a random stone you picked up on the side." Everyone felt an indescribable absurd feeling in their hearts. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and continued to speak in a high-pitched voice. "This small stone is honed by the uncanny craftsmanship of nature. The original price is 9,999 alliance coins. Today, for the benefit of my family, I have bargained down to 99 with free shipping. I helped subsidize the remaining 9,900 for my family. Are you excited? Are you surprised? I have to lose hundreds of millions for one live broadcast. But for my family, I am willing to do it without any regrets." Everyone. Hong Quan on the other side tried to rush over many times, but was stopped by 4 black-armored men. Chen Fan. "Please, family members. Please believe me. The anchor will never lie to others. If I want to cheat, I will only lie to my family members. Please place an order enthusiastically. I love you. If you're a brother, come and chop me down." At this moment, Hong Quan swayed, got rid of the attacks of several black-armored strong men, and rushed towards Chen Fan. "Ah!" In the live broadcast room, many girls screamed. Chen Fan flashed twice in succession and moved to 100 meters away. Then he pointed the camera at Hong Quan, who was entangled again. "Oh! He's coming! He's coming! He's stepping on the auspicious clouds to buy my heart. It's like a small stone." Yi Hao and others almost cried. "Brother Fan, stop the live broadcast and run away first." Henry Chu. "Run!" Shen Hongxiu. "Run quickly! Run quickly!" Everyone watching the live broadcast was frightened. Chen Fan didn't take it seriously and continued to focus the camera on the battlefield. "Ouch! Old man Hong, you are really awesome. I can only beat 7 with 1, but you can beat 8 with 1. From now on, I will call you Uchiha. You are the 1 foot." 88 ready. Hong Quan was furious. The 4 people and the 4 beasts joined forces and were at a disadvantage again. Chen Fan hid far away and shouted again. "Old monster Hong, your disciple Lin Xiao has been killed by me, and I have destroyed the formation of your nightmare garden. You are done for." Hong Quan was furious, and after forcing one person back with one move, he rushed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned around and ran away, then wanted to activate Thunder Flash. It's time to borrow lightning. Fortunately, the 4 black armored masters all had control skills on their beasts. When they saw Hong Quan chasing Chen Fan, they immediately kept throwing control skills, and the 4 black armored men also kept attacking. Hong Quan can't be killed at all. Chen Fan shook his head repeatedly. This old monster has a bad temper. As soon as I speak, he wants to kill me. Hey, other of your anchors can make money through live broadcasts. And the top brother is playing rockets. Why do I have to risk my life when I open a live broadcast? Old fellows, fire up the rockets. By the way, what's going on over there in Donghai City? Why hasn't anyone come here after so long? Those 4 black armored men should have sent out the message a long time ago. Right? That's outrageous. Let me, a student, face such a devil and devil. Hongxiu, tell me about the situation in Donghai City. Shen Hongxiu immediately connected with Chen Fan and said in a very fast tone. Xiao Fan, Donghai City has won a complete victory. 2 of the 8th level masters in the Nightmare Court have been killed. Only 2 of the other 7th level masters have escaped, and all the others have been slaughtered. But they mobilized the Insect Tide and the Centaurs to attack Donghai City. Now many strong men in Donghai City are still fighting against the Insect Tide. Chen Fan was overjoyed. That's great. Before Shen Hongxiu could speak again, he played the background music of Xiao Feng from the 8 parts of Demigods. As soon as the music played from behind, Chen Fan shouted, Old man Hong, you are dead. Grandmaster Yun Songhai is here. Hong Quan was frightened to death, turned around and ran away. 4 strong men in black armor seized the opportunity and beat Hong Quan back steadily. One of them took the opportunity to stab Hong Quan in the shoulder with his sword. But Hong Quan looked up. Yun Songhai did not arrive. The background music was uploaded from Chen Fan's smart watch. Your mother! Hong Quan was so angry that he slapped away the black armored man who stabbed him with his sword, and then rushed towards Chen Fan. Hey! Hey! Old monster! Why are you here again? Hey! That big brother! Chop off his feet! If you chop off his head, it's easy for him to block it. So chop off his feet. By the way, that beautiful woman, let your master put vines around his feet. Yes, that's it. Old men, fire up the rockets. Yeehaw! Prepare the poison. As I said just now, I have a 410W subsidy for 1 bottle, and only sell it for 99W. And only sell it for 99W. If you dare to sell it for $1 more, I will beat you to death. Family members, act quickly. Please everyone trust the anchor. The anchor will never lie to people. If he wants to lie to people, he will only lie to his family members. Huh? What bastard said I had a beauty treatment? I'm so handsome to begin with. Oh, you said my eyes and nose are bleeding and don't care about such details. Chen Fan turned off Xiao Feng's background music and replaced it with the passionate Hil Oemmig. Old monster Hong, I'm turning on the background music for you. You must come on and hold on. The faces of the 4 black armored men became strange. Chen Fan was messing around like this, causing them to almost fail to cooperate several times. But it's not bad. Hong Quan is now completely in disarray. There are flaws everywhere in his moves, and he has been hit by his own side several times in a row. Chen Fan shouted again. Hong Quan, please hold on a little longer. The 2 8th level people in the Nightmare Garden have been crushed to death by us, and only 2 of the group of 7th level people have escaped. After a while, over there in Donghai City, a Grandmaster is here. Hong Quan's hand shook, and he was almost hit by a strong man in black armor. Chen Fan turned off the live broadcast, then started looking at information online. Just as Shen Hongxiu said, Donghai City won a great victory. On the video website, there are even videos of the battle outside Donghai City. Chen Fan immediately shouted, Old monster Hong, let's capture him without any effort. You're done. Do not believe? There's video to prove it. Chen Fan opened a video. That was a video captured using a high-altitude drone. Although the distance was a bit far and a bit blurry, it could indeed be seen that Chu Tian'an was wearing a red cloak and squeezing 2 8th level people to death. After the 2 people died, a group of strong men from the Nightmare Court instantly dispersed. But Su Feng and others caught up with them and killed one of them. Hong Quan glanced at the video that Chen Fan had opened, and his eyes suddenly showed a look of despair. With no fighting spirit at all, he stepped on the ground, and while using his crazy energy to push back the 4 people and the four beasts. He turned around and ran away. Catch him! Don't let this old monster get away! Chen Fan turned off the video and rushed towards the terror demon with a long knife. At this time, above the void, Xiao Feng's background music sounded again. A figure cut through the void like a meteor and fell into the forest. Han Quan! Your death is coming! Yun Sunhai's voice resounded over Crescent Mountain. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally here! I feel heartbroken waiting for you. Chapter 175 Return in Triumph. Boom! A shocking loud noise came from the air. I saw a huge palm, like a mountain, pressing down on Hongchuan. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Damn! To thagget a palm! I saw Hong Quan, who was trying desperately to escape, spitting blood, kneeling on his knees, putting his hands on the ground, and trembling, before the huge palm could press down. Hong Quan's entire body was directly pressed into the ground with a bang. With Hongchuan as the center, a huge pit appeared. Immediately, the huge palm disappeared without a trace. The figure flashed, and Yun Songhai landed on the edge of the pit with his hands behind his back. Alas, no wonder he is called one of the two great bullies. I'm pretending to be beautiful all the time. Chen Fan waved his hand fiercely and said, Brother Yun, there is another one here. Yun Songhai turned around and grasped with his palm. Call! The fear demon, which was still screaming, flew directly into the air and flew towards Yun Songhai. As soon as we arrived about 10 meters in front of Young Kenghai, Yun Songhai bent his fingers and grasped gently. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand that grabbed the fear demon's head and directly crushed the fear demon's head into pieces. Boom! The huge horror demon fell heavily to the ground, making no sound. Chen Fan ran over in a hurry, took a long knife, and searched inside the horror demon's smashed head, and found the crystal core of the horror demon. For strong men in black armor. Yun Songhai glanced at Chen Fan. After Chen Fan was shocked by the fear demon's sound waves and his orifices were bleeding, he casually wiped the blood on his face. But his image became even more terrifying. If Yun Songhai hadn't been mentally strong and sensed that Chen Fan was not seriously injured, seeing his appearance, he might have thought that he was seriously injured and dying. Even so, Yun Songhai couldn't help but ask, Chen Fan, are you okay? Chen Fan smiled and said, It's not bad, but I was accidentally hit by the sonic attack of the fear demon, which caused a lot of blood. As he spoke, he pointed at Hong Quan in the pit and said, Brother Yun, you didn't kill that old monster, did you? Yun Songhai said, No, I disabled him, and then sealed his cultivation. His cultivation level has been sealed? Chen Fan was overjoyed and jumped directly into the pit and kicked Hong Quan. Why are you pretending to be dead? Get up and continue having fun. Hong Quan. For strong men in black armor. Chen Fan turned Hong Quan over. Hong Quan was on the ground, his face covered in blood, staring at Chen Fan fiercely. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Then he stepped on Hong Quan's face and said, How dare you scare me? Come on. Keep staring at me. Keep staring. Chen Fan just said a word and gave Hong Quan a kick. Yun Songhai remained silent. The four black-armored men glanced at Yun Songhai and saw that Yun Songhai was silent. So they continued to remain silent. After Chen Fan took a breath, a woman came over and put a pair of special handcuffs on Hong Quan's hands with a click. Hong Quan's neck was also fastened with a circular steel hoop that flashed with red light. Chen Fan saw this and gave Hong Quan a few more kicks. Where did you hide Lin Xiao's parents? Hong Quan looked ferocious and hissed. Sure enough, that beast Lin Xiao betrayed me. Want me to reveal the whereabouts of his parents? Stop this idea. You're such an idiot. Chen Fan couldn't help but shook his head and said, What's the use of hiding Lin Xiao's parents? Can you still use those two people to threaten Dai City? You took advantage of the Lin family and treated the Lin family as abandoned children. But you are not an outcast of the Nightmare Garden? Lin Xiao's parents are worthless to you, and they are worthless to the Nightmare Court. If you hand a person over, he will suffer less. Hong Quan's eyes twitched, and he said nothing. Chen Fan turned his head, looked at the four black-armored men and said, Can any of the brothers and sisters help me? The four people came over immediately. Chen Fan said, Go from here, exit the forest, and walk west along the edge of the cliff. After walking about 700 to 800 meters, there is a big crack. I put Zhenqing, the seriously injured deputy leader of the God of War Pioneer Regiment, inside the crack. Please bring it here for me. Yun Songhai was surprised. Senior Sister Zhenqing is here too? And she was seriously injured? Before Chen Fan could speak or the four people react, Yun Sanhai's figure flickered and disappeared. Chen Fan. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan sent his location to Lin Xiao, and then explained the information about Hong Quan's capture. After doing all this, he didn't waste any more words and took out a bottle of itching powder. Hong Quan was stunned. What do you want to do? I didn't want to do anything, Chen Fan said calmly. After you are taken back to Donghai City, you will definitely experience various tortures. Before you go through those tortures, I want you to have a taste of the tickle fruit and get used to it. I heard that above the 4th level, star power armor can block this powder? I heard that those above the 4th level can also activate star power to force toxins out of the body. Let me do a test first. Chen Fan pinched Hong Quan's mouth and prepared to pour the powder in the plastic bottle into the latter's mouth. Hong Quan panicked and said incoherently, Oh said. If his cultivation had not been sealed by Yun Sanhai, he would naturally not be afraid of the itchy fruit powder. But? Chen Fan let go of his mouth and tilted his head. What did you say? Hong Quan said fiercely. I hid Lin Zhao's parents in a cave northeast of Qiling Mountain. There is a 5-pointed maple tree and a linden tree outside the cave. Deep in the cave, there is a crack that leads directly to the top of Qiling Mountain. So the Nightmare Garden arranged another eye of the formation deep in the cave. The 4 black-armored men suddenly widened their eyes. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Is there someone from the Nightmare Garden guarding the depths of the cave? No. Hong Quan said. I am in charge of that formation. And Lin Xiao and the other 2 are in charge of the Crescent Mountain formation. I found out that the Crescent Mountain formation I was broken before. So I searched all the way here. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at the 4 black-armored men. One of the women clicked on the smartwatch and sent the message. Then, she looked at Chen Fan and said, I have already sent the black-armored troops near Qiling Mountain to pass. There should be news coming soon. After a while, a figure flashed in the sky. Yun Sanhai is back. What he brought back was not just the seriously injured Jinqing. There are also Lin Xiao brothers and sisters. Lin Yuanyuan stared at Chen Fan, and then at Hong Quan on the ground with wide eyes. She didn't understand what was happening at all. Lin Xiao walked over slowly, glanced at Chen Fan, and hesitated to speak. A strong man in black armor stepped forward and put handcuffs on Lin Zhao's hands with a click. Then, there was another click, and a steel hoop was fastened around Lin Zhao's neck. Lin Xiao remained motionless and did not resist. However, Lin Yuanyuan was shocked and looked like she was crazy. What are you doing? Why are you arresting my brother? Chen Fan. Why are you targeting my brother? She rushed over and tried to pull the black-armored man away. The black-armored man raised his hand and struck Lin Yuanyuan on the neck with his sword. Lin Yuanyuan groaned and fainted. He was hugged by the strong female black armor next to him and carried to the side. Lin Xiao watched all this silently and continued to remain silent. At this time, Chen Fan said softly, I just found out the whereabouts of your parents from old Monster Hong. Now, strong men in black armor have gone to the rescue. Lin Xiao laughed. His eye circles became red, and he nodded slightly at Chen Fan. Thank you. Chen Fan frowned and turned to look at one of the male black-armored men with a scar on his forehead. When these 4 people fought against Hong Quan before, the other 3 people were all following this man's command. Chen Fan said, under Hong Quan's bewitchment, Lin Xiao joined the Nightmare Court, informed the Nightmare Court, and facilitated the people from the Nightmare Court to enter the secret realm near Donghai City. I don't want to do this for them, he argued. After you investigate, you will be punished accordingly. But this time, he saved Donghai City. It was he who led me to Crescent Mountain and took me to find the formation eye on Crescent Mountain. Finally, he reminded me to contact Donghai City and use the Starlight Destruction Cannon to destroy the formation eye. Hong Quan's face on the ground was distorted and terrifying, and he roared, Lin Xiao, you beast. It's really your fault. As soon as he finished speaking, the female black-armored strongman who handcuffed him took out a controller and tapped Hong Quan lightly. Zitsizi. Whether it was the handcuffs or the steel hoop around his neck, electric current was released. The electricity caused Hong Quan to twitch and smoke all over his body. Chen Fan still felt that it was not enough, so he stepped on Hong Quan's mouth, breaking both of Hong Quan's front teeth. At this time, the strong man in black armor with a scar on his forehead said in a deep voice, Don't worry. We will definitely investigate it later. Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Fan again gratefully. Yun Sanhai glanced around and said calmly, I will take Chen Fan and Jinqing back to Donghai City first, and you guys will follow. The 4 black-armored men nodded at the same time. The 4 beasts, who were on guard all around, immediately surrounded him. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, his body was lifted up by a force and flew straight into the sky. Yuan Sanhai led Chen Fan on the left and Jin Qing on the right, rushing towards Donghai City at extremely fast speeds. Behind them, 4 strong men in black armor took Lin Xiao and the others with them, using their beast-controlling skills, and quickly chased after them. Chen Fan was about to speak, but after seeing the scene below, he immediately shut his mouth. At the foot of Crescent Mountain, endless strange insects were seen, almost covering the entire land. Those strange insects are only 1 or 2 meters long, and are not very big, but the number is too much. Look forward. Look back. You can't see anywhere at a glance. Chen Fan recalled the scene when he saw the swarm of Skyfire ants on 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and a feeling of powerlessness suddenly arose in his heart. The world of monsters is like this. The last fire ant wave and this insect wave were caused by the Nightmare Garden causing trouble behind it. But I heard that this kind of thing also happened in many major cities, such as Donghai City, before the Nightmare Garden caused trouble. Xian Chu's big sign was hung at the gate of Ares Academy. I heard that it was during the insect wave that Chu Xian blew up the insect mother's nest. So he was hung up as a hero. The scene in front of me is indeed terrifying. Overwhelming insects. 1 or 2. Not much of a threat. 8 out of 10 are just delivering food. Hundreds and thousands of them. It is estimated that students from the 3 major colleges in Donghai City will cheer for joy. But this amount. Suddenly, the roar from the front brought Chen Fan back to reality from his thoughts. Chen Fan looked up and saw several flying beasts in front of him, with several people on their backs, fighting crazily with several flying monsters. Why did these guys come to Crescent Mountain? Chen Fan had a strange look on his face. Riding on the back of the flying beast were none other than Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, and Fang Qingqing. Nonsense. Yuan Sanhai gave a soft drink, swayed, and rushed past like lightning. The 6 monsters that attacked Henry Chu and the others had blood spurting out from their bodies. Their wings were broken, and they fell down at the same time. Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu were all wrapped up in a force, trailing behind Yuan Sanhai like kites. Such a group of people directly left the flying beasts brought by Chu Xian and others far behind. Chen Fan turned his head, glanced at Shen Hongxiu, and then looked at Henry Chu. Didn't an insect tide break out? Aren't there centaurs besieging the city? Why did you come to Crescent Mountain? Henry Chu. Come to find you. This guy still talks like this. If he can finish his sentence in 3 words, he will never add one more word. Chen Fan looked at Shen Hongxiu. Shen Hongxiu's eyes were red, looking at Chen Fan as if he were an enemy. Chen Fan felt a little guilty and looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao spoke very quickly. Brother Fan, after we saw your live broadcast, we immediately found a few flying beasts and wanted to rush over to help you. As a result, the Black Armored Army did not allow us to leave the city. It was because Rouge and Hongxiu cried, made trouble, and hanged themselves that they sent some powerful flying beasts to send us here. Li Fengqing shouted, Brother Fan, where are Hong Quan and the devil? I'm going to hack them to death. Shen Taotao rolled his eyes. You can cut off a hair of that devil. I am willing to call you the strongest. With that said, Shen Taotao glanced at Jin Qing next to him and said, Deputy Captain Jin. What a coincidence. Jin Qing was expressionless and ignored him. Fang Qingqing looked at Chen Fan, whose face was covered with blood, and asked with concern, Chen Fan, are you okay? Are you seriously injured? I'm fine. Chen Fan shook his head. I just accidentally got sprayed on the head by the demon with a sonic attack, and it's still buzzing now. The demon was killed by Brother Yun, and Hong Quan was beaten half to death by the Tathagata's palm. And then his cultivation was sealed, which is behind him. Before anyone else could speak, Chen Fan suddenly looked at Henry Chu again and said, Xian Chu, where is your red cloak? Was it taken away by your grandfather? In the previous video, Chen Fan saw Chu Tianan wearing a red cloak. Henry Chu said nothing. Chen Fan frowned and sighed. Henry Chu still didn't speak. Chen Fan said, You don't have a cloak on you. I always feel a little uncomfortable. I feel obedient, as if you are not wearing anything. Chu Xian, Yuan Sanhai's speed is very fast. After everyone chatted for a few words, Donghai City could already be seen dimly in front of them. The scene below also made Chen Fan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. On the outskirts of Donghai City, several huge beasts were seen, like moving mountains, crazily crushing the insect tide. Among them were the Titan giant ape that Chen Fan had seen. as well as senior brother by Bayou's diamond dragon beetle and Jiotian black turtle. Among these beasts, the two most powerful beasts are the giant octopus and the iron-eating beast. A random attack from these beasts will clear out a large area of insects. Although they could not completely eliminate the insect swarms in a short period of time, they could divide these insect swarms on the battlefields divided by these beasts. Strong men and troops from Donghai City will immediately appear to quickly clean up the remnants. Seeing Chen Fan paying attention to the battle below, Yi Hao immediately said, "Brother Fan, don't worry. There are 8th level experts in Donghai City this time. Look at that big octopus and that iron-eating beast. Those are all beasts controlled by instructor Su Feng from the #1 martial arts university in the Magic City. Every beast master is comparable to an 8th level powerhouse. With such a master beast, it won't take long to kill all these insect swarms and centaurs." Chen Fan said nothing. No wonder every main city needs at least 3 master-level beings to be in charge. Only that kind of existence can withstand such an impact. Xiaobai and Gongzi are pretty good now, and they are unlikely to have any opponents in the Moda Martial Arts University Recommendation League. But if you put it among this swarm of insects... Chen Fan shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. "Okay. The north gate of Donghai City is ahead. You all can go down." As Yuan Sanhai's voice sounded, Chen Fan and Chu Xian flew down towards the open space in front of them. In that open space, a group of black-armored soldiers were leading the beasts to clear out the insect swarms. Seeing Chen Fan and Chu Xian falling, a group of black-armored troops immediately came forward to greet them. The captain of the black-armored army waved his hand. "Master Zhang Hai is waiting for you at the city lord's mansion. Get on this armored chariot." Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, then turned around and said, "I'm going to kill the monster first." Before he finished speaking, Shen Hongxiu pushed him onto the armored fighting vehicle. Chen Fan, the commander of the black armored army, smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although the bugs on the outside are still raging, the situation is under control. 2 minutes ago, Instructor Su Feng killed the 2 centaur leaders. Now the centaur tribe has receded like a tide. Although there are many bugs, there are not very powerful ones among them. Now, Instructor Su Feng and Mr. Qin, together with several beasts, are pushing towards the outside like bulldozers. These bugs should be regarded as gifts given to us by the Nightmare Garden. I heard the meat is very delicious." Chen Fan turned his head and happened to see Shen Hongxiu's vicious gaze. Chen Fan blinked. Red sleeves. Shen Hongxiu remained silent. Chen Fan said, "There is a question that I have always wanted to ask you." Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips. "What's the problem?" Yi Hao and Shen Taoao also came over. Chen Fan looked solemn and took a deep breath before saying, "What is Happy Planet?" Chapter 176, The Recommended League begins. Siding with the Orange Cat. The insect tide and centaur chaos lasted for 3 full days and nights. Among them, the centaurs who rushed out of the 5th secret realm were far less numerous than the Zerg. But this time, the centaurs were more threatening than the Zerg. Because, among the centaurs in the 5th secret realm, 2 existences comparable to the master level appeared. From the beginning, Donghai City treated the centaurs in the 5th secret realm as ordinary centaurs. As a result, once the 2 sides fought, Donghai City suffered a big loss. The 2 demonized leaders of the centaur tribe severely wounded the 2 leaders of the Ares Pioneer Group and the Fantasy Sea Pioneer Group with 1 move. If Su Feng, an 8th level expert, hadn't reacted quickly, most of the powerful men from the 2 pioneering groups would have been killed or injured. At the training ground of the Breeders' Association, Chen Fan, Chu Xian, and a group of others could not help but feel frightened while watching the videos and explanations sent back from the front line. When Jin Qing came out of the 5th secret realm, she once told Chen Fan, "The centaur race is currently the most threatening alien race." Over the years, not only the Tang Kingdom, but many other places in Blue Star have also suffered the impact of the centaur race. It was a 4-hoofed species with characteristics of both humans and horses. Unlike many other monsters, the centaurs usually live together as a group and have even established their own main cities in some places on Blue Star. The centaur race is very united, large in number, ferocious and brutal, and they are good at using bows and arrows with powerful power. They broke into Blue Star from another space and once caused irreparable and devastating damage to Blue Star, posing a great threat to the entire human race. Many other alien races are willing to cooperate with humans. For example, there are a large number of goblins who are willing to become human beings and combine alchemy with human technology to create many powerful weapons. But the centaurs are different. They refuse to cooperate, and they refuse to become human beasts. Once the centaurs in each area summon the centaurs from other places, and when they reach a certain number, they will definitely attack the main human city. Some time ago, Donghai City discovered the centaur in the 5th secret realm. Jin Qing even took Jinyu Heidongking to fight against the centaurs many times. But Donghai City has too little information about the centaurs in the 5th secret realm. After several pioneer groups entered the 5th secret realm, they were still trying to explore the centaur area. Unexpectedly, there was something behind the Nightmare Court this time. Not only the Zerg from other secret realms and restricted areas rushed out, but even the centaurs came out in full force. But having said that, although Henry Chu and the others also knew some information about the centaurs, and knew that they were a very threatening alien race, they had never seen them before. Now in the video, seeing the brutality and ferocity of the centaurs, a group of people were shocked and angry. In the video, the centaurs look like highly intelligent monsters with different attributes. Some centaurs can breathe out flames and burn a passage directly out of the insect swarm. Some centaurs activated deep-sea whirlpools and directly sucked all the Zerg in front of the centaurs. There are also centaurs who could activate the stone falling technique and summon countless boulders, bringing all the Zerg and the strong men of Donghai City into the attack range. In addition, most of them use bows and arrows, and a few also use swords, guns, hammers and other weapons. And they come and go like the wind. After coming into contact with the two pioneering groups in Donghai City, the centaurs almost overwhelmed the two pioneering groups and beat them back steadily. He is strong and fast on his own, has both melee and long-range skills. He also likes to fight in groups and is well-trained. Such a foreign race is really terrifying to the extreme. Fortunately, after the 8th level instructor Su Feng realized something was wrong, he rushed over immediately and pinched to death the two leaders of the centaur clan who were comparable to masters. The centaurs finally panicked and quickly retreated. But they wanted to run away. But Su Feng was not happy with it. Su Feng rushed directly to the entrance of the 5th secret realm and blocked the 5th secret realm. And his big octopus and iron-eating beast rushed into the group of centaurs and killed them like crazy, until the blood flowed like rivers and the sky was darkened. No one complains about this kind of killing, because everyone has seen that the troops originally stationed at the exit of the 5th secret realm have been slaughtered by the centaurs. There are mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the black armor of many strong men in the black armor army, and even their bodies were completely crushed by the hoofs of the centaurs. Seeing the scene, like Shura H.L., Fang Qingqing and others shed tears like rain. Yi Hao, Shen Naotao, and Li Fingqing also kept roaring, wanting to rush out of the city immediately and fight to the death with those demonic half-men. Obviously, this was also the reason why Su Feng was furious. You've killed so many soldiers from Tang Dynasty, and you still want to run away? Su Feng threw the insect swarm to Mr. Qin and Yun Songhai, and he personally led the two beasts to chase and intercept the centaur for 3 days and 3 nights. The centaurs were killed with corpses all over the place, their screams shaking the sky. Chen Fan was speechless for a long time while looking at the videos taken by high-altitude drones. It's not like he did nothing during these 3 days. Master Zhang Hai forbids him from leaving the city again. The city lord's palace also prohibited Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and other early second-grade beast masters from leaving the city. So when Chen Fan took Mr. Fan and his beasts back to the city for repairs, he cultivated all the beasts of several masters, including the Titan giant ape. This time, Chen Fan was not doing it for system energy. He just wanted to help these masters control the beasts to increase their strength by a large amount, and then kill them in an earth-shattering way. Kill all the centaurs and eradicate the Zerg, taking advantage of this insect wave and centaur rebellion, and using the 8th grade expert Su Feng to come to Donghai City. We can completely eliminate these threats in Donghai City. The beasts of the 3 masters of Donghai City, as well as the 2 beasts of Yun Songhai, were directly upgraded by Chen Fan by 1 combat level and 1 race level. The 8 royal beasts were killed, and it was really a storm. Even so, Chen Fan still felt as if a big stone was pressing down on his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. After breaking the formation and seeing Su Feng and Chu Tian kill the powerful men of the Nightmare Court, Chen Fan took it for granted that Donghai City had won a complete victory. After all, no matter how ferocious the centaurs are and no matter how numerous the Zerg are, it will be in vain if they can't rush into Donghai City. But he found that he was wrong. He forgot one thing. Donghai City's troops are stationed outside all secret areas and restricted areas. When the centaurs break out of the secret realm, and when the Zerg rush out of the secret realm and restricted areas, these soldiers are the first to bear the brunt, especially the 5th secret realm. The centaur tribe that broke out from the 5th secret realm actually had 2 leaders whose strength was comparable to that of a grandmaster. Such a terrifying force rushed out, and many soldiers died without a burial place. But Chen Fan and Chu Xian can only watch videos at home. They are not even qualified to participate in the war. Chen Fan stood up silently, walked to the rocking chair under the big tree, lay down, and closed his eyes. Seeing Chen Fan's appearance, Yi Hao and others also stopped shouting. Fang Qingqing wanted to go over and offer some words of persuasion, but was stopped by Henry Chu. Let him be alone for a while. Chen Fan really needed to be alone for some quiet time. It has been more than 2 months since he came to this world, and his development has been going smoothly. It only took him more than 2 months to break through to the 3rd level. Even the city lord has become his senior brother. He has also just reached an agreement with several pioneering groups and started to breed beasts for these pioneering groups. He also used the gesture of showing off his wealth to cultivate most of the beasts in the 3 major academies in this Donghai city. He also met a group of friends who were sincere and sincere. Everything is so beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made him forget the cruelty of the world. Not long ago, there was also a swarm of ants and bees. That time, the sky fire ants were also overwhelming, and they continued to spit out flames, scorching the trees and rocks. But that time, there were no casualties in Donghai City. What about this time? How many of the soldiers who guard the secret areas and restricted areas can come back? Living life. Living person. It's all the fault of the Nightmare Garden. Chen Fan felt extremely angry and opened his eyes again. The star power in his body was flowing crazily, and he had an urge to go crazy. Suddenly, a voice rang on his right. Are you very angry and annoyed? Do you feel that you are useless? Chen Fan was startled, turned around, and looked to his right side fiercely. On the grass next to his rocking chair, the old blind man sat with his back against the big tree, holding a wine gourd in his hand. You're so scary. Why are you hiding there without saying a word? Chen Fan cursed angrily and lay down again. He was already in the 3rd level, and his perception was many times stronger than before. But this time, he didn't even notice that the old blind man was nearby. It shows how confused he is. But the old blind man said calmly, After lunch, I have been sitting here to rest. You were thinking about some messy things in your head and didn't notice me. Why are you blaming me? The orange cat jumped on Chen Fan's belly, nodded and said, I can testify to this. The old man did sit under the big tree and drink after lunch. Chen Fan grabbed the orange cat by its neck, lifted it up, and threw it out. The chubby orange cat ran back again. But this time, he didn't jump on Chen Fan's belly, but laid down on the grass beside him. If you want to become stronger, you shouldn't sigh here, the orange cat said. Hurry up and raise my combat power level and race level. I can help you. The old blind man who had just raised the wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth paused for a moment. Immediately, he raised his head suddenly. Tick-tock! There is no more wine in the wine gourd. The old blind man frowned, shook the wine gourd, and said, Chen Fan, my wine gourd is out of wine. Chen Fan said without raising his head. We have them in the refrigerator and warehouse. Go get them yourself. After returning from Crescent Mountain, Chen Fan simply took the old blind man here from shop number 9. Anyway, the place is big, and there are housekeepers and chefs. Tisk! The old blind man said a little speechlessly. You are young, and you are not happy to help the elderly with some work? Do you have to run around like a blind man? Chen Fan closed his eyes and said, Go ahead and lie to yourself. On this training ground, Li Fingxing has fallen more than you. Yet you have the nerve to lie to others and say you can't see. The old blind man immediately became angry. My eyes are gone. What do you think I can see? The orange cat jumped on Chen Fan's belly again, then looked the old blind man up and down and said, Chen Fan, do you doubt that the old blind man can see? How is that possible? How is it impossible? Chen Fan said, You, an orange cat, can speak human language. Why can't he? A blind man. See? Orange cat. What you said makes so much sense. I'm speechless. Fang Qingqing came over. Blind grandpa. Give me the wine gourd and I will help you pour the wine. Although she has been watching videos over there, Fang Qingqing has been paying attention here. The old blind man laughed happily. What a good boy. Fang Qingqing smiled, took the old blind man's wine gourd, and ran quickly into the house. This little girl has a good heart. The orange cat chuckled in his heart, turned his head, and wanted to lick his butt. But as soon as his tongue came out, he stopped and turned back. As soon as he turned his head, the orange cat met Chen Fan's eyes. One person and one cat. Their eyes widened. The orange cat slowly turned his head, his eyes full of despair. After meowing, his habits are becoming more and more like a cat. What made him most despairing and speechless was that such a shameful action was actually seen by Chen Fan. It turns out that this is called social death. The orange cat jumped off Chen Fan's belly and lay on the grass next to the old blind man, motionless. At this time, Bai Ruch came in. Yi Hao and others immediately greeted him. Chen Fan also stood up. "How is your dad?" Bai Ruch's eyes were red and she said, "My dad's internal organs were almost shattered. Fortunately, Grandpa Ding's healing beast was nearby at the time and treated him immediately." Shen Dao gritted his teeth and said, "Are those bastards in the Nightmare Court really so shameless? The 8th level realm attacked the 7th level realm secretly. I suspect that the man who was hacked to death by the City Lord was the son of the 8th level realm. Otherwise, why would he leave Teacher Su Feng behind and attack the City Lord directly as soon as the City Lord hacked that man to death?" Everyone glanced at him and ignored him. Yi Hao sighed softly and said, "Last night, I heard from my dad that the City Lord opened 2 shields at that time. And he also had the shields of the 9 Heavens Black Turtle and Mr. Ding's armored Tyrannosaurus. And the armor on the City Lord's body was brought over from the Imperial capital by Master Zhang Hai. It was a battle armor specially built for the City Lord by Master Rouge. But the 8th level of the Nightmare Garden is really terrifying. My dad later heard from Instructor Su Feng that guy is at least the 8th grade 2nd level heaven. And his whole person has been demonized, becoming like a lizard demon in the abyss. Not even Instructor Su Feng dared to take that claw." Li Fengxing nodded and said, "Fortunately, the City Lord has so many protections. I find that the more powerful a person is, the more cautious he is. Look at Brother Fan. After he got the money from the crying demon, he immediately went bankrupt and bought a knife and a pair of armor. At the time, I was a little disapproving. I thought Brother Fan was too high profile and extravagant. But now you see, if Brother Fan didn't have this kind of protection on his body, he might have been crushed to death like an ant when he faced Hong Quan of the 5th grade and 4th heaven." Everyone. Chen Fan. Bai Rouge was furious. He pressed Li Fengxing's head and beat him. "Curse my dad? Right. Curse my uncle? Right. Beat you to death." But after the fight, she discovered that Li Fengxing was smiling from beginning to end. Bai Rouge was stunned for a moment. And then he realized that Li Fengxing did it on purpose. He just let himself beat him up to vent his anger. "Idiot!" Bai Rouge pursed his lips and lightly kicked Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing said with a smile, "Are you feeling better now?" Chen Fan gently patted Bai Rouge's shoulder. "Don't think so wildly. Your father is injured, and I feel very sad too. If I had helped him cultivate the beasts earlier and raise the level of the 9 Heavens Black Turtle a little higher, maybe he would be better. He won't be hurt so badly." Under the big tree, the old blind man turned his head again and looked at Chen Fan. A week later, the insect tide was crushed. The centaurs in the 5th secret realm were also maimed, and only scattered centaurs fled into several secret realms. The 3 masters of Donghai City were so angry that they directly led a few beasts into the 5th secret realm, turning the 5th secret realm upside down and destroying the 5th secret realm's nest in one fell swoop. Although there are still some centaurs surviving near Donghai City. However, this is no longer the case. The Moda Martial Arts University Promotion League was also officially held on the 12th day after the insect wave began. Chen Fan was not interested in being sent to the league. Therefore, he didn't have the same enthusiasm as Yi Hao and Shen Tao. In the past few days, Chen Fan was like a profiteer, running to the headquarters of major cities every day. I recommend my 9 store to students in the main city. Pity. Although the people in the major cities recognized him as the hero of Donghai City this time, and although they thanked him for saving everyone, no one believed in the 9 store's ability to breed beasts. Moreover, the promotion league is about to be held. How effective can it be to go to the breeding store to breed animals in such a short time? On the other hand, Chen Fan is a student of Donghai City and is their competitor. Except for the Magic City, only 15 people from other major cities can participate in the submission league. In the end, at least 2/3 of this large group of people will be wiped out. Very few people actually get recommended places. In this case, would you help your competitors cultivate beasts? Don't secretly put croton in the food of the beast. Everyone will thank you very much. Chen Fan was also very depressed. The beast control of dozens of people in Motian City and Yanwu City has been done. But Mengxing City, Yunluo City, and Pyoshua City all walked around him when they saw him, and they all regarded him as a profiteer. The ones in the Magic City were even more outrageous. They were probably all bewitched by Feng Tianlin. Now when they saw Chen Fan, they all gritted their teeth and wanted to bite him. Not easy to handle. Sitting in the stands of the stadium, Chen Fan touched his chin and glanced at several locations such as Mingxing City and Piaoxua City. He is not in a hurry to control the beasts of Donghai City. He just wants to spend more time. Anyway, he can't escape from his grasp. But in other main cities, these people's beast masters left after they were eliminated in the league. Whether we can meet again in the next 10 or 8 years is a question. How about just touching them at night? Knocking them unconscious. And then training them to control the beasts? Well, this method works. After cultivating the beasts, wake them up and then ask them to collect money. Chen Fan burst out laughing, making Shinado next to him feel cold all over. Suddenly, a girl wearing silver armor stood on a rage brown bear and walked towards the God of War Academy. The girl casually glanced at the group of people at Ares Academy, and her eyes immediately fell on Chen Fan. No way. Chen Fan had an emerald head on his head, Xiaobai in his arms, and Xiaohei on his shoulders. Not to mention Donghai City. There was probably no other beast master with this look in the entire Tang Kingdom. The girl tilted her head, looked at Xiaohei on Chen Fan's shoulder, and said, I heard that you are very powerful. But why are all your beasts so small? Look at this soul-eating bird. Big, compared with the angry brown bear at her feet. Xiaobai and Xiaohei were indeed like little ones. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Xiaohei had already called out, Master, this woman thinks your bird is too small. The neighborhood suddenly became quiet. Chen Fan's face turned green. The girl stumbled and almost fell off the angry brown bear. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, I didn't mean that. With a dark face, Chen Fan grabbed Xiaohei's feet and hit his head with 3 slaps. Forehand, backhand and forehand. Ahem. The girl blushed and said, My name is Shangwan Wule. I am Shangwan Sanlong's cousin. I just arrived at Donghai City today. My number is 8. Shangwan Wule pointed to the number on his chest. Your number is 2. And mine is 8. They are both even-numbered groups. Maybe we will meet each other at the beginning. Chen Fan. Oh. Shangwan Wule raised his eyebrows. I want you to see the number. Not the breasts. Chen Fan. Yes. I was just looking at the number. The corners of Shangwan Wulei's mouth curled up slightly. Man. These are all virtues. Suddenly, Shen Hongxiu, also wearing black armor, walked over. Shen Hongxiu kicked Shinado away and sat next to Chen Fan. Then she smiled at Shangwan Wule and puffed out her chest. Shangwan Wulei's eyes widened as he stared at Shen Hongxiu's chest without moving. The gap is too big. Farewell. Shangwan Wulei's face turned even redder. He glared at Chen Fan fiercely and walked away with an angry brown bear. Chen Fan was confused. I looked at the time and saw there were still more than 20 minutes until the start. Chen Fan put Xiaobai in Shen Hongxiu's arms, stood up and looked around, but did not see the orange cat. Where did the leader die? Chen Fan frowned, activated his star power, and shouted, Xiao Ju! Fruits and banana peels were thrown over one after another. Chen Fan covered his head and ran a little further, when he saw an orange cat jumping out from among a bunch of girls. This sexy cat. The orange cat ran to Chen Fan's feet. Why did you call me? Shen Hongxiu also stood up. Si Fan, what are you going to do? Chen Fan, go to the toilet. With that said, he picked up the orange cat and walked towards the dense forest. The orange cat blinked. Hey, what do you want to do? The toilet is over there. Not in this forest. Chen Fan said. Sign the contract. I helped you break through to level 5 this morning. But the store number 9 asked me about something. When they interrupted me, I almost forgot about it. We made an appointment early. I will help you break through to level 5. And you will sign a contract with me. The orange cat was stunned for a moment and wanted to run away. But Chen Fan held him tightly, and he couldn't move. After a moment of silence, the orange cat showed an attitude as if the wind was blowing and the water was cold. The orange cat was gone and would never come back. Sign the contract. Sign the contract. Come on! Chen Fan didn't talk nonsense to him. Put the orange cat on the ground. Open the summoning circle. And press the system signing button. The orange cat watched the contract appear with a look of disbelief. Although the leader of the heavenly demon is a star warrior, who has never eaten pork and seen pigs running around, which beast master signed a contract to control beasts? Is it that simple? As soon as he agreed to sign the contract, Chen Fan's contract came out. The process of signing a contract should be very complicated. Hello! Chen Fan lightly kicked the orange cat. Let's sign the contract. Why are you so stunned? Just die. The orange cat's paw lightly touched the contract. After the contract was successfully signed, Chen Fan and Orange Cat immediately established a relationship between Beast Masters and Beast Masters. At this time, the Orange Cat discovered that part of his power had been separated and compressed inside his body. The Orange Cat was immediately furious. Damn! What kind of rule is this? Why do you have to give part of your power back to the Beast Master as soon as you sign the contract? Chen Fan laughed angrily. Aren't you happy to sign a contract to give back a little bit of strength? In this period of time, I have helped you break through from level 1 to level 5 without signing a contract. Even the racial level. You are now a high-level extraordinary. Have you ever given me any strength in return? Now give me some strength back. Right there, GGYY. I just said that casually. The Orange Cat muttered and passed the compressed feedback power to Chen Fan. As soon as the power of the retaliation came out, the Orange Cat sighed. Oh, if you even take away the old man's power, is there any justice? Chen Fan sensed the power of retaliation and slapped the Orange Cat on the head. This silly cat refused to give too much power, but only gave a little bit of guaranteed power. After giving the guarantee a little strength, he just sighed. I control so many beasts, but I don't care how much strength you give me back. Chen Fan said, a little annoyed. I even asked Xiaobai and the others not to give too much power back. But you are here gibbering. I am very annoyed by this attitude. What do you want to do? I didn't do anything. I just wanted to beat you up. Asshole. You are my Beast Master. I help you improve. But you are not willing to give me any strength back. If it were another Beast Master, do you think they would be annoyed? I rewarded you. You're so stupid to feed back. Xiaobai's ability to break through and feed back at level 3 is stronger than yours. But I rewarded you. Chen Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Orange Cat and said, Use your mind to communicate with me in a while and tell me all the exercises. Martial arts. And martial arts, you know. I'll pick and choose and see which ones I can learn from. Orange Cat suddenly raised his head. Okay. So you always want to sign a contract with me because you covet my special skills. Chen Fan. I covet your sister? I just want to use the waste. Anyway, I am now in the 3rd level. I can practice martial arts. I can play with some martial arts. Orange Cat. Chapter 177 Jade vs. 7 shocked the audience. Chen Fan and Orange Cat return. Shen Hongxiu was found missing. Yi Hao came up to him. Brother Fan, I was just going to find you. Go and change clothes quickly. Henry Chu and the others have already passed. Chen Fan was stunned. What clothes should I change into? Yi Hao said. It was just announced on the big screen that all students should return to their school lounges and change their armor. War armor and weapons are all provided by the official. Chen Fan touched his armor and nodded. The official should do this to ensure the minimum fairness. If an armor like his was put on a few high-grade crystal cores and turned on for defense, and stood on the ring and let a group of 2nd-grade warriors attack him, it would be impossible for them to move. And the sky-breaking demon sword he was carrying was a top-grade Xian weapon. One knife passed by, let alone the 2nd level. Even the 4th level could not withstand it. Let's go! Chen Fan waved his hand. Yi Hao added, The time will be delayed by half an hour. Chen Fan. Why? Yi Hao. I don't know. I heard that the rules are going to be revised. Change the rules? The 6 main cities plus the Magic City total a total of more than 120 people. Why make it so complicated? But having said that, the promotion league with more than 120 people was more lively than the previous leagues of the 3 major colleges in Donghai City. The stands were filled with people. Even in the aisles, there were rows of people standing. A group of people were sitting on top of the public toilet. On the big trees next to them, there were also many people lying on the trunks like monkeys. The people of Donghai City, who have experienced a catastrophe, seemed to be very concerned about this promotion to the league. Yi Hao walked very fast. Let Rang. Let Rang. Brother Fan. Hurry up. It's just the 2 of us. A girl walked over with a floating jellyfish. The jellyfish sang at the top of his lungs. Life is short and fast. Don't stop until you get drunk. My beauties from the east and the 2 bastards from the west. Chen Fan and Yi Hao turned their heads. Chen Fan said with a long face. Who is singing? Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and leaned over. Warming the loneliness? Chen Fan pushed Yi Hao's head away and glanced at the jellyfish again. Level 6 Beast Control. This girl is also a contestant. Chen Fan just looked away. The jellyfish suddenly shook its body, like a drowned dog emerging from the water. The stars in the sky suddenly fell down and spread out in all directions. Yi Hao paused. It's so beautiful. Chen Fan's face turned dark instantly, and he covered his nose. He just glanced at the jellyfish's attribute panel. There is a skill in the jellyfish's skill bar called Starlight Sleeping Toxin. After being hit by this trick, within 2 hours, the whole person will become limp and weak, and it is easy to fall into a deep sleep. There is nothing to say about using such skills on the ring. But we haven't even entered the ring yet. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. Hey, which school are you from? The girl turned around and smiled sweetly at Chen Fan. Yi Hao was stunned for a moment, but he reacted very quickly. When he saw Chen Fan covering his nose, he immediately covered his own nose in a decent manner. Chen Fan said solemnly, You haven't even entered the ring yet, and you deliberately came to our side for a walk, and then deliberately let the jellyfish release the Starlight Sleeping Toxin? Believe it or not, I will beat you into a pig's head? Hearing this, the girl was immediately startled, quickened her pace, and got into the crowd. Chen Fan used his star power and waved his right hand repeatedly to disperse the stars released by the jellyfish. Yi Hao glanced at the people around him and saw that many people who were originally in high spirits were yawning. Canal! Yi Hao was furious. That woman was plotting against us just now. I'll catch her and bring her back. Stop grabbing him. Chen Fan grabbed Yi Hao and said, Go change your equipment first. You will definitely encounter him in the ring anyway. If you meet her in the ring, don't be polite and just maim her. The two of them quickened their pace and arrived at the lounge of Ares Academy. In the lounge, Henry Chu and Ding Yi walked out wearing light blue armor. Chen Fan frowned and shook his head. One Chu without a red cloak is already weird enough, but he also wears such a rustic armor. What a disgusting mother. Open the door for disgusting. Henry Chu was stunned. What do you mean? Yi Hao. Brother Fan said you are disgusting. Henry Chu. Everyone dresses like this. Why am I the only one disgusted? Chen Fan. Because you don't have the red cloak on you. You are no longer the complete Henry Chu. A group of students from the God of War Academy around nodded their heads. Chu Xian. When Chen Fan saw that everyone participating in the Ares Academy competition, as well as Li Sheng and the Dean of Students, were present, he immediately waved his hand and said loudly, Everyone, please pay attention later. I don't know which school she is from. A girl with a ponytail and a jellyfish. That girl is very insidious and cunning. She just ran up to Yi Hao and me and asked the jellyfish to release the Starlight Sleeping Toxin on us. Whether you encounter them on the ring or off the ring, everyone should be careful. Everyone was surprised. There is such a thing. Yi Hao yawned and cursed angrily. Ma duh. I seem to have inhaled a little bit. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. When I saw Brother Fan covering his nose, he quickly covered his nose too. This is simply unreasonable. Li Sheng came over and said, I'll check it out later to see which main city and which school the student is from. The dean hurriedly stopped him and said, Don't make the matter too big. After we get to the bottom of it, just ask everyone to be careful. Chen Fan, you and Yi Hao go and change the armor weapons first. Chen Fan and Yi Hao quickly walked in, put on their armors, and took out a knife. The armor, weapons, and grades of all contestants have become the same. A group of people, led by the Dean of Students, returned to the Ares Academy. As soon as Chen Fan sat down, Li Sheng came over, lowered his head and said, He is a student from the 5th Beast Control Academy in Demon City, and his name is Xiaoning Yundot. I understand. Chen Fan showed no expression and nodded. Then, he stood up and walked towards the location of the magic capital. Li Sheng was startled and quickly stopped him. The competition will start soon. Don't make trouble. Chen Fan smiled slightly. It's okay. I just went over to say hello. Yi Hao wanted to follow him, but Li Sheng glared at him fiercely and sat down helplessly. Chen Fan swaggered and headed straight to the Magic City. A group of students from the Magic City saw Chen Fan coming, except for Shangwan Songlong and a few others. They all looked at Chen Fan with unkind expressions, especially the group of people gathered around Feng Tianlin. Their eyes were extremely cold. Chen Fan raised his hand and gave Shangwan Songlong a slap in the face. Shangwan Songlong smiled and said, It's about to start. Why do you still have time to come here for a stroll? Just take a walk and relax. Chen Fan also smiled and walked to Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin's face looked a little ugly. Xia Ningyin was sitting next to him, her head lowered. Chen Fan silently glanced at Feng Tianlin, then glanced at the group of people around Feng Tianlin, and said lightly, Is this the genius of the Magic City? If you have the ability to beat me in the ring, even if you beat me to death in the ring, I won't say anything. But under the ring, I use this kind of dirty trick. I'm really impressed by you. One boy stood up angrily. Chun Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? Who did this dirty trick? A group of people gathered around. Back off! Shangwan Sanlong stretched out his hand to push the two of them away, stood in front of Chun Fan and said, What do you want to do? You should ask Chun Fan what he wants to do. Feng Tianlin also frowned. Chun Fan, please speak clearly. I lost to you and was given to the people of Donghai City. I am really unhappy and unconvinced. So I have been practicing hard during this period, preparing to avenge my shame. But I have never thought about using any despicable means to win against you. Chun Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, nodded, turned around and left. Feng Tianlin was furious. Asshole! Please speak clearly to me. Chun Fan walked towards Piaoxuan City without looking back. He found that Ling Kongyu from Matian City was chatting and laughing with a group of people from Piaoxuan City. And they seemed to be familiar with each other. So is this Ling Kong Jade? Since you are so familiar with the people in Piaoxuan City, why don't you introduce some business to yourself? Chun Fan touched his chin and slipped over. Just approached. Kongyu, has that profiteer Chun Fan ever come to you? He comes to us every day and wants us to go to the 9th store to breed animals. It's really annoying. We have many beauties in Piaoxuan City. I feel like that guy is not interested in drinking. He doesn't want to breed animals at all, but wants to pick up girls. After coming to East China Sea City, there were legends about him everywhere in East China Sea City. It was said that the boy was so magical that he killed the 4th level realm with one sword, destroyed the plot of the Nightmare Garden, and saved a grandmaster in the hospital. He blew it to the sky. What happened about the insect swarm a few days ago is true. If he hadn't broken the Nightmare Garden formation, we would have been in big trouble this time. A group of girls surrounded Ling Kongyu, chattering. Chun Fan, how should I put it? Ling Kongyu sighed. He is quite good, and he is indeed a hero of Donghai City. But I just like to lie. Chun Fan was about to interrupt. But when he heard this, he sat down in an empty seat next to him. With his back to the group of people, Ling Kongyu said, He said that he opened a breeding shop, the 9th one, and asked me to breed the beasts in his breeding shop. He blackmailed me so much that I didn't even have enough money to travel home. A group of girls in Piaoxuan City were angry. Huh? This bastard is so insidious. I've known for a long time that he has no good intentions. Tian said that we should go to the 9th store to breed beasts. It's just 10 days and 8 days. How much can even a master of beast breeding help improve the beast control? He is just a liar. Don't say that. He is the hero of Donghai City. Hero? I heard that he just got lucky. It was the guy named Lin Xiao who revealed the news to him. If Lin Xiao revealed the news to me, I can be a hero too. Speaking of which, I heard that he is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai, and he can really breed animals. Nonsense. Which one of us beast masters can't breed beasts? It's just about ability. He is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai, and maybe a little better than us. But if you want to pay a high price to breed beasts with him, how is that possible? The ability to breed animals is greater than ours. But how great can it be? Ling Kongyu nodded. Anyway, I was tricked by him. You should be careful. Chun Fan. Suddenly, a girl saw Chun Fan. Her face darkened, and she lightly patted Chun Fan on the shoulder. Classmate, why are you sitting in my seat? A group of girls looked over. Chun Fan turned around and waved his right hand. Hi. Lo. Beauties? The faces of a group of girls suddenly turned as red as apples. Ling Kongyu was even more frightened, turned around and wanted to run away. You were caught saying bad things about people behind their backs. Stop! Chun Fan glared at Ling Kongyu fiercely. Ling Kongyu came back with a sad face. A girl from Piaoxuan City covered her mouth with a smile, coughed slightly and said, What? You want to come here to promote business again? Chun Fan, if you want us to release the beast to you for cultivation, you have to give a reasonable reason. Right. Chun Fan, I haven't made up the reason yet. When I finish it, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. A group of girls. The girl rolled her eyes and said, I'm really impressed with you. Have you never seen the money? The competition is about to start, and you're still going around soliciting business. Ling Kongyu glanced at the girl inside. Chun Fan has never seen money? A piece of armor on him is worth hundreds of millions of alliance coins. After he was full, he donated tens of millions of alliance coins to each of the 3 schools in Donghai City. You don't know? If you knew this, you would probably be shocked. Ling Kong Yugong thought this way. Chen Fan pointed his finger at her several times. There are always unscrupulous people who want to harm me. Ling Kongyu almost cried. This is the most shameless thing I have ever done in my life. In the end, he was caught red-handed. Chen Fan continued. The green bamboo snake's mouth. The wasp's tail, the needle. Neither of them is poisonous. But the most poisonous to a woman's heart. A group of girls in Piaoxua City, including the girls and women nearby, all stared at Chen Fan fiercely. Ling Kongyu clapped her hands. Oh, Chen Fan! You are so talented! Chen Fan. Ling Kongyu pulled Chen Fan and wanted to leave. Chen Fan turned around, looked at a group of girls in Piaoxua City and said, You don't believe me, and you are still saying bad things about me behind my back. Don't regret it then. A group of girls in Piaoxua City became even more angry. Asshole! You think you are from Donghai City and a local snake, so you dare to threaten us like this? Don't worry. We will never regret it in our lives. What we regret most is that we really thought you were a hero at first. But we didn't expect you to be a big bear. You will do whatever it takes to make some money, being despicable and shameless. If we keep talking, there will be a fight. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ling Kongyu quickly pulled Chen Fan away. After pulling Chen Fan to the edge of the woods, Ling Kongyu stopped and said a little awkwardly, I know you must be very angry. I didn't mean to slander you on purpose. I can't help it. People are selfish. They are all our competitors. You are powerful. Of course you don't care. But if you help them cultivate beasts, maybe Miyuan and I will be kicked out. After the recommended league is over, I will explain to them and ask them to send the beast to the 9th store. This will be okay. I just want to get a recommended spot. I don't do anything to them. With their strength, they will definitely be able to enter the Magic City or Imperial Martial Arts University in the college entrance examination next year. Chen Fan looked at Ling Kong Jade and remained silent. Put it this way. It seems to make sense. Next time, don't speak ill of me behind my back. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and walked towards the God of War Academy. Returning to his position, Shen Hongxiu rolled his eyelids and said, I saw it. Fang Qingqing also whispered, I saw it too. Chen Fan was stunned. What did you see? Shen Hongxiu stared into Chen Fan's eyes and said, I saw you crowding into the group of girls in Piaoxua City. I sit next to you, and you don't even want to look at me. But he went to Piaoxua City to steal fragrance and jade. What a mess. Chen Fan said speechlessly. A woman? TSK. A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing. The surrounding area soon became quiet. On the ring, 2 middle-aged men wearing black armor appeared. Under the arena, 2 huge healing beasts appeared on both sides. Moda Martial Arts University Recruitment League has finally started. A loud voice rang over the arena. The walk-off league begins. For the first round, please enter the ring with 4 contestants number 2, 8, 12, and 14. The whole audience was stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Not a one-on-one fight? Why were there 4 people in the first scene? Chen Fan glanced at the sign on his chest. Number 2. Shangwan Wulei, who came to him on the back of an angry brown bear, was number 8. It seems that Shangwan Wulei and Shen Tao Ao have the same crow's mouth. Chen Fan jumped onto the ring with a long knife in hand. On the other side, Shangwan Wulei and Xia Ningyun, as well as a somewhat unfamiliar boy, also stepped onto the ring. Hey, so many acquaintances? Chen Fan immediately became happy. Shangwan Wulei looked depressed. Asshole. I knew I might meet you. Xia Ningyun's face looked a little ugly. Before, she used dirty tricks on Chen Fan and Yi Hao under the ring. But Chen Fan saw through them. Now I meet you for the first time. I'm afraid Chen Fan won't let her go. Chen Fan looked at the referee and said a little strangely, Referee, how do we fight this? Divide into 2 teams. 2v2? The referee said. No. It's you 1 against 3. What? The whole place was in an uproar. Even the people on the stage looked in disbelief. The walk-off league has been postponed for a while. And I heard that the rules have been changed. But even if the rules were changed, no one expected that it would change like this. Students from the same class. 3 against 1? Is this bullying the students of Donghai City? Or looking down on the students of Magic City? Shangwan Wulei and the other 3 looked at the teacher below. Chen Fan also looked at Li Sheng below the ring. Both the teacher from Magic City and Li Sheng nodded. The atmosphere of the whole place instantly reached the extreme. At Ares Academy, many students stood up, carrying a big sign with Chen Fan's name on it, shaking it back and forth, and shouting Chen Fan's name while shaking it. Chen Fan's face suddenly turned dark. The word Chen Fan written on that sign is really ugly. Seeing Chen Fan's casual look, the referee reminded, "It's time to start. You can all summon the beasts." Chen Fan thought and summoned Jade. As soon as Jade appeared, she jumped onto Chen Fan's head. The surrounding stands immediately burst into laughter. On the opposite side, Shangguan Wulei and 3 others also summoned the beasts. Shangguan Wulei's 2 beasts. One is a level 6 angry brown bear, and the other is a level 6 7-color civet cat. Xiaoningyun's 2 beasts. One is a level 6 floating jellyfish, and the other is a level 5 poisonous hummingbird. And that boy only has a level 6 thundercloud leopard. There are 5 beasts in total. The noise around him immediately died down. 5 beast masters, plus 3 beast masters, fighting against 1 beast master. This style of play has never been seen in similar events before. Xiaoningyun suddenly looked ugly and said, "Chen Fan, don't you have several beasts? Why did you only summon one?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. Everyone immediately looked up to the sky. In the previous 3 college arena competition, Chen Fan had summoned Xiaohei early, and then let him fly in the air. But everyone looked and didn't see Xiaohei. Chen Fan said calmly, "1 beast is enough. If there are more, it will be too bullying." Xiaoningyun and the boy were immediately furious. "You are too crazy." But Shangguan Wulei's face became extremely solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "After you fought with Shangguan Songlong, did you make another breakthrough in your cultivation? Has your beast control level improved again?" "Yes." Chen Fan nodded. "I'm not crazy. I don't want to irritate you. And I don't want to pretend to be cool. What I said is the truth. I don't even need to do it myself. Jade can defeat you all by herself." The man from the Magic City was very angry. Feng Tianlin said you were arrogant. I didn't really believe it before, but I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than he said. Chen Fan touched his forehead helplessly. The way of this world. To tell the truth, no one believes it yet. He just finished saying this. Xiaoningyun's floating jellyfish suddenly flew up. The sky was filled with stars, instantly covering the entire arena. Starlight sleeping toxin. Even the 2 referees and Shangguan Wulei were wrapped up. But the 2 referees didn't care. With a flash of light, a barrier had been opened. Xiaoningyun quickly took out 2 pills and threw them at Shangguan Wulei and the boy. Shangguan Wulei and the other 2 caught the elixir and swallowed it immediately. This way, the jadeite above Chen Fan roared, and a storm swept out. The sky was full of stars, and together with the floating jellyfish, they were swept directly into the air. "Stabilize your body." Shangguan Wulei and the others were startled, and they used their star power to stabilize their bodies. But Jade Storm immediately dissipated without a trace after blowing away the Starlight Sleep Poison. Chen Fan said calmly, "With Jade's current strength, neither the 3 of you nor your beast masters can withstand this storm. If the storm can defeat you all in 1 move, you will definitely be unwilling to do so. Now, I give you a chance. Stop conserving your strength and use your full strength." Xiaoningyun and the other 3 were furious when they heard the enemy say such words. Chen Fan is obviously thinking about them. But these words are so harsh. How arrogant. Roar! The angry brown bear immediately chose to attack. A pillar of fire blasted directly towards Chen Fan. The 7-colored civet cat quickly circled to Chen Fan's left side, and a wind blade flew out of its mouth, attacking Chen Fan like lightning. The poisonous hummingbirds and floating jellyfish hovered above Chen Fan's head. One sprayed out venom like black ink, and the other threw it again and sprinkled the sky with stars. The thundercloud leopard, with thunder and lightning flashing all over its body, appeared behind Chen Fan using thunder flash, with thunder and lightning in its claws, and clawed at the back of Chen Fan's head. "Call!" Chen Fan suddenly stepped out to the left, and after dodging all the attacks, he kicked the 7-colored civet cat in the belly, sending the latter flying out of the ring. "How can it be? Too fast. That 7-colored civet cat is a wind-type beast. It's so fast that it doesn't even react." The people in the stands were shocked. Next moment, Shang! Chen Fan unsheathed the long sword in his hand and slashed forward, hitting the angry brown bear that was charging towards him. The huge body of the angry brown bear rolled back with a bang. If Chen Fan didn't want to kill him, this knife could directly split him in half. Immediately, Chen Fan stepped forward and slashed 3 times, forcing Shangguan Wulei, Xiaoningyun, and the boy back. After forcing the three men back, Chen Fan reversed his sword and thrust it into the ground. And the jade also flew up. If you guys can beat Jade, I'll take action again. Chen Fan let go of the handle of the knife and took 3 steps back. That's unreasonable. The boy from the Magic City was also angered by Chen Fan. Under his command, while attacking Chen Fan with poisonous hummingbirds and floating jellyfish, the Thunder Cloud Leopard appeared behind Chen Fan with a flash of lightning and grabbed Chen Fan's back with one claw. Thunder Flash. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and quickly turned his body, while avoiding the claw of the Thunder Cloud Leopard. His right fist was wrapped in the tyrannical star power and punched the Thunder Cloud Leopard's back. Boom! The Thunder Cloud Leopard landed heavily, causing cracks like spider webs on the ground. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and pinched Lei Yunbao's neck. The power of lightning passed from Lei Yunbao's body to Chen Fan's palm, making Chen Fan's palm feel a little stinging. But compared to Chen Fan, the power of the medium-level 6th level Thunder Cloud Leopard is far, far away. More than 10 days have passed since he returned to Donghai City. Although Chen Fan focused on breeding beasts and did not deliberately improve his cultivation power, his current star power is almost equivalent to the 4th grade 2nd level heaven. This level of star power, if converted to a beast, would be at least equivalent to a medium extraordinary level 15 beast. With such power, after pinching the Thunder Cloud Leopard, the Thunder Cloud Leopard was completely unable to move. In the Thunder Cloud Leopard's induction, he seemed to be suppressed by a mountain, not to mention moving. Even breathing became unsmooth. Chen Fan carried the Thunder Cloud Leopard, directly lifted the Thunder Cloud Leopard's huge body, and threw it towards the boy in the Magic City. A bail! The boy was anxious and angry. His body shook suddenly. His feet moved into a lunge, and he caught the flying Thunder Cloud Leopard with both feet. Bang, 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 bang! After catching the Thunder Cloud Leopard, the boy's face turned red, and he stepped back repeatedly, leaving several holes in the ground. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Wulei said in a deep voice, "Listen to him and fight Jade first. If you can beat Jade, then beat Chen Fan." Xiao Ningyan pursed her lips tightly. Now, she doesn't feel humiliated anymore. What she feels now is powerlessness and despair. This bastard Chen Fan is really terrifying. In terms of speed, it crushes the 7-color civet cat. In terms of strength, it can crush the furious brown bear and Thunder Cloud Leopard. How to fight this? The level 6 Thunder Cloud Leopard had both strength and speed, and also had the skill Thunder Flash. However, he caught him like a puppy and threw him back. If he was more cruel, he could have destroyed the Thunder Cloud Leopard with just one punch. Xiao Ningyun turned to look at the boy and nodded at the same time. The 3 people and the 4 beasts together surrounded Jade with a shout. Chi 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 chi! Jade was startled and looked at Chen Fan for help. It was not a fighting maniac like Gongzi. It had never experienced such a thing before, so it was a little panicked. Chen Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Jade, believe in yourself. They are no match for you at all. Don't use the storm yet. Just use other skills to fight them." This bastard looked down on us. Shangwan Wulei and Xiao Ningyun glared at Chen Fan fiercely. But the next moment, they knew that Chen Fan didn't look down on them. A pair of wings grew directly from Jade's body, and she flew into the sky. Subsequently, Jade opened his mouth and fired the Water Dragon Bullet. 2222. 2222. Chug. Tug. Tug. The overwhelming water dragon bombs directly enveloped the poisonous hummingbirds and floating jellyfish in the air. The poisonous hummingbird and floating jellyfish were unable to dodge and were directly bombarded. Jade's racial level is already High Lord, and his combat power level has reached level 8. His true strength is comparable to that of a medium-level extraordinary level 12 beast master, level 5 venomous hummingbirds, and level 6 floating jellyfish. In front of it are like 3-year-old children, just accidentally hit by a water jet. The poisonous hummingbird and floating jellyfish were seriously injured and fell directly to the ground. The 3 people below, Shangwan Wulei and Xiao Ningyan, were furious. 2 sword energy and spear light swept towards the Jade in the air at the same time. However, the 2nd grade, 1st level attack was almost like a joke in front of Jade's dense and powerful water dragon bullets. Regardless of whether it is sword energy or spear light, it will immediately shatter as soon as it touches the water dragon bullet. Water dragon bullets flew towards them, scaring Shangwan Wulei and the 3 of them into running around. The angry brown bear was very brave, and directly sprayed a pillar of fire towards the emerald in the air. But the level difference between the 2 sides was too big. After the fire pillar was destroyed by the water dragon bullet, It was instantly blasted into the mouth of the angry brown bear. Having been stabbed by Chen Fan before, the angry brown bear was only slightly injured. At this moment, Jade was in a panic, so he fought randomly, and directly hit the angry brown bear seriously with a water dragon bullet. Shangguan Wulei almost cried when he saw his master beast screaming. What the hell is this fight about? A slime can be so scary? Shangguan Wulei and Xiaoningyun, who were in chaos, only managed to hold on for less than 10 seconds before they were all knocked off the stage by Jade's water dragon bullets. Jade's water dragon bullet actually does not pose much of a threat to beast masters of the same level. Many times, Chen Fan only used Jade's move to contain the enemy and attract their attention. But when this move is used to defeat beasts or beast masters that are weaker than Jade, it shows how terrifying this move is. The water dragon bomb is not as huge as Xiaobai's thunder dragon, nor does it take a while to build up its momentum like the thunder dragon. Jade is like a mouth, Tutang like Gatling, blasting continuously. Not to mention that Shangguan Wulei and the others couldn't block such a powerful attack. Even if they could block it, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. People were silent as they looked at Chen Fan and Jade on the stage. Especially a group of teachers from Ares Academy. Back when we were at the Jiayin Square, the teachers once looked down on Jade and was blown down the mine by Jade's strong wind. But that was just because the teachers didn't use their skills to resist. And they forgot that there was a big hole behind them. So they fell down. Unexpected. Jade is so powerful. Those are 3 second-level realms. And those beasts, except for the poisonous hummingbird, are all medium extraordinary level 6 beasts. The 3 second-grade beast masters, plus this group of beast masters, were powerless to fight back in front of Jade. Several teachers in Magic City were so angry that they almost wanted to vomit blood. My own student can't even defeat a slime. The first battle was defeated so embarrassingly and completely. Do you still want to get a guarantee quota? Several teachers from the Magic City looked sad. Only Feng Tianlin could not help but laugh. The stronger Chen Fan is, the less humiliated he was. I was indeed pushed to the ground and rubbed by him. But you are worse than me. With so many of you joining forces, you can't even defeat a single slime from him. Feng Tianlin was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. He turned around happily, and just met the eyes of Shangguan Wulei's head teacher. Feng Tianlin turned his head silently, and then elongated his face, showing that he and Chen Fan were incompatible with each other. At Ares Academy, the students shouted Chen Fan's name hysterically. The dean, with a sad face, grabbed Chen Fan, who came back and whispered, "Chen Fan, keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Give Henry Chu and Yihao some space and let them show off their strength." Chen Fan said a little speechlessly, "I have kept a low profile. If I did it myself, they wouldn't be able to last 3 seconds." Jade, "Chi chi chi chi, I am awesome." The game continues. But apart from Chen Fan's 1-on-3, the following games were all 1-on-1. Many viewers and teachers were thoughtful. The people above probably knew Chen Fan's true strength, so they chose to let Chen Fan fight more than once. From this point of view, Shangguan Wulei and the others should still have a chance. Really, after playing for more than 10 games, Shangguan Wulei and Xiaoningyun came on stage again. This time, Shangguan Wulei and Xiaoningyun, as well as the owner of the Thundercloud Leopard, all held back their anger and started chasing and beating them as soon as they came on stage. The opponents of the 3 of them were also very unlucky and suffered a terrible defeat. Fortunately, there are several high-level healing beasts below the ring. Once the players' beasts are injured, they will be treated quickly. Otherwise, after these fierce battles, many people would probably play once and never have a chance again because the beast masters would be seriously injured. A series of battles. A group of students from Dahai City almost showed an overwhelming advantage, because Chen Fan had helped cultivate beast masters. Many of the beast masters from the 3 major academies, who only had 1 beast master, would directly suppress the masters, who had multiple beast masters in other major cities. As for Chu Xian and Yi Hao, Fang Qingqing, Shen Hongxiu, Shen Taoao, and Li Fingxing and Bai Rouge, they even made students in major cities doubt their lives. Students of the same class. The gap is really too big. There is no way. Shen Hongxiu and the others' beast masters are already at the advanced extraordinary level 7. As for the beast masters of the students participating in the competition in several major cities, the strongest ones are only medium extraordinary level 6. Even if the cultivation of Shen Hongxiu and others is still at the 2nd level and 1st level, any one of the 3 level 7 beasts is enough to crush their opponents. In addition to the students from Donghai City who made a splash, The students from Motyun City and Yanwu City also made a splash. And with the rise of students like Motyun City and Yanwucheng, students from several schools finally couldn't sit still. Because a piece of news had been circulated before that the students in Motyun City and Yanwu City had been tricked by Chen Fan. And they had all cultivated their beasts in shop number 9. He was tricked by Chen Fan. So he became so strong? What an international joke. During the break, several teachers from the main city had already begun to sneak towards the God of War Academy. Some teachers went to Motyun City and Yanwu City to make innuendos. Then, before the competition started, the people from Piaoxua City and the people from Motyun City almost started fighting. But soon, everyone's attention was firmly attracted by the next battle. In the next battle, Chen Fan fights 4. His opponents are Shangwan Songlong and Feng Tianlin from Demon City, Jiang Yuanfan from Yanwu City, and Mu Yuan from Demon City. The whole place was boiling. Chapter 178. There is no way to fight back. When Chen Fan heard the referee say that he wanted to fight 1 against 4, Chen Fan didn't think much and went straight to the ring. His strength has not been exposed very much. But whether it is the City Lord's palace or the strong men on this field, they can definitely know that he is already in the 3rd level by just sensing it mentally. A 3rd level Beastmaster fighting against a 2nd level Beastmaster is indeed too bullying. Especially when Chen Fan fought against 3 before. Everyone had seen that he didn't take any action himself. But Jade easily defeated Shangwan Wulei and the others. It makes sense that 4 relatively strong people were selected for this competition. Chen Fan didn't think much about it. But Feng Tianlin and the others were not happy. Jiang Yuanfan refused to go on stage. I won't fight this pervert. Damn it! Chen Fan glared. Who are you calling a pervert? Shangwan Songlong's fighting spirit rose, and he was the first to jump onto the ring. His eyes shining. This guy is very happy to be able to fight against Chen Fan again. Mu Yuan rolled his eyes, remembering the time he met Chen Fan in Qixing Mountain in Donghai City, and shook his head. I don't fight perverts either. Chen Fan picked up a small stone and threw it towards Mu Yuan. Feng Tianlin said with a gloomy face. I reject this style of play. It is unfair to Chen Fan and unfair to us. This guy was so scared of Chen Fan in his heart that he didn't want to fight with Chen Fan at all. He also acted like he didn't want to bully them more and made excuses for himself. The referee on the ring was about to speak, but suddenly stopped and listened. Then, he said, It's really unfair to you. Chen Fan is already in the 3rd level. It's too bullying to hit you in the 2nd level. The whole place was in an uproar. What's going on? Chen Fan is already in the 3rd level? Are you kidding me? He only broke through to the 1st level a few days after he entered school. It's only been 2.5 months. How come he's already at the 3rd level? Is he mistaken? There should be no mistake. Those 5th grade and 6th grade strongmen can probably know his strength just by scanning them with their mental power. How could they be wrong? Then how can we fight this? Although Shangwan Songlong and the others are powerful, they are only in the early stages of the 2nd level realm. No wonder Chen Fan was asked to fight 3 against 1 before. I'm only halfway through the 1st semester of my senior year in high school, and I'm already at the 3rd level. This guy's talent is really making people gnash their teeth with envy. Chen Fan's face also turned dark. Those powerful people can indeed use their mental power to know his current level of cultivation. But there's no need to tell everyone about it. Right. I feel like I've been stripped naked, Chen Fan said with a long face. I protest. I protest against you exposing my privacy so casually, the referee said. You work hard. You will break through to the 4th level in a few days, and there will be no problem. People think that when you are still in the 3rd level, you are already in the 4th level, and your enemies may be killed by you. Right. Chen Fan was speechless. What you said makes sense, but I am speechless. Shangwan Songlong became even more excited. Good boy. You are already in the 3rd level. I'm extremely looking forward to this battle. The other 3 people looked at him speechlessly. If you want to go up and get beaten, don't hold us back. Feng Tianlin turned around and left. I broke through to the 2nd level and 2nd level just a day ago. Why should I fight against the 3rd level? This is a guaranteed league. Chen Fan can just occupy a spot and that's it. You can give him 1 spot first, and I will fight with Shangwan Songlong and the others. This is normal, the referee said. If we forfeit this inning, the walk quota will be cancelled. Feng Tianlin turned back very coolly. Then let's fight. It won't be embarrassing to be beaten by a 3rd level person. Mu Yuan and Jiang Yuanfan. Over at Ares Academy, Li Sheng danced. See? Do you see? This is my student. Chen Fan is my student. He is already at the 3rd level. The dean is still in a petrified state. Yi Hao looked at Henry Chu. Henry Chu's face was expressionless. Look at what I do. I won't compare with such a pervert. Yi Hao lowered his voice and said, What level are you at now? Chu Xian. 2nd grade 3rd level heaven. Yi Hao gritted his teeth. It's your uncle's. Henry Chu. My dad is my grandfather's eldest son. And I don't have an uncle. Yi Hao and Li Sheng. Li Sheng became even more excited. Chu Xian. Are you already at the 2nd level and 3rd level? Then besides Chen Fan, you must be the strongest. Henry Chu said nothing. He had no feelings for this so-called strongest person. What's more, he is still the strongest person except Chen Fan. Can this still be considered the strongest? At this time, the referee on the ring said again, Chen Fan, according to the rules, you can only use one royal beast. You cannot use the green crystal fox, the red-eyed ape, the soul-eating bird, and you cannot borrow these beasts' skills. For example, you cannot use the armor of the green crystal demon fox. The whole place suddenly became quiet again. In order to restrict Chen Fan, so many rules should be made? Over the years, this kind of thing has never happened in the Walking League. Chen Fan was furious. Then you might as well let me stand and chop them down. Referee. Yes. If you want. Chen Fan. Pretend I didn't say anything. The referee said. Also, you can't use the knife anymore. Chen Fan was furious. Then you might as well let me stand and chop them down. Referee. If you want. Chen Fan. I don't want to. Referee. While talking, Chen Fan summoned Xiao Bai. Feng Tianlin walked onto the ring and saw Jiang Yuanfan and Mu Yuan still under the ring. Feng Tianlin couldn't help frowning and said, Are you two so cowardly? How can you be so afraid of being beaten? What a manly man. Shrinking your head and tail. What are you talking about? Mu Yuan from Matian City said, When I came to Dahai City, I met Chen Fan at Qixing Mountain in Dahai City. I saw with my own eyes that Xiao Bai cut off the head of the level 10 Thorny Wood Demon leader with one move. Feng Tianlin turned his head and glanced at Xiao Bai, who was standing next to Chen Fan. He turned around silently and walked back to the ring. I won't fight. What the hell is this? Among our own beast masters, the strongest ones are only at level 7. Even with double shields, it still can't compare with level 10 monsters. Moreover, if Chen Fan's 3rd level strength had to be divided according to the level of beast control, it would be at least around the 13th level of the medium extraordinary. A level 13 monster is scary enough. Xiao Bai also cut off the head of the level 10 Thorny Wood Demon with one move. What a slap. The referee added. If you give up, the walk will be disqualified. Feng Tianlin was a little crazy and hugged his head. You just want to kill a few of us. Right. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked onto the ring with a black and gold Devil Rex. Everyone was stunned. What is this for? The referee said. This is an advanced and extraordinary level 15 Black Gold Devil Dragon. The Black Gold Devil Dragon has a skill called Magic Dragon Armor. The Black Gold Devil Dragon will not participate in the battle, but the Devil Dragon will add a pair of Magic Dragon Armor to all 4 of you. Chen Fan was stunned. What about me? Referee. You can ask Xiao Bai to add Thunder Armor to you. Chen Fan glared angrily. Isn't it so shameless? Let such a high-level Beast Master give them armor. You only let me use a Beast Master and don't let me use a knife. Then I'm going to give you a slap in the face, the referee said. Just to balance the power of both sides. Otherwise there is no way to fight. Balancing power? Chen Fan said angrily. I think you are just trying to kill me. The referee smiled and said nothing. Shangwan Songlong and Feng Tianlin felt very discouraged. For people plus a group of beasts tried to beat the few with more. But the referee said there was still no way to fight. They also need to have the level 15 Devilsaur add a pair of armor to them. This gap is so disappointing. How did this kid practice? Suddenly, the referee said again, If the 4 of you defeat him, I will give each of you a level 22 Monster Crystal Core. People were shocked. This kid Chen Fan made the referee angry. Looking at this, the referee wants to see him get beaten. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Shangwan Songlong. Shall we make a deal? Shangwan Songlong was stunned for a moment. What deal? Chen Fan said. I lost to you on purpose so that you can get 4 level 22 Monster Crystal Cores. And then you share 2 with me. How about you winning and getting 2 level 22 Monster Crystal Cores? People in the surrounding stands. In the ring, the faces of the 2 referees turned dark. Sitting in the southwest position of the stands, Zhen Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lin Mingfei laughed loudly. Sister Qing, this guy is so interesting. Zhen Qing, that is to say, He has bred a beast for you, so you have a great impression of him. Otherwise, you would have scolded him and said he was shameless and shameless. Lin Mengfei pouted. At this moment, someone in the stand shouted, "Should we still fight? If we don't, our tickets will be refunded." Chen Fan on the ring widened his eyes and looked at the referee. "Does this thing charge a ticket?" The referee nodded. "Take it." Chen Fan. "Will the proceeds from the tickets be shared with us?" The referee smiled slightly. Then his face darkened. "Stop daydreaming." Chen Fan immediately turned around and looked at the person who had just yelled the loudest, and shouted, "Then you should refund the tickets quickly. Whoever doesn't refund is the grandson." "Depend on." A bunch of bananas and apples were thrown towards Chen Fan, who jumped up and down on the ring. The two referees and a group of instructors in the stands all rolled their eyes. But Mu Yuan and Jiang Yuanfan also entered the ring at this time. Mu Yuan shook his head, grinned and said, "With the level 15 black gold demon Tyrannosaurus armor, this battle is going to be tough." Jiang Yuanfan exhaled a breath and said, "Don't be careless. Chen Fan is a level 13 monster. Xiaobai is at least as good as level 11. While talking, the four of them summoned the beasts at the same time. Chen Fan squinted slightly and quickly glanced at the attribute panels of the beasts. Before this, he had actually seen these beasts, but some of the beasts seemed to have changed a little. For royal beasts of Shangwan Sanlong. Monster name, Gale-Toothed Cat. Combat power level, level 7 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute wind. Racial skills, return wind attack. Sky splitting. Storm hammer. Saber teeth bite. Monster name, Ice Centipede. Combat power level, level 6. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute ice. Racial skills ice arrow. Poison needle. Venom attack. Biting ice. Monster name, Crypt Spider King. Combat power level, level 6 elite. Racial level, low extraordinary. Monster attribute earth. Racial skills, summon spider army. Earthbound spider web. Venom spray. Monster name, Magic Knife Mantis. Combat power level, level 6 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute gold. Racial skills, Ghost Dance Flying Knife. Sky Striking Scimitar. Wild Dance. Reflective Shield. Among them, the Gale Saber-Toothed Cat and the Ice Centipede were both sent to Chen Fan's training ground, so they were upgraded to a higher level of combat power. When Shangwan Sanlong came to Ares Academy to fight Chen Fan, the Gale Saber-Toothed Cat was level 6, while the Ice White Python was level 5. Feng Tianling's Beast. Monster name, Savage Prison Dragon. Combat power level, level 7 elite. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute fire. Racial skills, Savage Hellfire. Hell Dragon Armor. Crazy Crash. Furious Trample. Sharp Tooth Bite. Monster name, Frozen Bird. Combat power level, level 6 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute ice. Racial skills, Freezing Wind. Blizzard. Ice Spear. Ice Arrow. Some time ago, when Feng Tianlin was beaten violently by Chen Fan at the gate of the Lord's Mansion in East China Sea, the Savage Prison Dragon was still at level 6. In such a short time, his beast master has reached level 7. It seems that the Feng family also has a great animal breeder. Mu Yuan's two royal beasts. Monster name, Aoki Crazy Lion. Combat power level, level 7 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Racial skills, Thorn Winding. Vine Shield. Crazy Bite. Greenwood Thorn. Monster name, Stone Armor Giant Crocodile. Combat power level, level 6 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute rock type. Racial skills, Giant Crocodile Sweep. Stone Armor. Domineering Bite. Stone Bullet Impact. Mu Yuan's two beasts were once level 6 and level 5. They were sent to Chen Fan's training ground, and Chen Fan promoted them to one level each in a short period of time. The same goes for Jiang Yuanfan's two beasts, both of which were upgraded by one level of combat power by Chen Fan. Monster name, Fire Ostrich. Combat power level, level 7 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute fire. Racial skills, Fire Pillar Impact. Fire Bomb. Beak Peck. Claw Tearing. Flame Armor. Monster name, Wild Bear. Combat power level, level 6 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute earth. Racial skills, Fist of Thousands. Defensive Earth Wall. Sky Full of Lust. Roar of Violent Bear, Amplification skill. 1 roar. Can increase the strength of up to 12 companions by 30%. Lasting for 30 seconds. After scanning the attribute panels of all the beasts, Chen Fan quickly withdrew his gaze and glanced at Xiao Bai. Name of the beast, Ragdoll Cat Xiao Bai. Combat power level, level 8. Racial level High Lord. Racial skills, Thunder Blade Plus. Thunder Flash Plus. Thunder Armor Plus. Chain Lightning, 12 targets Plus. Thunder Dragon Plus. Whether it was for him at the 3rd level or for Xiao Bai, Shangwan Sanlong and his companions and their beasts could hardly pose any threat. But the ants killed the elephant. When he didn't have any weapons, he could only rely on gathering energy to form a blade that was only available in the 3rd level. However, the power of gathering energy to form a blade would probably be difficult to break through the armor of a level 15 Black Gold Demon Tyrannosaurus. Chen Fan frowned, looked at the referee and said, "Should the armor of the Black Gold Demon Tyrannosaurus be given to them only once? Or should it be replenished indefinitely?" The referee said solemnly, "It can only be done once within 10 minutes. If you can't defeat them within 10 minutes, the Black Gold Demon Tyrannosaurus will put armor on them 10 minutes later." 10 minutes. How could the fight last 10 minutes? Chen Fan grinned and turned on the Explore button in the beast control space. Gongzi and the others in the beast controlling space immediately saw everything outside. Combat experience is something like this. In many cases, even if you don't participate in it personally, watching the battle is still very beneficial. This time, Chen Fan asked Gongzi and Xiaohe to act as spectators in the beast controlling space. Next moment, crack! Xiao Bai added Thunder Armor to Chen Fan. The defensive power of this lightning armor is relatively weak. Not as good as Gongzi's amethyst armor, let alone the Black Iron Dragon Turtle's armor. But Xiao Bai is already a High Lord after all, and his combat power level has reached level 8. Although the defensive power of the Thunder Armor is not as good as the level 15 Black Gold Devil Dragon, it is much stronger than the defensive skills of the group of beasts on the opposite side. As soon as Chen Fan and Xiao Bai put on the Thunder Armor, lightning flashed on their bodies, making them look majestic. At this time, Shangwan Sanlong and the others were already wearing armor on the Black Gold Demon Tyrannosaurus at the edge of the ring. Muyuan's stone armor giant crocodile also added stone armor to everyone and a group of beasts. Outside the stone armor, Feng Tianling's wild prison dragon also added prison dragon armor to the 4 people and a group of beasts. With the triple shield and the armor on their bodies, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the 4 people began to rise crazily. Chen Fan put away his playful smile before, and his thoughts moved slightly. The star power started to circulate and immediately wrapped his 2 palms. "Can the fight begin?" Chen Fan pressed the palm of his right hand against his left fist, making a clicking sound. Immediately, the energy under his feet exploded, and he rushed directly toward Shangwan Sanlong in the middle. The giant sword in Shangwan Sanlong's hand flashed with light. Without retreating or giving in, he stepped forward and was ready to challenge Chen Fan head-on. The other 3 people and a group of beasts immediately dispersed and surrounded Chen Fan and Xiao Bai in a fan shape. But when Chen Fan was about to come into contact with Shangwan Sanlong, he suddenly swayed, rushed to the right at an extremely fast speed, and appeared in front of the violent bear in the wilderness. This wilderness violent bear has a bear roar skill, which greatly increases the group's strength. Almost the same as Gongzi's bloodthirsty. Dealing with the violent bears in the wilderness first can reduce the power of the 4 people and a group of beasts on the opposite side by a large margin. Oops! Shangwan Sanlong was surprised. Jiang Yuanfan! I know. Jiang Yuanfan rushed out from the left side of Wild Bear and stabbed Chen Fan's neck with the sword in his hand like lightning. At the same time, Feng Tianlin led the wild prison dragon and the frozen bird and rushed towards Xiao Bai. Muyuan and Shangwan Sanlong took their respective beasts and surrounded Chen Fan at the same time. Chen Fan is under attack from both sides. Ha 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 ha! Chen Fan laughed wildly, and the star power surged in his palm, and he slapped Jiang Yuanfan's long sword to one side with a snap. The next moment, without even trying to hide, he caught the paw of a violent bear in the wilderness with a click. Wild bear. Before the wilderness bear could react, Chen Fan grabbed the bear's paw and dragged it forward. Then with a roar, he threw the wilderness bear's huge body into the air and hit Shangwan Sanlong and Shangwan Sanlong, who were coming from behind. Mohara! Depend on! Shangwan Sanlong and Mu Yuan never expected that Chen Fan would use such a style of play. The violent bear in the wilderness is huge, and when it hits it, it feels very oppressive. Get out of the way! Shangwan Sanlong shouted violently, and together with Mu Yuan, they dodged to both sides. Crack! Xiaobai, who was originally fighting with Feng Tianlin's beast, appeared behind Shangwan Sanlong with a flash of lightning. Get out of the way! Feng Tianlin was so frightened that his face turned pale. But Xiaobai's speed is too fast. Shangwan Sanlong had just dodged Chen Fan's blow. But before he could react, he was hit in the back by Xiaobai's thunder blade. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Shangwan Sanlong's body flew forward, almost hitting his own beast. Crypt Spider King! Bang 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 bang! Shangwan Sanlong and the Crypt Spider King rolled together, disrupting the attacks of the Gale Saber-Toothed Cat and the Ice Centipede. Jiang Yuanfan's fiery ostrich was so angry that the fire pillar hit Chen Fan's back quickly and accurately. But Chen Fan had already expected it. He grabbed the body of the wild bear and quickly turned around, using the wild bear as a shield. Boom! The pillar of fire hit the wilderness violent bear and was blocked by the armor and shield on its body. Chen Fan ran 3 steps quickly, grabbed the wild bear, and threw it at the flaming ostrich. The flaming ostrich was frightened and turned around and ran away. Fortunately, this guy ran fast. But Chen Fan was carrying a huge wilderness violent bear. But his speed was much slower. After 2 steps, he was run away by the flaming ostrich. The fire ostrich ran away. But there were Ice Centipede and Gale Saber-Toothed Cat nearby. Chen Fan gave up on the extremely fast Gale-Toothed Cat, rounded up the wild bear, and smashed it into the Ice Centipede. The Ice Centipede was so frightened that it lost its mind. Regardless of the east, west, and west, it tried desperately to escape. But it rushed to Jiang Yuanfan, who wanted to rescue him, and threw Jiang Yuanfan directly to the ground. Call! The body of the wild bear directly hit Jiang Yuanfan. This bastard. Jiang Yuanfan was furious. Chen Fan used his beast as a weapon to hit him. What a bastard. But at this moment, Jiang Yuanfan couldn't care so much and rolled out like a donkey. Boom! The wild bear's body hit the ground, making him dizzy. A big hole was made in the ground. People were stunned. Using someone else's beast as a weapon is really the first time I've seen this style of fighting. The wilderness bear wearing the black gold demon Tyrannosaurus armor is like an indestructible hammer. Who dares to be hit by it? On the other side, Xiaobai stared at the savage prison dragon with a thunder flash. Feng Tianlin was shocked. Quickly retreat. As a result, Xiaobai appeared in front of the frozen bird in the air, and slapped the frozen bird away with one claw. Asshole. Feng Tianlin was so angry that he vomited blood. This ragdoll cat is as shameless as Chen Fan, Shangwan Sanlong said. I don't agree with your statement. This is a very normal tactic. Feng Tianlin was furious. Where the hell are you on? And is now the time to discuss this kind of thing? Just as Feng Tianlin thought this, Chen Fan had already arrived about 6 meters in front of him. Feng Tianlin immediately retreated. The savage prison dragon and the demonic sword mantis attacked Chen Fan on the left and right. But Chen Fan grabbed the wild bear and smashed it casually, forcing back the wild prison dragon and the magic knife mantis. And Xiaobai flashed lightning and dodged above the Ice Centipede. Before the Ice Centipede could react, Xiaobai's thunder blade had already chopped its head into the stone slab of the arena. But the armor of the level 15 black gold demon Tyrannosaurus was too strong. Not to mention that the Ice Centipede also had 2 pairs of armors on it. Xiaobai's blow did not cause much damage to it. In fact, it didn't even break the armor added by the black gold demon Tyrannosaurus. Xiaobai, use chain lightning. Chen Fan drank lightly. Xiaobai's powerful lightning chain can attack 12 enemies at the same time. Such dispersed power cannot really break through the defenses of Shangwan Sanlong and the others. But it can consume the power of the black gold devil dragon armor on them. 10 minutes. Unless they delay it for 10 minutes. The black gold demon Tyrannosaurus will give them another armor. Xiaobai immediately retreated and swam away quickly. When she was walking quickly, a lightning chain immediately linked Shangwan Sanlong and all the beasts together. Crack! No matter where the 4 people and the group of beasts go, the lightning chain still links them tightly. Get rid of Xiaobai first. Feng Tianlin roared angrily. Otherwise, the armor on our bodies will be completely worn away by the power of this lightning chain. Without the armor of the black gold demonic Tyrannosaurus, whether it was the 4 of them or the group of beast masters, who could catch Chen Fan's move? Who can catch Xiaobai's move? But Jiang Yuanfan raised objections. You put it lightly. Xiaobai has lightning flash and is very fast. How can it be so easy to catch her? Feng Tianlin said in a deep voice. After Xiaobai's thunder flash is used 3 times, there will be a 6-second cooldown. After the thunder flash is 6 times, The cooling time will reach 12 seconds. Chen Fan on the other side turned his head and looked at Feng Tianlin with admiration. It seems that this guy has been studying him and Xiaobai for a long time, since he was beaten up last time. On the other side, Shangwan Sanlong and Mu Yuan looked at each other. The two beast masters simultaneously released their skills towards Xiaobai. The Oki Mad Lion used Tangle of Thorns on Xiaobai. The Gale Saber-Toothed Cat used Wind Hammer on Xiaobai. One control skill and one attack skill. But as soon as the thorns emerged, Xiaobai had already flashed out and arrived in front of Jiang Yuanfan. Jiang Yuanfan was surrounded by Mu Yuan's giant stone-armored crocodile. Without thinking, the giant stone-armored crocodile swept its tail towards Xiaobai. But this is the first time that these four people and the beast control have cooperated. The giant stone-armored crocodile's tail missed Xiaobai, but it hit Jiang Yuanfan's foot. Call! Jiang Yuanfan's body was thrown into the air. Well done to the stone-armored giant crocodile. Chen Fan praised him, grabbed the wild bear, swung it round, and hit Jiang Yuanfan directly. When Jiang Yuanfan grew up, he never thought that one day someone would catch his beast and do it to him. With a bang, Jiang Yuanfan was directly smashed into the ground by the wild bear. Many girls in the stand screamed. Chen Fan pulled away the half-dead wild bear and glanced at Jiang Yuanfan below. Jiang Yuanfan. Chen Fan belongs to your uncle. Chen Fan grabbed the wilderness violent bear and hit Jiang Yuanfan again. At this moment, Jiang Yuanfan wanted to cry. The armor on his body had begun to flicker, as if it was about to break at any moment. Fortunately, Shangwan Sanlong and Fiery Ostrich on the other side came to rescue him. Chen Fan, stop hiding here and there. Just take my sword. The sword in Shangwan Sanlong's hand flashed with light, and he immediately jumped into the air, slashing at Chen Fan with the force of his sword, as if he were splitting Huashan Mountain. Chen Fan swayed and used the wilderness violent bear as a shield to block him. Shangwan Sanlong didn't have time to sheath his sword, and the giant sword in his hand struck the violent bear in the wilderness with a bang. The armor on the violent bear in the wilderness was shattered in an instant, and blood flowed like crazy. Oops! Shangwan Sanlong was stunned for a moment. The fiery ostrich who came over saw his companion being slashed by Shangwan Sanlong, and he was furious. A pillar of fire instantly hit Shangwan Sanlong, causing the latter to roll on the ground. Feng Tianlin on the other side looked at this scene and jumped in anger. They are all pig teammates! Chen Fan grabbed the wilderness bear whose armor was broken, and struck Jiang Yuanfan, who had just climbed up, with another hammer. The armor on Jiang Yuanfan was shattered in an instant. The armor on their bodies was shattered, but Xiaobai's lightning chain was still on them. Zizizi! Under the bombardment of the lightning chain, black smoke billowed out from Jiang Yuanfan and wilderness bear. Xiaobai's current strength is comparable to that of an average level 12 or so beast master. Although the power of this lightning chain is relatively weak, it cannot be resisted by ordinary 2nd level or 7th level beast masters. Just as soon as the armor on his body was broken, the lightning chain beat Jiang Yuanfan and wilderness bear until they screamed in agony. Fortunately, Xiaobai knew that this was a sparring session, not a fight to the death. So after defeating Jiang Yuanfan and wilderness bear, the lightning chain was retracted, and only scurried back and forth on a few other people and the beast master. Chen Fan also released the bear's paw from the violent bear in the wilderness. When the armor has been broken, if you pick up the wild bear and smash it hard, you may accidentally kill this big guy. Chen Fan glanced at the flaming ostrich that was about to spit fire at Shangwan Sanlong. The fiery ostrich was startled, screamed strangely, and sprayed out a pillar of fire towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly dodged to the left, rushed to the fire ostrich in 3 steps, and kicked out, hitting the fire ostrich's belly. The flaming ostrich with the flaming armor on its body flew high, like a fireball, and flew to the other side. If it hadn't been for the level 15 black gold devil dragon armor on its body, Chen Fan's kick would probably have destroyed it. Xiaobai, keep using chain lightning! Under Chen Fan's command, Xiaobai quickly drilled around, occasionally using thunder flash. Feng Tianlin and Mu Yuan chased wildly with their beasts. Every time they thought they could surround Xiaobai, Xiaobai would dodge out with a thunderbolt. Feng Tianlin were so angry that they almost cursed. Boom! Just when Feng Tianlin and the two were about to chase Xiaobai, Chen Fan's right foot suddenly dropped to the ground, and his body flew up into the sky diagonally like a missile, falling quickly towards Feng Tianlin. Without thinking, Feng Tianlin quickly rushed to the right, trying to avoid Chen Fan. Mu Yuan's giant stone-armored crocodile opened its mouth and spit out a series of stone bullets at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who was in the air, could not use his strength and was directly hit by a series of stone bullets and flew back 5 meters. But the impact of the stone bullets from the giant stone-armored crocodile didn't break Xiao Bai's thunder armor at all. As soon as Chen Fan landed, he did not chase Feng Tianlin, but rushed directly towards the stone-armored giant crocodile. When the stone-armored giant crocodile saw it, he was frightened, turned around and ran away. But the giant stone-armored crocodile wasn't as fast as the gale-toothed cat. So how could it outrun Chen Fan? As soon as it ran 5 meters away, Chen Fan grabbed its tail. "It's your turn this time!" Chen Fan grabbed the tail of the stone-armored giant crocodile and flew the latter directly, hitting the savage prison dragon that was charging with a crazy crash skill. Boom! The huge body of the savage prison dragon flew directly backwards. How could the power of a 3rd-level beast be matched by a level 7 beast master? Just such a smash. The savage prison dragon that fell to the ground couldn't get up for a long time. However, Chen Fan's movements were wide open and closed. But the most dexterous gale-toothed cat seized the opportunity. The moment after Chen Fan smashed the wild prison dragon away, the Gale Force saber-toothed cat not far away from Chen Fan's left hand used the skill Returning Wind Attack. The strong winds formed sharp blades and enveloped Chen Fan in an instant. TSK, 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 TSK! One after another sharp blades were cutting at Chen Fan's body. In just a few seconds, a lot of the power of the thunder armor was consumed. Chen Fan tilted his head and glanced at the gale-toothed cat. Meow! The gale-toothed cat's hair stood on end. Without thinking, he immediately rushed forward, trying to avoid it. Crack! Xiao Bai and Chen Fan cooperated tacitly, and a thunder flash appeared in front of the gale-toothed cat. The lightning blade flashed with dazzling light, hitting the head of the Gale Force saber-toothed cat. The small body of the Gale saber-toothed cat was directly smashed into the ground. This time, Xiao Bai didn't move out immediately. She pressed the head of the gale-toothed cat with her left front paw, and the thunder light on her right paw flashed, shining on the head of the gale-toothed cat, and punched her 4 times in a row. The armor on the Gale Wind saber-toothed cat had already lost most of its strength due to Xiao Bai's lightning chain. After being hit by Xiao Bai's 4 claws, the armor flickered and shattered. Bang! Xiao Bai added another claw. The level 7 gale-toothed cat screamed, black smoke billowing from its body, and lay motionless on the ground. Little sword! Shangwan Sanlong was shocked and angry when he saw this, and rushed towards Xiao Bai desperately. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes and showed a proud look. Just when Shangwan Sanlong ran over and was about to strike with his sword, Xiao Bai suddenly tilted his head and opened his mouth. Roar! She had prepared the Thunder Dragon for a while and quickly fired it toward Shangwan Sanlong. The distance between the two parties was too close, and the Thunder Dragon was so fast that Shangwan Sanlong couldn't dodge, and was directly hit in the chest by the Thunder Dragon. Boom! Shangwan Sanlong groaned. His body flew out, and even the big sword in his hand flew out. There is only a thin layer of armor left on him. Oops! Looking down at the armor on his body, Shangwan Sanlong's face turned pale. At this time, Feng Tianlin on the other side had already shouted, Idiot! Run quickly! Shangwan Sanlong raised his head. He saw the huge body of the stone-armored giant crocodile crashing onto his head with a bang. Ah! Shangwan Sanlong screamed, and his whole body was smashed into the ground. The armor was shattered and blood flew everywhere. It was better for Chen Fan to show mercy. Otherwise, he would have been killed directly by this blow. Chen Fan crippled Shangwan Sanlong with one move and rushed towards the nearest savage prison dragon without stopping. But as soon as he took a step forward, his feet were tangled in spider webs. This is the Earthbound Spider Web of the Crypt Spider King. Chen Fan bent down slightly, grabbed the spider web with his left hand, and suddenly tore it apart. The giant stone-armored crocodile in his hand immediately seized the opportunity, turned its head, and swallowed Chen Fan directly with its bloody mouth. Bite aggressively! The giant crocodile, which has a very scary bite force, will be bitten to death even if it is a 3rd-level beast unless it has a strong defense with this skill. Snort! Chen Fan snorted softly and fell back, while placing his left hand on the ground. He kicked out with his right foot, hitting the chin of the giant stone-armored crocodile. The giant stone-armored crocodile screamed, and his head was kicked high into the air. The armor on its body, after being beaten many times, was completely broken by this kick. Chen Fan didn't make another heavy move. He grabbed the tail of the giant stone-armored crocodile and swung it, throwing the latter directly off the ring. The stone-armored giant crocodile just flew out of the ring. The frozen bird, which had been flying around in the air and couldn't find a chance to attack, swooped down and blew out a breath of cold air at Chen Fan. Freezing wind! The freezing cold wind blew by, and ice popped out of Chen Fan's body, freezing him into ice cubes in an instant. The Crypt Spider King took the opportunity to rush over, spit out 3 spider webs in a row, and wrap Chen Fan into a rice dumpling. Aoki Mad Lion also immediately used twining thorns, thorny vines with a diameter of 5 centimeters wrapped around Chen Fan like snakes. Ha 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 ha! Feng Tianlin laughed wildly. Chen Fan! You have today too! He and Muyuan quickly pounced on Chen Fan, one on the left and the other on the right. The Demon Sword Mantis and the Crypt Spider King also approached quickly and quickly gathered their momentum, preparing to use some big moves on Chen Fan. The Wild Prison Dragon and the Fiery Ostrich rushed towards Xiao Bai, trying to entangle Xiao Bai for a while. Eat my sword! Feng Tianlin's eyes flashed with excitement, and he stabbed the restrained Chen Fan in the head with his sword. Muyuan hesitated for a moment, thinking that the little white armor had strong defense, and finally attacked Chen Fan. Success or failure depends on this. It's too late. It's faster than that. At the moment when people's hearts were in their throats, Chen Fan, who was originally frozen and bound by spider webs and thorns, suddenly condensed a sharp blade in his hands. With a clang, he blocked Feng Tianlin and Muyuan's attack. Feng Tianlin and Muyuan. Next moment, Chen Fan's body flashed with light, and with a bang, all the ice blocks, cobwebs, and thorns and vines were shattered. Depend on! Feng Tianlin and Muyuan were startled, turned around and wanted to run away. Want to run? Chen Fan rushed out like lightning, stretched out his hands, grabbed the heads of Feng Tianlin and Muyuan, one on the left and the other on the right, and then slammed them together in the middle. Bang! Feng Tianlin and Muyuan's heads hit each other. Even though they were wearing armor, the two of them were still hit so hard that stars appeared in their eyes. Bang! Unexpectedly, Chen Fan came again. It's never over. Feng Tianlin and Muyuan turned around at the same time, and stabbed Chen Fan with both swords at the same time. Chen Fan did not retreat but moved forward. He took a quick step forward and sank. After avoiding the two swords, he reached up with his hands and caught Feng Tianlin and Muyuan's wrists. As soon as he grabbed the two people's wrists, Chen Fan used the star power in his hands and swung them violently. Oh! Feng Tianlin and Muyuan screamed, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground at the same time. At this time, the Demon Sword Mantis and the Aoki Mad Lion from behind had already attacked. But after Chen Fan knocked the weapons out of their hands, he directly grabbed their wrists, swung them around and smashed them back. Bang! The Demon Sword Mantis dodged, but the Aoki Mad Lion was a little slower and was directly hit to the ground by Feng Tianlin. Jiang Yuanfan, who was lying on the ground watching the show in the distance, gasped, Oh! I was just a beast man and was caught by him and used as a weapon. Feng Tianlin and Muyuan are better. Both of them have become weapons. Boom! 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 Here, Chen Fan grabbed the two of them and chased after several beasts to smash them. On the other side, Xiao Bai beat the Wild Prison Dragon until it howled and screamed. Just when people were stunned, the referee spoke. Okay, you can stop. Chen Fan paused for a moment, then slammed Feng Tianlin to the ground with a bang. Muyuan frowned and raised his hand. Damn! You did it on purpose. Feng Tianlin kept rubbing his chest and let out bursts of screams. There was silence in the surrounding stands. Chapter 179, Encountering the Third Grade Second Heaven. The martial arts arena was silent for a moment. Then the cheers were like thunder. 1 against 4. We won so easily. Are they really students from the same class? It's not just as simple as 1 versus 4. Chen Fan only summoned one beast, and it's too strong with so many restrictions. The armor of the level 15 black gold demonic Tyrannosaurus was easily destroyed by him. I always feel that this guy is not as simple as the 3rd level. Such a power. It feels almost the same as the 4th level. If he summons all the beasts, it would be difficult for ordinary 4th level beasts to resist him. People were amazed. Just when the healing beast came into the ring to treat Shangguan Songlong and the others, Chen Fan suddenly shouted, Please be quiet. Everyone. Everyone. Chen Fan said loudly. Do you want to know why my beast control is so strong? Do you want to know why Shangguan Songlong and Chu Xian have level 7 beast masters? Want to take your beast control to the next level? Please come to our number 9 store to breed beasts. Our number 9 store now has 4 senior beast breeders in charge. And my master is a legendary master of beast control. The number 9 animal breeding store in Donghai City has the first reputation, guaranteed quality, and first-class service. There are no middlemen to make the difference. People were stunned. The referee couldn't stand it anymore. Advertising is prohibited on the ring. Chen Fan. Can I pay for the advertising? The referee was stunned. How much did you pay? Chen Fan. 1,000 alliance coins. Referee. Get out. Chen Fan. Okay. Xiaobai ran over, jumped towards Chen Fan, and was hugged by Chen Fan. Chen Fan hugged Xiaobai, jumped off the ring, and returned to his position at the God of War Academy. The walk-off league continues. However, for a long time, Chen Fan did not enter the ring again. There was no way. There were so many restrictions. And even the level 15 Black Gold Demon Tyrannosaurus came on stage. In the end, Shangwan Sanlong and the others didn't last long before they were beaten until they screamed. There is no point in sending anyone else up. The difference in strength is really too big. If you switch to other third-level players, even if Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin don't cooperate tacitly, with more and less, plus multiple level 7 beasts, there will definitely be a chance to win in the end. It's a pity that Chen Fan's star power is so powerful that it cannot be measured by the third level. His current star power is much stronger than that at the early stage of the fourth stage. Not to mention just letting the level 15 Black Gold Demon Tyrannosaurus use armor. Even if the Black Gold Demon Tyrannosaurus comes on stage, the ending will be the same as the Wild Bear, being beaten half to death by Chen Fan's blaster. Shangwan Sanlong and Jiang Yuanfan thought they had lost to the third level. In fact, they were beaten violently by the fourth level. The following group arena match was not as exciting as Chen Fan's one, but it was still extremely exciting. With 1 against 2, Chu Xian defeated the 2 people in Piaoxua City easily. Yi Hao defeated the 2 men from Mingxing City. 1 against 2. Within 1 minute, Fang Qingqing fought 1 against 2 and injured 2 people in Yanluoqing. Calmly, Shen Hongxiu defeated the joint efforts of Jiang Yuanfan and Miyuan with 1 against 2. Although the fight was a little harder, she had the absolute upper hand. Shen Naotao, Li Fengxing, and Bai Rouge all fought 1 against 2 and won easily. Not to mention the people in other main cities. Even the people in Donghai City were shocked. What's the situation? Except for Chen Fan. Are all the guys in Donghai City 1 against 2? And win easily. But when people knew the level of beast control by Chu Xian and others, they immediately felt relieved. These guys' beast control is all level 7. Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu are all 3 level 7 beasts. Yi Hao even has 4 level 7 beasts. Even if Jiang Yuanfan and Miyuan join forces, they will only be at level 7. Students in major cities and magical cities all wanted to vomit blood. Most of them are only at level 5 in beast control. For the stronger one, there is a level 6 taming beast, which is pretty good. These guys in Donghai City. What a bully. In the first semester of my senior year in high school, I had multiple level 7 beasts. How is this possible? It was only then that many people remembered the advertisement Chen Fan made before leaving the ring. Donghai City, number 9 animal breeding shop? Could it be said that Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu's beasts are really related to this beast breeding shop? In the lively and a bit weird atmosphere, Chen Fan's name rang out on the field again. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he heard his name. You have already fought with Shangwan Sanlong and the 4 of them. Are you still coming? Moreover, there is only one person on the other side of the scene? Chen Fan frowned and jumped onto the ring. Across the ring, a woman walked up the steps step by step, carrying a long sword on her back. That woman looks like she's in her mid-20s. This is normal, because many of the 20,000 people who were sent here were in their mid-20s. Pan Xiangdong and Zhao Xian are both in their 20s, but they have entered their senior year of high school and are learning the basics of beast control. Yuan Qingyi. This is her name. Chen Fan glanced at Yuan Qingyi's chest. There is no number plate. Students from the surrounding major cities were also talking a lot, asking each other which major city this Yuan Qingyi was from. I've been playing in the recommended league for so long, but I haven't seen her play at all? Suddenly, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, looked at Yuan Qingyi and said, You don't have a number plate? Which main city and which school are you from? Yuan Qingyi said calmly. Yuan Qingyi, a sophomore student at the number 1 martial arts university in Magic City. 3rd grade and 2nd level. The whole place was in an uproar. What are you doing? Isn't this a recommended league? Why are even sophomores from Wuhan University playing? Based on the first 2 games, Chen Fan is already a well-deserved number 1 player, and has definitely received a walk-off spot. But what is the purpose of letting him play against a sophomore? Looking at it like this, the organizing committee of the Recommendation League is not sure of Chen Fan's true strength. This is too bullying. Letting sophomores fight against seniors. Chen Fan is supposed to be only a 3rd grade. First layer heaven. But he actually sent a 3rd grade. 2nd layer heaven master. Is this to frustrate his spirit? Just when people are talking about it, a summoning array appeared on each side of Yuan Qingyi's left and right sides. 2 2-meter-tall beasts crawled out from the summoning circle. At this time, the dean of the Ares Academy had a gloomy face, ran to the edge of the ring, and said loudly, Chen Fan, this kind of battle should not happen in the Recommended League. You can just refuse. Henry Chu and Shen Hongxiu also looked a little ugly. On the other side of the Magic City, did they think it was too easy for Chen Fan to defeat the students in the Magic City? So they had to give Chen Fan a blow? Isn't it too cruel to send a 3rd grade, 2nd level sophomore student up there? Everyone looked at Chen Fan. But Chen Fan grinned. When I fought with them before, I was always afraid of breaking them. So I didn't dare to hit them hard. Actually, I also want to find an equally matched opponent and have a good fight to test how strong I am now. In the stands, Feng Tianling's face was ashen. Shangwan Songlong shrugged helplessly. I knew that this guy didn't use his full strength before. Feng Tianlin was furious and glared at Shangwan Songlong. In the arena, the referee suddenly said, Chen Fan, you can summon all the beasts this time. All beasts? Chen Fan shook his head. Immediately, Gongzi and Lao Yuan, Xiao He, Jade, and Xiao Bai, who were ready to move, climbed out of the summoning circle. When people saw the 4 beasts, they couldn't help but be stunned. Where is the highest level Azure Demon Fox? Chen Fan actually used only these 5 beasts to fight against the 3rd level and 2nd level heaven. Monster name, Savage Thorn Monster. Combat power level, level 13, leader level. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Racial skills, thorn winding, thorn rain, thorn poison mist, thorn flower healing, sharp puncture. Monster name, Obsidian Rhinoceros. Combat power level, level 13, leader level. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, rock type. Racial skills, obsidian heavy armor. Crazy collision. Meteorite falling. Rock explosion. It's really a bit difficult to deal with. Obsidian Rhinoceros has powerful defense and attack skills. The Wild Thorn Monster has difficult control skills. And even has healing skills. Chen Fan glanced at Yuan Qingyi's 2 beasts. And the fighting spirit in his heart also rose. The day before killing Hong Quan. In the morning, Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others teamed up to defeat the level 13 Redback Scorpio. At noon, Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others teamed up and injured the level 13,000 June ants. At night, Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others teamed up and easily defeated the level 13 Death Spider King. Before Chen Fan received Lin Zhao's message, Xiao Bai and the others had dared to fight against the level 14 human-faced poisonous spider. As for Xiao Qing's racial level is the same as Xiao Bai's. But his combat power level is level 11. He can easily defeat the level 14 human-faced poisonous spider one-on-one. This time, in order to test his true strength, Chen Fan did not summon Xiao Qing. Chen Fan's mind was spinning while he checked the skills of Yuan Qingyi's 2 beast-controlling beasts. He doesn't have a powerful armor on him now. There is also no high-grade mysterious weapon. The sky-breaking demon sword. Yuan Qingyi's cultivation realm is 1 level higher than his. From a star power point of view, his star power should be much stronger than the opponent's. But he had just broken through to the 3rd level, and had not yet had time to learn martial arts. And Yuan Qingyi, who is already at the 3rd level and 2nd level, must have learned a variety of martial arts. Chen Fan held the handle of the knife, and slowly pulled the long knife out of its sheath. This is a weapon provided by the Recommended League. It is only a high-grade spiritual weapon, far inferior to the high-grade mysterious weapon, the sky-breaking demon sword. After all, between the mysterious soldiers and the spiritual soldiers, there is an earth soldier. Chen Fan held up the long knife, pointed the tip of the knife to the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Please give me more advice." Seeing Chen Fan like this, Yuan Qingyi actually smiled and nodded slightly. The next moment, several beasts took action. Gongzi and Xiao Bai added armor to Chen Fan, and several companions respectively. The obsidian rhinoceros on the opposite side also gave Yuan Qingyi and the wild thorn monster a piece of obsidian heavy armor. Call! Gongzi and Xiao Bai rushed out from the left and right, facing the wild thorn monster and the obsidian rhinoceros respectively. Jade jumped on top of Chen Fan's head. Xiao Hei flew into the air. The old ape disappeared into the shadow sky and walked around the back of the wild thorn monster from the edge of the ring. Seeing this, the referee shouted softly, "Start!" The words just fell. The wild thorn monster opened its mouth, spit out a mouthful of black mist. Jing poison mist! And the obsidian rhinoceros also roared up to the sky. Meteorites are falling all over the sky like rain. Is it better to strike first? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The opponent moves very quickly. It is a group attack from the beginning, and it is difficult to dodge. Call! The emerald above his head immediately spurted out like a storm. The storm swept away the poisonous fog in an instant, but the strength of jadeite is still much lower than that of obsidian rhinoceros. The storm swept out, but it could not stop the meteor fall of obsidian rhinoceros. Chen Fan and Xiao Bai quickly walked around the field, avoiding the meteorites, and rushed towards the two beasts and Yuan Qingyi respectively. Roar! Gongzi was extremely fast. He charged forward and bit directly on the leg of the tree trunk like wild thorn monster. Savage thorn monster. Is this flat-headed brother too reckless? If you rush up and bite yourself like this, aren't you afraid of being directly beaten to death by your own sharp piercing? Under the severe pain, the wild thorn monster howled, and his arms flashed with green light, turning into sharp spikes, and stabbed directly towards Gongzi. Spiritual spike! Xiao Hei circled in the air and directly struck the wild thorn monster. The wild thorn monster's head turned black, and he almost fell to the ground. The old ape who touched it with the shadow canopy appeared immediately, with his sharp claws bringing out a string of afterimages, and hissingly illuminated the wild thorn monster and grabbed 5 claws in a row. The obsidian heavy armor on the wild thorn monster had several cracks. Gongzi found that he couldn't bite the obsidian heavy armor, so he opened his mouth and bit the savage thorn monster's leg several more times. The old ape kept waving his arms and grabbed 7 or 8 claws in an instant. The obsidian heavy armor formed by condensing energy immediately burst apart. Not good! Yuan Qingyi, who had just faced Chen Fan, was shocked. No matter how many times she calculated, she didn't expect that the old ape had weapons on his claws, which would break the obsidian heavy armor in one go. The defense of the wild thorn monster is not as powerful as the obsidian rhinoceros. Yuan Qingyi shouted softly in her mind. Kongqi, quickly put some armor on Xiao Jing. The obsidian rhino made a mad dash and drove back Xiao Bai, who was attacking furiously. Then he turned around and prepared to add obsidian heavy armor to the savage thorn monster. But how could the little black guy in the sky give it this chance? As soon as Kongqi turned his head, Xiao Hei dropped a spiritual spike from the air. Bang! Obsidian Mad Rhino shook his head and fell to the ground. After Xiao Bai moved out, the Thunder Dragon completed its momentum and hit the fallen rhinoceros with a bang. The huge body of the obsidian rhinoceros was directly blasted into the air by the Thunder Dragon. Crack! Xiao Bai flashed a thunderbolt and caught up with the obsidian rhinoceros. 2 thunder blades instantly slashed at the latter, knocking him to the ground. But the heavy armor on the obsidian rhinoceros immediately lit up again after the light dimmed for a moment. Xiao Bai frowned. With the power of her blow, unless the obsidian rhinoceros' star power is exhausted, it will be impossible to break through the opponent's defense in a short period of time. Even if the opponent's obsidian heavy armor is broken, the obsidian rhinoceros is still rough and thick, and can activate the obsidian heavy armor again at any time. Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes and flashed out with a thunderbolt. After opening a little distance, he started to urge the Thunder Dragon to gather momentum. She's not in a hurry. She just needs to entangle the obsidian mad rhinoceros. As long as the obsidian rhinoceros doesn't have time to put heavy armor on the wild thorn monster, the wild thorn monster won't be able to hold on for long. Just as Xiao Bai expected, after the obsidian heavy armor on the wild thorn monster was broken, he immediately chose guerrilla tactics and walked quickly around the edge of the ring. This tactic may be very effective for other beast control, but Gongzi has Rage Charge and Lao Yuan has Ghost Step. Unless it is a flying beast, or a beast with an absolute advantage in speed, how can it be possible to escape the pursuit of the two of them? As soon as the wild thorn monster rushed to the edge of the ring and cast the healing technique, Bramble Healing, on himself, Gongzi had already charged over, and the old ape also used Shadow Step and appeared behind it. It's like gangrene on the bones. The wild thorn monster was also angered. How dare a group of beast masters with lower levels than me dare to be so arrogant? Even if my defense is a bit weak, you are not someone you can mess with. The wild thorn monster rolled and escaped the attack of the old ape, and then activated the Bramble Poison Mist. The poisonous mist immediately centered on it and spread in all directions. Gongzi and Lao Yuan were startled and stepped back at the same time. Chen Fan on the other side slashed Yuan Qingyi away with a long knife in his hand. And Jade flew up directly, blowing out with a storm. The storm once again blew away the poisonous mist of the wild thorn monster. The wild thorn monster was also dizzy with anger. After his skills were broken by Jade twice, he actually attacked Jade directly from a long distance away. Tangled with thorns! A cluster of long thorns on the ground, like a python, slithered over and wrapped around Jade. The wild thorn monster's eyes immediately showed a look of pride. How dare a slime call me a battle? The next moment, the wild thorn monster's eyes went straight. I saw the emerald emerging from the cracks in the thorns like a ball of green mud, and then curiously circled around the thorns twice. Savage thorn monster. Just for a moment when it was dazed. Quack! The wild thorn monster was transformed into a big frog by the old apes. Frog transformation technique. Gongzi rushed over, looked at the big frog and hesitated, not knowing where to start. The old ape appeared behind the big frog in a ghostly step, chirped a few times, and grabbed 3 claws. The frog banged and turned into a wild thorn monster again. The wild thorn monster looked at the deep blood marks on his body, and was so frightened that his arms condensed into spikes, and attacked Lao Yuan and Gongzi respectively. But Lao Yuan and Gangzi slipped away and ran out. On the other side, the obsidian rhinoceros, who was entangled by Xiaobai, roared. The wild thorn monster was stunned for a moment, and jumped in anger. In order to get rid of Gongzi and the old ape, it ran to the edge of the ring. As a result, the distance between it and the obsidian rhinoceros was too far, and the obsidian rhinoceros could not add armor to it. The wild thorn monster swayed, and while adding a healing operation to himself, he rushed towards the obsidian rhinoceros. But as soon as it took 2 steps, it froze. Its current speed is not even 1/3 of its previous speed. Slow toxin. The wild thorn monster remembered the skills of the red-eyed ape that Yuan Qingyi had told it before, and was extremely frightened. That thing can't kill anyone, but being hit by that thing is also very fatal. Squeak! 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 The wild thorn monster reminds Yuan Qingyi and obsidian rhinoceros to come to the rescue. But too late. Gongzi charged over in rage and bit its leg again, and the old ape also appeared on its side, claws grabbing out like lightning. TSK, TSK, TSK! Green blood sprayed out from the wild thorn monster. Yuan Qingyi on the other side abandoned Chen Fan and wanted to rush over to rescue him. Jade turned his head, and a stormwind blade swept out. Damn it! Yuan Qingyi poured star power into her feet and made a heavy drop to stabilize her body. Although she stabilized her figure, she was blocked like this and could no longer catch up with the rescue of the wild thorn monster. Lao Yuan and Gongzi joined forces and knocked the wild thorn monster to the ground in 2 strokes. Call! Because it was a ring competition, the old ape did not dare to kill, so he could only grab the wild thorn monster and throw it under the ring. Although he was not killed, once he got off the ring, the wild thorn monster could no longer enter the ring. Gongzi cheered, bypassed Yuan Qingyi, ran to the other side, joined hands with Xiaobai, and began to attack the obsidian rhinoceros. Jade jumped twice and jumped onto Chen Fan's head. In the eyes of everyone, Jade is not here to fight at all. She's just here to play. She came to see the fun. Chapter 180. The old ape was injured and Chen Fan was furious. Bang! The wild thorn monster that was thrown under the ring jumped onto the ring again. Chen Fan forced Yuan Qingyi back with a knife and glanced at the wild thorn monster. Yuan Qingyi made a gesture, and the beast masters on both sides stopped moving. The people in the surrounding stands were stunned for a moment. At this time, the referee said, "This battle is not bounded by the ring. You can play freely until we control the beast, suppress the beast, or cripple the beast and its master." Boom! The whole place immediately exploded. Did you make a mistake? You keep revising the rules, and even send a 3rd grade 2nd level heaven to play. Do you want to kill Chen Fan directly? It's so unfair. It's so outrageous. If the red-eyed Yup had struck hard just now, the wild thorn monster's head would have been cut off, and he's still on the field. Is the Feng family in the Demon City up to something? That time Chen Fan beat Feng Tianlin violently, and then Chen Fan's beast masters went to the hospital to beat up Feng Tianlin. It was the Feng family who felt embarrassed and deliberately do you want to target Chen Fan? This is simply unreasonable. Let Chen Fan wear the armor from the competition. But the armor worn by Yuan Qingyi is not of this level at all. Just let Chen Fan stand and chop it for you. The crowd is excited. At Ares Academy, The dean and a group of teachers and students also had pale faces. Yi Hao wanted to rush to the stage, but was stopped by his class teacher. The faces of Henry Chu and Shen Hongxiu became extremely ugly. At Tiansheng Academy, Bai Rouge dialed his father's phone number, but the call didn't go through. Over in the Magic City, a group of teachers and students looked at Feng Tianlin with strange expressions. The students who were standing very close to Feng Tianlin also deliberately distanced themselves a little apart. Feng Tianlin's face turned red, and he waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Don't listen to those people's nonsense. This has nothing to do with my Feng family." In the arena, Yuan Qingyi frowned and looked at a referee. "The rules I knew before. Whether it is a beast master or a beast master, if you fall off the ring, you will lose. Where do you put me if you do this?" The referee looked at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, do you accept this rule?" Chen Fan shrugged and laughed. "I don't care. I didn't summon Shao Qing because I wanted to test my strength." The referee nodded slightly. "Yuan Qingyi, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is the intention of Instructor Su Feng." Instructor Su Feng? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. The strong man who previously blocked the two 8th level players in the Nightmare Court with 1 against 2? Chen Fan nodded slightly. "Then, please continue." Yuan Qingyi took a deep breath, and the long sword in his hand shook slightly, and it flickered with light. Immediately, the wild thorn monster, which came on stage again, took the lead in launching an attack. Bramble Rain. The overwhelming rain of thorns suddenly shot into the sky. Xiao He, who was hovering in the air, was startled and immediately flew high. At the same time, the obsidian rhinoceros on the other side opened its mouth, and stones like footballs rolled out of its mouth, and then rolled toward Chen Fan and Xiaobai. Xiaobai and Gongzi couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the ball-like stones. "Be careful. Avoid that stone. That stone will explode." Chen Fan shouted loudly, and slashed at a rock rolling towards the right in front of him with a long knife in his hand. Xiaobai and Gongzi reacted quickly and scattered immediately. Boom! The moment Chen Fan's knife energy touched the stone exploded like a bomb. This is the skill of Obsidian Rhinoceros. Rock explosion. As the rocks rolled towards Chen Fan, Yuan Qingyi's figure swayed, leaving a series of afterimages on the field, and stabbed Gongzi's head with a sword. Ding! The magic crystal armor on Gongzi's body instantly shattered, and his head hit the ground hard. Blood flowed out from Gongzi's head. This time, Yuan Qingyi changed his fighting style and actually injured Gongzi with one move. Gongzi! Chen Fan was furious, ignoring the rock bombs rolling towards him, and slashed at Yuan Qingyi from a long distance. The fierce and domineering Dao Gang slashed straight towards Yuan Qingyi like a bolt of lightning. Yuan Qingyi looked around and turned aside at will to avoid Chen Fan's sword. Call! While Yuan Qingyi was dodging Chen Fan's sword, Gongzi charged forward and hit the wild thorn monster at extremely fast speed. People were shocked. Is Chen Fan, this blue-eyed honey badger, really the flat-headed brother? Brother Ping too, who usually fights if he is not obeyed and fights to the death, did not fight Yuan Qingyi to death, but used his charging skills to escape? People don't know that Gongzi does have the spirit of fighting to the death and fighting to the death. But Gongzi is much smarter than many beast masters, and he will never be willing to put his companions into crisis because of his own impulse. It was hit by a sword, and the magic crystal armor was broken. It knew it couldn't defeat Yuan Qingyi, so it left Yuan Qingyi to Chen Fan. However, this does not mean that Gongzi has a good temper. Gongzi, who had been struck by a sword, rushed to the wild thorn monster, immediately added a layer of magic crystal armor to himself, and then quickly spun around the wild thorn monster. And here, Chen Fan and the old ape in the shadow sky are approaching Yuan Qingyi at the same time. On the other side, Xiao Bai quickly rotated around the obsidian rhinoceros, but his attention was also on Yuan Qingyi. In the air, Xiao He flew back angrily. The battle is getting a little confusing. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. After avoiding the stone bomb by leaping and jumping, he quickly chased Yuan Qingyi. Yuan Qingyi moved the long sword in his hand and danced with sword flowers, as if he was about to meet Chen Fan. But as soon as she picked up the sword in her hand, her right foot suddenly slammed down on the ground. Boom! A burst of energy centered on her foot and exploded in all directions. The old ape who sneaked over was caught off guard. The shadow sky was broken, and his figure appeared. Got you! The corner of Yuan Qingyi's mouth curled up slightly, leaving a series of afterimages on the field. He moved out with a strange and weird footwork and attacked the old ape with a sword. The old ape crossed his claws on his chest, as if he wanted to resist Yuan Qingyi's sword at the critical moment. But in its eyes, A red light flashed and fell on Yuan Qingyi like lightning. Puff! Yuan Qingyi turned into a big frog. After succeeding in the frog-changing technique, the old ape didn't want to fight. He jumped out quickly and disappeared into the shadow sky. Chen Fan seized this opportunity and quickly took 3 steps forward. The light of his long sword surged, and he slashed the big frog with one strike. Boom! With a flash of white light, Yuan Qingyi returned to his human form, and his whole body was thrown back uncontrollably. And the obsidian heavy armor on her body also cracked with spider web-like cracks. One knife is not enough. Chen Fan bullied himself and stepped forward, slashing rapidly in a series of steps. Brush! 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 3 sword rays seemed to strike at the same time, all striking at Yuan Qingyi. Yuan Qingyi repeated his old trick, swaying, leaving a string of afterimages on the field, and once again used that weird footwork to hide out. Just after he had retreated 7 or 8 meters, Yuan Qingyi made a seal with the fingers of his left hand and opened his mouth fiercely towards Chen Fan. Call! A flame burst out from her mouth and blasted towards Chen Fan. This is a martial art that can only be practiced by people above the 3rd level. Chen Fan wasn't sure how powerful this attack was, so he didn't want to force it. He stepped to the side with his left foot and rushed out diagonally, avoiding the flames. The next moment, he took the opportunity to avoid the flames and hit in the left direction, and suddenly rushed towards the wild thorn monster that was closer to the left. If you beat me as a beast, I will beat you as a beast. Do you think I'm hunting you? My goal was originally the wild thorn monster. Gongzi grinned and activated Bloodthirsty. Instantly, a blood-red crown appeared above Chen Fan and Xiaobai's heads at the same time, and disappeared in a flash. Yuan Qingyi was surprised. Not good! But she had opened a little distance in order to dodge before. But now it was too late to rescue the wild thorn monster. On the other side, Obsidian Mad Rhino was entangled by Xiaobai again and couldn't take care of himself. Brush! The light of the long sword in Chen Fan's hand surged, and he slashed the thorn monster away with one strike. Although this sword was not used with full force, but coupled with Gongzi's Bloodthirsty, the power was even stronger than the sword that attacked the big frog before. The wild thorn monster screamed. The obsidian heavy armor on its body shattered, and its body was thrown high and flew backwards. To say that this thorn monster is worthy of being an advanced and extraordinary level 13 beast control. Its reaction is also extremely fast, and it even casts a healing spell on itself in the air. A series of healing apertures landed on its head, but it reacts quickly, and Gongzi's reaction is not slow either. Gongzi had already figured out where it would land and used Amethyst Stab. 3 Bramble Healing halos just fell on the wild thorn monster, and then it hit the ground, and the amethyst thorns on the ground popped out. The amethyst thrust instantly pierced the almost broken obsidian heavy armor, and pierced the body of the wild thorn monster. Gongzi charged, then jumped into the air, and bit the wild thorn monster on its neck. Last time it bit the savage thorn monster, but the latter had obsidian heavy armor. This time without the obsidian heavy armor, the savage thorn monster's neck was bitten, and he screamed in agony. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qingyi, who was originally extremely calm, instantly lost his composure. The referee immediately said, "The savage thorn monster is disqualified for fighting. Please leave the ring." Gongzi opened his mouth and stared at Yuan Qingyi sinisterly. Yuan Qingyi stabbed it before. How could it be willing to give up? Yuan Qingyi quickly scanned the surroundings. The red-eyed monkey is in the shadow sky, and its specific location cannot be determined. There is a blue-eyed honey badger on the right, and in front is Chen Fan. There is a slime on Chen Fan's head, and there is a soul-eating bird in the sky, and her obsidian rhinoceros was entangled by the ragdoll cat and couldn't escape. Too strong. Before entering the ring, she had already made a detailed analysis of the strength and skills of Chen Fan's beasts. But now that he was surrounded by them, Yuan Qingyi felt the indescribable sense of oppression. What a pervert. He is obviously a 3rd grade, 1st layer heaven, but his star power seems to be stronger than his 3rd grade, 2nd layer heaven. Moreover, he also brought so many powerful beasts with him. Yuan Qingyi narrowed his eyes slightly and thought. Immediately, the obsidian mad rhinoceros immediately gave up on Xiao Bai as his opponent, opened his mouth, and started spitting out stones as big as footballs. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The jadeite on Chen Fan's head suddenly attacked the obsidian rhinoceros. Water Dragon Bomb! Chug! Tug! Tug! Chug! Tug! Tug! One after another, some of the water dragon bullets hit the obsidian rhino's head, and some hit directly on those stone bombs. Boom, boom, boom! Stone bombs exploded one after another, directly blowing the huge body of Obsidian Mad Rhino into the air. Everyone being blown away by his own skills. This, before Yuan Qingyi could react. Thunder and lightning flashed in the air, and a thunder dragon hit the Obsidian Rhinoceros hard. Roar! The Obsidian Rhinoceros body flashed with electric light, screamed, and flew out quickly. The Obsidian heavy armor on its body was shattered. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, and a thunder flash came first, then appeared above the Obsidian Rhinoceros. Oops! Yuan Qingyi wanted to rescue, but how could he come in time? Xiao Bai's two thunder blades stabbed into the Obsidian Rhino's belly with a pop. Although the Obsidian Rhinoceros has rough skin and thick flesh, without the Obsidian heavy armor and exposing its belly with weak defense, how can it block Xiao Bai's thunder blade? Blood flew everywhere, and the Obsidian Rhino screamed again and landed heavily. Xiao Bai quickly fell down and went around the Obsidian Crazy Rhino's head, and slashed directly at the Obsidian Crazy Rhino's neck with two thunder blades. Stop! Yuan Qingyi was shocked, and used that weird and fast footwork again to rescue his beast. But Qin Fan blocked her with a casual knife. It's too late. It's faster than that. Xiao Bai's thunder blade was inserted into the neck of the Obsidian Rhinoceros before he saw it, and a finger of wind struck like lightning and landed on the thunder blade. Boom! The thunder blade exploded, and Xiao Bai's body took 3 steps back, turning to look at the referee over there. The referee said in a deep voice, "Obsidian is in mourning and disqualified from fighting. Please leave the ring." There was silence. You can hear the kneel drop. 2 extraordinary level 13 beast masters. Defeated like this? How many level 8 beasts have you lost to? Jade, Xiao He, and Lao Yuan didn't even take any action. How is this possible? There is such a huge difference in combat power levels. Could it be said that Xiao Bai and the others are already above the lords in racial level? Under the stunned gazes of many people, Qin Fan waved his left hand lightly. Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others immediately spread out and surrounded Yuan Qingyi. Gongzi added, "Magic crystal armor." To everyone, Xiao Bai's paws were flashing with lightning. Ready to go. Qin Fan held a long knife and approached Yuan Qingyi step by step. Yuan Qingyi took a deep breath and slammed his right foot on the ground. Boom! At the moment when crazy energy rippled in all directions, Yuan Qingyi rushed towards Qin Fan like lightning. Qin Fan is not afraid and will not retreat but advance. Almost at the same time, Xiao He in the sky swooped down. Spiritual spike! No response. Xiao He, Yuan Qingyi and Qin Fan were 5 meters apart and launched attacks at the same time. The swords, lights and sword energy clashed instantly. The simplest clash of forces. Boom! The violent energy exploded, forcing Gongzi and Xiao Bai to take 2 steps back. Xiao He in the air used spiritual spike again. Still no response. Xiao He was furious. This woman is cheating. She has a powerful mental defense weapon. But Qin Fan ignored Xiao He. Qin Fan directly borrowed Xiao Bai's Thunder Flash. The borrowed skills can only be used for 3 minutes. As for Xiao Bai, it would be difficult to use Thunder Flash again within 10 minutes. Qin Fan's body flashed with thunder and lightning, and he appeared behind Yuan Qingyi out of thin air. Brush! The long sword flashed and struck Yuan Qingyi's back diagonally. Yuan Qingyi reacted very quickly. As soon as he realized that Qin Fan had disappeared, he swayed and moved out, leaving behind a string of afterimages. But as soon as she moved out, the old ape appeared behind her with a ghostly step, and grabbed out with his claws like lightning. Yuan Qingyi had a strong sense of perception, and quickly took a step forward without looking back. He stabbed back with his long sword and hit the old ape in the chest. The magic crystal armor on the old ape shattered at the sound. In the midst of lightning and flint, the old ape clicked his claws, and directly grabbed Yuan Qingyi's sword. Its claws have steel claws customized by Qin Fan, so it is not afraid of the sharpness of Yuan Qingyi's sword. Yuan Qingyi didn't expect the old ape to have such a move, and she was stunned. Qin Fan had already used Thunder Flash to appear on her right side. Brush! The long sword in Qin Fan's hand slashed Yuan Qingyi's sword-holding right hand without any movement. Yuan Qingyi had no expression on his face, grabbed the long sword in his hand and pulled back, directly pulling the old ape's body over. If Qin Fan's sword continues to fall, it will definitely hit the old ape. At the critical moment, the old ape had no choice but to release his claws. When? At the critical moment, the long sword in Yuan Qingyi's hand blocked Qin Fan's long sword. The terrifying energy erupted from the sword-slashing attack directly sent the old ape flying. Yuan Qingyi's sword just now broke the old ape's magic crystal armor, Being hit by these two forces, the old ape spit out blood instantly. Yuan Qingyi! Chen Fan roared angrily when he saw the old ape was injured. The violent star power exploded on his body instantly. His star power, which was comparable to the 4th level realm, instantly converged towards the long knife in his hand like a surging river. The sword light surged and slashed towards Yuan Qingyi like lightning. How can it be? Yuan Qingyi was shocked when she felt the power of the sword. Without thinking, she moved out in a flash and used weird footwork. Boom! The sword light fell, and a long ravine was cut out of the arena. In the surrounding stands, many people stood up immediately. How could someone in the 3rd level realm be able to unleash such a powerful force with a single strike of a sword without using any sword skills? Can you run away? Chen Fan activated the lightning flash, like a gangrene attached to the bone, slashing at Yuan Qingyi one after another. He didn't use the 9 sky-breaking swords. He just activated his powerful star power and kept slashing. However, it is fast enough and powerful enough. Although Yuan Qingyi had weird footwork, being chased and slashed by Chen Fan was still a mess. Chen Fan! You are too arrogant! After dodging Chen Fan's sword again, Yuan Qingyi glared angrily, and instead of continuing to dodge, he shook his wrist and stabbed Chen Fan with his sword. Her sword moves are fast and tricky. At this time, the jade on Chen Fan's head opened his mouth. Water Dragon Bomb! Water Dragon bullets were shot out like bullets. Yuan Qingyi was taken aback and retracted his sword move midway. He was hit by Water Dragon bullets and kept retreating. Jade shut her mouth. But on the other side, Xiaobai and Gongzi, who had been gathering momentum for a while, took action one after another. First up is Xiaobai's Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon flashed with electric light and roared at an extremely fast speed. Yuan Qingyi's heart was shocked. She turned around quickly, flashed her sword, and prepared to strike at the Thunder Dragon with her sword. But at this time, Gongzi's amethyst thrust appeared behind her, and the injured old ape appeared on her left side using Go's shadow step, and Chen Fan came with a slash from the right. Oops! Yuan Qingyi was surrounded by enemies and had no way to hide. He pushed his feet hard and soared into the air like a missile. Air. Xiao He, who had been gathering momentum for a long time, opened his mouth. Boom! A jet black beam of light hit Yuan Qingyi, who was flying into the sky. Yuan Qingyi groaned miserably. His armor shattered, and his body was thrown back. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat, Xiao He said proudly. Do you think I only know spiritual spikes? I also have a great move called Arrow of Chaos. Just as Xiao He was yelling, thunder flashed in the air, and Chen Fan appeared above Yuan Qingyi. You lose! The light of the long sword in Chen Fan's hand surged, and he slashed down at Yuan Qingyi, who couldn't control his body shape. Yuan Qingyi was in the air, with blood bleeding from the corner of her mouth. In a hurry, she could only activate her star power and put the long sword in front of her. When the long knife slashed on the long sword, Yuan Qingyi spurted blood from his mouth, which fell quickly like a meteorite. Suddenly, there was a flash of light from below, and a translucent palm grabbed Yuan Qingyi and slowly lowered the ladder to the ground. Bang! Chen Fan, who was in the air, fell heavily onto the ring, causing gravel to fly on the ground. The whole place fell silent. Later, Henry Chu applauded from his seat at the God of War Academy. Snapped! 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 The next moment, the audience burst into applause. On the ring, Yuan Qingyi sat on the ground, dazed for a while. The 3rd grade 2nd level heaven was defeated by the 3rd grade 1st level heaven, although it is said that the opponent has more beasts. In fact, in the last battle, those few beasts did not exert much force. Even the bloodlust of the blue-eyed honey badger was not used again. What a miserable loss. Yuan Qingyi sighed, stood up, and nodded slightly at Chen Fan. I lost. You are strong. Chen Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger of the other party hurting his beast. In the arena, injuries are inevitable. Didn't he injure 2 of the opponent's beasts? This battle still has a lot of benefits. Only by competing with opponents of this level can you better understand your own strength and clearly see your own shortcomings. The Yuan Qingyi in front of him was obviously much more experienced in combat than him. If his star power is similar to Yuan Qingyi's, it may not be that easy to win this battle. Chen Fan also nodded slightly towards Yuan Qingyi. The applause from the surrounding stands lasted for a long time. Feng Tianlin sat in his seat a little lonely inside. Before the promotion league started, he broke through to the 2nd level of the 2nd level, and thought he would be able to fight Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan actually broke through to the 3rd level, As for Xiaobai and the others, their strength had also improved by leaps and bounds to level 8 Beast Masters. They actually dared to fight against level 13 Beast Masters. And they even won in the end. Feng Tianlin felt helpless in his heart. The gap is getting wider and wider. And there is no hope for revenge. On the other side of Yanwucheng, Zhang Yufan silently glanced at Jiang Yuanfan and said, "The boss's original decision was right. He should really go back to Yanwucheng to fight this monster. It's so scary." A group of students nearby nodded. Jiang Yuanfan frowned and glanced at Zhang Yufan. This guy is praising his decision. But no matter how he sounds, he deserves a beating. At the location of Huanhai Academy, Li Fengxing suddenly walked up to Shen Taoao and said, "Taoao, where did you get the courage to challenge Brother Fan in the first place?" Shen Taoao was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said, "Why do you have the nerve to ask me? After all, I fought with him openly. But you ran over and got beaten by yourself. Where did you go after you were beaten several times? You want to leave after talking nonsense?" Li Fengxing didn't even look back. "I'm going to visit the God of War Academy." "What the hell are you?" Shen Nato said. "I'll go too." A teacher from Huanhai College beside him shook his head repeatedly. "Are Hongxiu and Dao still students of our Huanhai College? They run to Aries College all day long." A teacher said, "Don't say that. Look at Hongxiu. From the beginning to now, he has been at Aries Academy. Where has he been?" Other teachers and students. Night. More than 100 people who were recommended to the league all arrived at Chen Fan's training ground, including Feng Tianlin and Xia Ningyun. Some people have learned from various channels that Chen Fan has extraordinary skills in raising beasts, and want to have a relationship with Chen Fan. Some people heard that Chen Fan was a big tycoon, and they came just to fight against the tycoons. There are also people who come just to watch the fun. Feng Tianlin, Xia Ningyun and others mainly wanted to make Chen Fan poor. After they arrived, they made a fuss at the training ground for a long time and just refused to leave. Chen Fan had no choice but to communicate with the Breeders' Association, mobilized a group of chefs, and held a dinner directly on the training ground. Let's just have a dinner party. Although Chen Fan has not yet received the money from the level 40 demons in Qixing Mountain, he has received the money from the Fire Demon Stone Mine, which can be regarded as rich. Just over 100 people. In the end, I don't know who took the lead and summoned the beast. More than 200 royal beasts. There are also some very big foodies among them. Chen Fan's face turned green. If these beasts were all level 2 and 3, like those of the 3 major academies, then Chen Fan would definitely be eager to do so, taking advantage of the opportunity to breed animals. It's good for him and me. But these beasts are all level 5 and 6. Not every beast is on the verge of breaking through like Linghong Jades. So eating a few kilograms of gold-eating snail meat in Shuiyun Stream can break through. Chen Fan was very depressed as he watched these guys eating so much. A bunch of freeloaders. At this time, Yi Hao pulled Chen Fan to the side and delivered good news. "Brother Fan, your previous way of making money has really opened up. I have many ways to make money." "Which one are you talking about?" "It's the poison you talked about during the live broadcast when you were being chased by Hong Quan. Many people have come to me to buy it in the past 2 days. One bottle costs 1 million. I have already sold 16 bottles. Chen Fan, Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu and others. A bottle of itchy fruit powder costs 100 alliance coins. But Yi Hao sold it for 1 million alliance coins." Chen Fan blinked. "How did you do it?" Yi Hao smiled proudly. "Although itchy fruit powder is not valuable, there are too few of it, and it is easy to recognize. So I mixed it with various poisons, and 1 bottle of itchy fruit powder turned into 5 bottles. Then, I scanned the itchy fruits on various platforms and bought them all. Unfortunately, there weren't many. After I bought them all last time, I searched for several days this time, and only bought less than 1 kilogram. Chen Fan, give me half, or I'll kill you." "Yi Hao, don't worry. I'll call you later." Li Fengxing also looked over. "Give me half, or I'll kill you." Yi Hao was furious and slapped Li Fengxing on the head. "Come on. Try teasing me." Li Fengxing rubbed his head with an aggrieved look on his face. "Can I divide it into 1/3? Yi Hao smiled. "Get out." Chen Fan pushed Li Fengxing away and asked, "Then, will anyone buy my heart-shaped stone?" Everyone looked at Chen Fan sideways. "You really think everyone else is an idiot? You just pick up a random stone on the ground, rub it into a shape and sell it." But Yi Hao's words shocked everyone. "After selling more than 200 kilograms, I went to find a mechanic and asked him to grind the heart-shaped stone for me. In one night, I grinded out more than 700 kilograms. The next day, they were sold out in the morning. Shin Tao Ao and others. Equals at underscore its smiley face. Even Henry Chu's eyes widened. Is this okay? Is this live streaming? Unexpectedly. Chin Fan was really right. He never cheats anyone. He only cheats the family members in the live broadcast room. Yi Hao added. But brother Fan, your original price was too low. It was 99 yuan with free shipping. In the past few days, it has sold more than 200 kilograms, which is not much money. It is not as good as a bottle of itchy poison. Shen Naotao and Li Fingxing. Fang Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu. Hashtag. At this time, Shangwan Sanlong came over. What are you talking about? Yi Hao took out a heart-shaped stone from his pocket and said, Tell me about this. Shangwan Sanlong laughed. I've also heard about this thing. I heard that last time Chen Fan was chased by Hong Quan, who was in the late 5th grade, and he did a live broadcast to bring goods. In addition to the poison, there was also this thing. This thing is really good. I bought one too. Everyone. Yi Hao immediately put his arm around Shangwan Sanlong's shoulders. Brother, I have the last 20. Can I give them all to you? Take this thing back and give it to your female classmates or to your cousins. It represents your sincerity. We are all old acquaintances. How about I take you 79 each? Shangwan Sanlong smiled heartily. That's okay. Thank you very much. Everyone. Chin Fan looked at the back of Yi Hao's head and slapped him. This guy knows how to bully honest people. If you can, sell this thing to Feng Tianlin. You have to sell this thing to Feng Tianlin. That's your skill. Then, he saw Feng Tianlin walking over. Yi Hao immediately grabbed Feng Tianlin. Hey, have you seen this stone? It has experienced hundreds of years of wind and rain. Feng Tianlin. Are you lying to a ghost? Yi Hao nodded. Yes, I am just lying to ghosts. Feng Tianlin was furious. Do you want to have a fight here? Yi Hao grinned. Come on. I didn't meet you in the ring during the day, so I'm still holding my breath. With that said, Yi Hao summoned all 4 beasts. Feng Tianlin. After a moment of silence, Feng Tianlin looked at Chen Fan and said, What are the combat power levels of his 4 beasts? Chen Fan said calmly. They are all high-level extraordinary. Level 7. Feng Tianlin. Yi Hao smiled proudly. Come on. I'm ready. Feng Tianlin blinked, pointed at the heart-shaped stone in Yi Hao's hand and said, What's the price of this stone? I'll take 2. Everyone. Yi Hao. Feng Tianlin took the heart-shaped stone from Yi Hao's hand, and then put a chicken leg in his hand into Yi Hao's hand. This is the leg of a level 6 ground turkey, worth at least 150 alliance coins. Yi Hao lowered his head and glanced at the bitten chicken leg, and became angry. It's your uncle's. The 4 beasts immediately surrounded Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin shamelessly hid behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan put his arm around Yi Hao's shoulders and walked back. Let's eat. Let's eat. Although Yi Hao was angry, he didn't let it out in the end. Feng Tianlin smiled proudly. Call! A spider web suddenly fell from the sky and caught Feng Tianlin in it. Feng Tianlin. Before he could react, Tian Wang Shinia rushed over and knocked him to the ground, then stepped on him into the ground. Holy Moon Morning Glory came over and threw a star power burning. The earth-shattering fire dragon also rushed over and gave Feng Tianlin a kick. Afterwards, the 4 royal beasts went to eat at the feast. Feng Tianlin lay on the ground for a while, and after making sure that the 4 beasts had gone away, he got up and said fiercely, He is too bullying. Shangwan Sanlong shook his head repeatedly. You are cheap yourself. Why do you blame others for bullying you? Didn't Yi Hao stop those beasts over there just now? They could crush your head. Feng Tianlin. Chen Fan and others returned to the table. A group of people took the beasts with them and had a great time eating. Sure enough, they are all here to fight local tycoons. Mu Yuan picked up a large piece of forest monitor lizard meat on the table and put it into the mouth of his beast, the Aoki Crazy Lion. Aoki Quangshur was a little unhappy. Although the forest monitor lizard is also of the wood attribute, the meat of the forest monitor lizard is too unpalatable. But the fire ants are more delicious. It wants to eat the meat of the fire ants even more. But Mu Yuan kept holding the meat of the forest monitor lizard and stuffing it into his mouth, which made him feel so sad. When the Aoki Mad Lion swallowed the meat of the forest monitor lizard, Mu Yuan stood on the edge with a solemn expression on his face and murmured something. Those who are coming, soldiers, fighting, are all in formation, in front, to punish the evil. Everyone was speechless when they saw this scene. Is this guy from Demonic City an idiot? Or was he hit in the head by Chen Fan in the ring? The 9-character mantra is a legendary spell used to ward off evil spirits. Are you using it to control beasts? Do you want to kill your own beast? And this is just something in legend. Even if there is an evil spirit in front of you, it is not certain whether it will work. Right? Seeing everyone looking at him, Mu Yuan immediately smiled like the Mona Lisa. Don't you understand? You're right if you don't understand. This is the secret skill of raising animals that I learned from Chen Fan. Do you know anything? Yi Hao touched his nose. I can be 100% sure that this guy was fooled by Brother Fan. Shen Tao echoed. Definitely and definitely. Li Fengxing. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Henry Chu looked at Chen Fan and said, I heard from the teacher that 1 month after the end of the recommendation league, those who have received the recommendation quota will go to the Magic City after choosing a university. Which beast-controlling martial arts university are you going to choose? When the surrounding students heard this, they all gathered around. Shangwan Songlong immediately said, the strongest beast-controlling martial arts university in the Demon City is the First Martial Arts University. Chen Fan must choose the First Martial Arts University. Yi Hao immediately said, then let's go to the First Martial Arts University. Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the starry sky a little depressed. It doesn't matter which university he chooses. But going to Shanghai in a month? This definitely won't work. The time is too short. Before going to the Magic City, he must first get rid of the beast masters of the 3 pioneer groups in East China Sea City. Chen Fan said with a sad face. I invested a lot of money and opened the number 9 animal breeding store. Now the business has just picked up. Why do I have to go to the Magic City? You go ahead. I'll go after the new year. Everyone was speechless. You are so rich. But you are still thinking about the animal breeding store business? The Magic City and the Imperial City are the 2 most powerful and largest main cities in our Tang Kingdom. That is the palace in the minds of many beast masters. Bai Rouge rolled his eyes and said, I'm going to ask my dad if we can postpone the time until after the new year. If possible. Let's go together after the new year. Fang Qingqing said. It's really strange that the recommended leagues in previous years usually started in the 2nd semester of their senior year. After the quotas were confirmed, students would be rushed to the university for 1 month of early training in the 2nd month of summer vacation. Why did it come so early this year and ask us to rush to the Magic City in a month? Shen Hongxiu nodded and said, It's indeed strange. He looks anxious. Chen Fan said, I don't care who is impatient. I won't go until next year anyway. If they don't agree, then they will stop me. I can take the college entrance examination again next year. But I have my own reasons. So don't mess around with me. Yi Hao shook his head. If you don't go, then I won't go either. In the past, Modern Martial Arts University was still very attractive to me. But now, it would be more interesting to go to the secret realm with Brother Fan. Brother Fan, let's go to the first secret realm to catch the succubus. Snapped. Shen Hongxiu slapped Yi Hao on the head. If you dare to mention the succubus again, I will kill you. Yi Hao looked at Shen Tao and yelled, Look after your sister. Before Shen Tao could say anything, Shen Hongxiu kicked him out. Shen Tao gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Hao. Everyone laughed. A group of beast masters also laughed strangely. Behind the crowd, Xiao Yun, who had been silent, suddenly asked timidly, Chen Fan and the others. They said you can breed animals. Is it true? The noise around him disappeared without a trace in an instant. Many people were staring at Chen Fan. Chen Fan grinned. Let's show our cards. Stop pretending. My master is Zhang Hai, the master of beast control.